70 in 7. A win2day Hockey O'Clock Original. Win2day Hockey O'Clock.
In diesem Augenblick wird jetzt richtig hitzig. Und die Scheibe kullert über die Linie. Mittendrin stand nur der Ball. Das ist unglaublich, was die hier zelebrieren. Nice move, another nice move. Oh, he scored! Oh, what a goal! It doesn't get any better than this.
It is indeed happening. A new podcast series that's debuting here on win2day Hockey O'Clock. It's called 70 in 7. And it's because of the fact that the person opposite of me is turning 70 years old, incredibly enough, in a couple of weeks' time. So we're trying to dedicate 7 episodes to 70 years of hockey and a great hockey life to the person that is known and renowned as Greg Holst. Player legend, coaching legend, that is Greg Holst. I'm so happy that you're doing this with me. So thankful that you're now on win2day Hockey O'Clock.
Well, Martin, thank you very much. As you know, I was a little bit skeptical about doing this, and we had talked about a possible book and now maybe this podcast. But as I start thinking back and I agreed to do this, boy, does it bring back fantastic memories of how it all began in Montreal and when I was a kid. So thank you for offering to do this. And it started out and became quite a journey.
Journey being a key word. And I guess I have to preface this a little bit because this is going to be a journey for the both of us. We don't know where we'll eventually end up, but this is a series where we're looking to tell the stories of your life, tell how hockey basically took over your life, how you fell in love with the great sport of hockey. And this is a series where I really will try to do right by you. A lot of people already got back to me and sent word and stories about you. We're going to hear from a lot of friends, acquaintances, a lot of people that either you touched or that you got in, or that they got in touch with you. And speaking of those ground rules, we decided to do this series entirely in English. This is a first for me too, because I've done extensive series on great hockey careers, but only ever in German. So this time around, we're going to flip it around. Now it's going to be in English. And for all the people out there that are listening to this, please do understand this is an Austrian talking with a Canadian. I've never been abroad for more than 2 or 3 years. So if there's a tiny little grammatical mistake or if it's sometimes hard to understand me, please excuse that. I'll try to stick to proper grammar and vocabulary as well as possible. We're going to record 7 parts, 1 part per decade of your being on planet Earth. This is part 1 of 7. This will be about your first 10 years after your mom's given birth to you. And these episodes will start appearing from January 3rd, which is today, onwards. Each and every Wednesday from January 3rd onwards, there'll be a new episode covering 1 decade of your life, and this will eventually conclude with all 7 episodes that we have recorded up until that point on January 21st, when we do celebrate 70 years of you being on planet Earth. How does it sound to your ears? How does it make you feel when you hear that you'll be turning 70 years old in February?
Actually, it's a very good question you ask, because when I turned 60, it really didn't feel any different than 50. But this one here feels a lot different it's actually hard to believe where the time has gone. When I got an email this past summer about having a 50th anniversary with the Kingston Canadians in the OHL where I played junior, it kind of hit me. Wow, that's 50 years ago that I played junior hockey. So it just shows you that there's no time to waste. So for whatever you want to get done in your life, get it done, because we're not on the back nine anymore. We're on the last few holes.
Spoiler alert, we're going to talk about the Kingston Canadians in episode 2, but this being the first episode out of 7, this is where we kind of lay the basis for, or foundation for everything that follows. And I asked that question a couple of times to former Austrian hockey greats. You're a Canadian hockey great. You are an Austrian hockey great. You are renowned as a coach here. You've been a TV pundit for the past couple of years. You've basically gone through all the careers you can have in hockey, playing the sport, coaching the sport, broadcasting, and making the sport even more popular. But what is the very first memory that comes to mind when you think of hockey? When was the first time you ever put on skates and went out onto the ice?
Well, I'm going to remember as best I can, of course, with help from my mom and dad. It was 4 or 5 when I don't remember putting the cheese cutters on with, the skates with the 4 blades. But I think that was my first kind of feeling on the ice. But then at 5, and I have the skates at home, or actually I think I have them here. Leather skates, soft, loose skates that mom and dad bought me, I think for 95 cents. They were used. And at approximately 5, at the oldest 6, I put those on and tore across the ice. And I vaguely remember that. My mother has better adjectives to describe that first time. I vaguely remember, but that was the start. And when she saw me fly across that ice, she goes, "Oh boy, let the fun begin."
As you already started talking about your mother, can we just quickly do an intersection right here and talk about her and how great she is? When she got hold of the fact that there'll be a podcast series, she started sending emails at the advanced age. And for her, obviously still young age of 90 plus, she sent emails around where she kind of looked back on some of the things that happened during your early life, some great memories. And just a quick one, how great's your mom?
Well, she's 93 plus, and her memory, as my dad's is absolutely amazing. And when she heard I was going to do this TV special or podcast, she didn't quite know what it was. She was pretty excited. And I think what it did also, not only bringing back memories for me, I think it brings back a lot of special memories for my mom and dad.
I want to quote from the very first email that she sent around, and I don't want to disappoint Mrs. Holst. So she opened up by saying and typing, "I hear they're making a special TV show about you. I'm really sorry. This is not a TV show. This is a podcast series. This is for people's listening pleasure only. But hopefully someone's going to play it to her. It's a 7-part special. It's going to be a, I guess, 7-hour plus adventure over 7 weeks, where we'll touch on a lot of memories and a lot of things that went on in your life. And maybe, just maybe, there is a Netflix or Amazon Prime coming around, and eventually they're going to say, you know what, we have to put this into moving images, and we'll put this into a TV series. or TV show indeed, but for the time being, we'll just be talking to each other for the foreseeable future and the next couple of weeks. And in that email, she continued, I would love to hear what you say. The first 10 years, we wanted you to be a violinist, playing the violin. You did the hockey on your own. We really supported your hockey. You wanted to be a hockey player from the age of 10, playing outside for a few years, even played on the street in the summer. The only thing you ever asked for at Christmas was a hockey net. So I kind of got ahead of ourselves a little bit here, but it's just so nice that your parents wanted something completely different for you and you chose the path of hockey. At what point were you certain that the sport of hockey would accompany you throughout your life?
Well, you can never be certain. I just loved playing. And, you know, that email brought back memories for Mom too. And, you know, it ends up by saying, your biggest fan and supporter, your mother. So not only, but I loved playing baseball and I loved playing football and I loved hockey probably the most, but we played sports all day. And when I think back, some of the stories I'm going to tell you about what I did, how creative I was when I was a kid and how I learned to stick handle, I hope some young players listen and figure out how to get out of the house, put the cell phone down, put the iPad down, get out and be creative and play sports. Because every piece of grass that we saw, when we had a circle up around our house in Montreal North, there was a couple of circles with a small area of grass. We would play tackle football with 2, 4, or 6 players. And you learn to make lateral moves, be quick, change your speeds. And it was so much fun. So now put me on the ice on my skates. And that's one of the reasons I learned how to have such great moves, was actually playing football. So Mom said it right. It was hockey and sports all day in the summer. We used to make our own nets, and we used to have so much snow back then. The snow plow, the snow blower would come by and carve out maybe 1.5 meters of straight snow on the sides of the street. So we would carve out our nets into the snow. And we were so creative. We used blankets and my dad's ties to make goalie pads. So you got to picture this, what we were doing. In the summer, in the winter, it was hockey. Of course, in the summer it was baseball, football also. But when I think back how creative I was, it's absolutely interesting. It's an interesting story to the things I used to do. First of all, in the house downstairs, I'd put Shelley, my sister, young sister, in nets all the time. And I'd have a tennis ball or a softball, and I would be shooting and stick handling. And she was in nets. I felt so bad for her. But hey, I said, just try to stop it, even though she couldn't. She sure tried hard. So God bless her soul for helping out. But if you have another question, I'll give you a couple of things that I did that now that I think back were actually quite genius.
You'll see and understand that I got so many questions over the course of the next couple of weeks. But before we get to why you got so creative and what led you there and what you eventually did, maybe just set the scene a little bit. We're talking about you being born on February 21st, 1954 in Montreal, in Canada. So we're talking about growing up in also kind of post-war Canada, albeit World War II had been concluded for almost 9 years back then. But still, growing up in Canada, in Montreal, what was it like to grow up in the mid to late 50s in that city?
Well, now that you bring back, I start seeing some of the memories. We were living in Rosemount on a steep street, and I think I almost got hit by a car one day walking up that street with Mom. And I think that's when Mom and Dad said, "Hey, we're going to move. This is too dangerous." And we actually visited all the places that we're going to talk about this past summer with my mom and dad. Went to that Rosemount on that street. I think it was 11th Avenue. So we moved to Montreal North, which was, primarily a French area. And we had a small place, but it was great. But in the back of that place, we had a little backyard, but there was all fields. Now, of course, it's all houses, but it was all fields with different size of ponds. So these little hockey rinks to me, oh boy, this was fantastic. I'd have a small one, maybe 7-8 meters long. Then I'd have a meter of grass or two in between the next pond. So how did I become creative? I would go out there by myself, -10, -20 degrees, by myself for hours. And I would stick handle on the first pond. I would flip it forehand or backhand over that little grassy patch, run across the steps, and stick handle again. So these are the things that we're teaching kids to do now, 60 years later. This is freaking unbelievable. And it was so cold sometimes. One time I remember, but it was just fun for me. I wasn't thinking about anything else but just stick handling, flipping the pucks around, running across the grass. One day I remember going out there and it was freezing. And I fell and I cut my chin open. And it was a nice big gash, which I needed stitches obviously after. Oh man, I thought this was just freaking unbelievable. So I go into the house. I say, "Ma, take a look." And she goes, "Oh my God, what happened?" And I remember I stuck my finger inside the cut in my chin. It was so freaking cold. I couldn't feel a thing. Boy, the good old days. But Martin, I would do this for hours. And if it wasn't on those ponds, I was stick handling on the streets, in the house, putting tennis balls off walls at the school, knocking it down. It was so much fun. And let me talk about one thing too in the creative part. We used to skate, let's say a half a mile, a kilometer from the house. And back in the day, the streets and the sidewalks were hard snow. We could actually skate on that hard snow. So we would skate absolutely all the way to the rink. Deep snow outside the ice surface. Ice was sometimes rough, but it didn't matter. We would get on there and play for hours. Now, I never really knew how good I was, but I was obviously good because we would take the 2 or 3 best players and play against 6 or 7 of the other kids. And when that puck, this is how times have changed. When that puck went over into the deep snow, we went and got it because we wanted the puck. That's how I learned to stick handle. I could stick handle in a freaking telephone booth. So whether it was on the hard snow on the streets, flipping pucks around those little ponds, which I remember distinctly, how much fun was this growing up? Absolutely fantastic memories.
Let me just ask you a thing about Montreal North, as the district is called. I think there are 19 districts in the city of Montreal. And as of right now, and I think it's a census from 2011, so we're talking 1.5 decades away from that, obviously. The people growing up in Montreal North had their native languages were French for more than half the people at 53.7%, English at only 3.9%, and other native or mother tongues clocking in at 42.4%. How come that English was your primary language and not French? Or did you go back and forth all the time?
Well, I went back and forth. Mom and Dad were English. Dad could speak some French. Mom, very little. But I went to English school. I think it was Maple Hill to start, then a little later, Malcolm Campbell. But I went to English school, and at home it was English. But other than Bobby Turcotte and another friend, everything was French. Baseball was French. Hockey was French. Mostly on the street was French. So that's how I kind of came bilingual. I was just speaking both. It just came kind of naturally to me because of all the sports I played. And I played for the team, I'll tell you after, who I played for was all French. And the league was 95% French. So it's interesting that you brought up the stat of 3.9% English. Wow, that's pretty crazy.
Did that change over the years, or was that the case in the late 50s too, that basically a minuscule amount of people had English as their mother tongue?
Oh, I think Montreal North was, I'm not sure if it was 3.9%, but it was primarily French back then too.
You go out on the streets, you play all day, you play in the freezing cold, and I guess it's a perfect time to bring up an email from your mom again, where she, and I quote, wrote, "You played outside hockey a few years, and we got warm in a shed or a small cabin, I think. It was heated with a stove." And then she asked, "Wood or coal?" Maybe you can remember. And then she went on, "I think you played in the arena at 10 years old. I think you kids skated fast to keep warm. It was bloody cold in those days." And you already alluded to it a little bit with the cut that you had on your chin, and you not being able to feel anything because it was so freaking cold. But let's dissect this email a little bit. Did you indeed warm up in a shed or in a cabin? Did you, or do you still know if it was heated with wood or coal? And how freezing cold was it indeed?
Well, let me tell you this. I remember those little shacks up at the Salt Park. I remember these little cabins we'd get in. It was freezing. And our feet would be so cold that when we were almost in tears. But if there's such a thing as a good pain, our toes, we take off our skates, our feet would be burning. It was like almost tears of joy. But yeah, I remember those little fires. I'd have to say it was wood back then. And we were just freezing. But you know what? We all did it because we loved it. And we used to try plastic bags on our feet inside our skates, extra socks. We tried everything we could, but I remember how many times, not only my friends, our toes were absolutely frozen. Then it turned into fire. Maybe that's why I got so quick on the ice.
The interesting part is it appears as if sports dominated your life in its entirety, but I guess there was school back then too. How was that kind of relationship between you and sports, you and school, you and friends, you and other things? How does one have to think about that?
Well, I think it was just a normal life for me. It was just to go to school. Couldn't wait to get home. I was always pretty smart in school, whether it was flashcards with the math going around the class. I was always naturally pretty smart, but eventually I didn't love studying. But I guess sports always seemed to get in the way. It was a normal life. I went to school, got on the bus, came home. If I had homework, I did it as fast as I could. And it was outdoors, playing sports, no matter what it was, just running around. But you know, Mart, I got to tell you how times have changed. You know, we weren't a wealthy family at all, but we always had food on the table. And we had a TV. I don't think we had a TV when we were in Rosemount, but we did get a TV. And the only two shows that I watched in black and white was Disneyland on Sunday at 6:00 and Hockey Night in Canada. Montreal against Toronto. Remember those games? On Saturday night, Hockey Night in Canada. But I did sneak out of bed. Mom and Dad, I'm sure know this. I'm not sure if I snuck out of bed or stayed up late. But I used to watch on a Friday night at 11:00 Combat with Vic Morrow. I never forgot that. It wasn't every week, but every now and then I snuck out and watched Combat. So because there was no TV and no handies and no cell phones, what are we doing? We are just outdoor climbing trees, chasing around the streets, getting in fights, having fun, playing all the sports. What a way to grow up. And I tell you, pretty exciting stuff.
That indeed directly corresponds with another email that your mom passed on, or that you passed on via her. And she writes, I think you were 5 years old. I would drag you and Shelley on a sleigh to the outdoor rink and let you whipping across the ice like it's spelled Dynamo. I guess it's Dynamo, that you were. I can picture you right now. I was amazed. Love was in my heart watching you, which is just a great way to round out this email. And as she brought up, or as your mom has brought up your sister, you're a brother of two. You've got an older sister. You got a little sister. How was it growing up as a kid right in the middle?
Well, I think you're probably better off asking them. But put it this way, I was the favorite son. I was the only one, right?
Awfully hard not to be, but yeah.
No, but they were always, I'm sure, supporters of what I did. I mean, who was to know what was going to happen when I'm 5, 6, 7 years old, skating around like a dynamo, whatever that word means, as she said. Who would have known where the journey takes you? Like, no, you can't plan this kind of stuff. But Martin, I have to tell you something. Let me just backtrack a little bit about being creative. And I hope there's some young players listening to this, because being creative off the ice, you learn to be creative on the ice. So in the summer, in the back, we had the fields. We would have rolling fields, and because everybody running around back there, the grass would be matted down. Okay, so it was kind of rough, but smooth and hilly. So we would put our nets out there, whether homemade or whatever we had for nets. And I said, okay, tennis ball doesn't work as it bounces. So I figured out, let's roll up 2 pairs of socks and put tape around those socks. So now we have the ball to play with that doesn't bounce. That's what I created to play with on the grass. And when you play on grass or in snow where there's snowbanks, what can you do? You can play the body, you can hit, you could fall down and get back up. That I remember distinctly.
One of the many great memories that you'll be able to share with hopefully a lot of people here on the program. The series is called 70 in 7. 7 episodes, and everyone is dedicated to 1 decade of your life. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to look back on some more memories from age 0 to 10 of the great Greg Holst. Back in a bit.
Win2day Hockey O'Clock.
Do you enjoy listening to Win2day Hockey O'Clock? If that is the case, then please rate the podcast. A 5-star rating or a review over at the podcast dealer of your choice would go a long way in helping to spread the good word of hockey. Win2day Hockey O'Clock, the hockey podcast with real and open-ended hockey conversations.
Win2day Hockey O'Clock.
Back on Win2day Hockey O'Clock, back on 70 in 7. It's the first episode where we talk about the first 10 years of Greg Holst's great life and coach. We did a deep dive on Montreal of the mid-50s and late 50s, of you falling in love with the sport, of you becoming creative. And we heard a lot from your mom and the emails that she sent on with memories that she's cherishing. One last memory that I guess we need to tell. And she came up with it, and she said it might be around you being age 11. Maybe it's a little earlier. We decided to conclude it, or to include it, pardon me, right on this episode. It's about a trip to Drummondville, and she mentioned a Volkswagen Red 4 or 5, and you immediately said, holy cow, I know what happened there. What happened there?
Well, I remember vaguely, but I do remember. We'd pile in that car, 4 or 5 of us, whatever it was, in that small Volkswagen. And, I have a story about the red Volkswagen too. You'll love this next one, a little later in my life. But we were going to Drummondville, probably an hour and a half away from where we live, Montreal North. And we're jammed in there. We have hockey gear piled in, just smiling, driving down the road, and it started pouring rain. And the windshield wipers broke. We could not freaking see. So how do we get to the game? Mom can tell the story. Maybe you can read the quick email. She did pull into a gas station. I remember that vaguely. The guy was great, helped us out, fixed them. I'm not even sure if he charged us. I can't remember. And then we got back in the car and kept going. This was like fantastic living. All to go to play a game of hockey. God loved my mom and dad and stuff they used to do.
Yes, she indeed said there was no charge on the windshield wipers. But when talking about the red Volkswagen, the other story that I'd like, bring it on.
Well, that was when I was 16. You might want me to throw that one in there a little later.
I guess we're going to jump around a little bit here and there. And I guess we're going to mix up stories from decades and maybe place it in a wrong one. So why not start right here and do it from the get-go?
Okay, so the red Volkswagen. Now, I'm 16 years old, right? And I have my driver's license, which is absolutely, I was ready, I think, at 13. But I had to go to summer school because I didn't pass English. So I have the red Volkswagen. No, I'm at school and I have the keys for the red Volkswagen. And mom has to go to the doctor. So I get a call to go to the office at the school. And it's my mother. Where are the car keys? I said, oh, shit. They're in my pocket. I have to go to the doctor. I said, okay, mom, settle down. If you go in my drawer, in the second drawer, in a pair of socks, you're going to find an extra set of keys I had made, okay? Oh, you little bugger. That's a true story. So just in case mom and dad would leave town and take the keys with them, I had extra keys made.
Jesus, what a revelation. All these years later. There you go. Not too bad. Not too bad a story.
That is a true story. Let's not even talk about unhooking the odometer. Let's not go there.
I'll refrain from it. We're still talking about the first 10 years of your life. And you knew it was bound to happen that I'd start digging a little bit in your life and talk to friends and acquaintances and people that that have been in your life for many, many years. And one person got back to me, and we'll hear from him many, many times over the course of the next couple of episodes. It's Lawrence Satcharuk. He's called Satch. He's your brother-in-law. And even though you met him many, many years later, obviously not in your first 10 years, he kind of tried to set the scene too. He's married to your sister. He is known you for half a century. And the way he got to know you and the way he describes you, I'd say we'll just listen to what he came up with, and then we'll start talking a little bit about the origins of the characteristics that he's mentioning. Here's Lawrence Satcharuk.
Hello, Martin, and fans of Greg Holst. My name is Lawrence Satcharuk. My friends call me Satch. Greg Holst, what can you say? Funny, awesome guy. I met Greg while playing professional hockey. We were young, and both Greg and I were following our dream to play in the National Hockey League. As my brother-in-law, I can honestly say Greg is one of the most unselfish people you will ever meet, on and off the ice. Greg has made hockey his entire life, playing, teaching, and mentoring. And along with that, he is the father of two great sons, Michael and Taylor, and recently has become a grandfather. I respect him, I love him, and will always be thankful for him introducing me to his sister, Shelley.
We'll get to that introduction in a couple of episodes, but Lawrence Satcharuk, Satch made sure to label you funny, not only one time, not only two times, but three times. Funny. And also unselfish. How did you get your humor, and where does the unselfishness come from?
Well, those are very kind words and very nice to hear and much appreciated. I don't know. Being funny is just part of my character, I guess. And as far as, about being selfish now, when I think back and I look at my stats when I was playing 10, 11, 12, 13 years old, I had a lot of goals and not many assists. And the reason for that was if I passed to that guy, I'm not going to get it back. So I think on the ice, I might have been a little bit selfish, but, I tried to help people off the ice too, as best I could. But words must appreciate it. I think to this day, Martin, you know me a little bit. We do try to have some fun. We do try to have good laughs, whether it was the NHL, the TV we did, or the stuff we do now. I think humor and being funny is a really big part of life. It's a big part of family life, and it's a big part of teaching kids is humor, hard work, but also having a lot of fun in there. So very nice words, very thankful to hear that. And when we get back now to me being the outdoor player that I was, I did not know how good I was or not good or good or whatever until I met Charlie Tapp. And Charlie Tapp was playing for a team called Saint Vital. And Charlie asked me, sorry to get off track there, but I want to make sure we get this in. He said, Greg, I play on this French team and we play in an arena. I said, you play? There's a roof on the rink? He said, yeah. He said, you want to get a tryout? It was the Montreal North Arena. The same one that me and mom and dad visited this past summer again. And I took a picture in front of it. So here comes my tryout. So I'm so used to playing outdoors against 5 guys, 10 guys, stick handling. So I go for my tryout at 10 years old. I'm going to remember it as best I can. Monsieur Biduc, Mr. Bolduc was the coach. Armand Lalonde was the best player. He was the defenseman. And in nets at 10 years old was Michel Dion. So I get to the rink and I go out to center ice, and Mr. Bolduc goes, here's a few pucks. I want you to go un contre un, one-on-one. He said it in French, and see what you can do, if you can beat the defenseman and see if you can score. So I'm thinking to myself, there's only one freaking guy there. It's a piece of cake. I usually deke like 6 guys. So I went in, made a few moves, boom, probably scored. I can't remember exactly, but it was not a problem to do what I had to do. And right away, it was, oh boy, here we go. The contract came out. They called. Mom and Dad did not even know. I packed my little bag, got on the bus, and went for this tryout. My parents did not even know about this until they got the call from Monsieur Bolduc. And that's when it all began. And I remember correctly, I had signed or was going to play football. And if I remember correctly, they said, no, you can't play football. It's just the hockey. But I also played baseball and ended up playing for Saint Vital too. So Mom and Dad got involved. We went up. I had to sign the paper to register to play for this team. So now at 10 years old, playing for Saint Vital, that is where the wild ride really began.
And we'll get to that wild ride in a bit and probably on the next episode. But I've got 2 more questions. How did your parents react once they found out that you kind of went behind their backs and went to a tryout they didn't know a thing about?
Well, Dave, I did have a violin, and I have pictures sitting on the front steps with the violin in its case, and I am hugging this case. So they actually thought I was a great player. Violin player. So the reason I stopped the violin, because it was affecting my hockey at school, because they were saying, what is that? What's in that thing? I said, it's a ukulele. I didn't want to say it was a violin. A violin and hockey just did not seem to go together. So I said, Mom and Dad, I can't play this thing anymore. Of course, they were upset, but no, they thought, wow, he went on his own to find his hockey. And when you mentioned about Mom, all I ever wanted was a hockey net for Christmas. That's all I ever asked for, because we didn't ask for much. That is so true. And I did get a net eventually, and I was so freaking happy. And I remember one time, Martin, I got a new hockey stick. I think it was for Christmas. I swear to God, that thing didn't leave my side. I think I slept with that hockey stick. So you see, the little things in life that we remember, the fun. But I think when Mom and Dad saw that I found my own way to go play in a hockey rink, which I thought was unfreaking believable, like not playing outdoors, of course they supported it because they knew I loved it. And that's what I did.
With the next episode, we're going to transition to you becoming an aspiring professional, you probably developing that hunger to become a professional hockey player. But how was youth sports and kids sports organized back in the day? You had to go to a tryout your parents didn't know about. Were there clubs that you were able to join? Was that the only club around? How did it work back in the day?
Well, there was like, if I look back at the pictures now with Armand Lalonde and Michel Dion and all the kids and Dupont, Rabbi Landry, most of the hockey team, Saint Vital was in a league. Saint Vincent Marie was the top team. We were always the second. But we also played baseball together. So from 10 to 15, it was hockey and baseball with all these guys. And Michel Dion was the catcher and the goalie. So it fits. But and there was maybe 10 guys on the team. It's not like now 4 lines. So if you could stick out and skate and do some magic with the puck, you could be very successful. And I guess I really was. I didn't know how good I was, but obviously I was pretty good. But let me tell you one story at the age of 10, something that happened with the NHL. My mom's cousin is Forbes Kennedy, NHL player. You could look him up. Tough as nails. He is now playing for the Boston Bruins. There's 6 teams in the league. Boston is in last place. They are playing in Montreal. Montreal is the top team. I get a call from Forby, or Mom gets a call. Does Greg want to come to the game, Boston and Montreal? 10 years old, I go to the game. Boston upsets Montreal 6-0. I remember this. Forby brings me into the dressing room after the game. I still have a couple of those hockey cards left. Jerry Topazzini, Tom Johnson, Orlin Kurtenbach. I still have those cards signed by the Boston Bruins when I was 10 years old.
That they'll be worth a fortune. So whenever you dig them up and maybe you want to sell them, you can make a lot of money with them, which you're probably not going to do.
When I think back, I used to collect hockey cards, baseball cards, war cards, civil cards. I had 3,000 cards. I had every set of everything. And I gave them all away.
Any more memories that you'd like to share from being aged 0 to 10? I guess we covered a lot of bases. You growing up, you not becoming a violinist like your parents wanted to, you join in a hockey team without their consent and knowledge. Well, they had to get their consent a little later. But anything else that we're missing?
Well, it's funny. All of a sudden, when I signed at 10 years old, playing tournaments was a big part of minor hockey, as it still is. So I get into this team and I'm a good player. So am I the top player? Yeah, Armand Lalonde was really good myself. Michel Dion was a great goalie. And Michel Dion at 10 years old, he played in the NHL as a goalie for like 7 or 8 years. I mean, this little team in Saint Vital, a couple of guys kind of made it. Think about how exciting that is. But anyway, I'm not a couple months into signing with this team. And I remember this. Mom couldn't remember his name, but there was a little kid in Repentigny, Quebec. And his name was René Corbert. He was a red-headed kid. And he was 10 years old, just like I was. And I remember this. And I'm pretty sure it was the Maurice Richard Arena. We had a tournament. And the talk of the town was René Corbet against me. Like, how fast did this happen? Coming from the outdoor, a Hunsick rink, the Salk rink, Mom and Dad dragged me to these places. And not a few months later, and we're talking a couple thousand fans. Now, here I am going up against René Corbet, the talk of the town, the red-headed kid from Repentigny, and we went head to head. How freaking exciting is that?
My head is spinning. I remember this. I remember this. I remember his face. Incredible. I tell you why my head is spinning. I was just able to look up Michel Dion, and obviously so many other great players did you cross paths with and became friends with, and that we're going to talk about. Holy cow, is there a lot to talk about? I guess we'll call it a day for episode number 1 of
Mark,
70.
can I throw in one quick thing about Michel Dion
Go on.
to end this? And I'm not bragging. I'm not talking because how was I supposed to know what I was from 10 to 15? I reconnected with Michel Dion 2 or 3 years ago through Kenny McCarthy, my good buddy in Montreal, through a Bible. They have a Bible talk on the radio. I connected with Michel Dion. And he connected with Kenny, and they said, Holsty, sac tabarnak. And he said, Kenny, the 2 greatest stick handler I ever saw, Mario Lemieux and Greg Holst, tabarnak. How nice a compliment is this? And this, he knew me on the ice from 10 to 15 years old. And that almost put a freaking tear in my ear. And I'm not bragging. I'm just going, I guess I could stick handle.
Jesus. I'm so looking forward to doing more of this, and hopefully this will help you to reconnect with a lot more people that were in your life, that need to get back in your life, and that need to give you a couple or say nice things about you and come up with great compliments. I guess we're going to call it a day for episode number 1 of 70 in 7. Episode number 2 coming your way in a week's time. We're going to talk about Greg Holst, aged 11 to 20. For the time being, Coach, so great to be talking to you. So thankful that you're sharing the memories and that you shared the memories from your first 10 years. Looking forward to so much more.
Martin, thank you very much. It's my pleasure. And boy, you're right. It brings back such vivid, exciting memories. Thank you.
Win2day Hockey O'Clock. Kurz durchatmen bei diesem Wahnsinn, und das ging rasend schnell. Der Traum vom Finale ist erfüllt. Mittendrin statt nur dabei. Die Fans stimmungsvoll und hoffnungsfroh. Nice move, another nice move. Oh, he scored! Oh, what a goal! It doesn't get any better than this.
'70 in 7. A Win2day Hockey O'Clock Original.
Win2day Hockey O'Clock. In diesem Augenblick wird jetzt richtig hitzig. Und die Scheibe kullert über die Linie. Mittendrin statt nur dabei. Das ist unglaublich, was die hier zelebrieren. Nice move, another nice move. Oh, he scored! Oh, what a goal! It doesn't get any better than this.
1 down, 6 to go. It is indeed the return of 70 in 7. 7 episodes dedicated to the great hockey life of the one and only Greg Holst. The 70 years of his hockey life, the 70th birthday that we're approaching in late February. This time around, we're going to talk about the times and the ages of 11 to 20, the teenage years of the great player, the great coach, the now great TV pundit that is Greg Holst. Coach, always great to having you back on Win2day Hockey O'Clock, talking hockey with you.
Martin, yesterday or the first episode sure brought back some great memories, and I'm sure this episode will too, and some tough parts, but that's part of life.
This episode is kind of setting the stage for everything that happens afterwards. Like, no shit, really. Yes. It's the teenage years. And a lot of people do call the teenage years formative years. In what regard would you agree with that what happened in between ages 11 to 20 set you up for the rest of your life?
Well, I would say the good, the bad, and the ugly, all in one. Great times, tough times on my parents. You know, when you're 16, 17 years old, you think you know everything, right? So, but it's all part of life, and it's part of the journey of figuring things out, just like anybody else. My case was maybe a little bit different in certain aspects, which we will talk about. And there's one particular that I will mention because I do think it gave me an edge of being a better hockey player. And we will get into that in a little bit.
Before we get into that at all, I'd like to listen to something that reached me via your dear friend, Lawrence Satrak. He's your brother-in-law. He married your sister. I think the next part will be the one where we do talk about that instance and how this happened. But he sent along a couple of messages. We heard from him in part 1 of 17-7. We're going to hear from him today again. We'll hear from him down the road in other episodes. This one's particularly interesting because, again, it characterizes you in maybe ways people haven't heard so or weren't aware of. Things that went down in the late 50s and the 60s. I suggest we just listen to what Lawrence Satrak sent me, and then we'll talk about it.
Greg Holst, born leader. Because I met Greg later in life, I had to ask my wife, Shelley, what was he like in the early years growing up? She told me he was always organizing games, whether it was hockey, baseball, whatever. He would get on the phone, he would tell everyone there was a big game, and yet Greg would be the only guy that was organized so far for the game. He would tell all the guys that everybody was coming. And at that point, he would phone everyone, tell the same story, and they all would come to the game. It was always a great game, and in my mind, he still hasn't changed.
He called you a born leader, the one who organized all the games, and it might have started a little early. Maybe we could have put out that voice message in the last part too. But would you agree that during your, I'm going back to that again, your formative years, you were a born leader or became a born leader?
This is 100% true. And I talked to my mother about this, and she brought it up a couple times. I would make the first phone call, usually to Bobby Turcotte, a friend of mine, and I'd say, hey, we got a ball hockey game going at such and such a time. So the first guy that I would call, of course, they're going to say, well, who's coming? And I'd list off 5, 6 guys, but he was the first call. Oh, that's okay. I'm going to come. Then I call a second guy. He said, well, who's coming? And I would run through this on my 5, 6 phone calls or however I was getting hold of them. And that is absolutely factual, that I organized the game because I wanted to play and I needed guys, and we had a great time. And when I think back to ball hockey or the football or the baseball, when I was playing ball hockey, I used to love going in nets, and I was a hell of a goalie. We'll get into something else when I put the goalie pads on later in these podcasts. But yes, that is factual. I organized everything.
Let's start with your career or you trying to become a professional. We're still talking at the early teenage years. You were part of Untitled, but was there ever a time where you thought what I'm doing might be good enough to eventually make a career out of this and turn pro? Was there ever an instance in your early teens where you thought exactly that?
You are going to be shocked how I'm going to answer this. And the answer is 100% not. I can honestly tell you, even when I went through 2 years of university, I never really thought about the NHL. I even though I was a good player, and you can see it by the numbers, especially in my second year, not until I went to the Kingston Canadians did it ever really register. So I think in a way that was good. I was just playing, freaking it, enjoying the game. A lot of bullshit went on, obviously, with the French and English and Saint Vital up to 15. But I never thought about it.
Then let's just try to set the stage again. Last time we talked about Montreal in the mid-50s, late 50s. It's 10 years later. We're in the 60s. Obviously, 20 years away from the end of World War II. It's the age of the time of the baby boomers. Like economy doing well, a lot of things going well for humanity and mankind. How had Montreal changed over the last 10 years, or the first 10 years of your life?
Well, what happened was, when you're young like that, you don't really pay too much attention to what's going on in the world. I mean, we didn't have the news on TV like we have today. And Dad was working 2 jobs, and we always had enough food to eat. And I was playing sports and going to school. So life was good for me. But I played for Saint Vital up to 14 and a half before my 15th birthday. We had some really good years, baseball and hockey. So I created some really good friendships over those years. But then we moved to Point Claire on the West Island, which was primarily English back there. So we were coming from a French area, and we moved to Point Claire when I was 15. Kind of heartbreaking because my girlfriend at the time, I had to leave her. I did hitchhike back many a day, but that kind of didn't work out. And I was kind of heartbroken, to tell you the truth, but that's also a part of life. So I kind of changed my view of women slightly. Plus, something else happened right about the time that we were moving to the West Island. I kind of got this skin condition, which became very serious. And I know a lot of people go through it growing up, so I thought it was just kind of normal stuff. But I'll talk a little bit about that and how that transpired and how I think it actually helped my hockey career. But moving to the West Island, English part, we weren't accepted that well. They thought we were, poor people coming from Montreal North. It was a little bit snooty, but we found our way and we had a great time there once we settled in. And once I got on the ice at the high school, Lindsay Place, things kind of changed. Actually, it's funny because Mom got a call. I wasn't there a couple of months, or maybe early in the next year. And they called my mom and they said, "Your son is trying to change the rules of the school." Mom goes, "What are you talking about?" So I can't remember exactly what I was doing, but you called me the organizer. I was trying to organize the whole freaking school. So that's kind of a funny story. And that is actually factual.
I just want to give people an impression or kind of relation. You moved from Montreal North, and the last time we were lucky enough to talk to each other, I think I said that only 3.9% of all the people in Montreal North had grown up with their native language being English. And it's a 27-kilometer car ride from Montreal North to Point Claire in the west of the island of Montreal. So basically around the corner, especially if you've grown up in North America. And you were right, indeed, that it's primarily English speaking. Apparently back in the day already. Now 48.4% of all the people in the West Island do grow up as English speaking only. Interestingly enough, only 1.3% grew up speaking both English and French, according to the 2006 census. How did it affect you personally, socially, to go from a primarily French-speaking district to an not almost exclusively, but primarily English-speaking district?
Well, absolutely not a problem, because don't forget, I went to English school, and on the streets, I spoke French. And baseball and hockey, I spoke French. So it was absolutely not a problem. I just didn't speak as much French anymore because I didn't really have to. But once I got into the school, and once I started skating, Herb Medill was our coach. I met some of my friends that became lifetime friends, Bill Weatherall, Norm Rennie. I got into client pretty quick. I wasn't shy to meet friends. And like we had mentioned before, if you're really good at a sport, and I got on the ice with these guys and I could freaking play. So right away they're going, oh boy, let the fun begin. So when you're good at something, you're always accepted more and people kind of hang around you. So it wasn't an adjustment at all. Like I said, I did hitchhike back several times. I do have a funny story. One time I hitchhiked back to see Susan Clark was her name. And it was fifth or sixth time that I had gone back. And she told me, this is factual because it's a funny story. Greg, I kissed Kirk McCormick. I said, you what? I kissed Kirk McCormick. I said, you got to be freaking kidding me. So that was it. I said, well, see you later. So I walked down from the veteran homes. It was kind of a rough part of town in Montreal North. I was down now. It was kind of evening and tears in my eyes, heartbroken. I said, damn. So I got down to Gwen Boulevard, which is down along the river, and tried hitchhiking home. I didn't make it home. So mom and dad, of course, were worried. I got to a certain point. I said, well, I'm going to go inside this apartment block, go down a few steps and sleep on the concrete under the steps, which I did. I got up in the morning. I got a hold of my parents. I think I had a dime. I made a phone call. And they said, where the hell are you? So they came and picked me up on Gwen Boulevard after me sleeping on concrete steps in this old apartment block. I sat in the back of the car, did not say a word. Heartbroken, on my way back. Now the next journey to find the next girlfriend had started.
Let me just stick with the sportive side of things. You started your teens by playing for Saint Vital. And I don't think we properly established the hockey club enough. What was playing for Saint Vital like? How would you describe the club?
Oh, it was fantastic because the top team was called CB Saint-Marie. And Saint Vital, we always go head to head with those guys. But these were fantastic years. But you have to remember, too, it was primarily a French league. One of the team had a few English guys. I was the only English guy, myself and Charlie Tapp, who got me involved in this. And they had nicknames for me. They called me the bloke farmer. But I do remember some of the games when we went up into the cafeteria, up into the restaurant after the game. It got nasty a few times, and I think pretty close to a scrap or two, just people, yapping at me and my parents about being English and stuff. So there was a lot of that stuff going on, and that is actually factual. And I remember one time, I was probably about 13 or 14. His dad told me the story. They started putting pressure on me to score because if I don't score, we don't win. And I know for a fact my dad got wind of this. And he didn't say much because I didn't like mom and dad being involved with this hockey stuff. He went and told them, if you put the pressure on the kid like you're doing, he is out of here. I'm taking him right out of this program. So hats off to dad for doing that.
We're still talking about hockey days that have been gone for 50, 55, 6 years, just to give people an impression of what went on in Montreal in those days. How was the junior hockey scene set up? How many? We're talking about Montreal. It is one of the hockey hotbeds on the planet. How many clubs were there? How many arenas? How many rinks? How many players? What do you still remember about the sheer magnitude of the sport in the city?
Well, hockey was the talk of the town. I mean, from Maurice Richard, the great Montreal Canadiens, won 2 times 5 cups in a row. So the junior, the Ramparts, the Verdun, all the junior A teams. I didn't find out about the West Island junior B team until I got out there. But hockey was huge. Like the Montreal Junior Canadiens, they used to get drafted right from the Montreal Junior Canadiens and the Toronto Marlies right to the NHL team. It wasn't until years later that they started changing that, because Montreal always had all the best freaking players. And I think that's one of the reasons they started having a draft. Montreal was always huge. Like I said, it was Saturday night hockey. Montreal against Toronto, Montreal against Boston. It was, if you look outside, everybody's playing ball hockey, and it's just a way of living. It's like a religion. Hockey was always huge.
Now, let me talk about the accessibility of the NHL. You elaborated the TV shows, or talked about the TV shows that you were able to watch as a kid at a young age, and that there was always hockey night in Canada. Did that ever change? Was it only hockey night in Canada and the access to seeing one NHL game per year, or did they tack on a couple of other broadcasts? How available was the NHL during your teenage years?
Saturday night, 8 p.m., hockey night in Canada. Danny Gallivan, he was one of the best announcers ever. You could Google Danny Gallivan and listen to him talk. Foster Hewitt, he was the guy more in Toronto. But Danny Gallivan, I remember that voice to this day. It was every Saturday night, 8 p.m., hockey night in Canada. And I watched a whole lot of those growing up.
You grew up with the NHL still being a 6-team entity, but during your teenage years, the NHL had its very first expansion in 1967, and they doubled in size. Do you still remember that year, that time, or maybe even the announcement where they said, you know what, there are going to be 6 more NHL franchises?
Yes, I do remember that. And Scotty Bowman was coaching St. Louis. The California Seals had white skates. These are the things I remember. And it now became 12 teams. And I do remember the first year of expansion was the great goal that Bobby Orr scored when he flew through the air. And that was against St. Louis, because they wanted one of those 6 to make the finals. Montreal did win, I think, in 4. But I do remember that. Yes, I do. And it's funny, I'll talk about it later. I used to have red and white tack skates, because I guess it was the French blood in me. So when I saw the California Seals come along wearing white skates, man, I thought this was just freaking unbelievable.
Just to give people an idea of how the league looked back then, we always talk about the original 6, and they're, of course, well-known: the Montreal Canadiens, Boston Bruins, New York Rangers, Toronto Maple Leafs, Detroit Red Wings, and Chicago Blackhawks. That's the original 6. And then in 1967, again, the league doubled in size, and the Philadelphia Flyers, the Pittsburgh Penguins, the Minneapolis St. Paul franchise, the St. Louis Blues were added, and then the LA Kings and the California Seals, based in Oakland, California. Interesting times back then, and obviously interesting for you too, because a league doubling in size, that also means double the amount of jobs available. Was there, I mean, you talked about it at the beginning of this episode, but just understanding or trying to understand, oh my, there will be twice the amount of professional hockey players now on the planet. Did that change anything in how you approach practice, playing the game, or were you still just focused on trying to have as much fun as possible with hockey?
It never crossed my mind for 1 second. And that is the absolute truth. Out junior B, university. No, I was just trying to figure out life. A lot of off-ice stuff was pretty freaking crazy because I was pretty wild. I was just figuring out life, going along. No, I never thought about it. It's quite incredible.
Take me through that time where the move was announced. How did it all go down that your parents said, hey, Greg, we're moving from our beautiful home in Montreal north to Point Claire on the West Island? How did it go on?
Well, we had, when we moved from Rosemount from a small apartment to Montreal North, then we had a little bit of a bigger place. It was like a detached cottage. Like I said, we were there last summer. I took a picture right in front of it. And we had the little backyard. So we moved to a house now, which was bigger, a nice big backyard. And, well, there was never any questions asked. You just kind of do what you're told, right? But the only obstacle was my girlfriend. But that's part of life, and everybody goes through that. But me and Mom, we had gone out before we moved there because the place needed some cleaning and some painting. And we would go out there, me and Mom, and do a lot of work on the place. So by the time we got in there, it was ready to go. And do you know who lives in that house today? My older sister lives in that house. And that's where I'm going to be staying in 10 days from now.
When this series comes out, you'll be staying in Montreal. You'll be vacationing in Mexico. So hopefully you'll be listening to this while walking on the beach and having a good time. But a move's really interesting, especially during those formative years when you knew that you'd move. And again, it's kind of only 30 kilometers, but it's also 30 kilometers away from the places that you knew, the friends you had, the club you were playing for. How much did Indeed change for you, especially on a social level?
You know, other than my girlfriend, maybe Bobby Turcotte and, Armand Lalonde, Rabbi Landry, and Michel Dion. When I got out there, got into the high school, I made friends pretty quick. We got on the ice. I was playing good, met the coach. I had no trouble meeting guys, having fun. I wasn't shy. So once I got into the school, it happened pretty quick, but I did, like I said, hitchhike back several times to see everybody back then. Not so much say the top players, but I had no trouble going into a new school. It's kind of funny because that's how Mike and Taylor, my kids, grew up. We lived in Canada. We lived in Florida. We lived in Austria. They would go from school to school, language to language. They had no problem with it either. So that's how I was too. I did not have a problem going into the now basically all English school and society on the West Island.
But was there ever a scenario where you'd keep playing for Saint-Vital, or was it clear and obvious that that would discontinue with your move to the West Island?
No, I think I stopped probably after Christmas. I don't know why I'm thinking February or whatever, because I had the second half of grade 10 at Lindsay Place on the West Island. So I'm not exactly sure if the season was over or almost over, but I did get onto the high school team because that's all there was out in the West Island. And I know we went to a tournament in New York and we had a bunch of games. That's all I remember. But no, that was basically goodbye to St. Vital.
How was that, saying goodbye to friends, coaches, club, not employees, but club members, ice staff, locker room staff, kind of people that you've known for years and where you knew, I'm probably not going to see you again on a daily basis, let alone on a yearly basis?
Well, Martin, that's kind of funny you're saying that. You're talking about trainers. And hey, we had one coach, one other guy, we had like 10 players. So you're saying goodbye to a small group, right? But the baseball we played too, we had so much fun playing baseball. You know, was I probably a little upset with my parents and the move? I'm guessing probably a little bit. But once I got out there, yeah, I settled in pretty quick because you just do. You leave it behind. It was a great experience. Now the next experience, well, I've had lots of experiences. And this was just the next chapter of not only hockey, but life.
And you know what? We'll get to that next chapter in just a bit. We're going to take a quick break here on 70 in 7 part 2, and we'll be back after this.
Win2day hockey folklore.
If you have listened to all parts of 70 in 7 so far, you will have spent more than 11 hours with Greg Holst and myself. If you want to ensure that long-format hockey talks or other hockey specials will continue to air on Win2day Hockey O'Clock, please donate to this cause. Please have a look at the show notes of this podcast, where you'll find a link on how to help making the next special episodes and special series happen. However much you're able to donate, all the proceeds go into research, production, and promotion of this podcast. Thank you so much in advance. But now, on with the show.
Win2day hockey folklore.
Back on 70 in 7, the show dedicated to the 7 decades of the hockey life of the great Greg Holst. This is part 2. We're talking about the teenage years, ages 11 to 20. And Coach, we've already had the distinct pleasure of talking about interesting things that have gone on. The first part of your second decade of existence happened or took place in Montreal North, you playing for St. Vital. Then the move to the West Islands happened. You talked about the social component that probably wasn't too easy, trying to acclimatize yourself, playing for a new hockey team. And this is probably where the time comes in where you started playing for a new high school team, a new coach, where you had to get along with new players. How was that, joining a new high school, joining a new club in a new district in Montreal?
Yeah, as far as I recollect, it was not a problem at all. Like I said, if you're good at a sport, golf, baseball, hockey, especially hockey. Once I met Herb Badil, the coach. He was a great guy. I still know him to this day. Lives out there in Montreal. He's a great golfer. Meeting the guys, Bill and Norm and a bunch of guys. I fit in right away because I wasn't shy to fit in. When I got on the ice, everybody's looking at you because you can really play. So if I got on the ice and couldn't skate, it might have been a little more difficult, but that was not the case. But I remember that was the time too with the move. I'll just talk about this quickly. I did have some skin trouble, which, like I said, a lot of people do, but I had an extreme case. And I remember Mom took me to a Russian doctor downtown. She came with me one time. And after that, I went on, I think it was every Tuesday afternoon after school, I get on that bus and I go all the way downtown. And I had this fierce look in my freaking eye because I knew what was coming. And he tried to treat me how he treated me, with knives. And then I would squeeze that bed, the bar, so freaking hard. I was almost shaking. And then he would put dry ice on me, they thought that would maybe help. I did that for many, many weeks. And I can honestly tell you, I would fight on a drop of a dime because it kind of toughened me up a lot. It was a tough time. And then I remember the following year when I was playing for the Junior B team, which I did make, which was a prestigious team. I used to go to the hospital, the Lakeshore, and Jimmy Roberts was a player for the Montreal Canadiens, number 6. And his sister was the nurse at the Lakeshore General. So I'd go to see her, and now they were going to try to put me in this bed like a big sun lamp, and they would actually freaking burn me. So I would leave there. I did it several times. I was freaking red, and I was like sunburnt. So now just think, you go on the ice, you got to put your gear on, somebody hits you, taps you on the back. I would fight at the drop of a dime. So I think, as tough as it all was, it changed my character a little bit, probably to this day. But it also, I think, made me a better hockey player because I had one chip on my shoulder.
You were playing for the West Island Flyers, a junior B team. I'd imagine there is a junior A, but how was the landscape of junior hockey programs set up? What was the best division? Was it junior A? If so, how many teams were there? How many in junior B and so on? How does one have to think about that time in junior hockey in Montreal?
Well, I can't, excuse me, I can't remember exactly how many junior A teams. You had the Ramparts.
Just a rough estimate.
Well, there's probably 10, 12, right? Of the junior A's, the Drummondvilles, the Quebec Ramparts, the Verdun teams, so many teams. So the junior B team also had a league of about Saint Eustache. They had some French teams, tough fights. And the prestigious team, Town Mount Royal, had a great team. West Island Flyers was one of the top teams. That's where I ended up playing for. But before I went to training camp, a Cadillac pulled up at the house in Montreal in Pointe-Claire in front of our house. I think it was a Cadillac. And one of the Picard brothers, they were a big hockey family. They owned the Verdun Maple Leafs, Junior A. They came in, talked to me and Dad, Mom, and they wanted to sign me at 16. For some reason, I was green to the whole situation. Dad just didn't have a good feeling about it, so we didn't sign. A year later, I think they ended up going to Junior B anyway, so it was probably a smart thing. So then I did try out for the West Island Flyers, and this was one of the top teams in Montreal.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, you can finish the story. I didn't want to interrupt. I just wanted to ask the next question. But if there's still some meat on the bone, go ahead, please.
Oh, no, there's lots of meat on the bone. So now I'm at training camp, 16 years old. Not many 16-year-olds made the team. I think Ricky Marsh was one other guy who made it. Early September, I think I had signed the contract that morning to play for the team. We had an exhibition game. The puck, I remember the play. The puck came into the slot, into the crease area. I shot the puck. A guy named John Davidson hit me and got me in the chin. So he knocked me out. Then I landed on my head. So I had a double knockout. I was out for quite a long time. I had a convulsion on the ice. I was bouncing around like I didn't swallow my tongue, but my body was flipping around. Maybe that's where I got some of my moves. I don't know. But Mom was watching this and she thought I was freaking dead. And all I remember was the blades of the stretcher taking me off the ice, pulling me off. That's the only sound I could remember till I woke up in the hospital. which was, quite some time later for a knockout. The local hospital said, okay, take the weekend off. You got knocked out, whatever. So I go home and Mom says, no, we're going to take you downtown to a specialist next week. So we go to the specialist and he puts all these 20 little needles in my head. Now they do it different. But back then, they'd keep your eyes open. They'd pop your eyes open. And I had all these needles in my coconut. They would test all the testing they did to see how the brain was, whatever. So I did the test. A couple of days later, we go back down. This is early September, and I'm 16. Mom goes in to see the doctor first. She comes walking out, and the look on her face I did not like. I actually remember this. She might have a different recollection. I walk in, he says, okay, Greg, you've had a brain concussion. It was pretty serious. You cannot play or do any exercise until Christmas. I'm going, holy shit. This is like 4 months. So that was a tough one. But that's the way it was. He said, because if you come back early and you get rocked a couple more times, you could be in trouble. You could become a little crazy or a little punchy. Well, we know the end. We know the answer to that. But that was one tough time.
We'll eventually get to your concussion history, and I know we joked about it in recent years, and I always go back to the autobiography of Ozzy Osbourne and him putting on page 1 of the autobiography. This is I can't remember kind of not literally, but as far as I remember, I don't remember a whole lot because of the drugs and everything else. But what I do remember is in this book, and he always said, well, it's exactly the same with my concussions and all the other things. But I have to applaud you. There's still a lot of great stories and recollections from back then, and that's where I kind of want to intersect with a question, because nowadays, if there's junior level play and junior hockey tournaments, there are agents and scouts and people who want to snag you for their organization everywhere. How did word get around back in your day that there's a talented player, that there's someone who needs to be watched? How did the players get elevated from one level to another?
Well, I actually, at that time, and that never crossed my mind, but there obviously was scouts for the teams. Other coaches watch you play, scouts watch you play. Don't forget, if you're a good player, word just gets around. So there was a lot of good players kicking around. So, and I knew who they were, the Dion twins and Mount Royal. Well, I said, those guys are really good. So word gets around from player to player to coach, and they all had scouts. Everybody had scouts back then sniffing around too. Not quite like today. But if you're good, people find you.
Help me connect the dots from the West Island Flyers to the University of New Brunswick, because that happened during the season of 71-72. You weren't, or you hadn't even turned 18 years old, and you already played for a collegiate team. How did that happen? How did you go from the West Island Flyers to the University of New Brunswick?
Well, that's an interesting story too. I mean, my dad probably has the exact answer. The Quebec Ramparts were sniffing around too before that year. But for some reason, I didn't want to play in that league. I'm not sure. I don't know why. Could have been all the brawls, even though I could scrap and survive. But Dad took us down with Mom to UNB, and we checked it all out. And I'm sure we met the coach, Bill McGilvery. I can't remember exactly. But I did end up saying, you know what? That's where I want to go. that's how it came about. But also, when I was 15, Brown's University, which in the States, which is an Ivy University, they were in our house in the West Island talking about a scholarship, but you needed really good marks, which I didn't have because I didn't study hard enough. We had a connection through my sister, a friend who was at Brown's, and they came and knew I was a good hockey player. So it would have been a scholarship for sure, but you still have to have really good marks. And I did mention to Mom, she couldn't remember, but I think Cornell was sniffing around, and I think Vermont. But I know for sure Browns was in our house, showing me the program, showing me the pamphlets. And okay, that's just one other avenue. So here I am now. Browns was interested, and I ended up going to UNB. So, oh boy, that first year in UNB, I was one wild stallion, boy. And I'll tell you a couple stories as we're moving on.
I'll get to the stories, but first I want to get to the trip because the University of New Brunswick, located in Fredericton, New Brunswick. To this day, it's an 8.5 hour car ride from Montreal. So that's a fairly long ride. Do you still remember going from Montreal to Fredericton?
Yes, I do. We drove down there, and it was, I think it's, like you say, about 9 hours. I did fly home my first year one time in between. I think it cost like $15. That's a funny story too. But I remember driving down. We went to the campus. I know Dad paid, for back then, quite a bit of money for me to do this. And, it's not like we had extra money kicking around. If I could turn it all back, I definitely would have studied harder. But things happen in life, and off I went. And here I am at UNB at 17 years old and playing on a hockey team that's older than me. The guys are 20, 21. Some guys, I think, had even had some pro experience. So the top team in the league at the time was St. Mary's, and they had a lot of those guys that played for Team Canada in the Olympics and that. So I'm gone now from Junior B, and the West Island Flyers wanted me to stay and they wanted me to sign. They were actually pissed off at me because I went to UNB. I mean, it was my choice. It was basically none of their business, but that's how it is. When they have a good player, they wanted to hang on to me. They wanted to own me, and they were not happy when I went to UNB. But I went into a pretty good hockey program, and as you see by the stats, I started to make my way.
You did improve dramatically, and there are indeed stats of your 2 years at the University of New Brunswick. First year, 18 games, 7 goals scored. Second year, 19 games played, 21 goals scored. You tripled your production. You also did better in assists. You had a lot more penalty minutes. I guess that comes with age too. But apart from the goals and the scoring output, was there ever a time where you felt that you do belong and that you do have a right to play at this level?
Well, the first year, the guys, I was pretty wild though. Like away from the rink, I was pretty wild. And the campus police are usually students. They go down, they control the parties, and they keep their eye on when we have parties or dues or whatever. They'd be after me all the time. They say, Holsty, you got to freaking straighten up. Go mop the floor. You threw some stuff there. So it was actually funny because those guys would chase me all over the freaking place. And in my second year, I said, well, you know what? I started maturing a little bit. I became a campus police. I became one of the good guys. So it's funny how it all went. But in my second year, I got 6 goals one night. And it was against St. Thomas. That was a hell of a night. Herb Medill, my coach at Lindsay Place, who I had mentioned before, he told me, hey, Greg, I got 7 one night. So we argued back and forth. That's kind of a fun story we have, even if I see him nowadays. But in the second year, I kind of you could see my stats went up. I was the leading scorer in the team with a lot of good hockey players that were older than me. So, but as far as thinking pro or anything else, it never crossed my mind. It really did not cross my mind.
But was there ever a time that someone reached out that told you, hey, someone from an NHL organization is now in the stands. Someone wants to know something about it. Was there ever just the slightest hint that there could be interest from National Hockey League organizations in you?
For me to answer that 100% honestly, I do not recall. When I was at UNB for 2 years, regardless of how good I was in the second year, I do not recall any of those conversations. And do you know who was on that team for 2 years? Donnie McAdam. Donnie worked in this league and he coached in the NHL. He had a great career. He was owner of a minor league team. He's now working down in Hungary, right? Still.
We just talked about it the other day. We narrowly missed out, and you narrowly missed out on meeting him. We did a live recording of this podcast in Klagenfurt in mid-December. And of course, who coached the Hungarian national team for a pre-game skate and later for some exhibition games in that arena on the same day we recorded a podcast? Of course, Don McAdam. Just shows time and time again how small Planet Hockey really is.
And you know, Donnie McAdam, he was kind of the leader on the team. And I stayed at Jones' house on campus with people in Jones' house. There was all these houses. And I played flag football for the house. We had a great time. But Donnie McAdam lived off campus, and I remember he had a little house. And we had a couple of parties there. And I remember him being the leader and actually looking at me sometimes, especially in that first year, and just shaking his freaking head because I was wild. And he knew I could play, but I remember him. He was always kind of that mature leader kind of guy. I actually remember being in his house back in 1972. Unbelievable.
And he stayed true to kind of his roots with the University of New Brunswick, because eventually he ended up coaching the program and taking on the program as head coach. But for you, you only played 2 years of collegiate hockey at the University of New Brunswick. At what point did you know it's time to move on and become a Kingston Canadian? Because you moved from collegiate hockey, correct me if I'm mistaken, back to junior hockey with the Kingston Canadians. What exactly were the Kingston Canadians?
Well, I went home after the second year. And I knew I didn't want to go back. So now I'm organizing my own life, hockey life. My parents had no idea what I was doing. I did not want to play in the Quebec League. The OHA, the Ontario Hockey League, for whatever reason it was, caught my eye. It was in my mind. So the Montreal Junior Canadiens that year moved from Montreal in the Quebec League to Kingston, Ontario in the OHA. They were called the Kingston Canadians. And I said, wow, I'm going to phone them. I phoned the GM, Mr. Scheer, and I said, Mr. Scheer, this is Greg Holst. I'd like to have a tryout for your team. I remember this distinctively. He said, okay, Greg, good. Send us your resume and we'll take a look at it. So I sent them my resume and they saw something that kind of caught their eye. They phoned me back and said, Greg, you are invited to camp. I didn't sign. You're invited to camp. So, wow. And I'm thinking to myself, holy shit, this is major junior. I better be in good freaking shape and prepare for this, because we're going to be 60, 70 guys trying out, and this is going to be rough and tough. I remember going up to Kingston. Red Bonus was the coach. Stayed at the hotel there, the motel. I got out there the first scrimmage, and they had that contract out, I think, after the first freaking practice. Because I scored. I was flying. They go, wow. So it did not take long. It was within a day or two for me to sign the contract. And that's how I ended up there. That's how it happened. I had fear in my eyes and my mind thinking major junior. But now, remember, I had 2 years playing with guys older than me. So what a way to prepare for major junior. If I could turn it all back, I would like to have 2 years major junior. Because that second year, I really could have taken off, I think. But University of New Brunswick was 100% the stepping stone for me to make the Kingston Canadians. And the Kingston Canadians now was my opportunity to play pro hockey.
The coach, an interesting one. Jack Red Bones. He just spent the 2 years prior to coaching the Kingston Canadians in Sweden. Highly unusual at that time. He also had played in the NHL, so he had that experience under his belt. In what regard was he, we were always talking about formative years, formative for the rest of your career?
Well, you know what? Back in the day, he was, I remember him. He was a great guy, and he was a good, tough coach. And what the coach said, we did. There was never a question about questioning the coach, like, nowadays they might. I remember that. We had a good bunch of guys, and I was looking up the stats today. Mike Crombie ended up playing. He was 400 games in the NHL. O'Connell played 900 games in the NHL. He became general manager in Boston Bruins. Alex Forsyth became a first-round pick. Mark Souza, first-round pick. This is on an expansion team. This was pretty freaking exciting. I did lead the team in scoring, and I had, quite a few penalty minutes, because back then, you have to have your scraps. You have your 5, 6, or 7 fights. That was just part of it. And I remember Kingston. It was a great town. We all had a song. So every player on the team was given a song, and they would play the song on the radio. So because I had a nice girlfriend there, and I had a girlfriend coming out from Montreal, my song was, and we all got a cassette of all the songs, and my song was from the Beatles, All You Need Is Love. And that was my song when I played for the Kingston Canadians.
See, now you made people, and especially the younger listeners, really aware of how long ago this is. You got a cassette. Young people don't know what a cassette is anymore.
Exactly.
Finishing off the 73-74 season and drawing closer to a major experience in your hockey life, but that will be part of the next episode. You being drafted in the 1974 NHL amateur draft, and especially considering how well the 73-74 season with you being part of the Kingston Canadians went. You never really trying to think about going professional, but was there a teammate? Was there maybe Jack Red Bones? Was there anyone telling you, Greg, this is really exciting, the trajectory that you're on, this could lead to a career in hockey?
It could very well be, but I really do not remember. But let me tell you, something happened when I played for the Kingston Canadians. Because if you see the stats, I missed a bunch of games. So we're out there in warm-up, one game, and we line up to take our half circle shots on the goalie. So I skate behind our guy, behind our players. I take my shot, and I skate behind. And I think it was Eric Brubaker, wound up to take a slap shot. And it got me right in the eyeball. It got me in the eye. So, of course, down I went, and I am now in the hospital. And they do the tests, but before they test, they have to close both my eyes. And I was thinking it was a week, but I think it was about 2 or 3 days I had to patch my eyes shut to try to stop the hemorrhaging of the blood. Well, mom and dad get wind of this, and they drove all the way up from Montreal, which is about 2.5, 3 hour drive to see me. There I am. Of course, I've gone through a major concussion. I've gone through other injuries, and here they see me with 2 patches on my eyes. And I remember trying to figure out the food. They tell me, okay, at 12 o'clock is this, at 3 o'clock is this, at 6 o'clock is this. But I said, I didn't quite follow that clock thing. I'd be sticking my finger in the soup, in the yolk. I got to figure this shit out. This is whatever. But anyway, a funny story about it. They took off my patches a few days later, did my testing. It looked like the hemorrhaging. Am I going to lose my eye? How serious is it? Is the year over? Is my career over? Because a guy named Greg Holst lost his eye playing for the Toronto Marlboros. Lost it and ended up playing with one eye in junior, and he made the NHL. His name was Greg Holst. You could Google him. Anyway, it worked out well. It worked out well that I was back within a couple of weeks. The eye didn't hemorrhage. It was a scary time. But I have a funny story on this. I brought the players a gift. So when I came back, Holsty, welcome back. He said, guys, I have a little gift for you. What do you have? Well, Queen's University, and it's a nursing city, and it's a nursing university, and it was Student Nurse Week when I was at the hospital. So I got the number of several girls. I think it was 19, but I think that's a little, let's say a dozen numbers of girls and their phone numbers and their names. I brought it back to the guys. I said, guys, here's a gift. Here's a list of 12 women. Holtzy, thank you very much. What do they look like? I said, guys, I have no freaking idea. I couldn't see them for 3 days, but I got you the numbers. And that is a true story.
Coach, we'll leave it at exactly this. We're approaching your age 20 season. Ages 20 to 30 will be the talk of the next episode, part 3 of 70 in 7. It will be about the NHL draft. It will be about you playing in the National Hockey League in the minors, and of course making your way over to Austria. It's going to be a loaded episode, but for the time being, thank you so much for doing this. Thank you so much for shedding some light onto your years, ages 11 to 20.
Thank you very much. Did you want to finish with that story before the draft when they flew me and Dad in, or do you want to continue that next time?
It's called a cliffhanger. We'll do it next time.
Fantastic. Thanks very much, Martin. Brings back great memories.
Win2day Hockey O'Clock. Kurz durchatmen bei diesem Wahnsinn, und das ging rasend schnell. Der Traum vom Finale ist erfüllt. Mittendrin statt nur dabei. Die Fans stimmungsvoll und hoffnungsfroh. Nice move, another nice move. Oh, it's gone. Oh, what a goal. It doesn't get any better than this.
"70 in 7", a Win2day Hockey O'Clock original.
Win2day Hockey O'Clock. In diesem Augenblick wird es jetzt richtig hitzig. Und die Scheibe kullert über die Linie. Mittendrin statt nur dabei. Das ist unglaublich, was die hier zelebrieren. Nice move, another nice move. Oh, it's gone. Oh, what a goal. It doesn't get any better than this.
It's 70-7. It's the third week that we're blessed to talk about the great hockey life of the individual that's sitting opposite of me. It's, of course, player legend, coaching legend, a man who's dedicated his life to the great sport of hockey. He is Greg Holst. And Coach, so glad that you're doing this once more. 2 down, 5 to go. And the third part is about you from ages 21 to 30. These are indeed the meat on the bone parts of the series that we're doing about you. In what regard would you share or agree to that sentiment?
Well, the first 2 episodes, Martin, were brought back a lot of great memories when I was a child, going through university, the crazy, the fun times. But now going into my 20th year, that's my draft year. So now I finally figured out, after having a meeting with Eagleson, which we will talk about, geez, I guess I do have a chance to play pro, and I probably have a chance at the NHL. So at 20 years old, that's when the next segment of the business really began.
How did that all come about? I mean, the draft didn't just pop up on your radar. You knew that it might happen. At what point was being drafted a possibility, and at what point did it become a reality?
Well, before I got drafted, it was the 74-75. And Alan Eagleson was the big agent back then. And I finished my junior year, and Eagleson got a hold of myself, my family, and flew me and my dad into Toronto. We sat down in his office and talked about what was coming up in the draft, he had heard, where I was going to be probably picked. I was in the top 3 picks of 3 teams. So he said this to me, and we're probably looking at $100,000 a year for 3 years. We'll set up annuities where they break down the contract and pay you over a longer term. My eyes were like kind of wide open. I mean, Dad was with me, his too, because, Dad had 2 jobs and to make ends meet. And here I am possibly going to make $100,000. So we left that office, and I'm pretty sure I said, "Hey, Dad, the beers are on me now." So we left. We flew back to Montreal. Then what happened? The Philadelphia Flyers won the Stanley Cup. The Broad Street Bullies. Fighting was a mega part of the game. And they won the cup. So now if we move ahead to the draft, is there a question you want to ask me right now?
There are so many questions that I want to ask you. And maybe just to backtrack a little bit, let's talk about Alan Eagleson, an interesting character, an agent, and agents usually have that kind of shady air to them that kind of surrounds them. And Alan Eagleson, he became notorious for something else later in his career, but how was dealing with him? And maybe you can also elaborate on what happened later in his career and other great players' careers.
Well, he's also he was the main point of putting together the 1972 Russia against the NHL. That series changed hockey in the world. He was influential and in the middle point of that. So for me to have Alan Eagleson as an agent, this was a big thing because he was the agent back then with his associate, Billy Waters. So for me to sit in his office and hear him talk, how he spoke to me about top 3 picks, 3 teams, $100,000 a year, this was pretty freaking exciting. Like my eyes are now wide open. What happened later on in his career, as it did with another agent who my brother-in-law was involved with, that's kind of, if you're talking a fall from grace, this is right up there. And unfortunately, things changed later on in his career, but that's a completely other story.
Yeah, just to pay tribute at the very least to the early stages of his career. He's got his own Wikipedia page, and it says there, Eagleson's influence in the hockey world began when he negotiated Bobby Orr's first professional contract with the Boston Bruins. This led to the beginnings of agents in hockey. So we're talking about a true trailblazer in the truest sense of the word. He was your agent, and you got him leading up to the draft. So at that point, you knew there'd be interest. You knew you might be picked. But what happened in between you meeting Alan Eagleson for the first time, sitting in his office, and you eventually finding out that you were drafted? What happened in between?
Well, in between, the Philadelphia Flyers won the cup. Okay, so hockey had changed. Fighting was mega, bench clearing brawls, dirty, tough. The Broad Street Bullies won the cup. Anyway, I didn't think anything of that because I could fight and survive. And, I wasn't a heavyweight, but I could play and I could scrap and survive. I did it 4 years in the American League and in the minors. So now the draft comes, and back then it was in a hotel. They're going to do the first 5 rounds. It's not like it is now at the arena where everybody goes in. Eagleson flies me and my mom into the draft in Toronto. We go to the hotel. We have our room. So we're sitting in there, and they start going through the draft, all the guys that are his clients and some of his older players like the Bobby Orrs, the Sittlers, all those guys. Everybody's around. So the first round goes by. My name is not picked. The second round goes by. My name is not picked. Some of the guys that are going are a little bit surprising to me, but they maybe weren't as skilled and as good a player, but they were tough. They could fight. They could block shots. Round 3 goes by, not picked. Round 4 goes by, and round 5 goes by, and I'm not picked. That was the end of my stay in Toronto, because now the next day they continue with 2. We do not stick around. So we were back on the plane, I'm sure next morning or that afternoon or evening. I think it was next day. I was not a happy camper. Basically thinking, I'm going to quit hockey. I got on the plane. I'm sure I had a couple of drinks. Mom probably tried to talk to me. I didn't have much to say. Don Cherry said, and I believe in Don Cherry, ex-Bruins coach, ex-player, commentator. He said, for all you young people, if you don't know you're going to be a top pick, do not go to the draft because you're going to be mega disappointed. Well, that's exactly what happened. I was mega disappointed. Kind of had a real chip on my shoulder, like I didn't give a shit. A couple of days later, the Rangers phoned me. I got picked in the 5th round, whatever it was, or 139th pick, 8th round back then. And it's really funny because this is the New York Rangers phoning me, and I wasn't overly excited. But I said, okay, thank you very much. And then I said goodbye. See you at training camp. Didn't sign a contract. San Diego Gulls in the WHA also drafted me. They contacted me, or I'm not sure if they contacted me, but I was drafted to them also because both leagues were up and running. That is the disappointment of a 20-year-old who was not promised, but told highly likely you're going to be a top 3 pick in 3 teams and make $100,000 a year. Well, boy, did that scenery ever change.
It's an interesting draft and an interesting time to revisit the 1974 NHL. amateur draft. Now it's called the entry draft. The first 5 rounds were held in secret so that there could be no tampering by agents and other stuff. And there is an interesting bit on the 1974 amateur drafts Wikipedia page 2. It says, as a statement of frustration at the slow, secretive conference call format, Buffalo general manager Punch Imlach claimed Taro Chuzimoto of the Tokyo Katanas of Japan using the 183rd overall pick. NHL officials immediately validated the selection, but weeks later, Imlach admitted that Chuzimoto was a fabrication. So he made up a player that he picked just to stick it to the higher ups. Anything else that you remember from that draft apart from your frustration?
No, well, that's a funny story. I didn't know that story that you just mentioned. Not really, because Greg Jolly went first, I had mentioned, and Rick Hampton went third, Wolf Paymal. These were all good hockey players. It just changed my view a little bit, because nothing against the other players, but some of the guys that I knew that got drafted in the first 3-4 rounds were not nearly as good hockey players as I was, but they had other elements which was likely affected by Philadelphia winning the cup. So that I had to accept. I didn't really have a choice. Just getting back on the play, the biggest thing I remember is, and I honestly remember thinking or even saying like, I quit hockey. I remember saying that to myself at one point or out loud. So the biggest thing you take away from it, as exciting as it all was, it becomes a letdown and a mega disappointment. But that's part of life. That's part of sports, and that's part of life.
I got 2 more questions. One about the phone call. And this phone call where draftees are getting told, hey, we're going to pick you and you're going to help us change the organization and you're going to be successful for a very long time. The usual blah, blah. But what from that phone call do you still remember up to this day?
Well, there was none of that blah, blah where I'm going to change the team. A couple of those meetings came a couple years later. It was just welcome to our organization type of thing. I can't remember exactly. Welcome to our organization. It's the New York Rangers. I'm not even sure who called me. If it was Emil Francis, the GM, or I can't remember. Probably one of the head scouts. Welcome to our organization. Look forward to seeing you at training camp. Have a good summer training. That's probably what it was. And I said, thank you very much. As excited as I should have been, I was not excited. And now I was going to have to go prove myself because I did not have a contract.
You were so close to quitting hockey. What made you revert on that? What made you go, Jesus, I can't quit hockey?
Well, I think the disappointment kind of sets you back and says, screw this stuff. You know, you get promised something and they take it away already. Okay, so let's get over that part. I'm going to go to training camp. I was probably working in the summer, probably had a job. But, you know, we trained hard all summer. We did our weights and we did our running and all our stuff we did. And I said, okay, well, I'm going to go to the Rangers camp and see how that goes. I don't remember ever saying I got to prove them wrong. I just said, well, this is going to be pretty exciting because a few years earlier, when I was going to Malcolm Campbell, before I moved to the West Island, I was probably 14 and a half or 15. I skipped school. I went downtown, took the subway, and I met a team. I got autographs in one of the hotels. And do you know which team it was? It was the New York Rangers. I got Roger Bear's autograph, a bunch of the other guys. I remember Roger Bear, extinct. I got a bunch of autographs. So now, 5 years later, I'm at training camp with these guys. What are the freaking chances of that?
Help me fill in the blanks. You get drafted, you go to training camp, but 74-75 season, you end up playing on the Winston-Salem Polar Bears and the Port Huron Flags. Why?
Okay, so we get to camp. Okay, but don't forget, I had no contract. So before you go to there, what's my contract? Do I have one? I am on the ice at training camp. But what's interesting, we get to the first meeting at the hotel, and a bunch of the pro guys that are on the team, the veterans, are standing around. And they were whispering loud enough that us rookies could hear. And I had a mustache. And they said, oh boy, when Emile Francis comes in here and sees the rookies with mustaches, he's going to freaking get so pissed off. I said, holy fuck. I went right up and shaved my stash off, as a couple other guys did. We came back down. The boys had a pretty good chuckle on that one. But anyway, I go to training camp. I'm on the ice, and I can play, and I know I can stick out, and I can score. And I guess you could say I'm doing pretty good. I'm freaking flying. All the scouts along the boards watching and management. Emile Francis was also on the ice, the GM and the coach. Not even if I had a good practice and scored a couple goals, not one word was said to me. I have no contract. One day, camp, I get in a fight on the ice. The guy was a little bit bigger than me, I remember, but I did okay. Held my own, had a good scrap. Emile Francis broke us up. When I came off the ice, that practice, all of a sudden, I started hearing, hey, good job, kid. Hey, Holst, good job. Good job. Good job. Ooh. So what did that mean? Because fighting was such a part of the game, are you afraid to fight? Can you survive? Can you scrap? Just the way it is, the way it was. And that is when they took notice that, okay, he can play, he can survive. And that's basically what happened.
I guess survival will be the name of the game, especially when we touch on your American Hockey League playing days. But just to give people an idea, how rough was hockey back then? I mean, when you're talking about survival, that sounds pretty serious.
Well, I'll tell you what, it wasn't much fun some nights if you look over. And, we never got, I didn't wear a helmet for 2 years. But if you want to backtrack, do you want to backtrack to how I signed the contract? Because after that scrap where they started noticing me more now, Eagleson and Billy Waters did get a hold of the Rangers because San Diego was going to sign me in the WHA. And I think that was going to happen, according to the agents, within a day or two. So the Rangers had to either go, okay, we better sign this kid or we're going to lose him to the WHA. So I got a 3-year contract. My first year of the contract was, I believe it was $45,000 in New York, $17,500 in the American League, and $9,000 in the International League or in the Southern League. I had a 3-way freaking contract. I did get $7,500 check to sign. That was my signing bonus. I went out and bought a brand new Cutlass Supreme, blue, white leather tops, white bucket seats. That was my signing bonus. That baby was a gem. That's the contract I signed.
But still, what's missing? The Winston-Salem Polar Bears. It's not the San Diego Gulls in the Western Hockey League. And if I'm not mistaken, the Western Hockey League, the WHL, the Western Hockey League, that folded not a lot thereafter. But what got you to Winston-Salem?
Here's what happens. So I go to camp. I get sent to the AHL Providence Reds. I am good enough to play on this team. I started the first 2 games are actually first 2 league games. It's not in the stats, but I did. Sat on the freaking bench. But what happened was I was good enough to play. But St. Louis and New York, Providence was affiliated with 2 teams, not 1. So now as training camp's going on, there's players from both sides coming down as the season began. So these guys have one-way contracts or two-way contracts. So I'm going to get bumps by some pretty good players. Whether they're better than me or not is irrelevant because that's the political part of the game. So I'm sitting on the bench. John Muckler, who became NHL, he has a storied career. He was the coach. And I remember sitting on the bench and Jill Loop, we were playing against Nova Scotia. I said, I got to get in the game. I got to get the fight or something. I got to go over the boards. This is true. Anyway, big Jill Loop, 6'5". He gets in a fight around. I think he's going to fight with our fans. I said, I'm going to jump over and go fight Lupia. How freaking stupid can I be? I go over the boards. Muckler sees me going, pulls me back. It happened twice in this game where he actually pulled me back from going on to do something stupid. I landed back, and I'm pretty sure I landed on his patent leather shoes. He was not happy. Anyway, that game ends. I get a call in. I come to practice in the morning. Holst, to get in the office. Bucksy wants to see you. Hey, kid, here's your bus ticket. You're going to Port Huron. See you later. That's it. It's not, hey, work your ass off. Try to get back here. There it is. Ticket, boom. See you later, kid. Welcome to the big leagues. So I go to Port Huron.
Which is in Michigan, so it's not around the corner. That's a long trip.
No, it's in Michigan, right? And so I get down there a couple of days later. Bobby McCammon is the coach. Really good coach, good guy. Ended up becoming an NHL coach for years. It's just, I played 8 games, got 1 goal. It just didn't fit with me. The guys were good. It was just the city, the team. Something didn't register that this is where I wanted to play. Was it disappointment getting sent down, even though it was good enough? I'm not sure. So anyway, McCammon called me in. He said, Holtzy, we're going to have to make a move here. And I said, Bobby, no problem. So who is coaching Winston-Salem, who is the affiliate of New York also, is, you're going to know the name, my mom's cousin, Forby Kennedy. So Forbes Kennedy is my coach. So me being disappointed in getting set down, going to Port Huron, that just didn't work out. No hard feelings. I said, you know what? Maybe I don't even want to play. It took me, I think, 5 or 6 days to get to Winston-Salem. I come pulling in there, and Forby goes, where the hell have you been? I said, Forby, just, took my time. He said, let's go. He took me right over. We had a couple beers. We broke the ice, and I could say Forbes Kennedy, ex-NHL, tough player, mom's cousin, woke me up and set my career back on its way.
What did he do to wake you up? And just for the record and for people out there listening, Port Huron to Winston-Salem, which is in North Carolina, it's a nice little 10-hour car trip. It's almost 700 miles. Back in the day, I guess it took you way longer than those 10 hours that now issued on Google Maps. But apart from getting to know the USA, how did he wake you up? How did he make sure that there'd be a proper hockey career?
It all comes back to, we had a good bunch of guys too, really good bunch of guys. Every player wants a coach that is tough, fair, and honest. And Forby Kennedy was tough as nails, tough practices, fair, and honest. That wakes up every player. The guys freaking love Forby. And I remember one time he had no favorites, right? Because his brother Jamie also played on our team, Jamie Kennedy. And Forby was on him all the time. And for a tough guy, NHL tough guy, Forbes Kennedy was petrified of mice. So one day we're in the room and the guy's going, "Hey, Holtz, you know what we're going to do to Forby? We got a mouse. And where he gets dressed, he's going to bend over, put up his skates, but we're going to tape it, a mouse. So when he sits up, that mouse is going to be dangling on his freaking coconut." I said, "Boys, if you guys do this, you better clear the track." Anyway, the guys did it. So Forby's in there and he's putting on his freaking skates and he feels something on his head. He looks up. It's a freaking mouse. Well, I swear to God, get out of the way. He ran right out of the freaking building with his skates on. This is one of the toughest guys in the freaking NHL. And it also happened at training camp in Point Claire, West Island. We had a Rangers rookie camp. Forby was there, and Kenny Gassoff and the boys were sitting at these big tables up in the lobby having lunch, and Forby's sitting right beside me. And Kenny Gassoff said, "Holtzy, watch this." He made a mouse out of black tape. So Forby's sitting there. Hey, John Ferguson, all the management for the Rangers, everybody's around having lunch. I'm talking to Forby, so and Kenny Gassoff put a mouse made out of black tape right beside Forby Kennedy's plate. Well, he looked over, and I swear to God, here we go again. That table flew. Forby screamed, ran 8 out of the freaking rink again. These are actually factual stories. Forby Kennedy, tough NHL guy, petrified of mice, even a mouse made out of tape. But if you Google, Martin, Forbes Kennedy, when he was in the playoffs one year, he had that big stick fight. I think it was Kenny Green, and he ended up punching the referee, got fined $1,000, got suspended. It was a big, big do in the NHL. If you Google Forbes Canada, you're going to see some stories about Forby. One day in practice, during a game, we're there and we're playing, and I jumped on the ice, and we had too many men on the ice. We're playing at home. We had great fans, great city, great bunch of guys, and I'm a pretty good player. I jump on. Forby goes, "You get in the box." So I come back to the box. I'm sitting on the bench. Next whistle, he goes, "Kid, get out of here." I said, "Forby, what the fuck are you talking about?" He says, "You get your ass right down to the end and get off the ice." I go, "Holy shit." I didn't say, but hey, Forby, we're relatives. No, that ain't going to fly. I go down. The guys they open the door, the glass door. "Holtzy, what are you doing?" Hey, Forby sent me off. So I go in the room. I'm sitting in the medical room waiting. My first 2 years, I didn't wear a helmet, but down in this league, I'm wearing a helmet. And I had it off, and the players are coming in. And they say, "Holtz, you better get that freaking helmet on, because when Forby comes in, he's going to freaking kill you." Oh, my God. I'm sitting there. I put my freaking helmet on, and my heart's just a pounding. Forby Kennedy comes in. "Where's the kid?" He comes walking in, looks at me, shuts the door. We had a little talk. He said, "I'll give you one crack at this, kid. You better go out there and play your freaking ass off." Whoa, I survived that meeting. And do you think I played good the rest of that game? I played good the rest of the year.
Help me out on one thing, because over on Elite Prospects, where a lot of our good friends are doing some heavy lifting and provide some great work and share all the stats that are in the hockey realms with basically humankind. It says the Winston-Salem Polar Bears, but if you watch or if you Google the Southern Hockey League that folded a couple years later, where Winston-Salem was a part of, it says the Polar Twins. What was it?
We were the Polar Twins.
So there's a correction for our good friends over at Elite Prospects. one of the two affiliates with the New York Rangers, the Winston-Salem Polar Twins. How did you stay in touch with the organization? Was there some kind of a monthly update call of sorts just to let you know how you're doing and what needed to be done to make it to the National Hockey League? Or did they just let you spend time there, collect some points, which you did regularly? You were a point per game scorer with Winston-Salem, but how did you know that you made the right kind of progress?
Absolutely no word. We're just living. I mean, I got engaged a couple of times. I got engaged to Patty Brandt in the Ice Capades after a week. That's quite a story too. Mom and Dad do. Forby Kennedy, actually, we're at a party and he called my dad. He said, "Hey, Gordy, we've got a problem with your kid." I said, what's he doing now? He said, he's got a bag of rings he's passing around. He's getting engaged all the freaking time. So that's kind of a funny story. Sorry to get off beat there. No. Whether they talked to Forby, I had no idea. Never heard a word. But here's what happens. We get into the playoffs. And I remember we're playing in, I think it was in Hampton. And I had 3 fights with, I think it was Kenny Southwick in the same shift. 3 fights. The fans were fighting. They had to stand me at center ice to get me out of the freaking rink. It was so wild. Those were the crazy old times. But what happened was when we lost out in the playoffs, I was now dating a gal and we hit the road right after the season and we went to Florida. Little did I know, because we had no cell phones or any way of contacting me, the Providence Reds had called me up for the playoffs in the AHL. Well, little did I know, I'm in freaking Florida on the beach. So nobody can get a hold of me. Parents, Forby, anybody, because they don't know where the hell I am. So I did get called up to the Providence Reds at the end of the season, probably to be on a taxi squad or whatever, but I was missing in action.
Incredible. But yeah, this is the way how things worked and life was lived when there were no cell phones and when there wasn't like digital communication. So how did you go about your business after? I mean, you finished the season, or at the very least you thought you had finished the season. You had a vacation, but what was the next step on your kind of list towards making or realizing the big goal of making it to the National Hockey League?
Never thought about it. I went back from Florida because I was dating, I think it was Miss North Carolina. She was quite the gal, but that's a whole other story. And I went back after the Florida trip to Winston-Salem, and I spent at least a month there or more, because don't forget, I made $9,000 and a couple of bonuses. So I was working construction through our contacts, the team. And one night we flew over to Miami in a little private plane, 4 guys. We went over to do a job. I was kind of like the gopher, go for this, go for that. I was the helper type of thing. But I flew with these guys. And I remember when we flew back, we hit a storm with this little plane. And I swear to God, how we made it, I have no idea. We got through that storm somehow. I thought we were done. Got back. I worked construction 5-6 weeks, make a few bucks. Drove back to Montreal, did my working out, training, running, doing weights, being wild. It never crossed my mind. And then I drove all the way back to see that gal, 18 hours straight. I went back once after that to see her. Drove back to Montreal. And then I go eventually to the New York Rangers camp in my second year. And now my contract is a 2-way contract, $60,000 in New York, which is pretty good back then. A lot of guys in the NHL were making 30, 35, and 40. And my American League contract was 20, also respectable. So now I have a two-way contract, which means nothing. It can still send you down to the Southern League or the IHL. I go to training camp in my second year.
You do understand that I just tried to Google Miss North Carolina and ended up with a list of Miss North Carolinas from basically all the way.
Well, she was Miss something.
Back when it started. Well, I can read you the names of the Miss North Carolinas from 70.
Was there an Ann Hope on there?
Nope. No Ann Hope, I guess.
Okay, so she was a beauty. She was educated, top tennis player, top this. She sang in the band. She was Miss something down there. That was after I got engaged to Patty Brandt, who was in the Ice Capades. And Mom and Dad still laugh about that because this summer, when I was going through my storage in Canada, I found a letter from Brandt because I have lots of letters. And it was from her, a picture of her. We had got engaged. When I broke it off a couple weeks later, she was quite disappointed. And her name was Patty Brandt. And you know what my mom told me a few days ago when I talked to her? She says, Greg, when you called and said you got engaged to Patty Brandt, and they asked why, and I said, Mom, she's got beautiful legs. Whatever.
I just think it's interesting and maybe just shows how wild the days back then were and how much thought or not enough thought was put into certain things that it did get engaged and didn't hold up too long. So I guess there's that. But we're approaching the season that got you your first 2 games in the National Hockey League. It's the 75-76 season. You are the two-way contract that you just mentioned, you being in Rangers camp. But how did it go from there? What was the quote-unquote results of camp? Where did you end up? Immediately in the American Hockey League or with the National Hockey League team?
Well, I get to camp and I'm doing good. Like I can stick out, I could beat guys, I could score, and I'm kind of like the way it's looking on the roster, kind of the 5th centerman. Top 6 for sure, probably top 5. Esposito, Wayne Dillon, Walter Tkachuk, Stemkowski, all big names that were fixed set in there. So no, I played a couple exhibition games, and I did end up in my 2 or 3 years in camp. I played 8 exhibition games, 2 in Philly, Islanders, against Gordie Howe at Hartford. I played 8 exhibition games, and I scored against all the teams that were the teams. I scored 4 goals in 8 games. So I know I could score. But anyway, so I go to camp, had a couple exhibition games, scored in 1, I'm sure, probably in Philly. I can't quite remember because we played 2 games in Philly against that team. That was pretty scary. So I get sent to the American League. I'm a good player. My first game against, I think it was Nova Scotia, the top team. I am freaking flying. I'm not sure if Mom and Dad were at the game or not. I had 2 goals. I am flying. I remember this. Then I went down again, some middle of the game somewhere, and I made a move on a veteran defenseman, and I got freaking rocked. Hip checked, wrecked my knee. Off I went, came back during the game, kind of beat up, finished the game, but I was flying to this point. So I had a brace made right away. Not sure if I missed a couple games or not, but could have been a lot worse. Had the brace on. Now I'm on my way to having a hell of a year. And played with Eddie Johnstone, Boyd Anderson. Probably we were maybe the top line, if not one of the top 2 or 3 in the whole league. So now I'm on my way. John Buck was coached. You know the history of him sending me down the year before. So anyway, we're rolling along, and I'm doing pretty freaking good. So where do you want me to go from there? My first game, when I get called up?
That'd have been a natural follow-up question. What do you remember of November 26, 1975?
Sad story. I'll tell you a sad story. But it wakes your eyes up to what it's like. So I'm now one of the top scorers in the American Hockey League. I'm on a great line. We're practicing out at the college in Providence, I think Providence College. So the guys, we would put our gear on, drive to practice, drive back after practice. So we had a couple days off after our last game. So we played the game the night before, but now we have like 3-4 days off. So we all went out after the game and got lit up pretty good. We got kind of drunk and had a bunch of fun. So now when you go to practice next day, you're going to skate hard to sweat it out, A, B, C, D. It's just how it was. So we do a couple drills, and then we start scrimmaging. So I'm sitting on the bench, and I'm not on my line with Eddie Johnstone and Lloyd Anderson. Somebody else is on the line. So I'm sitting there, and 5 goes by, 10 minutes goes by, 15. I'm just sitting there. But I remember when we were skating in warm-up just before, at the beginning of practice, skating around, I remember John Muckler was looking at me, and he kind of was shaking his head. And I said to one of the guys, what the fuck is he looking at? No idea. So anyway, now I'm sitting on the bench. This follows up his weird looks. I'm sitting there for 20 minutes. I'm getting cold. I said, screw this. I freaking quit. I leave and go get changed. I'm out at the car waiting for my roommate, Gordy Bynack. Gordy comes out. He said, Holst, Muxie wants to see you in his office. I said, what the fuck's he want? Anyway, so I go back in. I walk into his room. He slams the freaking door. He says, sit down. Why do you think I benched you in practice? Just like that. I said, Muxie, I have no idea. Maybe I didn't play good last night. I don't know. Was I a little cocky? Yeah, possibly. He said, you got called up. You got to be on the plane this afternoon or tomorrow morning, whatever it was. You're going to Atlanta to play your first game of the NHL. You're fined $25. Get the hell out of here. Yeah, you're pretty quiet too, because that is factual. So I think to myself, what the hell was that? Now, wouldn't a coach, and I'm one of his top players, wouldn't a coach say, hey, kid, I know you had a few beers last night, work your ass off, sweat it out, you got called up, this is an exciting day for you. I would have been so freaking excited. I would have been flying in practice, hungover or not. That was the preparation for my first game in the NHL.
That first
now,
game.
If you want to hear about my first shift, that's a great story.
Yeah, I wanna know something before we talk about that, because that first game with the New York Rangers happened on said November 26, 1975, and that's what the records are showing against the Boston Bruins. Let me know.
No, my first game was in Atlanta. My first game in the Gardens was against Boston.
Let me just see.
Well, you're the stat guy. You dig up stats I don't even know about. So,
well, the record shows that your second game happened at Atlanta, but that was half a year later.
No, it's reversed. It's reversed.
Is it? Because it's the NHL database. I'd say that's pretty accurate, but I'll dig a little deeper. I got 2 games for the 75-76 season right here. One of them happened in March. Apparently, it's the Rangers at the Atlanta Flames back then, and the first one happened in on November 26th, 1975. So basically 4.5 months earlier.
Well, all I remember was that one in Atlanta. And I remember that vaguely being my first game, but irrelevant. Boston, my first game in the Gardens against Boston. Mom and Dad drive up from Montreal. And they hit, it's not like they could just hop and fly up. They have to drive. It's a long way. They hit a snowstorm. They didn't get into the rink until halfway through the game. But little did they know, I hadn't even seen the ice yet. But so in the third period, with the fans being quite restless, what was going on the ice, they throw me out there. Well, you kind of get an applause because the new kid, maybe he could do something. So it was quite exciting, quite nerve-wracking. So I remember Wayne Cashman, who was one of the tough guys, good player, tough guy in Boston. He went towards the net, and I gave him a little shot. He kind of fell down, and he was on his knees. I remember this. On his knees, looking at me, and he looked like he was getting ready to spear me. And I'm sure he saw my eyes as wide open as freaking flying saucers. And he stopped. So I was -1 on my first shift. Somebody scored somewhere along the way. I got this fierce look from Wayne Cashman. So I go off my second shift. I'm on the ice. I go into the corner and tie up a player. Give him a little shot in the back, like to the puck's in between his feet. And my legs started shaking. Because when I looked up, it was number 4, Bobby Orr. And I freaking didn't know what to do. This is Bobby Orr, who I met that summer at one of Eagleson's golf tournaments, because all Eagleson's clients, I met Bobby Orr, had enough guts to sit down beside him. I was with a buddy of mine, Scotty Garland, who played for the Leafs. He said, Greg, there's Bobby Orr. You go sit beside him. No, you. So I snuck in when Scotty went to the bathroom, and I sat down. I told Bobby Orr the story. He said, hey, Greg, how you doing? Freaky knows my name. Holy shit. Because Eagleson's clients, right? I told him the story. He was gracious. He said, you can hit Bobby anytime you want. Just don't hurt me. I said, Bobby, thank you very much. I have to go now. That is factual.
Speaking of factual things, I think you're the one who told me many, many times that you got so many hits to your head and had so many concussions that you might scramble with dates and things, and when it happened, did you mix them up a little? Maybe this is what happened. I'll send you the link to the research websites that I'm using, and you can figure it out for yourself. But first year, 2 NHL games played, Boston and Atlanta. You go in against the great Bobby Orr. And just to give people an idea of how influential Bobby Orr was, he, to this day, still the only defenseman to win a scoring title in the National Hockey League. He did it twice, by the way. He revolutionized the position. He's one of the greatest defensemen of all time, and you haven't added. But only 2 games played in the National Hockey League. Finished both of them with a minus next to the plus-minus number. -1 against the Bruins, -2 against the Atlanta Flames. Why was it so hard to make it stick in the National Hockey League? Why did you get sent back to the American Hockey League?
Well, I'd say I was the 5th centerman, right? So you got 4 big names, and they're all on one-way contracts, and that plays a role too. I got called up 2 times, not when I was leading the AHL in scoring. I got called up twice, or when I was playing great. I got called up twice when I was hurt. Like, how does that work? So you get called up and you're not at the top of your game. So I can't answer the question. If I would have stayed for the 5th and 6th year when they offered me another contract, maybe I would have figured that part out. Was I good enough to play? I honestly believe I was. I scored 4 goals in 8 exhibition games. In the 11 games I played, I had a couple goal posts in Montreal, my hometown, 2-0 breakaway with Greg Holst in Detroit, Olympia Stadium, 2-0. Just passed me the puck. The guys on the bench were actually pissed off. They said, Polecat, pass that kid the puck. It's his first goal. Almost scored on Esposito in Chicago. Almost scored in Toronto. Made the front page of the Globe and Mail, or the Toronto Star back then. What are the chances of that? I was playing with Satch, my brother-in-law. What are the chances of that? So even though I just couldn't get that first goal, and it kind of haunts me to this day. And if you score a couple, I remember after the game of Montreal, we lost 5-0. I was going against Reggie Houle, one of their good players, all night. The Flowers playing for them, Guy Lafleur. I had a post and a half for 2 goal posts and missed another great score. I could have had 2 or 3 goals. We lose 5-0. Next day, or a couple of days later, Fergie said, hey, tough one, kid. Should have popped a couple. Back to the minors. But you know what happened in that game? You want to hear a sad story? Mom and Dad come to the game. I'm not supposed to play. There was rumors around I'm going to get traded to, I think it was LA. So the night before, I'm at the Manoir having a beer with a couple of my buddies. Like, what are you doing in town? I'm playing tomorrow, but I think I'm not going to play. But I had a couple of beers, nothing major. I get to practice in the morning, and Esposito told me, Phil Esposito, he said, hey, Greg, just letting you know, you're going to play tonight. I said, what? Whoa. So get this one. I don't tell mom and dad. My jersey, Jimmy Young, the trainer, gets my jersey organized because I'm going to play it. And I see it hanging up at my stall, and it's spelt wrong. Holts. I said, Jimmy, what the hell is that? What? It's ST. Oh, shit. I said, this is my freaking hometown. Jimmy Young fixes the last 2 letters. The S was still a little bit crooked, but at least you had it in the right order. So anyway, I play the game. You know, you're going against Guy Lafleur, Larry Robinson. This is my team growing up. Talk about exciting. Mom and Dad take pictures during the game. Many pictures during the game. Talk about souvenirs. We sent the film in. The only film that was misplaced or lost in the history of our family was me playing in Montreal.
No way.
We never got the pictures. Maybe a couple of Frenchmen who are diehard Canadians fans saw these pictures and kept them. Only film that was never returned to us in our whole life.
Boy.
And it turned out to be the only game I played in Montreal.
How unlucky. And thing is, you started jumping around a little bit with the 3 seasons that saw you play in the National Hockey League, because that had to happen in your 3rd and last year of playing hockey in North America for the New York Rangers. So I'm flipping around and switching around the years a little too. And I want to get to the season 76-77. And
hey, can I? Okay, go ahead.
No, sure. You go
I
ahead.
want to tell you something. When I was in Providence, I'm going to tell you a little bit about coaching and politics or power. There's 5 games to go. I think it's 5 games to go. In the AHL, I am tied for the scoring lead with Jean-Guy Greton and Ronnie Andreff. I am up for Rookie of the Year. I'm up for MVP, and I'm up for the top scorer. This is hockey news. This is the talk, right? We're playing at home against Springfield. They were the last place team or one of the bottom teams. Mom and Dad drive up to the game. I played 2 shifts.
Why?
Yeah. You tell me. I was absolutely fuming.
Jesus.
So, guys were trying to settle me down. I was absolutely livid. So we get on the road the last 3 games. I think we're playing the Baltimore in 3 tough rinks. I played like 22, 24 minutes a game. I'm now 4 or 5 points behind in the scoring. Now I'm getting the shit beat out of me right before the playoffs. I finished 3rd in the freaking scoring. You tell me, how does that work? So then we get in the playoffs. We're playing Rochester. And the first game we lost in Rochi, and the guy I was going up against got 3 goals. And I get back, and Muxie, the coach, calls me, and he said, hey, you better do something about it next game against that Centerman. Well, I'm the top scorer. I said, okay. So we go home, and I go out there, and I fight. I get thrown out of the game. You figure it out. Went after the guy that got the 3 goals, and I fought. I ended up pulling his hair because he had a big mop of hair, and I had long hair. And we had a good scrap, and I got 5 plus game because I pulled hair. So now I go back to the 3rd game in freaking Rochester, and they're all waving purses at me because I pulled his hair. Like, here we go. Have fun. You got to love the game.
I want to round out your North American career with kind of 2 stories that happened away from the ice. One is a funny one that still connects you to the person to this day. The other one, a scary one. Which story do you want to start with?
Well, let's start with the fun one. Because if we
we'll
start with the other one, I might not live through it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, of course. We'll jump to the 76-77 season. You playing together with a guy that we've already heard from twice, actually here on 70 in 7. He's Lawrence Satchuruk. His friends, of course, call him Satch. And it's about how he became your brother-in-law. How did that work?
Can I backtrack and tell you the first time I saw Larry Satchuruk?
Sure.
I'm playing in American hockey in Providence, and I'm, one of the top players with a couple other guys. So we're sitting in the players' corner. That was our bar. A couple streets over from the rink. We're sitting in there having a couple beers. So this kind of Cadillac or Bentley, some big fancy car pulls up, and it's Derek. He was a flamboyant, playboy, great hockey player, kind of one of my guys I kind of thought was one of my idols. And Satch, who I didn't know, but was with him. They walk in and sit at the bar. And we're sitting over on the table. I said, that's the Turk. That's Satch. I said, who's the other guy? Oh, that's Satch. Holy shit. They ordered a couple drinks that were on fire. Shots. And they lit them, and the things are on fire. So they pounded these things. We're going, what the hell? So they had a second one. It's a shot of whatever the hell it is. And they lit it up. They pounded the second one, and they left. And I remember turning to the guys. I said, guys, we're drinking the wrong shit. That's why we're not in the Apple. So when they left, we ordered one of those flaming flamingos or whatever the hell they were. That was the first time I ever saw Satch. Other than, yeah.
Yeah, but how did it come that you grew close?
Well, when I got called up, I was up one time for like 3 weeks or a month. I only played a couple games, but I was there. And I love that because if you make 60,000 for 6 months, I made 10 grand in 1 month. That's like freaking, whoa. I stayed with Satch at a house where he was staying on Long Beach because we all stayed on Long Beach, which is about an hour from New York. That's where we practiced. Home of the New York Rangers, Long Beach. that's where we connected. So we were kind of, and then when he got, excuse me, that's when he got sent down to the Haven. That's where we already had a connection from New York a little bit and New Haven. So that's how it kind of began.
But then again, it takes a whole different level of trust and friendship and everything that goes into it to set a teammate up with to a blind date with your sister. How did that work?
Well, me and Shelley are very close, my sister, and I was dating a gal named Lindy Schofer, and her and Shelley were good friends. So Lindy was going to fly down to see me for a long weekend or whatever it was. And me and Saps were out having some beers, and I say, Shelley's, I think she was 19, good looking. And I said, hey, maybe Shelley should fly down with Lindy and you can meet her. And Satch goes, well, I don't know. Like, what does she look like? So we're looking through magazines trying to find somebody who looks like her. I said, Satch, she's good looking, which she was, right? And in good shape and everything. So anyway, is this going to come about? Well, Satch kind of phones her and they get a connection. And I remember sitting in the airport in New Haven and they both were having a drink. And we're waiting for them. They come off the plane. Shelley's dark-haired, Lindy's blonde hair. And Satch goes, which one's mine? I said, the blonde's mine. The other one's my freaking sister. We had a good laugh. Off they went. Stayed at Satch at a house. We had our apartments or whatever we had. And then my parents got wind of this because they were out of town. And they were fuming. Where is Shelley? Like, get home, whatever. I can't remember exactly how it went. Anyway, they spent a couple of days and they had a great time. And Shelley flew home, as Lindy did. No, you're not going back or whatever. But I think first chance, Satch was a pretty smooth talker too. And somehow he got her back there again. Not to mom and dad's happiness. If you're going to talk about a blind date being atop the list, not only do they have 4 kids, they have 8 grandkids. I'd say this is one of the greatest blind dates in mankind.
And you connected to this day, and you're really good friends. We're going to hear from Lawrence, Larry, Satcharok in a bit here on part 3 of 17-7. But I've got 2 more questions until we quickly go to a break, or 2 more kind of topics. The scary story happened a year after. You've been held at gunpoint. I hope a feeling no one out there ever has to experience. Unfortunately, it tends to happen in certain places of this planet or on this planet. But what led to you having held a gun to your head?
Well, probably young, wild, crazy, drunk, the whole package, right? So now I'm dating another gal. Her name is Linda. And Linda's in town living with me in New Haven.
By the way, quite the dating turnover.
Yeah, you could say that. But Lindy Schofer, the first one, she was, maybe one I let get away. But she was a great gal. We did have a good time. So things happen and you move on. So now I'm dating Linda, and Linda's a very good-looking girl. So Satch and Shelley are living together. We both have 2 really nice houses on the water, separate, 2 doors down in New Haven. So me and Satch, even back then, Providence, New Haven, there's parts of town you should not be hanging around. Anyway, me and Satch on our own, we're off at this place. We're playing pool. It's kind of a bar away from downtown, wherever it was. I can't exactly remember, but yeah, you got to be careful. So we're getting drunk, and there's lots of snow outside. It's deep snow. So the girls are coming to get us, to see us, whatever, but we're pretty loaded. Me and Linda get in an argument, as usual, and we're walking out, and I kind of just push her a bit into the snowbank, which is almost her height. I just said, yeah, leave me alone type of thing, whatever. So there's a big guy, bigger than me, and there's a guy a little bit smaller than me. And they say, hey, what the fuck you doing? I said, oh, screw yourself. So here I go. I'm going to fight the big guy. And the girls are going, no, and such, whatever. Anyway, the little guy says, I'll take care of him. I got to remember this as best I can because I sobered up pretty freaking quick. He pulled out a silver piece with a white handle. He put it right over towards my coconut. And he said, hey, I'll take care of him. Well, holy shit. All of a sudden, the girls, they're jumping around, screaming and such. Okay, everything's settled. We got it settled down because I'm still here. That's how life can change so quickly. So we walk now across the street. This is unbelievable. Satch has a white Eldorado, big white Cadillac Eldorado, beautiful car. What is sitting in the back seat? A brick. A brick was thrown through the back seat, which was sitting on the thing. So I'm now sitting in the back where that window hole is with the ice cold air coming in, which I love because I'm not dead. I am alive. So you get into the wrong part of town, a gun comes out, there's a brick through the window, not from these guys, from somebody else walking by, in Satch's white Eldorado. And that is the way it is.
Last question until we go to a break. You played in the National Hockey League. You played 199 games in the American Hockey League, scored 167 points. You were good. So why did you go to Europe?
It was rough and tough, right? A lot of politics with the coaching things that went on. Like I told you one time, European scouts, when I was in New Haven, were there to watch players, and obviously I was one of them. And I got benched. So there was a lot of politics and stuff going on. But, I did dig my own holes, probably out a little bit too wild. Sometimes I know the whole league was kind of like that. We were kind of wild, drank a lot and stuff. It's no excuse. I just think it was a way I get a game because we go into these games. It was tough, a lot of fighting and dirty. And it was really a tough, great life, but tough way to live. So anyway, the Rangers offer me another 2-year contract, 60-20. You have seen the contract visually. I said, well, why am I not getting a one-way contract? Thinking I should be, don't ask me why. Then I got a call from Derek Holmes from Hockey Canada. And he said, Greg, would you be interested to go to Germany, to Mannheim? I say, why? Like I didn't have a connection to Europe. He said, well, here's what's happening. Players are going over now in their careers, having great careers, Europe, whatever. I said, oh, so I met Derek Holmes, and I was going to Mannheim for $30,000 US plus bonuses. That's net. That's a lot of money. So I'm going to Mannheim. Now, Darryl Maggs was a defenseman who was going to Innsbruck. And I guess his agent must have been Danny McCann, who became my agent after. Mannheim all of a sudden needed a defenseman. So we kind of made a swap, which I said, okay, so Danny McCann came to my house. He said, Greg, Derek is going to go to Germany through Derek Holmes, whatever. I'm not sure how that was. But we can get you into Innsbruck for $18,000 US plus good bonuses. Flights, apartment, car, all the stuff. I said, oh, okay. Oh, I'll go to Innsbruck. Let's give it a try for 1 year. He says, but you have to sign a life contract with me. I said, well, why? He said, if not, I'll sign these 2 other players. And he told me their names. I said, well, Danny, these 2 guys aren't close to being as good as I am. He said, no, but they'll sign a life contract with me. Huh. So another part of the business, right? So anyway, I signed, I go to Innsbruck. That's how I ended up in Innsbruck.
But if I had told you in spring or summer of 78, right before you signed a contract with Innsbruck, that this would be, or that the year before was the last year or would be the last year you ever play professional hockey on North American soil, what would you have answered me?
I would have said, not a chance, because this was an experiment to go for 1 year. Because some reason I felt I should have had a one-way contract. No, I would have said, no, I'm going to go 1 year, see how it is. Do you know what happened after my first year? After having a really good year, exciting, good, life-changing, I go back to Montreal. I'm the fifth centerman. I would have been the fifth centerman again. Who was in the Stanley Cup Finals in Montreal? The New York Rangers. So me and Kenny McCarthy, my good buddy, we go down to the Montreal Forum for one of the games when the Rangers were in Montreal. We have no tickets. We're walking outside the Forum. We're going to go down, hang around, go for a beer. Nicky Fatil, the big tough guy who I room with in 2 training camps, is walking in front of the Montreal Forum. And he said, Holtzy, is that you? Greg, what are you doing here? He picks me up. This is unbelievable. He said, you coming to watch us play? I said, no, me and Kenny, we have no tickets. Come on. He got us in the freaking rink, Montreal Forum, to watch the game. We went right down to the dressing room. Now the guys are coming on to start the game, and I'm standing there. Kenny's not too far behind me. And here's walking by the guys. Duguay, Hickey, the boys. And they're walking by me. And I think it was Duguay. I said, one of the guys said, Holtzy, what are you doing here? Shit, go get your gear on. We need some goals. This is in the finals in the freaking NHL. 1 year after I went to Innsbruck.
We'll get to the Innsbruck part in depth, just as we talked about your time in the American Hockey League, in the Southern Hockey League, almost in the Western Hockey League, in so many different leagues. I guess we'll take a quick break, take a couple of deep breaths, and talk about Innsbruck. The experiment that turned out to be the second and biggest part of your active playing career. Quick break here on 70 in 7, and then we're back.
Win2day Hockey O'Clock.
Do you enjoy listening to Win2day Hockey O'Clock? If that is the case, then please rate the podcast. A 5-star rating or a review over at the podcast dealer of your choice would go a long way in helping to spread the good word of hockey. Win2day Hockey O'Clock, the hockey podcast with real and open-ended hockey conversations.
Win2day Hockey O'Clock.
Back on 70 in 7, part 3, the third decade of Greg Holst's hockey life. We touch base on everything that happened in North America, but he went, as you said, on a 1-year adventure. It was an experiment to play hockey in Austria. Why did you stay in Austria?
Well, what happened was we started off the season, and I get over there, and, I finished in the middle of May. We lost in the finals in the American Hockey League to Maine. And in the finals, I was actually second in the playoff scoring to a guy named, I think it was Hughes, played for Montreal the following year. So here I am now going from the finals, second top scorer in the American Hockey League. And a couple months later, I'm playing in freaking Innsbruck. So, but I went over for a month. We had a few games, exhibition games. And my first game in the summer in Europe, we played against a German team. And we had a couple extra players. Karl Brewer, the great defenseman, he came in and played. And we're playing down in Germany. And I thought Europe was like easy. Like they play with eggs in their pocket. This was tough. I got the scrap, got two-handed me. I broke the top of my hand, like the bone in my hand. Anyway, so I sit around for the few weeks. Didn't play the last games. So the first game I played in Innsbruck before the season started in the summer was against Mannheim. Can you imagine? And I haven't skated now for I took the cast off and I hadn't played in the 3 weeks or the month, whatever it was. And Eli Voracek, who became a good friend of mine, he was a good player there. We played 7-7. I'll never forget it. That's where I met Eli on the ice. I scored 2 goals, 2 assists by just taking my cast off. And now there's a little bit of a buzz going around at Innsbruck. So I went home for a couple of weeks, came back, and now I'm back to Innsbruck to start the season and let the fun begin.
Do you have any recollection of your very first league game? Because I got a day, I got a date, and I got a score.
Well, I know my first game at Klagenfurt. I know that one. I don't remember the first league game that I played in Innsbruck, no.
Not in Innsbruck. Your very first league game that happened against Vienna, the old Vienna ice hockey club that went with the abbreviation WEV, W-E-V. And the first game did you ever play it on Austrian soil happened on October 7th, 1978. A 4-3 loss. And yeah, thanks to the great researchers here at win2day Hockey O'Clock, there'll be some more great stats and quotes from newspaper articles from here on out, because
we lost 4-3. Did I score?
That's the thing. We don't know. You'd have to dig up the game sheet, but at the very least, we were able to nail down your first
interesting
league appearance. But speaking of the Klagenfurt game, why does this one come to mind first?
Well, because as we had talked about with a couple of our podcasts with the people there too, they were the big team. So I go in there, my first game, I played there. I'm pretty sure it was my first game there. And I had a headbanded warm up and stuff. And we won 7-4 and I got 4 goals. I remember scoring 4 goals my first game at Klagenfurt. And I loved that rink. I loved the colors. They were the best team. I just loved playing in that freaking rink. And I remember that. And talk about an exciting place to play in Klagenfurt. And of course, over the years, Innsbruck, Klagenfurt, whenever Klagenfurt, my whole career, when they came to Innsbruck, it was a full house. They were draw number 1 in Innsbruck.
Why the headband?
Well, because even when I played in Pfanner at 35, a bunch of the guys, Kenny Strong and all the guys, Wilson, they wore a headband. And don't forget, when I played in Vienna, I wore a headband in practice, no helmet. I have pictures to prove it. I would wear a headband and no helmet because I played pro, don't forget, for 2 years with no helmet, so I loved it. I mean, the hair is flowing as you skate down the freaking ice. This is pretty exciting. So you wear it, just a couple of NHL guys, Henry Boucha, a couple other guys had worn headbands. And it was cool. Long hair, headband. It kind of gives you feel a little bit wild. And that I was.
The numbers from your first year in Innsbruck do jump out. You said it wasn't a cakewalk playing in Europe, but you still had an incredible year, scoring 2 points per game, 68 points in 34 league appearances. Did scoring in Austria come naturally to you?
Well, no, don't forget. First of all, I couldn't believe we played 34 games. I mean, I just finished playing in American Life. We probably had 15 or 18 playoff games. And I think one time I had 17 games. It was the most I ever played in a month in the AHL. So now we're playing like, wow, Tuesday, Saturdays. This is freaking weird. So, well, don't forget back then, there was 2 imports, Paul Popiel and myself, and Pope was an NHL player. You know, we're coming out of top leagues. And the guys that we were just better. And the guys were pretty good players too, but you know, Kaffenberg had the Yakishevs and the Guryevs and these fantastic world-class players. So every team had 2 really good imports. And the home guys, well, don't forget, Martin, I could always score. I mean, I scored in the AHL a lot of goals. I scored in every team I was in, every league. So now coming here where I could take the puck and deke and dive, I could score. And I remember in some practices, I would score so many goals in practice, the guys would just laugh.
Take us back, or let's do a trip down memory lane, because the interesting thing is I got some attendance numbers from that year, 78, 79, and also the fact that there were indeed TV broadcasts of some of the games, but I got an attendance number that's in the 7,000s. In Innsbruck. As of right now, Innsbruck has a rink that probably could be host to 2,800. So how popular was hockey back then, the first year you played in Innsbruck?
Well, it didn't start out like that. It started out with, you know, you're 15 or 17 or 1,800, if I remember correctly. But because I could play, and I was an attractive player because I could freaking stick handle and deke guys and score. And had some bite to me too. Word got around pretty quick that there's this new kid in town. And all of a sudden, we started getting 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 card shake comes to town. We got a full house. And it didn't seem like much back then, but now, when I look back and see the articles and the guys talk about it, when you got a whole crowd screaming, "Go Holst, go," it registers now how special that was. But at the time, it just all seemed freaking normal to me. But it wasn't normal. So I'm going to tell you a story, though, something that changed my way of thinking a little bit, whether it's right or wrong. We get into a Christmas tournament in my first year. We're playing Augsburg first, and now we're playing the big German team Cologne with all the top stars. A guy named Ehrlichman was their owner, GM owner, whatever he was. Big money guy. We had, Zarilla, the world champion goalie, is in nets for Augsburg. We play them on the Friday or this Saturday, the first game. We beat them. I think there was, if I remember right, between 3,000 and 4,000 people at the game, which is a lot. It's an exhibition game, a little few games at Christmas. First face-off, I score 7 or 8 seconds in. I just flipped it past that guy, deked those defensemen. Their jock straps are still up in the freaking chandeliers, and I score. Well, now the place is buzzing. We beat them 5-3. I got 3 or 4 goals. Next night, there's 9,000 or 10,000 at the game, 8,000. People were in. It was so full against Cologne that the people were sitting on the freaking stairs. This is freaking unbelievable. Like, to me, I played in the Gardens, I played at NHL, played in American League, full house, but this is freaking wild. So I understood after Ehrlichman had told the players, if Holst scores, every goal you score, we're going to get 50 euros each, or 50, whatever it was back then, shillings or whatever. And if Holst scores, you get deducted. I found this out after. We lost 12-2. I had a breakaway late. I didn't score. I remember this. I went in the room totally embarrassed. Paul Popiel, NHL player, defenseman, great guy. He came in fuming. We sit down. And what happens next blew my freaking mind. One of the head guys from the team, I think it was Mr. Ryder, came walking in with a tray full of champagne glasses and champagne. I looked over at Pope and I said, are you fucking kidding me? What is this? Right there, something changed in my mind. It was business. It was money. They made all kinds of money. They were happy. Me and Popiel, we were freaking mega pissed off. That I remember as if it was yesterday.
Your first season in Europe ends the same way many others did, with Klagenfurt hoisting the championship. You made the kind of master round, the round where the phase of the championship where the last or best four teams played in a round robin against each other. Different formats, different ways to get to the championship over the next couple of years. We might hit on this, but after the conclusion of, for you, a short year with only 34 games played, there's a headline in one of the Austrian newspapers, and it did say, will Greg Holst be playing for the Austrian national team in the foreseeable future, as in very soon? How accurate was that? And at what point did it ever cross your mind to get Austrian citizenship to be able to play for the national team?
It never crossed my mind at all. Like why would it? I was planning on going back home, right? But then when we started talking contract, my second year, whoa. So my contract, my second year, which I believe Danny McCann did, with I had some saying yes or no. After that, I did my own after that, was 40,000 US tax-free. Plus apartment, plus car, plus flights, plus the bonuses. My contract in New York would have been 60,000 takeaway. So it would have been around the same, but I would have had to pay for my car, my apartment, my stuff. So my contract in my second year in Innsbruck was actually better than my NHL contract. And if you might not remember this, you probably wouldn't because you weren't born. The shilling was 25 to 1 to the dollar. So this was 1 million shillings net I made in my second year. And I knew nothing about the shillings, a dollar, or whatever. I just sent money home and stuff. But that was interesting. So what happened was they came to me after the season, I guess it was. It wasn't during the season. Excuse me. And they said, would you like to become an Austrian, get your Austrian passport? So what was my logical answer? I said, why? So their logical answer is because if you're Austrian, we can get a third import. It had nothing to do with the Austrian national team. That's how that came. So I said, well, now that I'm going to stay and I'm going to sign, why not? So they take me to the city hall, and I could speak a little bit of German, broken because I wasn't shy. I learned a little bit, but not good enough to be an Austrian citizen, really. The guy starts talking, and I go, whoa, all right, sign here. Okay, Dankeschön. I signed. I'm now Austrian.
Wouldn't fly in this day and age. Just side note here.
With a few guys, but no. So that's how I became Austrian. But here's one. So I go home now to Montreal. I get a call from John Ferguson, who used to be coach of the Rangers. He's now in Winnipeg. And he said, Holtzy, would you like to meet downtown Montreal? And I think his name was Sutherland, was the GM. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure it was. So Sutherland and John Ferguson, one of the toughest NHL guys to ever play, meets me. We meet at a bar called the Hunter's Horn, which is a pickup joint for elderly folks. I walk in. I got my jeans on, my cowboy boots, boom. I walk in. And Fergie says, the first thing he said to me, geez, Holtzy, Greg, you're a little bit bigger than I thought. Well, I got my cowboy boots on. I said, well, whatever. They said, would you be interested in coming to the Winnipeg hockey team, NHL? And I said, well, what's the deal? Yes, no, I did get offered something from New York. I can't remember how the conversation went. But I said, can I get a one-way contract? He said, no, we can't give you a one-way. We can only give you a two-way. And I mentioned what I'm doing in Europe. And I said, I got a good contract. He told him, here's what I'm making. And he goes, no. He said, Greg, I'm going to get this. John Ferguson said this to me. I'm going to give you some advice then. You're not that big. You can play. The game has changed. You might be able to have a really good long career in Europe. I said, well, thanks for the talk and moment. I left. That is also an interesting story.
I guess it's time to hear from a good friend of yours and someone who, of course, sent in a voice message. Someone who I asked, how were the first few years for Greg in Europe? What are your observations and memories? And the guy who sent in something is, of course, Ossi Praxmara, a good friend of yours. This is going to be in German for all the English-speaking listeners, so I'll try to I'll do my best to summarize what's in the voice message. If you just want to skip it, fast forward, I think 2.5-3 minutes, and you'll get back to us talking about it. I'll try to deliver the gist of what Ossi Praxmara as delivered, but let's just listen in and then dissect it.
Also, der Greg ist 1979 nach Innsbruck gekommen, als junger Wilder, der von Deutschland einer, haben wir noch ein Freundschaftsspiel gehabt, und dann ist er nach Innsbruck verpflichtet worden. Und hat natürlich kein Wort Deutsch kennen, nicht? Und haben wir dann natürlich eine mordsmäßige Show draus gemacht, um ihnen etwas Deutsch zu lernen, so wie zum Beispiel auch Katzelschwarf. Oder wir haben auch gesagt, er soll vorschreien zum Trainer, was auch nichts verstanden hat, der Paul Pobil kein Wort verstanden hat. Ich wichs da auch nicht, dass mir die Arsch auf die Uhr schaut, das haben sie überhaupt nicht ausgebracht, die Kanadier. Also da haben wir Mordshetz gehabt im Bus mit ihm, mit den Sprachkenntnissen. Und wie du weißt, er hat es bis heute nicht erlernt, Deutsch. Das war vielleicht meine Schuld auch, weil ich war mit ihm viel am Weg und wir haben viel Englisch-Deutsch, so ein Mischmasch, wie er halt immer redet, haben wir eigentlich die letzten 40 Jahre immer so miteinander kommuniziert. Das war halt so. Der Greg war da, gekommen ist, war wirklich ein junger Wilder, ist gekommen mit langen Haaren, hat ein Stirnbandel aufgehabt, hat keinen Helm aufgehabt beim Aufwärmen, ein Stirnbandel und man war so richtiger Jungstar halt und hat sich wirklich feiern lassen und haben natürlich auch einige Abende verbracht, wo wir es auch lustig gehabt haben, ohne Frage. Unter anderem war eins der Lieblingslokale von uns, das hat Filou geheißen, das war seine Nachtbar, und da hat es sogar die Rippeln gegeben. Und da sind auch der Greg und ich manchmal unter der Woche, wo wir keinen Alkohol getrunken haben natürlich, da haben wir uns hingekocht, dann haben wir gesagt, ja, es ist mir Rippeln gut, ist gesund, und dann trinken wir Ginger Ale dazu, und dann ist halt doch das ein oder andere Mal wieder die Frage gekommen, sollte man nicht auch ein kleines Warsteiner trinken oder zwei, und dann ist halt oft einmal wieder sehr lustig geworden. Also das waren halt so Abende, was wir gemeinsam verbracht haben im Filou und mit Essen, und aber nicht extrem, das muss ich auch sagen. Weil wir haben nachher immer wieder das gehabt, das war so ein Ritual von uns, wenn wir am Weg waren da und dort, haben wir in der Kabine rein nach dem Training immer noch schnell Stoppen, Starten gemacht, hat Greg mich motiviert, ich war ja doch noch jünger und kein guter Spieler, und da haben wir Stoppen, Starten gemacht, von Blaue zu Blaue, und in der Kabine rein haben wir nachher gemacht 200, 300 Sit-Ups, da haben wir uns gegenseitig angefeiert, und ja, und so ist das eigentlich immer so ein bisschen ein Rivalitätskampf gewesen, und ist ja, wie soll ich sagen, notwendig gewesen, dass wir gut trainiert haben, und das war eigentlich wirklich gut. Der Greg war immer sehr affin mit seinen Schlägern, das war sein Heiligtum, der hat immer 7, 8 Schläger hinten drinnen gehabt und einen, wo er 4 Buch getaped hat und immer technisch einmal gespielt hat, und die Schläger, die Sherwood-Schläger, was er gespielt hat, die waren wie Zündhölzl, da sind viele abgebrochen, hat der Verein auch immer gejammert, dass er so viel Schläger braucht, aber er hat natürlich die Karre dafür geschossen, und damit war das auch gerechtfertigt, und mit seinen Schlägern hat er auch ziemliches Geschisti geschasst, ich hab, sagen wir mal so, aber berechtigterweise.
Again, loaded. First, you said that he's partly responsible for you still not being able to properly speak German. I strongly disagree. Just a little side note here. You're one of the very few players from back then who still to this day I think has good German, and you can say everything or anything that you want. He also talked about the social component and how you guys away from the ice maybe had a beer or two when maybe you should have had something else. But I guess that's how life worked back then too. And he also said that you were very peculiar with your sticks, that you broke not one too many, but a lot. And that of course raised some eyebrows within the organization because sticks were expensive, but you made it up by producing, scoring points, a lot of them. Let me just ask you about the foreign language aspect. You grew up with English and French as your native languages, and then a different beast rolls around, the German language. Not nice to the ear, awfully hard to understand, to learn, the grammar, the sound. How did you fare in trying to pick up this language?
Well, I never really thought about it, but one of the biggest things, if you want to learn something, like OC is right on the money. I'd come over with 72 sticks. I bring 6 dozen sticks with me. And I went through every one of them. And I had my heavy stick with the pucks. I'd stick at it with that, so I made my hands quicker and my sticks lighter. But he didn't tell the truth about we'd go to the flu all the time and we wouldn't drink. But then it would be, why don't we just get a small one of those little Mickeys of Bacardi between us? Like that's just like 2 drinks each. Oh boy. That is the truth. Then we'd have one Mickey and another Mickey and whatever, and all hell would break loose. But we had so much fun. He is a very good friend. Back to what we were talking about, the German. They would tell me stuff all the time, right? We'd laugh. But the biggest thing is I wasn't shy to speak. And if I screwed up and it didn't matter, I just picked it up, like enough to get by probably my first year, I guess. But I remember a few years later, I took a couple of lessons with a private gal to all the dem, the das, the Ds. Holy Jesus. I said, let me just stick to my language and let me figure it out as best I can. Not easy to learn, but I can't say I've mastered it. It's not like your English, but I get by. And I think my German kind of fits the TV commentary, which we do. So I guess I don't want to change that part.
I just want to briefly touch on the second year that you spent in Austria, the 79-80 season, because there's an instance, and you talked about your game in Klagenfurt with you scoring 4 goals, having a great debut there, loving the rink. There's an instance, and that's been shown by the stats that we dug up, where you scored 5 goals in the season 79-80. Was that a regular occurrence, or do you remember your games where you scored 4 goals, 5 goals, maybe even 6 goals?
I remember a couple of games I got 10 points, like 5 goals, 5 assists. Once was against Salzburg. I had a few pretty good games here and there. Yeah, but it was kind of fun. I didn't really think too much about it, but I did have a couple games where I had 10 points. I remember that.
Well, you couldn't have had 10 points in that game that I'm referring to. It was Kapfenberg against Innsbruck on October 27th in 1979. You had 5 goals. Innsbruck won 8-3. And I guess by then you were already on other teams' radars, on fans' radars. Word of mouth usually travels quickly, and people by then, I'm sure, knew how good you were. And then an interesting occurrence, it happens. You stay in Innsbruck for another year, and you're joining forces with a good friend of yours, Larry Sacharuk, joins Innsbruck. How did that all come about? How often did you talk about Innsbruck, and what made him join you in Innsbruck?
Well, he had been in Germany before. He was in Cologne. I'm not sure if he stayed the whole year, but he was in Cologne on that big team with Kuhnhackl and all those guys. But I'm not sure if he finished the year then. Well, we talked about it, and they were looking for a defenseman, and I said, well, here's Sach. He got 35 goals that year, I think, at Innsbruck.
Second leading scorer on the team. 35 goals in 34 games as a defenseman.
Well, don't forget, he has the record to this day in Major Junior of scoring 50. He has that record till today. And he was the fifth to score 20 goals in the NHL in St. Louis. So for him to score 35 goals, he had the big shot, he had really stick handle. You could see the ice. For him to get 35 goals over there in 34 games was right up his alley. And of course, my sister was there too, so it was kind of nice, right?
There's something that happened in that 81-82 season where you joined forces. Did I say 81-82? No, I meant 80-81. The 1 year you played together in Innsbruck. It's a story that's best told by Sach, and just to get ahead of ourselves a little bit here, he mentions a place called Wattens. He later got back to me and told me it didn't happen in Wattens, it happened in Mutters, which is a rural, suburban area around Innsbruck. But let's just listen to Sach tell that story, and then we'll talk about it later and see if you can remember it.
One time, Greg and I were coming home from a game in Innsbruck. I still remember it like it was yesterday. We lived in Wattens. We had a few beers after the game and didn't want the police to catch us. So we put our car on the railroad tracks and went all the way up the mountain and made it home safe. I don't think that's ever been done again.
Really? A car on railroad tracks just to evade the police?
Well, yeah, that's probably sounds like right up my alley. And it was Mooters. Mooters is up above the Bergiesel ski jump. It's just up above there. Mooters, Ladders. I lived there for a bunch of years, met some great people, had some unbelievable times. A couple of car accidents, fire engines, the whole package going up and down those mountains. So that's another story in its own. Leaving the golf course at midnight and ended up upside down in the car, Alfa Romeo. Many crazy stories, but one time me and Sach came home from a trip. We got home like 2 a.m. We're downtown. Well, let's go downtown. There's a couple of bars open. Let's go for a beer. So we had beers and ciggies going in the car. So we're taking off and we're driving downtown, sniffing around. Look, holy shit, there's the cops. The cops are they're following us. Son of a bitch. So I make a couple deeks, right, left cut, couple streets cut, and we pull in this parking lot and stop. Oh, ciggy going, beer going. Well, holy shit, who pulls up right beside us with the lights going? The freaking cops. We're in trouble, Satch. Anyway, the guy comes around, license. He looks at it. He goes, Greg Holst. Okay. You guys get home, man. See you later.
So you had made a name for yourself already.
You can't get away with that stuff anymore. No, but going up the tracks, I vaguely remember that now. Hey, that's a good story. I kind of forgot about that one.
There you go. See, it's also about bringing back some memories to you too. And thanks to Satch, there's one story that hopefully will remain with you for a little longer. You got to Innsbruck. You stayed in Innsbruck for 3 years, but after that, you changed teams and you went to Vienna. How come?
Word got out, Vienna was interested in me. I don't know how it came about. So Mr. Gruber was the boss there. And would you be interested? Good contract. This, I said, well, yeah, maybe we have to be or whatever. We were still playing in the season towards the end. It was in the playoffs, but every year the playoffs changed, Martin. One year we had best of. Every year it changed. And if things would have stayed the same certain years, I would have won a couple times. No excuses. It's just, I always seem to fall short of the new system, which that's another story in its own. So Gruber flies me in. They fly me in during the week. And we sit down and he tells me, here's what the contract's going to be. And we would like to buy you from Innsbruck, to have you as our player, to own you. I said, well, okay, I'm going to go back, finish the season, and let's see what happens. So anyway, Innsbruck did let me go. But what happened was I signed for, I think it was 40,000 US, so similar to what I made in Innsbruck. They had to pay, I understand, it was 500,000 shillings or 400 or 40,000 US. It was a lot of money they had to pay to Innsbruck just that they could have me for the 1 year because they could not get me free. So I went to Vienna. I had a great year. Bill Gilligan was a player coach. We had Sackatch and net. We had Hara Schneider, big defenseman, Schuler, Steinbacher. We had a really good team. And Gilly did a great job. So I had a really fun, great season in Vienna. But Innsbruck owned me, and I had to go back after the season if we could come to an agreement.
And that agreement in itself, this will be a funny talking point, but I've got two, or basically three things that I want to hit on in your Vienna season of 1981-82. You started the campaign being on fire. The record show you had 16 goals in 6 games. You had 24 goals after the first 10 games being played. Do you remember how hot as a scorer you were back then?
Oh, I was absolutely on fire. I thought I had 20 goals in 8 games or something like that. And then what happened was I was getting hacked and chopped pretty good by the other teams because back then was a lot of stick work and I was taking a bit of a licking. And I remember one of the first times ever, Gruber, the boss, came in the room and he kind of tied into the team because we had Steinbacher, Schuler, Schneider, big defenseman, tough. They said, you big freaking defenseman, you guys better start protecting Greg. I had never heard that before because I basically took care of myself. So that was music to my ears because I was taking a bit of a beating. So hot, we go into Kapfenberg. And I have some guy following me around the ice, shadowing me, hacking, chopping. He wouldn't leave my side. And I go, okay, this is getting tough. So anyway, I didn't score in that game. I think it was 1-1 or whatever it was. It was really close. But this was brutal. The guy was just, should have probably had a lot of penalties, but irrelevant. I come off the ice now. The fans are yapping at me and screaming. And of course, guy comes running at me. He was actually one of their functionaries. He started screaming at me and he came right up to me walking off the ice. So I'm going to protect myself. So I freaking belted him. I hit him with the right. boom, a couple shots. There's a big pile up. Anyway, we leave. Well, don't I get called in? Gruber calls me in. He said, "You've been sued by this guy." I had to go back to court in Kapfenberg. I drove down with Mr. Gruber. He was the lawyer. He said, "Greg, just sit there. Don't be quiet. Don't go bananas. Just be quiet." Anyway, this guy takes us down. I'm not going to say his name. He started talking about his injury. This was like 4 or 5 days after the fact. Well, the judge said, "Well, what was your upper or lower lip?" I can't quite remember. Really? Well, Greg stuck me with a stick. I said, no. He attacked me. Guys are coming at me. I hit him with a right or a left. I can't remember, with my glove on. And if he doesn't know what lip it is, and Gruber said, "Hey, Greg, settle down." So it was kind of a setup. It cost me back then 30,000 shilling fine, which is a lot of money back then. And I got a game suspension or 2 game suspension. I can't remember. That took the fire out of the whole situation a little bit. I still ended up getting quite a lot of goals, but I was on fire to start.
The record show you got a 1 game suspension and you had to pay a 10,000 shilling fine. Apparently, maybe it was
30,000. I remember 30,000. I think
for the other other person's lawyer were added on top. That's
okay. Yeah,
that's what might have brought it to 30,000. But
yeah,
that bullseye that you had on your back, there's an interesting newspaper article that I'd like to quote in German. I'll sum it up in English after that. Holst wurde systematisch fertig gemacht. Feldkirchs Coach Berek hatte Conny Dorn, auf den Austro-Kanadier angesetzt. Durch pausenlose Provokation kam der Wiener Torjäger nicht in Fahrt und zum Leidwesen des WEV übersah der Schiedsrichter diese ständigen und unfairen Attacken. So you had a target on your back, and Feldkirch, on its way to becoming a powerhouse for the first time in Austrian hockey, had a player named Conny Dorn, and he was the one constantly hassling you. And obviously the referee didn't see his constant fouls against you. And I deliberately asked you a couple of weeks ago who the toughest opponent was, or who the player was you hated going against the most. And Conny Dorn appeared to be right up there. Do you remember this one instance in your Vienna season, and whether other times where going up against Conny Dorn just wasn't fun?
Oh, no, this has nothing to do with tough. This is to do with dirty, like slashing and hacking. The gloves would never come off, which I wanted to. But no, it's when you play against, I played against some tough guys, some Fritz and Compine and even Peter Shabisti. Like those guys would hit me. And that's okay because they hit me fair. They didn't two-hand me and chop me and spear me and stuff. So Sulzer was another guy, but don't forget back then, but Dorn was the worst. But Sulzer also used to hack and junk because that was his job, to get me off my game. And I have a good story about that. And I get along with Sulzer fine today. Don't forget, that was allowed back then. And if you look at even when I coached, I feel like how the stick work was, Herbie and Stewie, it was tough and hacking. It was different. But there's a difference between being tough and being viciously dirty and not wanting to fight. And that's why you have to be careful. You know, Dorn had a couple instances too where he speared Jamie Masters right in the face. Right in the face. At home, you're probably getting a 2-year suspension. And so I see Connie now, we talk, how you doing, boom, it's all forgotten. But it wasn't fun at the time because it wasn't fair. And the referee was not good. Like I said, Krenschik was my favorite, but a lot of the refs, man. I remember we're time in Innsbruck, we're playing that team, full house, and the ref comes up to me and he says, "Hey, Holtz, I'm just letting you know I'm the show tonight, not you." Okay, whatever. The good old days, eh?
What I'm sure was fun is being on fire and scoring seemingly at will. And to get that outside perspective, I once again have to go back to Lawrence Larry Sacharuk. Sach sent over this voice message about one instance that he vividly remembers, one game that immediately came back when thinking of it. Let's just listen in and then talk about it.
One of the years that Greg and I played together in Austria, I was playing for Stadlau, and he was playing for Vienna. I witnessed a hockey game where Greg, from the first period to the end of the third period, controlled the entire game. Not sure how many points he got, but was the best game I've ever seen any hockey player play anywhere, including any NHL, American Hockey League, I don't care where. He was as good as you could possibly be as a player.
Big words. Best game he's ever seen anyone play. Now, unfortunately, my notes don't feature that game, but you remember Vienna or your Viennese team against the other Viennese team from across the Danube, the derby game, where you apparently, according to Sach, played the best game he's ever seen?
Okay, yeah, that wasn't a game though. That wasn't against them, because he was watching the game in the stands.
Okay,
I remember the game because he mentioned it to me after the fact, and I didn't even cross my mind. It was against Salzburg. It was Salzburg in Vienna. Sach was watching the game. And I vaguely remember because he talked about it. So I think what he really meant was I killed penalties, I played the power play, I had the puck, I won face-offs, I hit, I scored. I did score, if I remember correctly. Everything I kind of did changes. I just was one of those games that I was in control of the game. It's a very nice compliment for an established star hockey player like Sach to say that. It was a game against Salzburg. I remember playing that game. I obviously didn't view myself like that because I had, some pretty good games in my career. But for him to watch it from above, you can see how somebody could control the pace of the game, control the puck possession, kill penalties, power play, all that stuff. So very nice compliment and much appreciated.
Still, what also eluded you in Vienna that year was that coveted championship. At the very end, all of us and all the hockey players out there are playing to win and playing to win a championship, but that didn't work. And the year after, you're returning to Innsbruck with a nice little wrinkle in your contract. First, did you ever think of, okay, why is it me not being able to hoist a trophy at the very end of the season? And two, what efforts did Innsbruck make to get you back playing for him?
Well, can I make a quick comment on the Vienna situation first? Bill Gilligan was coach. Bill Gilligan was coach, player coach. We were at first place after 6 weeks or 2 months, whatever it was. I'm leading the league in scoring. Practices, we're having a great time. Sakic, the great goalie, is in nets. But the management figured they got to bring in a coach because it's too much for Bill Gilligan. It wasn't too much for Bill Gilligan. So they bring in Galanka, who was a great hockey player, Czech hockey player, and he's going to coach us. So he might have been a great coach in his way, but he wasn't right for us. Because he tried to play some of the other guys that didn't play that much, maybe management's kids or whatever it was. We just were not the same. And I remember talking to Gilly, and the guy's like, why are they changing this? Like, we're in first place. So anyway, after whatever it was, I can't remember, month, 6 weeks, 2 months, Galaka left. It didn't work out. Gilly took over again. But we were behind the 8 ball now. And with the system, how it ended up, we ended up finishing second. And never to this day knew why they made that change. It affected me. It affected all of us. So that is factual. So now I don't have much of a choice but to go back to Innsbruck, right? Or quit hockey. It's okay. They almost went to the second league. Their attendance was down big time. So they called me. We got together. I'm doing my own contracts now. Because me and Danny McCann, we made a settlement. I ended up paying him off some money, and we parted ways because there's no such thing as a life contract. We sit down. I say, well, guys, here's what I made in Vienna. So this is what you guys should pay me. Whether it was 40,000, yes, whatever it was, which was, I think it was 40. Oh, no, we can't pay you that. Last year, not too many fans, whatever. I said, well, okay, well then, I won't play, which is fine. They said, but I said, I'll tell you what I do. How many fans did you have? They might have said 1,500 or 1,200, way down from what we had the first 3 years before that. I said, okay, I'm thinking to myself, okay, now what happens, because I've done this before, okay, what happens if I get a fan bonus? No, this is my first fan bonus in my contract. What happens if we get the same amount they had last year plus 500? So say we average 2,000. That would give me approximately 200,000 to 300,000 shillings. Well, 300,000 shillings, I can live with that. But what happens if we have a good year? Well, this could be interesting. So they didn't want to give me a car, apartment, or flight, which I ended up getting anyway. I said, okay, guys, here's what we're going to do. Your attendance is down. Boom. Give me 30% of the gate. So if we have X amount of fans, you guys make way more money than last year, and this is what I make. And they thought about it. I'm sure they talked about it behind closed doors. So they came back and said, yes, I had no salary, no fixum. Reluctant on the flights to I got the car, I got the flight, and I got my apartment. And I got 30% of the gate. So who's on the team? Ron Kennedy, myself, Larry Skinner. Team's probably going to be okay. Early in the season and the first, second, third, whatever it was, you probably have the stat. We got in a fight, a bunch of us, and we all got suspended for a couple of games. And because the season started out, probably had maybe 2,000 fans. And then we got suspended, and of course, attendance stays flat. I'm going, shit, we're not playing at home here, and I'm not making any money. But then we came back, we started playing good. And all of a sudden, we had a couple 5,000 full houses. So I'm sitting on the bench going, hey, boys, beers are on me tonight. They had no idea what I was talking about because I was probably buying beers anyway. That season turned out to be pretty good. I made quite a bit of money, but I took a chance, right? Took a chance. So then when we negotiated the next year, I said, well, guys, give me the same contract. Oh, no, we can't do that now. Well, I said, why? Because you're going to make too much money. I said, well, I took a chance because you guys were down in the dumps. So do it again. No, we can't. Okay. So we renegotiated something else, but still was pretty good for back then. I got it organized. That was a smart move by my agent. And that agent was me.
It's incredible. And just looking at some of the attendances, game number 13 that year against Ferke, 6,500 people. Couple games later against Klagenfurt, another an attendance of 7,500. So how did you feel coming out of the tunnel onto the ice and just watching the full stands, knowing ka-ching?
One big smile on my face, buddy. But don't forget, Martin, I took a chance. So I was believing in myself that I could turn the team around. So I believed in my ability, and I knew what was before in Innsbruck. And if I could stick handle and make my moves and score some goals, and you're going to have the odd fight here and there, we could get this place buzzing again. Ron was great. Skinner was great. We had a really good team. We had a lot of fun. Krashy was coach. So it was great. But I had to believe in myself to even do this, in my ability to be able to turn the team around with the help of other players, of course. But it worked out. I took a chance, and it was a smart move.
There's two more things that I want to hit home in this part, and then still leave some meat on the bone as regards to your playing career for part number 4 of 70 in 7. Players' salaries, and there was a bigger discussion going on apparently that summer because a lot of newspaper articles would suggest so. Nowadays are always kept secret, and back in the day, newspapers and journalists started to guess how much people were earning, and apparently Brian Stukevich made 900,000 shillings, Eddie Lebler 700,000 shillings, Jeff Geiger 800,000 shillings. Rumor had it that the Nashheims of this world made north of $1 million. You have in your contract where you're getting part of the gates. How omnipresent was that discussion, or were the discussions of how much people were making, how much would be, or what to strive for in contract negotiations?
Well, I guess it was the player yourself and how talented you are. But don't forget, Mark, my second year in Innsbruck, I made 40,000 US. And back then, the dollar was 24 or 25 at its highest point. So in 1979 and 80, I made close to $1 million shillings. But if I would have taken care of the $1 million shillings as $1 million shillings would be, that would have been smart. But I couldn't figure that part out with exchanges because I sent money home and did stuff, right? So the year that I did the 30%, if I remember back when, it was probably 880,900, around there. I think just under 900, which is a lot of money back then. And of course, don't forget, the guy's coming over. You get a flight, apartment, a car. That's a huge expense, a huge savings, right? Which young players now, I thought young players do contracts, and they never seem to figure that part in. It's always, I said, here, you're going to make 30, 40,000 euros. Well, I should make more than that. Okay, well, how much are you going to save? I could save this amount. Really? Okay, if you're playing an American Hockey League, making 70,000, how much are you going to save? Nothing. Okay, so you're going to now save 35,000 Canadian. Is that a good deal? Holy shit, now that you mention it like that. And I've helped guys do contracts just like that. If you want to save 40,000 Canadians in Canada, you're going to have to make $120,000, $130,000 a year. And even then, you can't save that. So these young players I've helped, you're better to play 10 years saving 30,000, 40,000 cash than 1 or 2 years making more. So it's about a job. It's about how you organize your careers.
We're approaching, or fast approaching, your 30th birthday. You turned 30 years old in 1984. Another season, the 83-84 season that you spent in Innsbruck. An interesting one because the regular season had to be finished by mid-December. The playoffs had to be finished by mid-January to make space for the Winter Olympics in Sarajevo. You were on the squad. You were on Team Austria. You go to Sarajevo, but what unfolds next?
Imagine that I'm going to the Olympics. Are you freaking kidding me? So we got a bunch of guys, and Stankiewicz and Greenbank and the boys, Petrix and Raffles and Harrens. And We take the train down. This is great. We take the train down. There was almost no snow. So we're going, so like maybe 12 hours, 14-hour train ride, whatever. We stop halfway through and we get off. And we're walking through this long alley with glass on both sides going into like a terminal or a restaurant. The place was packed with people pounding on the freaking windows. And we're going, hey, this is unbelievable. They want to see the hockey guys. No. They were all there to see Franz Klammer. And Franz Klammer went in by helicopter. He wasn't even on the freaking train. Well, we got a kick out of that. So we get to Sarajevo. There was no snow. And all of a sudden the snow came. And we're talking record snow. So this became beautiful. So the night before, we're playing against Finland. I get word I can't play. I said, well, why can't I play? Because 5 guys, 2 from Team Canada, Jim Corsi, the goalie for Italy, Bjorn Skara. I remember Bjorn well. He was a great player, fast, played in Klagenfurt. He was with Norway, and myself. We couldn't play. Disqualified because we had played games in the NHL. Pretty disheartening, but what are you going to do? So they did let me stay on. So I stayed on, watched a lot of the stuff. Brian Stankiewicz got hurt and missed a couple of practices. So Rudman was in nets, and who do you think gets the call to be backup goalie in practice?
Yours truly.
If you're looking at me, yes, yours truly. I got pictures putting on Brian Stankiewicz. He's helping me putting the freaking gear on. I am the goalie. This is a one-time in a lifetime. This has never happened again. I'm in nets in practice. So I'm out there, and Rudy Kilius is the coach. And I know one thing I can do. I can play baseball. I can catch. The first drill he does, like it was a 3-on-0 from center ice. Well, Jesus Christ, Rudy, give me a couple shots, will you? I got twisted around so freaking bad, I didn't know where my jockstrap was. Anyway, I was in practice a couple of games, and I remember one time, the guy from Coho, or a stick guy, came. He was over on the bench. And I remember they told me after, he said, I think your backup goalie needs some new sticks. New sticks? I didn't need a new free position. But anyway, you know what happened? I bet a bunch of the guys, Cunningham and those guys, all those guys, they could stand 3-4 meters or 2 meters inside the blue line in a circle. They could fire pucks at me as hard as they want, slap shots. They will not score. Because I know what I could do. I could make that save with the skate the old way where you turn it out. And I could catch. I could catch every freaking puck because I'm a baseball player. We made bets, and if I remember right, I won a few beers from the boys. They couldn't score on those long shots.
But you see, hockey career is all about the highs and the lows. When we talk about the lows, and just the Olympics is a big deal for any athlete in any sport. You so much looking forward to being at the Olympics, and then a couple of days or a few hours away from hitting Olympic ice, you get told, can't play. How low was that low?
Well, it sure takes the fun out of all the preparation and everything, right? But I did stay on and watched a lot of events, and then I was kind of hanging around with one of the Austrian ski gals, having some fun too with her, like just a friend. So it was fun following the guys, but of course I was disappointed. But you know what happened the next Olympics? In 1988 was in Calgary, Canada. And now NHL players can play. You can play if you want. So I get a call from Bukac. He was the coach. They wanted me to go to Calgary to play the next Olympics. I said, no, I got a couple kids. The season ends. I'm kind of beat up. I think, no. What a bonehead move that was. I could have played in Calgary at the freaking Olympics in my home country, and I turned it down. And you know who took my spot? Richard Grenier took my spot.
The year 1984 is not the last year it's not the last time that we're going to talk about the year 1984 on this podcast, because it's also going to be the starting point on the next episode of 70 in 7 part 4, where we talk about your ages 31 to 40 and why 1984 is so important in that regard. How about that for a cliffhanger?
And boy, what a year 84, 85 was.
Coach, we hammered home a 135-minute episode, and we were just talking about 10 years of your life. And I guess we could have gone on for maybe double the amount of that. But for the time being, thank you so much for doing this. Thank you so much for all the great stories, and already looking forward to talking to you next week here on 70 in 7, a Win2day Hockey O'Clock original.
Martin, thank you very much. Great memories.
Win2day Hockey O'Clock. Kurz durchatmen bei diesem Wahnsinn, und das ging rasend schnell. Der Traum vom Finale ist erfüllt. Mittendrin stand nur der Ball. Fans stimmungsvoll und hoffnungsfroh. Nice move, another nice move. Oh, he scored! Oh, what a goal! It doesn't get any better than this.
70 in 7, a Win2day Hockey O'Clock original.
Win2day Hockey O'Clock. In diesem Augenblick wird jetzt richtig hitzig. Und die Scheibe kullert über die Linie. Mittendrin stand nur der Ball. Das ist unglaublich, was die hier zelebrieren. Nice move, another nice move. Oh, he scored! Oh, what a goal! It doesn't get any better than this.
It is that time of the week again. It is part 4 of 70 in 7. We're celebrating 70 years of a life dedicated to the great sport of hockey. A life that the player legend, the coaching legend, the overall legend led and is still leading. He is, of course, Greg Holst, and he's, of course, on part 4 as well. Coach, so glad to be talking hockey and your life with you this time around from 1984 to 1994. Interesting meat on the bone part again. First of all, so happy that you're doing this with me again.
Martin, thank you. The first 3 were pretty exciting, so there are some good stories coming up.
Coach, this will probably happen throughout the next couple of episodes, that we're jumping a little bit back and forth, because there might be things that come to you a little later after our recording sessions, things that we might just have forgotten. And this time around, you said, you know what? On episode number 4, even though it's from the mid-80s to the mid-90s, we need to talk about something that happened almost 10 years earlier and would have perfectly fit episode number 3. And you just mentioned a name and you said, let's talk about Jacques Cossette. Why?
Well, Jacques Cossette was a great junior player. He played with Pierre LaRouche and Desiel. They had 200 points each apiece. So I'm playing in American Hockey League. I just want to tell you something. It's kind of a funny story. It was my first real fight in the AHL in a league game. So we're playing, and Jacques Cossette was about my size, but he was stocky. So me being a little cocky, the gloves came off, and here we go. And he was tough. He hit me with the left so freaking quick, cut me across the chin. I have the scar to this day. I turned right. He hit me right. I turned left. He hit me again. He hit me 4 or 5 right in the face. My hair was pulled. I'm breathing. I got a black eye. I'm a freaking mess. So anyway, I survived the first parts. Well, you know what? I'm going to go home again. So I take off my jersey and I go towards the bench and I'm waving them on. And I'm looking over and all the guys are going, Holsty, it's the wrong bench. Holy shit. I didn't know what freaking bench he was on. So I got the crap beat out of me. And I tell you what, I did not go after Jacques Cassette again. And he never came after me, obviously, because that was a crazy night. The guys got a real kick out of it. And that night, Martin, I drove to a bar after the game with a bunch of guys. I'm driving my car. This is amazing. The cops pull me over. And I go to get out of my car. And they put the high beams on me. Get back in your car. So now there's a few of the players driving by honking the horns. We were going just out of town to a nice little bar. The cop gets close. Boom. I get back in the car. He looks at my face. He goes, "What the hell happened to you?" Gave him my license. "Oh, Greg, Providence Reds. Holy shit. Take it easy. Have a good night. We'll see you later." You know what, Martin, too? I think back at just some of the crazy times, and there was a fight in Rochester. I won't get into it. I fought a guy named Ray Maluda, my size. We went out in the penalty box. Everybody piles in, fights everywhere. We had guys in the dressing room. Referee came down with bite marks in their back with teeth marks and blood. Some nights, it wasn't a whole lot of fun.
Holy crap. I'm on the one hand happy that we touched on this. On the other hand, maybe their children listen to this too. So apologies on that front. But then again, they'd need to be able to speak and understand proper English. So maybe that helps to not expose them too much to the kind of brutality of hockey too much. The last time we talked to each other, you said that 1984 is an important year when you look back on it. What made you say that 1984, or what made you decide on that 1984 was indeed so important for your career and your hockey life and your life?
And my life. Well, 1984, what a year. I agreed at 30 years old. We had a team dinner in Innsbruck, and I had agreed I could have kept postponing this. I agreed to go into the Austrian army. So I get into the bar. Guys everybody had a schnapps. Here's the papers. I signed the paper. Now I am officially going to be going at 30 years old to the Austrian army. I had to report July 2nd. So I flew back from Canada to go into the army. And I got a couple army stories. Then, in the same year, I also met Christine, who became my wife and the mother of my two boys. And of course, the hockey part, what a year it was. And we will talk about that.
Let me just start by mentioning another name that you kind of brought on and said you want to talk about it on the podcast. And I think it happened the summer before the 84-85 season, or maybe 2 summers before that. But it'll be essential for all the other parts that we still record and just to broaden people's understandings of your situations. You wanted to talk about Red Story. Now, I'd imagine a lot of listeners don't know who Red Story was. Maybe you can share or shed a little light on who Red Story was and what happened that kind of had an impact on your life.
Well, Red Story was a Grey Cup winner in football, a professional lacrosse player, and he was a top referee in the NHL. And he was a great guy, a tall, red-headed guy, loved by everybody. And he would get invited to all the banquets and NHL banquets because he was a great storyteller. But he was refereeing our summer games when we would play in the summer because we always had a referee. Later, it was Dave Jackson. But Red Story came up to me And I was still flying and stick counting. When somebody with his pedigree says something to you, it kind of, you don't forget it because it was quite a compliment. He said, Greg, are you going back to Europe? I said, yeah, going back again. He says, because if you were interested, I can get you a tryout on any team in the NHL. And I said, well, geez, thank you very much, Red. That's quite a compliment. So it's things like that that you don't forget when somebody, the gentleman he was and the hockey guy that he was, says something like that. It's kind of reassuring that, I guess I am a pretty good player.
How enticed were you to tell him, you know what, get me a tryout with the Montreal Canadiens?
Well, that would have been so exciting because you remember, Martin, when I was Rookie of the Year in the American Hockey League, we had a tie. It was the first tie ever, and I tied with Pierre Mondeau. And Pierre Mondeau won a couple Stanley Cups with Montreal. So you look back, it's not about regrets, but you go, wow, wonder if I would have been with the Montreal organization, what would have happened? Of course, I did play one game there, which was also a dream. So it is what it is. But by the time we're done all of these episodes, there's a couple of things I'm going to say to you.
When we talk about the NHL dream, you played in the National Hockey League, but you not deliberately, but you knowingly went over to Austria, probably putting not an end to the National Hockey League dream, but putting it on hold. And then you get to meet Red Story, and he tells you, hey, you know what? I can get you a tryout on any team, and you still, or thinking that you're still good enough and that you'd have it. And I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but at what point did you lay the NHL dream to rest? At what point did you know, well, it's probably not going to happen again that I'm playing in a big show?
Oh, I would say probably a couple of years before that. It was still a compliment at 29 years old. So it was put the rest before that because, if you're going to go from playing 80 games plus playoffs and how the hockey was, now you're going to Europe playing 40 games. Did I play as long as I did? Would I have played in the American Hockey League or possible NHL till 37, 38, 39 years old? The answer is absolutely not. Would I have had the opportunity to get to Europe in my 30s? Probably not. So I guess I had good contracts. It becomes your job. It becomes a business. And 84, 85, as we're going to talk about, was a year I will never forget.
So let's dive right into it. And instead of getting ready for the National Hockey League during summertime, you're getting ready for another chapter of your Austrian adventure. And this time around, it features the Austrian Army. And for all the people, and especially the international listeners out there who don't know, there's mandatory half-year service for every adult male in this country for the Army. It's normally right around your 18th birthday or the year you turn 18. And back in the day, I think it had to be at the very least 9 months, because when I got called up for the military, and I decided to do community service, of course, but back in the day, it would have still been 9 months of public service or service on the Army. How was it for you to be joining a bunch of 18-year-olds in July of 1984, with you being 30 years old and obviously not having grown up in Austria?
Well, it was quite... The reason I did it was this. I said, I have my Austrian citizenship. If I do this Army, I could have kept postponing it until I was 35, and then I would have been out. But I said, I'm going to do it. They're never going to question me becoming an Austrian. That's the reason I did it. So I get in there July 2nd, and I became the Zimmerkommandant. So in our room, I was the boss. So I remember our first meeting, one of those guys with the 2 stars comes walking in. All the guys are standing there. And I stuck out my hand to shake his hand, and he started freaking screaming at me. And I said, whoa. And the other guys are looking, and I go, okay. I threw some English at him as if I couldn't speak German. So he was a little bit flustered, but that's how it started. But I can honestly tell you, the first couple of weeks, I stayed in the barracks. And this wasn't much fun because I had to train too, off ice and all that stuff. So I went to the Spies and I said to the boss, big boss, I said, is there any chance I could come in at 6 a.m, do all my day stuff, but sleep at home so I can get some sleep and I do my training? And he agreed. But he also said to me, Greg, but we got to make a deal here. When we're lined up, all our 50 or 60 guys in the morning, or 70 guys, whatever it was, I'm going to be jumping on you a little bit aggressive with you. And I said, why? He says, because if I jump on you, everybody's going to stand tall. I said, hey, that's a good deal. So I made sure those guys had hockey tickets and all this stuff once the season started. And that was the start of me going to the Army, Konrad Kaserne in Innsbruck.
While all this went on, a lot of things went on with the Innsbruck team too. There was a lot of turnover on the personnel front, and people to this day still look back on this 84-85 season and say this had to be one of the best, if not the best teams ever put together. We're talking about Brian Stankiewicz. We're talking about Dennis Huol. We're talking about Alexei Kostelev. We're talking about Rick Bourbonnais. So much high quality talent that was assembled in Innsbruck. With the team slowly but steadily coming together, did you think, Jesus, this could really be the year?
Well, you always kind of think that. But if you look at our team, how it was built, and Stank was great in nets. I played with Dennis Huol and Kastilyev. That's probably one of the greatest lines ever in the league. And I played with a lot of really good players, with Haring and Bowman, Raffle. And do you realize that the three of us, sometimes they had to break us up on the road because teams would be hacking Kastilyev or hacking me. So we broke it up a little. But at home, we were fantastic. Do you know we had 257 points, the three of us together? Dennis Huol had 41 goals. Kosti had 31, and I had 44. Our line at home was freaking unstoppable. And we're stanking nets, so we were really top-heavy. So if we're not going real good, I mean, we had Mark Linder, Tommy Musma, we had Bourbonnais, but if our top line wasn't scoring, chances are we weren't going to win. That's just the way it was. But we had a good club. 110,000 fans that year. Only Rapid in soccer had more fans in Austria than our Innsbruck hockey team.
Hard to imagine if you look at the spectator numbers 30-something years later. But what is interesting and what I was able to dig up is the fact that the newspapers wrote from a Canadian millionaire team. And we were talking about salaries and we were talking about contracts, but in the grand scheme of things, looking back on this season, was it indeed the fact that Innsbruck had maybe one or two more Canadian millionaires than all the other teams?
Well, no, who would they have been? Kastilyev, he wasn't. The Russians had to pay most of their salary back to the Federation, and Hooley was probably, 30 or 40,000. No, Stank made a lot. I made a lot. No, this was not a millionaire team by any regards. But Do you know when I was in the Austrian Army? So if I don't come over to the Army July 2nd, you know who I don't meet in August? Is Christine, who became my wife. And I was out at the Casablanca because Dries was my favorite Moroccan. He's now living in New Zealand, bartender, and we're still in contact. I was at the Casablanca and having a couple of beers with Brian Stankiewicz. And a couple of gals come walking in, really good looking. And I go, okay. So they stood beside us and I said, we had some rums going or whatever he did. I said, help yourselves, whatever. They left, but they came back. And me and Christine kind of had a connection. We met up. We set up our first date. Beautiful young woman. And she became my wife and the mother of my two boys. If I don't come to the Austrian Army July 2nd, I do not meet Christine.
I mean, it's always such a loaded word, but do you believe in kind of fate? You deciding to go to the army and getting the army service behind you. And because of that, meeting your wife. And because of that, having your two great boys. Is there anything that you attach to fate, or is it just a word?
Well, is there fate in life? There probably really is, because so many things happen in your life or your career that you have to go, why did that really happen? So is there fate? Yes, I believe there is fate in life. But I have to tell you a quick story on the Army, because when I got there July 2nd, I've given up my summer of golf to do this, right? And they were nice enough, but it was an 8-month gig. But once we started the season and the guys came to the games, I set them up. They took pretty good care of me. So I didn't have to go in a lot of times before a game or after. And the soccer guys weren't playing great and they weren't treated quite as good. But we're in mid-July and we had to take our machine gun, our STG-58 machine gun, apart and put it together blindfolded. So this is probably towards the end of July. I'm in there a few weeks. We take it apart blindfolded. We're outside. It is freaking hot. So I take my pieces and I put them all in order so I know where they are. I don't know why we had to do this. So anyway, I start putting it back together. It's freaking 30 degrees outside. I start putting it back together and then I'm searching for the next piece. And I can't find it. And I'm getting freaking flustered because I organized this. I have to get this done. So after about a minute, I'm just going, what the hell? I say, you know what? Something's not right. I took off my headband or my eye protection that I was blinded. And there's a couple of the bosses, the Spies and the other boss standing there laughing because they took a couple pieces away just to have a little bit of fun with me. All in good humor. We talked about humor. They were having some fun.
When we wrap our heads around the 84-85 season, you had a tremendous start to the year and were successful on an individual basis and on a team basis. But I found a headline where it said unrest in Innsbruck. Krasny wants to step down. And then a couple games later, it said, well, the team approached him and begged him not to step down. What exactly happened had to be around the 7, 8, 9 game mark of the year. What happened during that stretch?
I cannot remember that at all. I was not involved, I don't think, because I would have remembered. I'm not sure what happened. This is kind of the first time I'm hearing this. Did it happen? Maybe, but I cannot remember. Because we had a pretty good team. Mark, not only did I go to the Army, me, Christine, I had one of the best years I've ever had. I had 101 points. So, but Bart did stay on, and we got to the finals, as you know, and I have a story for the finals, which is going to be an exclusive.
There are so many years that we could probably talk in depth about. I singled a couple of them out, and the 84-85 season is one of them where we talk about things that happen in more detail than we'll do with other years that you kept playing in Austria. But long story put short, the building was rocking. It was sold out more often than not. You mentioned the 100,000 plus people that came to the games. Mind you, there were only 39 games played for Innsbruck, and basically half of them being home games. You exceeding the 100-point threshold for the first time in the Austrian league, and spoiler alert, also for the last time. But there were headlines that said Kostelev, Holst, Hull, they're too good for this league. So you had really something going for you, and eventually, just as everybody expected, you get to the finals, and it's Klagenfurt against Innsbruck, and it was the first year where basically playoffs were played in Austria. It started with a best of three in the semis, and went on with a best of three in the finals. But when did you, as a team, as an individual, know, there are going to be playoffs this year? This is going to be different.
Well, I think every year they kept changing the freaking system, so it was very inconsistent. So now it's a best of three, which is pretty tough also. I mean, you can't have a bad night. Lustenau is the number one team, led by Rick Cunningham. And Klagenfurt upset Lustenau. Lustenau was supposed to win. We beat Falkirk in 3. And fans were going freaking crazy. So Kartsay wins. They upset Rick Cunningham, and I think Steve Stockman was there. They had a pretty good freaking team. Kartsay wins, and now they're coming to Innsbruck, and we have home ice advantage. So this place was rocking. You want me to keep going to what happened? Because this is going to be wild.
I know the score from game one, so I'm very curious what happened.
The score was 6-2. I remember exactly what happened. They got a couple late goals. Eddie Labor got a couple late goals, but you want me to tell you exactly what happened?
Shoot.
So, we have the big line, Holy Castelli of myself. We score the first goal. We're up 1-0. Sulzer's on the ice. After we score, I said something to Sulzer. He speared me right under the heart in the ribs. I go down. You don't want to get speared in the ribs. Dennis Hull jumps in, goes after Sulzer. He gets 2+10 in the box. I am now in with the doctor. I can't freaking breathe. So I say, Doc, I can't breathe. Give me a needle. It was Ecke Steiner, Dr. Steiner. I said, Steiner, give me a needle so I can freeze it. He said, I can't, Greg. It's right under the ribs, under the heart. I said, holy Christ. So our line now is disarray. We're the key. Stanks and Nets, and we're the key. Hooley's in the box for 12 minutes. I am now seriously having trouble breathing. We lose 6-2. Labler got a couple late goals. That is factual. Sulzer, Gilligan was coach. I believe Sulzer never played another shift. Basically did his job. So here's what I'm going to say right now. If I would have just kept my freaking mouth shut and not said something, we could have possibly won that game and maybe the championship. So that is a regret. And I'll never forget it. Why didn't I just keep my mouth shut, and Sulzer would not have speared me? That is 100% true, and almost nobody knows that story. So now you have a line, 257 points. Hooley's out of it in the box. It broke up our rhythm. We lost the game. Then we went on the road. Okay, but here's something for you. I had a Jeep, a blue Pajero Jeep. I come out We beat Falkirk in game 3. We're heroes, almost carried out of the rink. We lose game 1. My Jeep was full, the windows were full of spit from the fans, my own fans. So you better be thick-skinned in this business. So we go on the road. Mac was in nets. We had 4 or 5 breakaways. We just could not score, and Cartier won. If I only would have kept my mouth shut.
I guess you didn't when you ran into Hans Sulzer a couple of years later. Actually, you met him this just past year during one of the many anniversaries that were kind of celebrated in hockey, Carinthia. Did that incident ever come up again?
No. Nobody knows that story, Mark. Maybe one person knows that story. No, this is exclusive. And Solskjaer's a good guy. He was a pretty good player, but he was chopping hack. He was a bit of a stick man, but he did his job as you were allowed. And if I don't say a word, I don't get speared. But he's going to hear it now. I don't know if he's going to hear this podcast, but he might. But that is, if I remember correctly, Gilligan did not put him on the ice again, if I remember correctly.
I talked to a longtime Austrian observer of hockey, and he said this had to be your biggest disappointment during your playing days, because this team was supposed to be the champ. Is that indeed the case, that this 84-85 year and how it eventually turned out is the biggest disappointment, the biggest kind of regret that you have?
No, we weren't the favorite team. Lustenau was really the best team. They were the top team. I think we were maybe second favorite. Absolute disappointment for me, not for winning the championship for myself, but for all the fans that supported us. That 110,000, we had so many dedicated fans coming down from Silatal, busloads of hockey fans and my fan clubs. If I could turn it all back, winning for them in that year would have been absolutely fantastic.
What year marked the beginning of the end of your Innsbruck years? Because it wouldn't take much longer and you'd tie your skates elsewhere, in Salzburg, in Villach, and there were 3 more years after that in Innsbruck, but Innsbruck and your time there came to a temporary halt at the end of the 80s. Where did that decision kind of grow ripe that you'd wanted to see other places in Austria?
Because Innsbruck didn't want to sign me. Black and white. So Kristiliev, great player, Russian. Viktor Charlamov, fantastic player. The 3 of us went from Innsbruck to Salzburg. That was the first year of Red Bull. We had a pretty good team. Sandlik was there, Shabisti, Steve Polgar was coach, Bernie Hutz. We had a pretty good team. It just, we didn't have many guys. And we kind of ran out of juice, but we had a great year. We actually, Martin, went bankrupt in November. We never got paid again. I remember because the executor came to the game and took all the money from the fans. So we had really good attendance. And I remember getting a bag of 20s and 50s and 100 shillings every now and then to keep me going. We got paid. We had to finish the year. We got paid from the Austrian government with interest in the next summer. If we would have quit, we wouldn't have got paid. Everybody played. We had enough money to keep us going. And that is factual. So we all went to Red Bull, but after that, I went back to Innsbruck. And if you think my last year in Innsbruck, what a year that was in the Alpenleague. mean, against Milan, our 7th win, we had 10,000 fans. Frank Way, Scotty McCrory, Felix, Martin Linder, Tommy Busma, Stankin, Nets, Pertaler. What a season it was. I was 37 years old. I am captain of the team. Coach Barrick, wanted me to be captain to lead the team. I didn't really want to do it. He made me captain. He said, Greg, you got to be the captain. I said, okay. I had 21 goals, 51 points. We had a fantastic year. And what happened? I scored my 500th goal that year. Dad happened to be at the game. Hadn't seen me play in 11 years. My number gets retired. Basically, when your number gets retired, that's it. After the season, planning to go back to play, because the guy said, hey, Greg, great year. They didn't even talk to me. But that's just the way it goes. And I remember one night, Cartier was always my favorite team. And, at 37, sometimes you have it, sometimes you don't. And we had a full house, and I scored 3 goals at 37 against Cartier. And, of course, the fans are going freaking bananas. Frank Way comes up and said, Holtzy, you got to play like that all the time. I say, Frank, when you're 37, I hope it happens once or twice a year. Great bunch of guys. I scored my 1,000th point. I had Hardy Varratter, the skier. He was involved in the sponsoring group. I got a Tag Heuer watch. I got 1,000 liters of Gösser beer as a gift. And I think the first big party we had, we drank 200 or 300 liters of it. So that was quite a year. But when it ended, they never even talked to me again.
I think we got ahead of ourselves a little bit too far here, because there is still some instances where I want to get your perspective on and seasons where you need to do some explaining. And after almost winning a championship and coming up short against Klagenfurt in the spring of 85, obviously some more disappointments came your way in 85, 86, as regards the Innsbruck team, and with the coach turnover that there was. Crashly left the team, and Gerhard Kissling was signed. He was ousted a couple of months later because it never kind of seemed to work. The team that had performed so brilliantly the year before just never got on a roll. How do you look back on the early stages of the 85 season?
Let me ask you a question. You got the greatest line that's ever played in Innsbruck. So are you not going to sign Dennis Hull and Kastilyev?
Probably leave them together as long as you want to play together.
100%. So they're bringing Charlemagne, great hockey player, Blair McDonald, and Kotov. It just wasn't the same. And the coaching changed, whatever. But how do you break up one of the greatest lines in the history of the freaking league? So I had 51 points. I can't remember exactly what happened, but it just was not the same. Even though Blair, BJ McDonald, captain in the NHL, it just, the magic was not there anymore. So, too bad. That's the way it goes. I was shocked that we were not together for 2 or 3 years, because it was absolutely, the line was magic. Let's put it that way.
It's interesting that you mentioned, or that you said, the magic was gone. Can you pinpoint that feeling? Was it something that evolved over a longer stretch of time, or maybe were there instances where you said, Jesus, we just don't have it anymore?
Well, I think there was other players that didn't come back too. It just wasn't maybe those two, because Victor Charleboff and Blair, they were good players, but it wasn't the same. And Crossley did a pretty good job coaching. And of course, the coaching change didn't really fit with us. So a lot of stuff goes into it. When I say magic, it's just the magic of that line. Because just say our line was an average line. Well, we wouldn't have had 257 points. We wouldn't have made the finals. So the magic was the three of us. Because I never really played with Charlemont. I might have played with BJ and some other guys. I played with Tommy Misma. He was a pretty good hockey player, Martin Linder. But that line was magic, and they let it slip away. So if you're management and you have 110,000 fans, like you said, in 18 or 19 games, would you not keep that line together and bring on another player or two to make us a little bit stronger? When I think about it now, I'm getting a little aggravated, Martin, so maybe we better change the subject here.
You know what? Let's change the subject to something incredibly positive that happened during that 85-86 season in January of 86. You became a father for the first time. So by the late stages of 1985, you probably already knew what was in store. How was that process for you? Because I think it's always interesting when people who play pro sports then have that drastic change to their life. And who are we kidding? A child coming into one's life is as drastic a change as there is. How was that process for you?
That moment in my life is one of the most special moments I will ever have. Of course, until the next one came too. But Michael was born in the sanatorium in Rum, Tirol, R-U-M. And I love drinking rum and coke. I mean, is that fate? So I remember the nun, the Schwester, the nun, came up the elevator holding this little bundle. I remember this like yesterday. And the doors open, and I didn't know if it was a boy or a girl. And I said, "What is it?" "Ein boob." I go, "What the hell's a boob?" I didn't realize the word boob was a boy. Oh, a boy. Oh my God. So I had Michael in my arms the first time, and there he was. And all of a sudden, he just started crying, screaming. I go, "Oh my God, he doesn't like his old man." What a moment in my life. What a special moment for Christine and myself. Michael, the name Michael, came out of nowhere. I think the closest second name was going to be Giacomo. Well, good we didn't call him Giacomo. But I don't know, all of a sudden, it was Michael. And what a special moment in my life.
During this episode, we will hear from Michael. So that's something that I will have already spoiled for a couple of listeners then. But the interesting thing is that this year, or the season you were having Michael as your firstborn, also marked your last one playing for the national team. Did that go hand in hand? New responsibilities off the ice and also trying to cut down on some on ice time?
Well, I'd have to think so, because as you know, in the 84 Olympics, we weren't allowed to play NHL players. But in 88, the Calgary Olympics, I was allowed. They changed the rules. Bukac did call me. He was the Czech coach. And after the season, having a child, and you know what? I just didn't. What a bonehead move that was. Play the Olympics in Calgary, Canada. If I could turn it back. I mean, we had talked about this, that Richard Grenier took my spot. I think it just was at the end of the year, having kids. I was 35 years old. If I could turn it back, I would have gone. But at the moment, it was the right decision.
I want to double down on having kids and the joy of becoming a father and life advice that comes with it. And this brings me to a story that I want to listen to that reached me from our mutual friend, Markus Pfanner. He, who became a father a couple of years ago too. And he takes us back to that year. Obviously, doesn't necessarily fit the stage that we're trying to set right now, but as it's a life lesson and something that you probably developed after the birth of Michael, I thought it fit perfectly for us to listen to this together. And as it's in German for all the English speaking and international listeners, I'll try to sum it up after we've heard from Markus Pfanner.
Zu einer weiteren Geschichte von Greg. Ist eher eine Lebensgeschichte und war sehr wertvoll für mich. Holst und ich sind wahrscheinlich sehr ähnlich gestrickt. Es ist 24/7 einfach nur um Eis gegangen. Nichts anderes war wichtig. Das war Priorität Nummer 1. Und vor 2 Jahren haben wir den kleinen Linus bekommen auf unseren Sohn. Da sind wir natürlich sehr stolz. Wo meine Freundin, die jetzt schwanger war, hat es natürlich sehr viele Gespräche gegeben mit Freunden, mit Kollegen. Und da sind immer wieder Geschichten rausgekommen, wo die Leute gemeint haben, dass sich alles ändern wird. Nicht immer zum positiven Sinne. Weniger Schlaf und Stress und. Das haben die Leute natürlich überhaupt nicht böse gemeint. Der Holste war aber noch einer der wenigen, der klipp und klar zu mir gesagt hat, Bente, und jetzt ist Stopp. Er hat genug Lebenserfahrung. Da muss ihm glauben, da muss ihm vertrauen. Jeder einzelne Tag wird ein glücklicher Tag. Jeder einzelne Tag wird ein bisschen besser wie der Tag vorher. Und er hat es wirklich so überzeugend gesagt, dass ich dem zu 100% Vertrauen geschenkt habe. Und ja, bei uns ist genauso gekommen. Also der Linus ist jetzt ein bisschen über 2 Jahre und an jedem Tag, nach jedem Training freut man sich, wenn man heimkommt. Einfach eine extrem schöne Erfahrung, aber auch eine wichtige Erfahrung für mich, dass der Holste für mich da war und dass man da Lebenstipps gegeben hat.
I really like the story and the way he told it, and it's basically about him just expecting to be a dad, and I think a lot of dads and moms who listen to this have been through this. If you're becoming parents for the very first time, a lot of people will tell you nothing's gonna stay the same, dramatic changes incoming, and you were the one who told them, Pints, stop. This is the greatest thing that will ever happen to you, and every day of your life will be joyful and happy because of the little one. And it kind of brings me back to you and that kind of January onwards from 1986 phase where you had just become a parent for the first time. At what point did this feeling settle in? Wait a second, this is great. Now, each and every day from here on out is a happy one.
Oh, it was like absolute magic when you think about it. I remember I come home there late a couple nights. Mike was in his little crib there. I'd sleep on the floor right beside his crib. I mean, so it was fascinating. You know what the funny thing about Mike? Mike's a tall, slender, good-looking guy. He was maybe one of the fattest babies you ever saw. And if you remember the Michelin tire commercials, maybe you don't, where the rolls in the arms. Well, this, we should have called them Michelin. It was absolutely, and I got pictures to prove it. I think Mike is the same weight now as he was when he was young. He just straightened up to be 6'4". Absolutely freaking hilarious. And me and Christine looked at those pictures, and I tell you what, but I will say something about Christine. And I know we didn't make it all the way, which was, of course, devastating, but she took care of the kids fantastically, and I had to play hockey, so she made sure I had my sleep, I had my rest, I slept in the other room when I had a game. She did a fantastic job. She was a fantastic cook. She really took care of the kids when I was still playing hockey and gave me the space I needed and the sleep I needed, so she did a fantastic job when the kids were very young.
But this probably goes out to all aspiring parents and parents who just had the very first one. Enjoy the time, because and I think that's a cliche that everybody gets told too. It flies by, and time goes so fast. And after a year or two, you really look back on it and go to yourself and tell yourself, yeah, time did fly by. So enjoy it as much as you can, if you can relate to these experiences a little bit.
Well, just Mark, let me make a quick comment to Pintsy, because me and Pintsy are pretty good friends. I coached him. I coached him. We also coached together, and people actually did say, Greg, does it really get that bad? Like when the kids 1 or 2? I said, are you kidding me? Once the kid starts walking and talk, it's freaking hilarious. There's so many fine. You're the father of 2 young kids. You see how exciting it is. So, no, my view on it maybe is different than other people or some people, but Pintsy is a fantastic dad, and he's so excited about this. And he's also coaching kids, so which he never thought he would do, and he loves it. So Marcus Pintner's life has changed for the better.
Let's turn our attention to the year 86. In January, your first born son came into this world. In May, you play, or April, May, you play for the Austrian national team for the last time. After that, it's your marriage, and then you're heading into an interesting 86-87 season. In terms of general busyness and things that happen, was 86 indeed one of the busiest years of your life?
Well, of course, when your first child's born, it's mega exciting. And then we did get married. Mom and dad and friends all came over. We had a fantastic wedding, and maybe the last year of the national team. But just getting married, and Michael came to the wedding. So you see how things changed in life. Mike was at our wedding. So Mom and dad were there. Everybody came over. It was really fantastic. And it was a busy year, but you know what? It's no busier than so many people. So you keep rolling, you keep playing, you do your private stuff. And then we went back to Canada in the summer and had a great time. So it was quite a year.
When you go back to Innsbruck for the 86-87 season, a lot of new faces again on the Innsbruck team, and none more interesting than Sergei Kapustin, 7-time world champion Russian hockey player, and he was signed from Spartak Moscow. But I found an interesting newspaper article where a lot of people weren't sure if the right Kapustin had been sent to Innsbruck, because he had a brother named Igor, and I could read from the article, but it wouldn't make too much sense. It was just confusion if Innsbruck had gotten the right Kapustin. Did you know about all that, or did you just have to rely on what club management was doing anyways?
I had no idea. Victor Charlamov was already there. What a career he had. What a player. Sergei Kapustin came. What a player. One of the greatest all time. In the top 10 in Russia. Couldn't really speak English, couldn't really speak German, but he was quite a player. And I have a story when we went, because the three of us went to Salzburg the next year. And Victor Charlamov and Kapustin always played together. But Kapustin, I remember in Innsbruck one time, it was his birthday. And he phoned me, and he's talking freaking Russian, and g'day, you, yeah, snaps. I have no idea what he was talking, but he'd phone me and talk to me, and we had no communication skills, but we figured it out. But you know what's funny? They love drinking vodka. The Russians love vodka, and they would bring good vodka and caviar over. So me and Stank, a couple of times, the girls would all go downtown. We're going to meet them downtown, and Victor and Sergei would invite me and Stank over to their apartment. And Greg, come in, Greg, stay, come in. And we'd have a pile of really good caviar, and he'd pour us a nice tall shot of freaking vodka. I look at Stank, I go, holy shit, Stank. So we have a couple of these, and then we say, hey, Sergey, do you have any beer? Like, we're Canadian guys, we drink beer. Oh, beer. We'd have a couple of beers, they love the vodka, then we'd go downtown, have some fun. But these Russian guys were great guys. The problem with Kapustin was everybody was after him to take him out, world star. He just never got a break. But when we went to Salzburg, and I remember this, Steve Polgar broke up the line, and I played with Kapustin for a couple games. Martin, I'm going to tell you, I could read off him, and he could see the game, and he could pass. If I would have played with Sergey the whole year, I'd have scored 70, 80 goals. That's how smart he was, and I knew how to get open. But the Russians, most of the time, played together. What a hockey player. And you know what I learned from those guys when I was in my mid-30s? How to skate better. I was always quick laterally, but I watched them skate when we do our laps. They had this long stride. The power. I learned to become a better skater in my mid-30s watching Charlamov and Kapustin. Not so much Castilla before, because he was more like me, really lateral. But these guys could fly around the rink. I became a better skater in my mid-30s watching these superstar players. And, unfortunately, Sergey died at 45. Quite a sad story.
Let's just remain quickly with the 86-87 year, because it ended in another disappointment. You played a great year for the most part, got into the master round, and then it's playoffs, and it's best of 5 semifinals. You play against Vienna, and you get ousted 1-3 in the best of 5 series. Another year where at the very end, it just says there's always next year. How disappointing was it that this championship that every hockey player, every pro hockey player at one point, of course, wants to win, had still eluded you to this point?
Well, it's always disappointing, but you have to remember other teams are pretty good too. So, but you know what's funny? Even in the American League, we lost in the finals. I was close so many times. Sometimes with the system from the year before, we would have won. So no excuses. It happens. But you know what's funny? When I played baseball, we won the championship in Montreal. Kenny McCarthy, my good buddy, was my catcher. I played shortstop and I was pitcher. And when I pitched, Kenny was my catcher. And we had all these signs and we had crazy times. We had a really good baseball team. I won in baseball. So what are the chances of winning in baseball and not in hockey? But it is what it is. You can't turn it back. Like I told you, 84-85, one of my biggest disappointments for the fans. What happened in that year, if I could turn it back, I would have just zipped it up and not said a word.
We'll leave all those disappointments right here. We're going to take a quick break here on 70 in 7 part 4, and then we're back for more about your playing days from 1984 to 1994. Back after this.
Win2day hockey so far.
If you have listened to all parts of 70 in 7 so far, you will have spent more than 11 hours with Greg Holst and myself. If you want to ensure that long-format hockey talks or other hockey specials will continue to air on win2day Hockey O'Clock, please donate to this cause. Please have a look at the show notes of this podcast, where you'll find a link on how to help making the next special episodes and special series happen. However much you're able to donate, all the proceeds go into research, production, and promotion on this podcast. Thank you so much in advance. But now, on with the show.
Win2day Hockey.
Part 4 of 70 in 7, the series about the great hockey life of Greg Holst with Greg Holst. And Coach, we've been talking about some tumultuous Innsbruck years so far. And the second time that you put on another jersey in Austria than the Innsbruck one happened in the year 87, 88. You joined Salzburg. Why?
Well, Steve Polgar was coach. Innsbruck did not want to sign me, Charlemagne, and Kapustin. So the three of us went to Salzburg. And we had a pretty good team. We had Doug Hicks, Peter Tsanalik, Bernie Hutz, Rudman was in nets. The home guys were great, IB, and we had a small team, though. It was the first year of Red Bull. We actually started filling the rink. We beat Kartsay one night. I remember they were the big team, and the fans went absolutely crazy. That was the year Gerhard Berger came in our dressing room, came in on the ice with us in warm-up. That was way back. That was the first year of Red Bull. And we just didn't have enough players, but we had a really fantastic year. And we were all together for that 1 year, and then it was over. And then off I went to the next team.
Back when we prepared this series, you said in the mid-'80s, there was some interesting contract negotiations. I know of a couple that took place in Innsbruck, but how were contract negotiations with teams other than Innsbruck?
Well, they were pretty simple. There was when I went to Salzburg, didn't make as much money as I did in Innsbruck. It was just, here's the budget, here's what you can make, here's your bonuses, fine. And you agree to it. But in Innsbruck, I did my own negotiating. And when I became a coach later on, which we will talk about eventually, I did some of my own contracts and I made some really interesting moves, what we will talk about. But in Innsbruck, there was one time in Innsbruck, they wanted to sign me. So I meet two of the management at Hotel Europa, across from the train station. I remember where it was. We're sitting in there and we're talking. I said, well, guys, I'm going to want a 2-year. Let's take a look at some numbers. So whatever the numbers were, 35, 36,000. First year, US dollars. The second year, 35, 40, whatever it was. I said, okay, guys, apartment, car, flights, which was standard. How about in my first year, I make this. In my second year, I make this. They looked at it and they responded really quickly. And I said, okay, a little bit too fast. I said, okay, I had to start thinking here. Guys, give me a little time. I'm going to go, give me half an hour. I'm going to go call my agent and talk about this deal that's on the table. So the Holiday Inn, they had this little bar where I used to go for a beer. I went over and had a couple little beers by myself, gave it 30 minutes, went back to the table. I said, okay, guys, I talked to my agent and I said, okay, we've touched. In the first year, I would like 3,000 or 4,000 more here, whatever the number was, significant. In the second year, I would like this, 3, 4, 5 more. Well, the rest of the stuff stays the same. And they said, ooh, they had to think about this. So they pondered back and forth. Finally, they said, well, okay. And your agent, boy, he must be a pretty smart guy. I said, yeah, he's not stupid. I signed those 2 little beers I had. I probably made 7,000 to 10,000 US dollars more. Contract negotiations.
Without talking to an agent. That's the importance here.
Without. And I think they said, well, who's your agent? I said, my dad's my agent. Oh, he must be pretty smart. Yeah, dad doesn't even know about this.
Now you're in Salzburg. Now you're playing for your third Austrian team, and you're doing it at an advanced age for hockey back in the day, 34, or it was your age 34 season. At what point did it maybe first hit you that you can't play hockey until you're 60?
Until I was what? 60?
60? 50? 40? At what point did you understand there is a natural end to one's playing career?
Well, it wasn't in Salzburg at 35 because I felt great. And we had a really good team. We had a whole lot of fun. Just we did go bankrupt and we didn't get paid till the summer, other than a few dollars to keep us going. But at 35, no, I didn't look too far ahead thinking, I got 2 more, 3 more, 5 more years. We'll get to when I finally did retire, why I retired. And it wasn't because I couldn't play anymore. Other circumstances caused me to stop. But when I was at Salzburg, no, I felt great. We had a good team. Steve Polgar was coach. A lot of fun. Great bunch of home guys. Great fans. And even though we went bankrupt, we still played right to the end. The guys gave it all they had the whole season. And that was the first year of Red Bull.
The first of many, at very least, as it turned out later after they re-entered sponsoring hockey in the mid-2000s. From Innsbruck to Salzburg, I mean, from a sportive aspect, kind of made sense. You trying out new adventures. But how was it to have your child? Did the family stay back home in Innsbruck, or did they move with you to Salzburg? Did you go back and forth?
Oh, no. Christine and Michael, they were with me in Salzburg, 100%. And they love Salzburg. Well, Christine did. Taylor's just a young fella. But I also scored my 400th goal in Salzburg. And we had a picture in the front page, I think, with Hicks and a couple of the guys and the wives, Christine, Michael. So that was a fun time and met some great people in Salzburg and really good memories. Really good.
And you, of course, set attendance records during the year, but it just wouldn't end up in a championship. Quite the opposite, as you were a 6th place team after the year, and you wouldn't even get into the playoffs as Klagenfurt won another championship that year. And that hunger for a championship, was that maybe the motor in kind of leading you to Villach? Or phrased differently, what was the motivation to join VSV in Villach after your year in Salzburg?
Well, Bart Crossley was coaching in Villach now. And he contacted me. I'm sure he contacted me and said, would you be interested in coming to Villach? And I said, yeah. And what a year that was. A year nobody expected. I mean, we had some really good players. Servinas, Kenny Strong, Rick Wilson, NHL player, Herbie Holmberg and Raffle, Peter Shabisty, Mion Linder, Petrick, Ressi, Secchi, Sivitz. What a team we had. And Thomas, it was the Nets. So I did sign the contract. And I remember my fixum wasn't that big, but I had good bonuses for 1st, 2nd, 3rd place as the year went on. Do you know that year, Thomas had played fantastic in Nets? Do you know that we never lost a home game the whole year? There was ties until the last game. And a few things happened before the last game, which we'll talk about. What a year. A lot of games we shouldn't have won, but we just found a way to win. Maybe. And I had a really good year. Kenny Strong was a great player. He led the team in scoring, and I had 38 goals and 79 points, I think, that year. So I was still going strong, and I felt pretty good. And I loved playing in Villach. The fans were fantastic. And what a season. And I'd say Thomas, and that's probably his best year he ever had. But great bunch of guys, great fans. How it all ended was too bad. Couple circumstances that we'll talk about.
I want to talk about some other things first, and mostly sporty things, because there was this huge rivalry between Villach and Innsbruck ongoing, two powerhouses at that point. And during that year, or before that year, Villach hadn't lost to Innsbruck for 2 full years. So a lot of things and a lot of excitement surrounding every Innsbruck-Villach clash. And you were quoted in one of the Austrian newspapers by saying, well, my exit from Innsbruck wasn't the best or the nicest, and this gives me extra motivation to really show it to them. Why was or what happened after your last Innsbruck year, and how long did this really kind of boil inside you, that feeling of not being wanted around and really trying to stick it to them?
Well, it did boil inside me because I know the business. I know the people that were involved. Hey, they love you, they hate you. One person says, oh, no, let's get rid of him. Hey, it's part of the business. I don't think I was boiling inside. You just get over it. I had a great time in Salzburg. I had a great time in Villach. Nothing to do with any players. Certain people in management, even to this day, there's some jealousy. There's some stuff that happened that I'm probably not going to throw out there. But Innsbruck is Innsbruck, and they got a good gig going now. So let's just leave it at that.
I want to fast forward to the end of the year. And obviously, smart hockey fans know what happened. You joining Villach, and of course, Innsbruck becoming champion that year. The championship, again, eluded you. This time around, you had to see former friends, former players hoist the trophy. As Innsbruck players, you again coming up empty-handed. And it brings me to a story that your good friend Ozzy Praxmager, whom we've heard from in part 3, delivered. And it surrounds, of course, that year in Innsbruck and how he looks back on helping them win a championship while you came up empty-handed. We'll listen in and I'll translate afterwards for all international listeners.
Ja, dann war 1988, also 87, 88 ist der Greg dann nach, ich glaube, Graz gewesen und dann in Villach eben unten gewesen. Und da war der Bart Greschli Trainer. Und ich bin damals dann vom Kilias, eben vom Co-Trainer, haben sie mir auf Cheftrainer hingemacht und so weiter und so fort. Und das Kuriose an der Geschichte ist, also der Greg und ich, wir sind beide nicht Meister geworden im Eishockey als Spieler, sondern eben ich 1988 in Villach unten, wo mein Freund Greg Holst in der gegnerischen Mannschaft war und wo der Trainer, was mir sehr geholfen hat, Bart Greschli, auch Trainer von einer anderen Mannschaft war, nämlich vom VSV Villach. Das war ein bisschen kurios und ich war dann sehr happy, wie der Greg dann vor ein paar Jahren den Meistertitel als Trainer mit Villach gemacht hat, weil er hat sich nichts mehr verdient, dass wir diese Auszeichnung eben als Staatsmeister zu sein als Trainer, und da bin ich sehr froh und dankbar für ihn.
Take us back to that year and to the decisive moment to the championship. How was that for you?
Okay, there's 2 games to go in the year, right? It's just the kind of a round robin. We played in Falkirk. I remember if we win in Falkirk, 2 games to go, we're Meister before the last game. And Falkirk had a pretty good team too. But what happened was, a few games earlier, we had Kenny Strong, myself, and George Savinas, centerman. And George Savinas broke his leg. He was a really good player. And I remember distinctly going to Bart Crash. I said, Bart, we need a freaking player. Kenny's got a sore back, and I'm myself, and I'm not the youngest, but we might not survive this. He said, no, we're going to be fine. I remember that conversation. We weren't fine. Kenny had a great game in Falkirk. I think he got 3 goals. I didn't have a great game. Okay, so we boom. Now it's 1 game. Innsbruck played in Clangford before the last game. And Clangford played without several players. Maybe they were hurt. Maybe they weren't. I don't know. But if Cartier wins that game, we're Meister. But don't forget, Innsbruck had a really good freaking team. Stank and Ness. I mean, they had Lavallee, Rocker. They had a Werner, Carrot, Lynn. They had a lot of really good hockey players. This is not an automatic. And we had a hole at center. I really believe that. Anyway, we get into game. This is a 1-game take-all. Places. But you know what's unbelievable? I'm going to the game, and Michael's in the apartment and Christine. And I'm walking out. And I said, Mike, if we win tonight, we're going to be Meister. And he said, Daddy, no Meister. Daddy, no Meister. I said, what? He said, Daddy, no, 9 Meister, 9 Meister. Michael said that he knew something. Anyway, we get into the game, and we're down 4-1. I come over the blue line, take a shot, make it 4-2. We're hanging on. In this particular game, even though we had an unbelievable year where we should have lost at home many times, but we didn't, Innsbruck was just a better team in this game. And as disappointing as it was, I was really happy for one guy. And that's O.C. Praxmeyer, a real good friend of mine. He won the championship. It's the way it is. But you know what's funny in sport, Martin? You're an NFL guy. You're a sport guy. You lose in the finals, and everybody calls you a loser. So sometimes sports can be tough. I don't consider myself a loser at all. It's just sometimes sports, and that's the way it goes. I'm happy I won in baseball.
But I mean, from the crooked omen that your son tells you no championship, no Meister, to eventually losing on home ice and being the runner-up for the championship, and you scoring that goal that made it 2-4 in minute 52. To add injury to insult, one of the goal scorers to eventually make it 6-2 for Innsbruck was, of course, Villach icon Gerald Rauchenwald. So that's something. But how was it seeing the championship again? The championship that was kind of dangling in front of your nose again being taken away. And this time going to Innsbruck, a program, a club that you had shaped to a certain degree.
Well, it was definitely a mega disappointment for all the Pfilach players, for the Pfilach fans. That Innsbruck won. It was kind of a very strange feeling, and like I said, it did question myself a little bit. But you have to get over it, and it was very, very disappointing. But a year later, where was I? Back in Innsbruck. But no doubt, it was a fantastic year. And I was going to sign again and feel like I had a great year. Got along with the guys. It was fantastic. And it was basically all set. And Crossley decided to go with Eddie Labeler, and he said, goodbye.
That simple.
That simple. I don't think there was a goodbye. I was probably still in Innsbruck, and no, they signed Labeler, and no, the business is you got to be ready for stuff, you know. Once you're done, you're done. People don't really care. And you know what's funny? When we lost in 84-85 in the finals, it was in the paper that the coach had said, well, Greg didn't have a good game. Well, you know, I didn't broadcast it, but I couldn't freaking breathe, which is irrelevant. And the reason the fans were pissed off at me and spit all over my thing, because it all came out that I was out the night before the game in 5 different cities and 15 different bars wearing my own jersey. So, yeah, I wasn't out, but can you imagine me being in 10 places wearing my own jersey, having a party? So perception, it didn't happen. Disappointment in ice hockey, yes. So as OC did mention, when I finally did win as a coach in Phelak, what a moment that was.
This, of course, will be something that we are going to talk about down the road here on 70 in 7. But for the moment, please bear with me in terms of part number 4, the years from 84 to 94 that we're going to talk about today. And I want to focus or turn our attention a little more to off the ice stuff. And I mean, it's well known that you do like your golf, that you do enjoy walking the beaches, did you do like warm weather? I mean, who doesn't? But let's talk about those things separately. Why is it that hockey players seem to have a natural attraction to golf, and how was it that you fell in love with the game?
Well, I would say I golfed a little bit when I was young, but I think it's also, well, golf's a fun sport. And I think it also fits in your schedule because you have the summers off. You know, you do your training and stuff, but you have a lot of time to golf. But you're together with 3 of your buddies or 8 of your buddies, and you go golfing and have a couple of beers and you talk sports. It's so much fun, and it's a great pastime. And I tell you what, it's frustrating. It's not a simple sport, but I just think it's another sport. We have time off in the summer, and it's just a great game to play. And it really is relaxing going golfing, even if it can be frustrating sometimes. And you know, Martin, one of the reasons too I played a little longer, and because I could play, we had a home on Sanibel Island in Florida. And we would go there for 4 months off season. Michael actually went half a year to school there. Taylor went to preschool there. Mom and Dad had a place down there. So we would go there for about 5 or 6 years for 4 months. I trained on the island in Florida, Sanibel. What a fantastic place. What a great time we had. I would train in the morning, do my weights, 4 to 5 every day. I would run 5 miles, go hard as I could, come back, pick up the family. We went to happy hour, had some oysters, some shrimp, a couple of beers. That's how I trained. And playing a little bit longer kept me motivated to keep being able to do this. A luxury time on Sanibel Island in Florida with Christine, Michael Taylor, and my parents. Because they had another home. So that was a great, but you know, for Mom and Dad, it was a good time to see the kids grow up a bit because living in Europe, they were in Canada. They didn't see them too much.
And it's interesting that and it's good that you're mentioning Taylor, because the year 89, April of 89, got you your second son, Taylor. And we talked extensively about you becoming a dad for the first time, but how did becoming a dad of 2 change things for you?
Well, double luxury. Absolutely fantastic. Are you kidding? Taylor's born. Wow. So Michael's there. Michael's 3. Taylor's born. Christine gets through it all fantastically. 2 boys. Healthy, number 1. Christine was healthy. The boys were healthy. Another one of the finest moments in my life. Like, not even a question asked. And you know something about Michael and Taylor? We got pictures when we went to Florida, went to Canada, went everywhere. They're brothers, but they got along so good their whole life, even though there was a 3-year age difference. Other than a couple little arguments, they got along so good to this day. So talk about 2 proud parents. I know parents sometimes play a large role in how kids act, but the kids were fantastic. They got along great. Wow, it's 2 of the finest moments in my life. Not a question asked.
I will talk about more of some fine moments that happened in your life and hopefully keep happening to you. But a funny story that reached me, and that it's got to do with your off-season activities, of course, comes again from Ossi Praxmager. You talked about the championship that he won with Innsbruck on Villach ice, and how much it hurt him to see that you again were eluded by a championship. But this time around, Ossi focuses on something that happened during vacation. I suggest we just listen in, and then I'll do some translation and we'll talk about it.
Ja, Martin, probieren wir weiter noch ein paar eine kleine nette Storys, was auch im privaten Bereich reinkriegen. 1988 hat der Greg mich dann da sind meine Kinder 3 Jahre gewesen und 5 Jahre. Und da hat er mich eingeladen nach Florida. Da hat er ja gelebt, in Sunnyvale drüben, hat ein Haus gehabt, ein wunderschönes, nach Florida zu kommen. Und da bin ich mit meiner Frau und mit meiner damaligen Freund und meinen Kindern nach Florida gefahren. Haben wir im Haus beim Greg gewohnt ein paar Tage, wir haben uns getroffen, das hat alles wunderbar hingehauen, wunderschöne Zeit gehabt mit ihm. Und eines Tages sagen wir gehen jetzt, am nächsten Tag haben wir gebucht gehabt, wir gehen Tiefseefischen. Ein Freund von uns, der war Kapitän von so einem großen Boot, und dann haben wir gesagt, ja, wir nehmen das mittlere Boot und wir fahren ganz früh raus. Okay. Wir sind um 6, halb 6 in der Früh aufgestanden, wir fahren zum Hafen, und am Hafen unten war nix. Ich habe außen der Hafenmeister gesagt, keine Chance, außen sind 4, 5 Meter hohe Wellen, wir können auf keinen Fall rausfahren, es ist einfach zu gefährlich. So, sind wir 3 Tage gestanden, wir 3 Männer, das damals so können wir gesagt, dann sind wir zu McDonald's gegangen, ein Frühstück nehmen, ein kleines, und nachher sind wir wieder zurückgefahren Richtung Sunnyvale auf zur Insel um. Und dann sagt der Greg, hey, stopp, fahren wir da rechts rein, da ist eine riesengroße Golfanlage, die wollte er sich schon lange mal anschauen, und da hat man gesehen, Open House und so weiter. Und dann sind wir da reingegangen, und da sind wir da hinten umgefahren, wo noch die Baustellen waren von den letzten Häusern und so. Und haben uns mal die Gegend da angeschaut und sind da durchgefahren. Und dann fahren wir gleich nach einer Viertelstunde, 20 Minuten, kommt ein Manager daher und fragt uns, ja, was wir wollen, und hin und her und bla bla bla. Und dann sagen wir, ja, es wäre toll, gefällt uns die Anlage, sehr schön, und niemand hat mich gerechnet, dass wir irgendwas wollen da. Und sind wir halt mit dem Gespräch gekommen, auf einmal hat sich das so ergeben, dass wir da drüben womöglich eine Wohnung kaufen, nicht? Also der Greg eine und ich eine. Und ich war damals 28-jähriger Bursch mit zwei Kindern und noch kein großes Einkommen. Ich habe mir gerade davor, 2 Jahre davor, einen nagelneuen Audi gekauft, und Greg hat schon ein bisschen Geld gehabt und so weiter. Jedenfalls, lange Rede, kurzer Sinn, sind wir nach Hause gefahren, und habe ich zu meiner Frau gesagt, du, ich glaube, wir kaufen uns da eine Wohnung. Dann sagt sie, bist du verrückt, wie soll das gehen, und hin und her. Und dann haben wir Mods jetzt gehabt, und Mods Theater und so weiter. Lange Rede, kurzer Sinn, wir haben uns wirklich da eine Wohnung gekauft. Hab dann über 10 Jahre die Wohnung am Golfplatz gehabt. Der Greg war zwar neben mir mit seiner Wohnung. Seine Eltern waren immer wieder bei mir in der Wohnung eingemietet, weil das natürlich habe ich meinen Freund was zugehen können, dass ich günstig eingelassen habe in die Wohnung. Und die waren über den Winter dort, und wir waren im Sommer allem dort, und haben dort in Florida in einen Urlaub, wo wir fischen gehen wollten, haben wir eine Wohnung gekauft. Dann haben wir gesagt, ja, wir sind wirklich zwar, wie man so schön sagt, fucking crazy guys.
He finished by saying, we were fucking crazy guys, because he told a story about a joint Florida vacation where you two both ended up buying an apartment. I guess it's what you do when you're in Florida. How do you look back on this story and all the happy times spent in Florida?
Oh, some of the greatest times of my life. My parents absolutely loved Sanibel. They were there for 15 or 20 years. They built the first house. I bought the first house. They built another one. That's how I ended up down there. But this was Kelly Green's, just off of Sanibel. Kelly Green's golf course became beautiful. Yeah, that's how we kind of got down there. We both bought condos at Kelly Green's and had them for quite a while. And that was our connection. We had a fantastic time in Florida. And eventually, when Mom and Dad didn't go back to Sanibel, they didn't have a home anymore, Osi had an apartment just off the island. And he really took care of my family. Mom and Dad, they used the apartment, or I used it really cheaply. He made us fantastic deals. Osi was a very generous person. And when you look back at all the great times we had, what is the most important things from sports and hockey is the people you meet, the friendships you build over the years. I have hockey friends in Kelowna, Montreal. My buddies off track a bit. Like my good friends here, Dave Boyd, good friend of Montreal. He played in Italy a few years. Kenny McCarthy, one of my best buddies. He won a championship in Norway. George Towers played in Sweden, played pro, still lives in Oslo. Dave Henderson, I played junior with him. We're still in contact. Lives in Amiens, outside of Paris. And he coached the French national team for 15 years. You would know the name, Dave Henderson. All my buddies played hockey somewhere in the world. We're still connected. Only Norm, a good friend, played up to junior. But Kelowna, Gilly, all the guys, we all played hockey together. Satch, George. Hockey brings you all together. And when you get all these guys together, there's just a mutual respect about playing the game. You know, the good times, the bad times, the pressure, the injuries. So one of the greatest gifts hockey can give you is the friendships you build over the years. And me and Osi, we had a fantastic time. We still have a fantastic time to this day.
How important were those off-season getaways, and how much or how many years did it help you have in hockey, like getting proper rest and getting away from the sport, and then return during the late stages of summer and early fall for another year? How much or how many years did this help get you or tack on in hockey?
Well, there's two sides to that story. Because as long as I'm playing and making decent money, I can afford to go to Sanibel and spend 3-4 months and train, you know, from mid-March to 3-4 months. Fantastic weather. We did buy a boat. We went to all the little islands. We lived a luxury life. It wasn't really a normal life, but it was fantastic. It kept me in shape. Like I said, I did my 90 minutes of workouts in the morning, my weights and stuff, and I ran in the afternoons as hard as I could. I would run 5 miles as fast as I could, starting at 4 o'clock. And I remember my motivation. I do things like this. If I don't run these 5 miles in a certain amount of time, my kids are going to have nothing to eat. That's the kind of stuff I put in my mind to push myself. So I would do that. And like I said, we had a fantastic time. Because the longer I'm going to play, the more we can go down off season and enjoy Florida, Sanibel Island. Motivation on both sides.
Ossi Praxmacher, your good friend from Innsbruck, who happened to coach the team that you then rejoined, spent times with you in Florida. He alluded to you two buying an apartment. At what point did that friendship become a business pro hockey relationship again? At what point were you certain, okay, let's close the Villach chapter and move back to Innsbruck?
Well, there was never a question of business between us. I would have loved to gone back to Villach, and we were very close on the deal. But Bart Crossley made the call, and that's just the way it is. But I went back to Innsbruck the next year and had a really good year. Well, I think I spent 2 or 3 more years after that in Innsbruck. You probably have the stats. 2 more years?
3 more years.
And 3 more years, yeah. So I had good years going back to Innsbruck, and I could have really kept on going there. But after my final year, where I had a really good year, and the team had a good year, and the fan support was fantastic, it was over. Not a word spoken, not a contract offer. Scotty McCrory, Frank Way, the guy said, Holtzy, why aren't you coming back? I said, don't ask me. It's just, it was over. Right or wrong, it was over. And I was captain of that team. And towards the end of the year, Barrick, the coach, who wanted me to be captain so bad, he said, Greg, you got to help lead this team. I want you captain. He must have got wind, because I remember my dad was over. he must have got wind that they were not going to re-sign me. And I remember distinctly his attitude towards me as we got close to the end of the year changed. Right or wrong, that was the way it was. So I kind of knew the writing, something wasn't right. The writing was on the wall. But was there ever, hey, Greg, thanks for your great years, your 500th goal. We retired. Once that number was retired, that's basically goodbye.
We're talking about the 89-90, the 1991 and the 91-92 season. And those seasons turned up to shape a big deal of Austrian hockey lore, because around that time also the Alpenliga was born. You scoring goal number 500, which in itself is mind-blowing. And there's this great story to goal number 500 to it that you, I think, started alluding to at the beginning of this conversation, but please, for all the listeners who might have skipped a part or two of this conversation, what's it with goal number 500 and why was it so special for a certain someone in the stands?
Well, my mom and dad were at the game, and Dad had not seen me play in 11 years. And if I remember correctly, the first game when he was there, watch me, I got in a fight early in the game, I got thrown out. But he was there one game later, and we're playing against Varese. Jim Corsi's in nets. They had Kim Gillen, my buddy. They had a really good team. And I scored a goal, 499. And my 500th goal was against Jim Corsi. It was a 4-on-3. I was on the point on the power play. I walked in, took a slapper, scored. Everybody come on the ice. Dad had not seen me play in 11 years. What are the chances of him seeing my 500th goal? And wow, what a night. So you know what's funny? All the guys came on the ice. Congratulations, whatever. We got a 2-minute penalty for too many men on the ice. The refs gave us a it kind of gives me the cringe here. We got a penalty. So after that goal, we had to kill a penalty because the referee said, no, you can't all go on the ice. Only in Austrian hockey. Sorry.
But leading up to, this is incredible, by the way. But yeah, this is Austria in a nutshell, probably. It's a no fun country. But leading up to this record-setting goal, were you aware where you stood in the record books that you just needed 2 more to get 500? And after it had happened, did you celebrate any different, or is it just a blur because the bench is emptied and everybody was on the ice?
Well, after the game, but you know what happened? Rudy Koenig had 499. And Rudy Koenig was a great player, great goal scorer in Klagenfurt. And I had 498. And he had a game before me, which he did not score. So when I got to 2, I was the first to get to 500. But after that game, Mom, Dad, my buddies, my friends, close friends, we went to see Dries, my bartender, my Moroccan bartender, at the Casablanca. We had a little party. So when I walked in, I said, Dries, all the bottles of rum, put them aside because we're going to drink some rum and Coke tonight. So we drank all the rum in that bar. We had a party. Mom and Dad were there for my 500th goal. It was a fun night. And I did mention after, when I got my 1,000th point in that year, I got 1,000 liters of beer from Gusser. And Hardy Weirater, they gave me a Tag Heuer watch. And that year at Christmas, I got a gift from Willie, my brother-in-law. And it was this big square box. And I go, oh, Willie, this is nice. I picked it up and it was really heavy. And I said, Willie, what are you giving me? This is really interesting. I opened the box. You'll understand. It was 10 kilos of salt to go with my 1,000 liters of beer, because I like salt in my beer, as you know.
What happened to the 1,000 liter of beers? How fast were they emptied?
Well, we had a party, Frank Way, Scotty McCrow. We had a big party at my place, all the Austrian guys at my place in Battens. And we drank a couple hundred pretty freaking quick. We had a few kegs going. Yeah, over the year, my father-in-law, he went in inside, picked up a case, or I picked up a case. Yeah, it probably went a couple years. We just pop into Gisser, grab a couple cases. Really nice gift and good old memories of hockey. And that year, we had a great bunch of guys. I think I told you before, Mark, the Alpha League was fantastic. The night we beat Milan, that top team, we had 10,000 people at the game. And we won the game, our 7th in a row. We had 3 standing ovations. We had to go back on the ice. This is a league game. So you see how exciting hockey can be in Innsbruck. When you're rolling, boy, did they ever support us?
Just to put it in historic perspective and let people know where we are on our timeline here on 70 in 7 part 4, the 500th goal that you scored took place and happened on October 24th, 1991. And it happened during your next to last year as an Innsbruck player. And you already told us a little bit about how it all came to an end. After your time in Innsbruck had come to an end, how certain were you that this could be it for your playing career? Because after that, there's only one more year of pro hockey, and it's on paper an interesting one because you joined Graz. How did all that come about?
Oh, I basically thought it was over because the Graz deal came about not that quickly. And I thought it was over. But I was kind of hanging on. Do I want it? And the contract wasn't great. I think it was only 300,000 shillings or 400. But I said, okay, it gives me another year. Christine, 2 kids. We got to move to Graz. Not simple. 2 young kids. Graz had a great hockey team. It didn't go the way I expected. A lot of things happened in this year, as we will talk about. Was I hanging on for one more extra year? Probably. Should I still be playing at Innsbruck from the year I had before, and the guys wanted me, the players? Yes, but it wasn't my decision, and that's the way it goes. So I ended up in Graz, ended up signing, kind of a late signing, and we'll give this one more shot.
What was that Graz team? Because legend has it that so many weird things happen around that team, especially with the influx of money. They were called the Elephants, and it's one of the more interesting chapters of Austrian hockey. And I have to really admit, I haven't been able to fully wrap my head around everything that went on then, but I've read somewhere that there were real elephants at the rink at one point, and incredible stuff that was happening around that team. Did that already go on when you got there, or was that or did they save that for a later stage of the Graz Elephant hockey organization?
Well, put it this way. I never saw any elephants on the ice, but there was an elephant in the room. And there was a lot of shit going on in that room. And we had a great team. And we had Bertiome, Daniel Bertiome. He became a friend of mine. I mean, he came right out of the NHL as a goalie. He was one of the quickest goalies I've ever seen. Don Knockbar, NHL, big, tough. Paul Lawless, Gruel. Dorn was there. Dorn was a really good hockey player. Peter Senlik, Rob Doyle. What a freaking team we had. I mean, this team was loaded. And stuff did happen in the room. It was kind of, there was an elephant in the room, And something happened that I think basically became the end of my career. The writing was on the wall when something happened in Graz. And you're probably going to ask me what it was.
Just wanted to say, would you care to elaborate?
Yeah. Peter Tsendelik was captain. I had no desire to be captain. We had a coach, Barda, who ended up coaching after and a good coach in his right. But he's not the right coach for 10 Canadian guys that are tough as freaking nails. And an NHL goalie who wants lots of shots. And he's got a temper. And he's a crazy little bugger, but a great guy. So, Peter Tsendelik's captain, and I have no desire to be captain. But the players wanted to have a vote for captaincy for whatever reasons. So, I get voted in captain. I don't want to be captain. I say, guys, I just want to freaking do my job. I'm 38 years old. Anyway, Greg, just do it, whatever. So I become captain. I think that was the beginning of the end. Because we went along. Barda ended up, when I got the captaincy, some of the guys would show up hungover and stuff, and Barda would call me over. And he said, get out, you're captain. What's wrong with Lawless? What's wrong with those guys? Well, they were hungover. They looked a mess. I said, it's not my job to babysit these guys. My job is to play good hockey. I didn't even want to be captain. Anyway, Barda didn't last. Then they brought in another coach that was not going to work. But I have to tell you a story about Dorn. We go on the road. I am captain now. This is exclusive. Because I had mentioned Dorn was a very good hockey player, but he had stuck me and hacked me most of my career, and we never could fight. We are playing in Alleghe. We're down a couple goals after the first period. We're in the dressing room. I remember this like it's yesterday. And Dorn says something to me. Hey, captain, you're captain now. Say something. Said it in German. And right there, I stood up in the middle of the dressing room. And I said, okay, Dorn, I'm going to fucking say something. Let's go, you and me, right now, middle of the fucking dressing room. This is our chance to go. I waited. He said, sit down or I'll give you a slap. I stood there, waiting, gloves off, ready to fucking go. I would have gone freaking nuts. It did not come to blows. That is factual. I was ready to go. That was my chance. Anyway, what happened was Walter Tsendelik, great hockey guy, great career, he ended up taking over the team. And he wanted me to go to the second division. I think I had 4 goals, 9 assists in 20 games, something like that. He wanted me to go to the second team to play on the second team. And I said, no, I'm not going there. So I was on a conversation with somebody and it was overheard that, Graz is not really the place for me. I should be in Innsbruck. That's kind of where my heart is, but it's not. That conversation was heard by somebody in management. And that was it. I said, it's time to go. They said, Greg, let's make a break. It was time to go. So that was the end of my career. And I said, Christine, let's go to Florida. Went to Florida for 6 months, went to Sanibel. Kids went to school, spent 6 months down in Sanibel. My hockey career was over. It didn't end the way I wanted it to end. But I'm going to tell you, that was a hell of a hockey team. And if we would have had the right coach, a good, tough Canadian coach, we would have been unbeatable. And that was the end of my hockey career in the first league.
You know, I'd still pay money to see the fights that, hockey fans never really got. Dorn against Holst. Can we make this happen?
No. That's all passé. I see Dorna. We have conversations. Hey, Connie, it's all okay. It is what it is. But I remember that, boy. I remember that moment. And I was ready. I don't care how old I was. I was ready to go.
And in all honesty, I mean, you didn't do it, but you wouldn't be, because there might be a word that's in your head, but you wouldn't be the first person on planet Earth that calls him or called him a rat. Actually, I know 3 of them. So there's that. And that's what is probably to be said about the player he was. You come into an end or to grips with your hockey career and the first league hockey career. How was it calling it a career? Was it relief? Disappointment in the way it ended? What was the dominating feeling?
Oh, tough question, but the way it turned out, Graz just didn't seem to be the place for me. Like I said, when you're older, if you have the right coach, coaching for the right reasons with the team that you have, that would have kept me excited and motivated to play. There's not a question about it. I couldn't fix the team and be captain. I just wanted to go and play. We had a lot of really good guys on the team. In a way, it was relief. In a way, it was disappointment. But all in all, I got out of 18 years of not being too beat up, back, shoulders, some injuries and stuff, but I got out of it relatively healthy, touch wood. And now we're going 6 months to Florida, which was a great way to end my hockey career, or that part of the playing, although I did play after in a couple of situations, which we will talk about eventually. I would say relief, disappointment, all kind of wrapped up in one.
See, I thought long and hard when to play this message that I got from your son, Mike. But at the very end, I thought this is the perfect spot to round out this conversation and this decade where a lot happened. Your prime, the end of your career, you becoming a father. And then this reached me from your son, Michael. And I suggest we'll listen in together. It's, of course, in English, so international and English-speaking listeners will be able to understand that for a change. And then we'll quickly chat about it and let this one simmer a little bit. Here's Michael Holst.
Hey, Martin. Thanks for having me on the show. I'm sure you've been getting a lot of good stories about Greg's life so far, but I just want to touch on what it was like growing up with him as a father. We always had a lot of fun growing up, my brother Taylor, myself, and Dad. We'd play a lot of sports, hockey, baseball, basketball, football, even hit balls at the driving range from as far back as I can remember. It's funny thinking back. No matter what game we played, he always seemed to be the biggest kid and have the most fun. I actually just saw a photo of us when we were living in Canada one winter. He flooded half the driveway for us to play hockey on. It was about 3 meters by 5 meters, but it was probably smaller than that because we were pretty small at the time. But I just remember having so much fun. We would play 2-on-2, 3-on-3, 1-against-1, or even just shoot pucks at the empty net. Our neighbors would join us, and we all would just have such a great time, especially when it started snowing. Other years, we would get up in the morning, have a pancake breakfast, and then go find a frozen lake somewhere. Sometimes we had our shovels with us to shovel a rink on the pond, or a lot of time, our rink was already shoveled by others, so we would just start playing. Sometimes we'd play with our friends, and sometimes there'd just be a bunch of people playing, and he always seemed to find a way to get everybody together to play a big scrimmage. But we did have to earn our fun time. We always did our homework and did our chores the best we could. We had a lot of family time together. There's a lot of little lessons that I remember from my childhood to this day that hopefully one day I can pass on to my children. And I will definitely try my hardest to be half the father that he was and still is.
Anything to add here?
Well, if you can see my face, I got a tear in my eye. Pretty emotional stuff. And back to those times, boy. We had a basketball net in the freaking driveway. That little rink. You know what's funny? That little rink, too? When we first got there, the kids had to go to school. I'm like 40 years old. I'm stick-handling around the rink, shooting, putting my hands up. The freaking neighbors thought I was like some kind of nut. We remember that distinctly. We throw baseballs and football. We play basketball, ball hockey. So much fun. And yeah, they did their homework and their chores, but their mom, Christine, was also really influential on doing homework with them and making sure they had good food. So we had a really, really fun time for so many years, and we still do. Very nice words from Mike. Put a tear in my eye. And, you know, Martin, before you talked about fate, is there such a thing as fate? If I would have signed and stayed in New York, if I would have gone to Germany and not ended up in Innsbruck, would I have Mike and Taylor right now? Funny how it all works. The two greatest gifts in my life, because I ended up playing in Innsbruck.
Coach, I can't really wish for a better way to close out the fourth decade of your being. 4 down, 3 to go. And the next one will already come out a week from today. Thank you so much for doing this. Always a pleasure talking hockey with you. Looking forward to the next 3 episodes of 70 and 7.
Martin, thank you very much. Wow, what a ride. What a way to finish. Thank you.
Win2day Hockey O'Clock. Kurz durchatmen bei diesem Wahnsinn, und das ging rasend schnell. Der Traum vom Finale ist erfüllt. Mittendrin statt nur dabei. Fans stimmungsvoll und hoffnungsfroh. Nice move, another nice move. Oh, he scored! Oh, what a goal! It doesn't get any better than this.
70 in 7. A Win2day Hockey O'Clock Original.
Win2day Hockey O'Clock. In diesem Augenblick wird es jetzt richtig hitzig. Yeah, und die Scheibe kullert über die Linie. Mittendrin statt nur dabei. Das ist unglaublich, was die hier zelebrieren. Nice move, another nice move. Oh, he scored! Oh, what a goal! It doesn't get any better than this.
Unbelievably so. It's already part number 5 of 70 in 7. The great Hockey O'Clock original series that dissects and depicts the hockey life of the great Greg Holst, player legend, coaching legend. I think a couple of weeks ago I termed you overall legend. First of all, Coach Greg Holst, always a pleasure talking hockey with you, talking about the 5th decade of your being. We're talking about the years 1994 to 2004. Great to have you on the line. Great to have you here on Win2day Hockey O'Clock.
Oh, Martin, nice to talk to you. And here we go again. And I can honestly tell you, and I know my friends get a kick out of it too, when we hear the word legend, we kind of laugh because, you know, we're just freaking hockey kids from Canada, Montreal. And when you hear that word, you sound old. Well, that I am. So thank you for the compliment. And here we go with the next part of my life.
See, the interesting thing about legend, and I tend to think it gets overused, especially when looking back at maybe last 10 to 15 years, it's always about scope. But if you're asking anyone in Austria, and maybe even European hockey, and you tell them the name Greg Holst, for 90%, 95%, there'd be a bell that rings. Yeah, Greg Holst, I know him. I heard of him. And there's so many people who are labeled legends now where basically no one would know their feats and what they've done. So in the truest sense of the word, you really deserve that moniker. And I know it changes for a lot of people. And again, as legend is so easily assigned to things and people or legendary moments and whatnot nowadays. But this is truly something that you deserve so much because of everything that you did. And holy shit, like the feedback I've received so far and all the people that have been listening to this and all the people that have enjoyed this so far, this has really been a great ride. So I'm really looking forward to talking to you about I'd label it twilight, maybe years of your career, right in between of finishing your playing days and going on to an adventure and starting your coaching career. So this is great. And also the fact that we've got 2 more weeks to go and two episodes that I consider being juicy and full of stuff that people will enjoy. But this time around, today, we're gonna talk about you from the years 1994 to 2004. This being part 5, this being only 3 weeks away from your 70th anniversary. And just to get this out of the way, how does it make you feel to just being away 3 weeks from your 70th anniversary?
Well, first of all, thank you for the compliment on that legend stuff. Second of all, it's my birthday, not my anniversary, because I was never.
Pardon me. Yeah.
No. I was never married 75 years like my mom and dad, because they have their 75th coming, which is freaking unbelievable. So it's still a little bit. I actually talked to my boys in the last couple of days about it. It's not like 60. Because when you're 60, I was still rocking and coaching, and 10 years later, you're 70. Now I go, shit, in 10 years, I'll be freaking 80. So it's got a different vibe to it, but you know what? I feel young. I got lots of energy, so it is what it is. And I'm kind of, to be honest, to tell you the truth, when I was young and some of my crazy days, I never knew if I was going to get to 70. So far, so good. Touch wood.
See, that tends to happen to the stupid Austrian who didn't grow up having English as his first language. Birthday versus anniversary. There is a difference. It's your 70th birthday that everybody's looking forward to celebrating. That's going to happen in 3 weeks' time. In the meantime, we'll talk about the transition from you and your playing career to you eventually becoming a coach. And we finished last week in the last episode with an emotional statement from your son and family stuff, but you knew and you told me that your career had come to an end. The Graz season kind of made certain of you, or made certain that that this would be the last kind of days and months seeing you perform for the Austrian fans that are grown to like you or hate you, whatever way. And you said you were happy to get out of the game relatively healthy. We'll get to you trying to return to playing the game, but after calling it a career, what was the general sentiment of what you would be doing with the rest of your life?
Well, as you know, in that December, we went to Sanibel Island, Florida for 6 months, where we had been going every year. So we spent 6 months there into July. And it's interesting because Mike went to school there, Taylor went to kindergarten. Because it wasn't a 3 to 4 month stint where we went the last 5 or 6 years, where I trained to go back to play, going there for 6 months with the possibility of living there was not as enjoyable as what we had done before. So we still had a good time, but this was okay. What are we going to do when the kids are done school? Where are we going to live? It was not going to be Montreal. It was going to be Western Canada somewhere. We didn't know where. Vancouver became too expensive. We explored that. We ended up in Kelowna by accident, which I had never heard about Kelowna. That's where we ended up. I can tell you quickly how that transpired, if you like.
Shoot, I mean, that's a thing. How you end up in a place that you never heard of. You grew up in Eastern Canada, in Montreal. You could have just as well ended up in Winnipeg, always, even though no one apparently likes to be in Winnipeg outside of people who grew up in Winnipeg. But as Vancouver wasn't really an option, why Kelowna?
So Satch and Shelley were living in Vancouver, I think Port Coquitlam. And Mom and Dad actually came out, their big truck. They were looking around out west too, maybe to move out west, a change of life. And Satch was doing a hockey program, and he was having a hockey school at Logan Lake, which is up around the Merritt area. It's about 4 hours, 3.5 hours from Vancouver. So I'm working the hockey school. Christine and the kids were there. Mom and Dad went over exploring, went over the connector and found a city called Peachland, which I had never heard of. I said, it's got to be a lot of peaches, I guess. So they came back and said, hey, you got to see this place. So myself, Christine at the time, we drove with my parents over the connector and we pull into see this Okanagan Lake. So Peachland is just south of Kelowna. And we went, wow. We had already explored Vancouver, North Vancouver, but it was very expensive. So what's the next option? We found this, we looked, and we said, what do you think? That's how we got to Kelowna. We rented in our first year, and we were on the lookout, see how we like it. And eventually we did buy a house, but that's a story that will come up in a bit. And that's how we ended up in Kelowna.
Just to get us out of our way, are there peaches in Peachland?
Yes, there is. And you know who moved to Peachland and lived there for about 15 years? My parents. So they did buy a place right up above the water. And we were down the road, 15, 20 minutes, still on the west side, which is West Kelowna, on this side of the bridge. We were on Parkinson Avenue. I remember the house. We rented it. We had a great time. The kids had a great time, a great school. Actually, a beautiful area to live in. It was a great start to being back in Canada. But there was only one problem. What am I going to do? I played hockey my whole life, and I'm almost 40 years old.
We'll get to that in a bit. And if people listen to this program and have never been to Canada and maybe the Kelowna area on the Okanagan Lake, Kelowna, a junior hockey hotbed. Like if you look at the Kelowna Rockets alumni over the last couple of decades, it's incredible what kind of output this program still has. It's located, situated at a great lake. Landscape seems to be perfect, so a really nice place to settle in, maybe not settle down, but as your playing career had come to an end at that time, and all the people who retire from pro sports always keep referring to, I'm missing the boys, I'm missing the locker room, I'm missing the bus rides, I'm missing the many little instances of being a pro hockey player. What did you miss? Did you miss anything after having moved back to Canada from your playing days?
Well, let me just say this. I knew a couple guys, George, Massoud, I think maybe one other guy, and they were playing with all the pro guys and some of the normal guys once a week, once or twice a week, like a Tuesday night, say at 8:30. They play an hour and a half. I have all the beers after. That was the dressing room. So I got hooked up in this pretty quick. So that was a little bit of a savior for me. But no, I wasn't. What do you miss? I actually missed the dressing room and the practices, which sounds funny, but I didn't miss the games. A lot of guys miss the games and not the practices. I missed the dressing room and the games. But I got to tell you a quick story. So I'm 40 years old, almost 40, and I'm starting to play with these old-timer guys, ex-NHL players, ex-junior players, and a bunch of normal guys. It's a good group. So I get out there, one of my first nights, and I'd still play, obviously, and I'm scoring some goals, deking and diving. Not much was said. I talked to a couple of my buddies, but we go in the dressing room. We have a big tub of beer. So you take 3 beers for $5. So I took my 3 beer, my 3 cans, I line them up, and I shower quick. Some guys sit there in their gear. Some guys take their time. I like to get changed, cowboy boots on, my jeans jacket on, my jeans. That's when I start to drink my beer. So I'm ready to go. I crack open the can, my first can of beer. Guys are looking at me, but not really. I have in my jean jacket a salt shaker. So now I take out the salt shaker and I sprinkle a little bit in my beer. Now the guys are looking over a little bit and going, a little bit of a buzz, like, what's he doing? Okay, that's not the best part. So I have a couple slugs. And then in my other pocket, I had the little blue container, Prise, the snuff tobacco, the snuff. I take it out. I put a little of that brown stuff on my hand, and I snort it up, and it's like menthol. I went, whoa, now it is what is going on. Who the hell are you? What the hell are you doing? And let's pass that stuff around. And it became, I had to order freaking stuff from Austria. This became so funny. True story. What a start. But if you could back it up and play, that's what we talked about. I still was flying. Now you got salt and this tobacco. The guys just had a great time with that story.
Jesus, snuff, tobacco, whatever it is labeled. My grandfather used to do that a lot, and it seems so far away because you hardly ever see people doing that nowadays. But help me bridge the gap a little bit from you finishing your career or your pro hockey playing days and you knowing, okay, there has to be some kind of income to pay the bills, and you starting giving private hockey lessons. How did that all come about?
Okay, so I checked where I knew a couple of kids through a couple of connections. I think it might have been Kim Gellard and my guys were too young then. Mike was probably too young. I'm trying to remember exactly. So I rented ice. I found some in Rutland, which is, there's 2 rinks, but I rented from 6 to 8. And I would do like an hour, 2 hours of just skill with kids. And I started with 5 or 6 kids. And, it went really well because I could teach skill and skating and stuff, but more the stick handling and all that kind of stuff. And I did that a couple of weeks. And then I had about 8 kids. And then I had 10 kids. And before you know it, after a couple of months, I had 20 kids. So word got around quick that I was doing something interesting with the kids, and everybody loves hockey. They're looking for a new voice, something new. And that's how I started. So at the start, I was losing money paying for the ice, but eventually I started making a few bucks, nothing major, not a whole lot to live on, but I started something. But you know what's funny, Martin? I was doing this and I was done at 8:00. So if I had somebody on helping me, which sometimes I did, sometimes not, I slipped down to McDonald's or Tim Hortons and have a coffee at 8:30 in the morning. So my work day's over. So what am I going to do now all day? So I would go back over to the west side where we were living. The kids were in school. We did stuff. We, worked out all that. So it took me a while to build this up, but there was a lot of free time. And I had a couple of sessions at night skating with the guys. That kind of kept me going a little bit. I got into golf. I was playing golf over on the west side. So that was a transition, 8:30 in the morning, only on a Monday. This wasn't every day. This was I'm trying to think, was it every day? I can't even remember. It was 1 or 2 days a week that I did this. So I had a lot of free time, but that's how I started to get a connection to the kids, which the next year led into something else, which we will talk about.
I don't know if that's what we're gonna talk about right away, but just to back this up, with former players, you're always talking about the itch of playing, the itch of being on the ice, the itch of having a competitive hockey game. You turned your back to pro hockey, but did that itch ever go away? I'm asking because 1.5 years after your retirement, you eventually turned up to play hockey again in Austria, in Wattens, which is kind of curious. And I asked you before about helping me bridge the gap. How did it come that you returned to play hockey in Tyrol, where you became the Greg Holst and playing hockey in Wattens, not pro hockey anymore, or at the very least, not from the outside looking in? How did that develop? That you were kind of trying to return onto the ice?
I think, if I remember correctly, that was 94, 95, that season, that Christmas. I believe we went over for the Christmas break and stayed for a month or 6 weeks. It was something like that. So that is just playing in the third league. And I do have a story on that because you know my history with Innsbruck and some of the players and some of the management, whether it's jealousy, the Tiroler Neid, or whatever you want to call it. And they didn't treat Mike, my son, very well. Taylor just never wanted to be a part of that ever again. So I'm not going to get into that too much, but I'll just tell you something. So I played maybe 4 or 5 games in the third league, and it wasn't that freaking simple. But we're playing at home against Silts. Silts has all the Innsbruck players, all from the first league, all those guys, the guys that I really think don't love me. So they are the first place team. They're heavily favorite. We had over 1,000 fans jammed into that Battens rink. So do you think I was a little bit motivated at age 41 or 40 or 41?
I don't think so.
Well, I was. So
really? Okay. That's a surprise.
We upset this team 7-6. And I got 6 goals. And it was fabulous. They did not like it, but that's the way it goes. So I still had it. I remember that so clearly. Just because.
Did you ever get any offers upon that. You were still in your early 40s. If you look at the likes of Chris Chelios and Dominik Kajek and Jaromir Jagr, who all played or are still playing into the late 40s and early 50s, did you ever think about, you know what, maybe there is still a full-time return onto the ice in me?
When we talked about in the last podcast we had, Martin, when I stopped playing in Graz, for me to want to play longer into maybe 40, maybe 41, you got to have the right coach. It's 100% important. The guys are important, obviously. We had a good bunch of guys. You have to have the right coach who knows how to handle the ice time, the situations, keeping it fun, keeping it exciting. That was not the case, and that's one of the big reasons that I stopped.
Well, we're still trying on this part of 70-7, the great hockey life of Greg Holst that we're trying to dissect over, or that we've already dissected over the past couple of weeks and that we're trying to dissect over the next couple of weeks, is how you eventually got into coaching. You had that private lessons gig. You had kids that turn up, and even more kids that started to turn up for what you did. But at what point did you think, okay, coaching could indeed be my career after my career?
Well, I also work with Satch a little bit with his hockey stuff, and I think I coached a couple of traveling teams a little bit. But what happened, word got around because of my morning stuff, and I knew now Eli Voracek, I knew George, I knew a couple guys. Word got around a little bit about maybe they were going to ask me to coach in 1995 one of the Bantam teams. So they called me in and they said, Greg, would you be interested in coaching the Bantam team, the AAA team? And I said, well, yeah, what is it? What are the details? What's the situation? They said, well, I said, I'll think about it. So I thought about it. I went back and I said, look, yeah, I would like to coach. But there was a top AAA team and then there was a second AAA team. And the coach of the top AAA team the year before had some trouble with how he treated the players. It wasn't very good. So he was more than likely going to be gone. I said, well, is it the top team or is it the second team? Well, we have decided to give last year's coach another opportunity. I said, okay, whatever. But would you be interested in taking the second team? I said, possibly, but we would like you to go into the B League, not in the AAA league. And I said, if I'm going to coach that team, I am not going to the B League. I stay in the AAA league, and that's where if I take this job, we have to be in the AAA. I'm not interested in winning the B. I'm interested in these kids getting developed, and it'll be freaking tough. They didn't like that. I said, okay, well, you guys think about it. They talked about it, got back to me, and they said, yes. That's how I started coaching my first real team.
You know, as we have so many international listeners, especially from Canada, which is kind of astounding. And then again, it's really not, because you've left your imprints and footsteps, footmarks, whatever, on so many different parts of Canada too. Just try to bring up people from maybe Europe and especially Austria up to speed. What's Bantam? What's AAA? What are all these kind of leagues, and where did you want to try to end up coaching?
Oh, Bantam is 15-year-olds, right? 15, 16. It's like Schuler. It's called Schuler here. Here will be called U16. So most of these guys were 15 years old. So the Bantam AAA, that means Kamloops was the top team. That is the top Bantam team of all the teams. Then you go AA. So they wanted me to go to AA, right? Which was kind of like B, which is the teams are not as strong. They'd be smaller communities. Then you have Bantam A, which is even lower. Then you have House League, which is the lowest league where kids just want to play, have some fun. So, Martin, I talked to the parents. I had Brad Campbell, a good buddy of mine. Actually, we talked a couple of days ago because a good friend of ours did pass away, Glenn Cochran, very, very sad. And Paul Mitchell, whose son was the goalie, he's a top lawyer in Kelowna. He became my manager. We had a great time. And Brad, we became buddies. He was my assistant coach. And I think Bobby Boone, another guy, helped out. But Brad was one of my key assistants and goalie coach, Paul Mitchell. So we had a meeting with the parents. And I said, listen, leave the players to us. Nobody's going to come in yelling at me, screaming. Look, if you have a question, give it 24 hours. Come see me. I want you guys to travel with us, have your wines and your beers, have some fun. But I'm going to tell you, this is going to be tough. We're in a tough league, and we're going to have to work. My team was the Bad News Bears. This is freaking unbelievable. And I had a great bunch of guys, and to this day, I know a bunch of them. So anyway, I'll just move ahead quickly. The parents said, okay, Greg, we're going to let you run with this. Game 1 in Kamloops against the top team. Final score, 16-0. We lost. But here's what's interesting. After the first period, it was 1-0. They had a young coach, pretty cocky, as I found out after the second. We come off the ice. At the end of the second, we're down 8-0. So now, their players were all standing on the boards on the ice because we have to go off first. They turn their sticks upside down, being cocky. They're going to play with their sticks upside down now. Okay, so we get into the dressing room. And a couple of those kids made a couple comments, whatever. So my guys, my Bad News Bears are sitting there, white as ghosts, half of them. And their room was only a few meters from ours. And their young coach come walking down the thing, and I said something to him. I said, hey, you know what your guys are saying? They turned their sticks upside down, and they're making a few comments. You know, my guys are trying. He tied into me. He said, we could have blown you out in the first freaking period. I said, really? I said, I had some choice words. We were nose to nose, and it was loud, and so it was loud, nose to nose, and we were going at it, not physically, just verbally. And I knew my players heard this because I wanted them to hear it. I walked in the room. It was so quiet. These guys were freaking. I said, guys, it doesn't matter. Hey, so they saw I'm sticking up for these guys. We went out. We lost 16-0. Parents came out. Boom. Hey, guys, it's all part of the process. So let me run something happened here quick. About a month later, Eric Lindros, this is a very sad story. Eric Lindros' nephew, I believe it was his nephew. He was 15. I think he had a heart attack and something happened. He died. So the next time we had a card sent up to those guys right away, you know, because this is a tragic story. I don't care about face-to-face with the coach. This is a tragic story. But right away, we showed respect. We sent a card. And you know what, Martin? My guys worked their butt off. And a month and a half or 2 months later, we played them in Kelowna. And we lost 5-3. And their coach come up to me and said, you know, thank you very much for the, you know, it almost puts a tear in my eye now, but with Lindros, and you guys are coming a long way, and good job. So credit to my kids for working the rear ends off. A few of those guys, Kenny McGowan, he was one of the top players in Germany for a couple of years. And he was going to sign at Feel Like the year I stopped coaching. It feel like Kenny McGowan, Stocksy, Sukbal, the big Indian fella. He still has a big farm in his family. Greg, come up anytime, pick grapes. I still have contact with some of these guys. So that was my first coaching experience. So I'll just finish off the season. Here I am coaching. We move up from kind of last place to about 5th place. So that's a good step. And we went into the tournaments, into the AA tournaments where we kind of belong. But because we played AAA, we got better and we won the AA tournaments. So this was the development part I was talking about. We wouldn't have won those tournaments without playing in the top league. So we come down to the end of the year, the last meeting. Brad's in there, Christine's in there, Paul Mitchell. All the parents were having like a final dinner. You put so much emotion into this and these kids and the fun we had and the practice and the tough and the headbutting, everything. I stood up to say my final speech. I couldn't talk. I had to stop. I had freaking tears in my eyes. I couldn't talk. I had to leave the restaurant because these are like my kids. So I collected myself. Brad came out, got me back in. I had a nice talk with everybody, thanked everybody. That's how much emotion and connection I had with these kids. Brad did a great job. Paul Mitchell did a great job. The parents. What a year none of us will ever forget. So 15 years later, I'm standing in the bar at the El Dorado on the water in Kelowna. And it was probably 15 years after. And there's a young guy beside me. And I'm having a beer, and he orders a beer. And he looks over, he said, "Hey, coach, you don't remember me, right?" I said, "Sure I do. Eichel, number 9, right-handed shot." "Holy shit," he said. "You don't forget your guys." So in the summer, I had a traveling team now because I've got some traveling teams. I get all the best players together and we go to tournaments. Do you know, Martin? I'm just saying. They had a meeting. They have coaches of the year in all the categories. I wasn't at these meetings because I was coaching on the road. Finishing in 5th place, I got coach of the year in the Bantam in Kelowna. So what does it tell you about having to be in 1st or 2nd place or winning everything? I was kind of shocked, but it reaffirmed trying to develop the kids, having a tight family, the parents. We had a fantastic time. That's where my coaching really began.
That'd have been a natural follow-up question, and it actually is. Where along this ride did you realize, hey, coaching is something that's in me? Coaching is something that I want to keep doing for the foreseeable future?
I really honestly don't think I did. I think, let's see what happens. Well, I probably thought about it. Do I coach another year Bantam? Okay, now we're getting into the 96, 97 season, right? Okay, am I going to coach Bantam again? What am I thinking? Somehow a connection came up. I don't know how. I can't remember. Greg, would you be interested in having a meeting with Kimberley? Beautiful city up in the mountains. Kimberley, British Columbia. You can Google it. It's fantastic. They're in the junior league, not the top league, the next league, right? And I go, yeah. So Christine and I, we went up there. I'm not sure. I asked Mike yesterday, did you come up with us? He can't remember. I met with the Kimberley team because they had my resume. Playing all these years. Okay, I coach Bantam, doing private stuff. Okay. But the resume is a big one because I know how to play and whatever. I met a couple guys. So we had a meeting next day. There was a whole board. The whole table was there. They offered me the coaching job, the GM's job, set up. The salary wasn't great, but it was okay. all kinds of bonuses to make more money, to make it really appealing to me. Okay. So I said, let me think about this. I need a couple of days off. I do my best to remember how it went. Then I got in contact. I talked to Christine about the kids maybe going back to Vatens because of the schooling. So schooling is very, very good in Austria. Vatens, we did talk to Vatens. What do you think? You can bring me in. Contract is okay. What do you think? So we talked about this as a family. We decided to go to Vatens. They were in the second league now. Lustenau came down for the first league. We're a little bit over our head. We chose to go to Vatens to leave Kimberly behind. Who knows what would have happened in my coaching career if I would have coached there, where it would have taken me. We don't know. Went back to Vatens, coached in that second league. It was tough. That's why we went back, because of the schooling for the kids.
I don't know if this is the halfway point of the episode, but we at the very least started talking about you getting into the coaching business, and oh boy, what a ride it became. We'll talk about so much more. We talk about everything else that happened in between 1994 and 2004 after a very quick break here on part 5 of 70 in 7.
Win2day Hockey O'Clock.
Do you enjoy listening to Win2day Hockey O'Clock? If that is the case, then please rate the podcast. A 5-star rating or a review over at the podcast dealer of your choice would go a long way in helping to spread the good word of hockey. Win2day Hockey O'Clock, the hockey podcast with real and open-ended hockey conversations.
Win2day Hockey O'Clock.
Back on 70 in 7, back on everything that is the hockey life of Greg Holst with his 70th birthday incoming. On part 5, we're talking about the years 1994 to 2004 of his great hockey life. Coach, so glad to still have you on Win2day Hockey O'Clock right here. And before the break, we talked about you kind of wrapping your head around a coaching career. Now that it became a reality, and now that you had moved back to Vatens and still coach, how was it to coach adult players? How was it to we spoke before the recording, so you told me that it was interesting seeing them play, and you also wanted to play, so you became kind of a player's coach. How was all that? We're talking about the year 1996-97.
Well, we were short benched a few games, so I played a few games, but I remember playing one game in Innsbruck, and they had a few German guys, and I got hacked 2 or 3 times. And I remember I turned around and just freaking two-handed these guys, and the refs were great because they saw me kind of get hacked, and I hacked back. And they came up to me. They actually were good. They said, Greg, okay, settle down, whatever. But I remember after that game in Innsbruck, I said, nah, I don't need this anymore. A few comments came out of the Innsbruck side. Oh, how slow I've gotten. The guys are 42 freaking years old, but I don't care what the Innsbruck guys said. But I knew then, okay, and that was my last game. I didn't play again. But coaching the man, like we had 3 imports. Ole Hicks, who's still over there. He's working now in Stoutzing. He coached in Vatens. He ran the St. Polten Academy for years. That's how his career started. So we had 3 guys and 2 Canadians. And do you know what those 3 guys made for contracts in the second league? For the season, 60,000 shillings. And they had
That's not a lot.
No. They had an apartment. They got flown over. I think they split a car, helped with the kids, made a few extra bucks here and there. But that's how you got to sometimes start your career. it was a real good experience. I remember we played against Lustenau. I think Ray Podlovsky was even playing. They had good. They're coming out of the first league. We hung in there pretty good. So our guys, and we had maybe 8 guys or 9 guys from Vatens playing in the second league. We worked our freaking butts off. It was quite an experience. And that's where it kind of began, right? But after that season, I knew I wasn't going to come back to Vatens. I didn't know what I was going to do. So until I got a phone call.
We have to talk about that phone call because we all know where it led to. Obviously, you being involved with Austrian Federation and the national teams, and that'd be your career for the next couple of years. But yeah, let's talk about the phone call.
Well, so, I believe we went back to Canada in the summer, but we did buy a home in Kelowna up in Crawford Estates, a beautiful home. And we had land in the back, so the kids had a great time growing up there for the years we were there. They built a little tree fort. We had a nice pool. Christine, we had a fantastic time in Kelowna. But now we're into 97, and I think we bought in 1995. So anyway, we go back to the home, having a great time, and I get a phone call. The national team, if I remember correctly, was playing in Poland. And Ron Kennedy and Joe Meon phoned me. They knew I had worked with the Bantam team. They knew I was doing hockey schools, which I had started, which we haven't mentioned yet, down in Summerland, which I also got going after the Bantam year, because now my name was good. So me starting that hockey school, I had freaking 4 weeks of kids. That was what the Bantam year created. It created interest for me to come to the hockey school. Okay, I just backtracking. So I get the phone call. So they know I've coached Bantam. I coach in the second league, so I'm coaching kids. Would you be interested in working with the U18, U20, and be an assistant with Ron? I think Joe asked me, and Ron was on the conversation. Head coach, U18, head coach, U20, assistant coach with the national team. I said, well, it sounds quite interesting. How's the pay structure? There was not a lot of money in this, but it was spread out over 12 months. And it was an opportunity that also brought us back to Austria, where the kids' schooling could continue, right? And of course, Christine's from there, so family and friends. I took it on. And that's how I got into the national team program. Joe Meon and Ron Kennedy. And of course, Ron Kennedy backed me 100% because he knows me, and we played two years together in Innsbruck. So he knew I could play. He knew I could coach kids. He knew I coached Bantam. I might be a little bit of the Canadian, even though I had Austrian passport too. You got the Canadian mentality, the Canadian passion and drive. And that's when the fun began.
We're looking back on this, and we're talking about this more than a quarter century after it happened. And I'm just wondering about the kind of coach that you had become by then. And now, with having coached so many years and decades of your life, how you look back on the kind of coach that you were then, the kind of coach you were aspiring to be. How did you want to be as a coach back then, and how do you look back on it right now?
Well, I was really shooting from the hip a lot. I did take my coaching courses in Canada, which you have to coach. I got up to intermediate 2 or advanced 2, whatever it was, which you needed to coach the Bantams and whatever. Number one, I thought about all the coaches I had in my career. Who were my favorite coaches? Forby, Kennedy, certain coaches, right? I want to be a player's coach. I played the game. I know how the guys feel. We're going to practice tough. I'm going to be fair. We're going to change we changed a few things right off the bat, but I was shooting from the hip a lot. So if I ran my first year coaching the Bantam, in 95. If I ran that practice now, the practice would be totally different. Totally different. Just the speed, the skill, the different things that I've developed, how you think, how the drills have developed. Of course, you learn. But for me, number one is you got to be a player's coach. So they can connect with me. My door's always open. You have fun. It's humor. All the stuff we talked about, Martin, even when we're doing TV, it's tough calls. It's having fun, having humor. It's all the same. It's what kind of team do you have in the TV? What kind of team do you have in every job in the bank? It's all about teams. So we got a hockey team now. You have to treat all the guys equally. Do you know what the first thing I changed with the U18 national team? Because the first time I went to a tournament with these guys, I was shocked. They're good players. How they turned up their dress code. We had guys come to sandals and jean shorts. Like I'm going, we're playing like an international tournament, like a floor tournament, Slovenia, Hungary, whatever. The guys came in jeans, cut off jeans. Through this tournament, guys, we're going to have some new rules. So we got through that one and we sat down and we set up some rules. Our dress code changed. We are now coming, especially, we had to be respectable for the tournaments that were those 3 or 4 tournaments we had, but we're going to the World Championships. I don't care if it's CB pool. We're wearing suits, shirts and ties. We're going to look freaking professional. And you know what? The guys freaking loved it. They felt good. They felt classy. They felt like NHL players. They absolutely bought into it and they loved it. And we sat and had meetings, all the stuff. Okay, write everything down, guys, on the board. What is in our control? What's not in our control? Okay, the weather, the ice, the refs. What can we control? How do we want to play? What about body language? We had these kind of meetings. I was just learning as we went along. But the guys bought in. We had a lot of really good players through the 7 years I did this, Martin. So many great players came through the program. And I just helped them. I had some good assistant coaches and what a time, but what a learning experience. And then, of course, I go to the A National Pool with Ron Kennedy and Joe and Dieter Carlton, everybody, and Dr. Bachler. Man, I just coached freaking in the second league in that. Now I'm coaching, assistant coach in the A pool in the World Championships. It goes fast. But the stepping stone was U18, U20, national team. It just all worked. And we know how good Ron was.
And you know, one of the players on those junior national teams, one of your longest standing friendships as of right now is with Marcus Pfanner. He used to be a player on one of those teams, and he, of course, is looking back on those times too, and he brought along a great story, a great couple of stories. I'd like you to listen in with me to this, and for all the international listeners and non-German speakers, this will be kind of translated so that you get the gist of it afterwards. But this is Marcus Pfanner, former Austrian national team player, former player under Greg Holst when he coached the junior national teams. And he puts on some perspective on all the things that happened and the kind of coach you were. We're going to listen into it and then we're going to talk about it.
Hallo Martin, über den Holst gibt es natürlich sehr viele Geschichten, sehr viele schöne Geschichten und schöne Erfahrungen von meiner Seite. Ich durfte ihn schon relativ früh kennenlernen. In meinem zweiten Jahr, aber in der U18 habe ich das Glück gehabt, dass er mich schon für die U20 für die Nationalmannschaft nominiert hat. Und man hat da gleich gemerkt, in meinem zweiten Jahr im U20-Team, dass unterm Holst ein ganz anderer Wind weht. Ihm waren die Werte in der Kabine, beim Essen, beim gemeinsamen Auftreten vom Nationalteam extrem wichtig. Er wollte Pünktlichkeit haben, er wollte klare Regeln, die Spieler umsetzen. Er war dort auch schon relativ weit vom Coaching her. Er hat dort, weiß ich noch ganz genau, mit einem Pre-Game-Skate angefangen. Das heißt, am Spieltag haben wir in der Früh kein lockeres Warm-up gehabt oder vielleicht einen Spaziergang, sondern wir sind aufs Eis gegangen. Wir haben ganz normales Training gemacht. Das war zwar kurz, aber sehr intensiv. Nicht nur mit Schussübungen, sondern er ist sofort in Zweikämpfe gegangen. Er wollte, dass wir nicht nur körperlich, sondern mental auch bereit sind für intensive Partien am Abend. Es hat es damals im Jahr 97, 98 noch gar nicht gegeben in den Nationalteams. Das hat er eingeführt und bis zum heutigen Tage wird das natürlich gemacht. Er war dort schon sehr interessant in der Nominierung der Teams, der Spieler, weil er damals schon nicht die besten Spieler unbedingt genommen hat, sondern er wollte die richtigen Spieler haben. Der Charakter war ihm extrem wichtig, weil er gewusst hat, das ist ein langes Turnier. Es wird viele Ups und Downs geben und da kann er keinen Spieler haben mit schlechtem Charakter, die vielleicht auch schlechte Stimmung eingebracht haben. Deswegen hat er bewusst auch manchmal sehr, sehr gute Spieler daheim lassen und hat Roleplayers, die für uns extrem wichtig war, weil sie Energie gebracht haben, weil sie in Unterzahl gut waren. Solche Spieler hat er mitgenommen. Viele Leute haben das wahrscheinlich zu Beginn kritisiert, aber der Erfolg hat ihm recht gegeben und das war schon damals ein sehr modernes Coaching und wie gesagt, er hat eine extreme Energie eingebracht. Als Spieler war das ein richtiger Wake-up-Call. Es war der erste Schritt zum Profitum wirklich. Dort habe ich persönlich auch sehr viel lernen können und dafür bin ich auch sehr dankbar.
This is what I'd consider a loaded statement. So much in it from Marcus Pintner, who talked about his early days on the national team and immediately realizing, holy cow, this coaching is different. You had different values. You wanted different things. You established a morning skate. You wanted to all have them on time. The dress code that you were talking about. He also referred to the fact that you, when you had your national team roster put together, called up not necessarily the best players, but the right players. And he said with you kind of being a trailblazer and way ahead of your time as a coach, at the very least compared to a lot of Austrian coaches, the energy that you brought to the table was unlike any other. Now, looking back on everything that happened, how fair of an assessment from Marcus Pintner is it compared to what indeed went down? You can just say, yes, this is totally fair, and this is how it went down.
Well, it's very nice compliments, and it's fair to say that stuff. But it was my energy and my passion for the game. But those are just things that I knew in my mind, the skate, the bone, the body language. We talk to the kids to this day, and we talk to these players then, the importance of good manners. Like a lot of young people think, having not so good manners is pretty cool. No. Guys, good manners is a strength. You're on the streets with your buddies, you can do it. But, have good manners, have respect for elderly people, and be presentable. So it's interesting that he says that because I was still shooting from the hip, trying to find my way. But I just knew energy and passion at a pregame skate and dressing good and having good manners. That's the start. And when you sit down to have dinner as a team, you don't wear hats and, you be respectable. That's just stuff I kind of think I had in me. I was just sharing a little bit of my experiences with them. And like Marcus was a young player playing for them, but don't forget, he earned it because I didn't really know it. But you know what? I have a quick story for you. The U18, when we won the tournament, we beat, I think it was in Zagreb, and we upset Letland. We were down in the third period. That's when David Schuller had come back from Canada too, and he was flying and hitting and energy. And we had Melitzer and Pintner. We had a good group of guys. We came back and won that game in the third period. I think it was 4-3. The game-winning goal was Melitzer and Pintner involved. They both had casts on. These guys are freaking warriors. I took a picture of Melitzer and Pintner with their casts after the victory. So you think Marcus Pfanner wasn't in my mind for the next freaking tournament and Melitzer? These guys were warriors. I still have that picture to this day. But thank you. Nice compliments from Binder, who is on his way now to becoming a very good coach with the youth program in Klagenfurt.
And who's one of the all-time good guys in Austrian pro hockey. That just as another note. But let me get back to him referring to or saying you had not necessarily the best players, but the right players on your national teams. Is there kind of a prime example or one that immediately comes to mind where you try to get the right player and not the best player?
Well, not really. There's a few stories. Yeah, the Thomas Cook story, 16-year-old. Well, why would I take a 16-year-old when there's 2 or 3 19-year-olds that should be on the team? Why would you take a 16-year-old? Stuff like that. Well, when he talks about character, did I make all the right moves? Yeah, probably not always. And you're always going to have critics. It's just the way it is. So, for example, when I didn't take Thomas Cook because it was a present, and it's not because I didn't like those other guys. This freaking kid had something special. I could freaking see it. And we took him to Nagano, Japan, and you know the story. I kicked him off. He got 4 goals in that tournament, and, my gut feeling on him was right. A couple other times, I think I mentioned in the past, like good guy, it's not personal. But if you're two 19-year-olds are sitting down with the team, and I'm not there because I'm with Ron with the national team for 2 days, and 2 19-year-olds get up, leave the hotel because the food's no good, and go to a restaurant downtown and have a pizza, you think they're going to buy into the team when we're ups and downs? So, it's hard calls. You can't babysit a national team. And, like I said, I'm shooting from the hip. We're rolling with this. And you try to make the right calls for the right reasons. I didn't always make the right calls, but I appreciate Marcus, who's a very good friend of mine to this day. I appreciate his nice comments. And we all think back to those times. You were with me when we talked to Thomas Cook and other players about, and Velzer, all these guys were a part of my coaching, all these good players. So what a pleasure for me to have so many good, young, talented guys. And look at some of the careers these guys had, from Setzinger to Velzer to Cook to Heigers to so many good players. I'm a lucky guy.
You indeed are. Also because of the fact that you kind of started growing as a coach even more than before, so alongside the late, great Ron Kennedy. And back in May, we had the distinct pleasure of looking back on a great hockey coach, probably the greatest coach Austria's ever seen. We did 2 podcasts due to his 70th birthday. Really had a great time and really enjoyed those conversations. So if you want to scroll down on the timeline here on win2day Hockey O'Clock, just look up those 2 episodes and learn a lot about Ron Kennedy. We did an episode about Ron in English where you talked about him. We did another one in German with Herbert Hohenberger, longtime Austrian national team captain, Villach captain, dear friend of Ron's. But how was it for you, I'd say, or label it as a still aspiring coach, growing up in the coaching business next side to Ron Kennedy?
Well, the stories. I mean, I learned so much from Ron. And he treated the players fair. Practices were fast and tough. He was freaking organized with that yellow sheet, that yellow paper. He wrote everything down, so organized, did video. He was kind of ahead of his time. I mean, he was assistant coach in the NHL. He was coach of the year in the WHL, the top junior league. So when you look back, 5 years in a row, they were in the APOL. In 1998, Nagano, 2002, Salt Lake City, 2 Olympics in a row. What a 5-year span that Ron did with Joe Leon. Dieter Colt was involved, Dr. Bachler. We had a good group of guys.
Just for perspective for people listening to this would be unthinkable right now. We just had our national team remain in the APOL for the second year in a row, for the second time in a row in the last, 23 years? The last time it happened was under Ron Kennedy. Now it's happened again the last couple of years. And in between, we went from the APOL to the B-Pole, from the B-Pole to the APOL. It just was up and down. So this continued excellence is so much out of the ordinary and so special. So I just wanted to provide some proper perspective to it.
Well, Mark, it was a pleasure to be part of it. And that was the best 5 years the Austrian national ever had for consistency, as you say. And Ron Kennedy led the freaking way. So 5 years in a row, earned to stay in the APOL and in 2 freaking Olympics. So 1996-97, I'm coaching in Vatens in the second league. And in 1998, I'm at the freaking Olympics in Nagano. I mean, how fast did this happen? Did Ron saw something in me, which I'm sure he told Joe, that I went into the U18, U20, a lot of apprenticeship to help out Ron with the national team. So I was putting my time in, learning as I went along, shooting from the hip. 1996, 97, I'm coaching Vatens, and all of a sudden, I'm in Nagano at the 1998 Olympics. How freaking exciting is that story?
I got 2 more questions about Ron Kennedy, and you might have already answered them back in May when we did the pod due to his 70th birthday. But a lot of people might not have listened to that yet. So 2 more questions about him. What's the number one lesson, the number one thing that you learned from Ron Kennedy as a coach?
Well, there's 3 words, right? You practice tough, you're fair, and you're honest. And those are the exact things that I had, if you remember correctly, with Forbes Kennedy, who kind of saved my coaching, my playing career back in Winston-Salem. So he was organized. He was organized, he was tough, he was fair, and he was honest. Now, you circle those 4, and you played the game, you're going to be successful.
Would there have been a coach, Greg Holst, without a coach, Ron Kennedy?
Where I would have gone after the 96-97 season in Vatens, we went back to Canada in the summer. If I would have stayed there, would I have gone to Kimberley, that direction again? I cannot answer that. I did have a couple interviews with the Kelowna Rockets as assistant coach, and I just about got that job. And that would have been probably after the 96. That could have been that summer. I did have a couple opportunities. I also, in the BCJHL, I was offered I think it was a 3-year contract to coach the West Side Warriors. But that's what I think. I was also involved with U18, U20. So I did have job opportunities at home, and that West Side job was good paying, and you get a truck, which I love trucks. That almost got me, and in a really good league, and I'm living in Kelowna. I did have opportunities. I was very close to getting the assistant coach with the Rockets, and I did get offered a job with the West Side Warriors, and it would have been a 2 or 3 year contract. But I can't remember the exact time, but I did stay with U18, and as you know, it developed into something else as we went along.
That's something else is something that we're going to talk about, especially during episode number 6 or part 6 of 70 in 7. But for the time being here on part 5, we have to divert a little bit from you climbing up the coaching ladders, because on the private side of things, there were also developments, not such fortunate ones as in terms of your professional career, because while you were making a name for yourself, you got separated and had to move on from that kind of phase of your life. And if you look out, and probably a lot of people can relate to this, not all relationships are made to last forever. There's sometimes just a natural end to things, and your relationship with your wife, the mother of your 2 children, came to an end. How was that for you personally, and how did it affect everything that went on professionally?
Well, I've had dark times in my life, whether it was drinking or other stuff. I've been injured. I've had the crap beat out of me. I had that other stuff I talked to you about with my skin. I had a lot of tough times, but nothing comes close to when your marriage doesn't work out and you have 2 great children. This was really, really hard. If you ever heard of the word, which I had heard of, heartache, I remember it didn't work out in 2000, and I could see it coming. I can't even say that word, what happened, because it's a word that I hate. But I'm going to say, when I dropped the boys off and I go to the apartment that I got after, and they were looking at me like, "This is my best buddies." Like, it was so freaking painful. And I know it was so hard for them. But I would drive back to my apartment and freaking tears. I get in the apartment. I had my chest. I had freaking pain. And that pain was heartache. I've broken up with girls before and stuff. Nothing compared to the pain I had in my chest like this situation. And of course, it was from the breakup, but it was because of Mike and Taylor. It was freaking killing me. But just like in life, just like in sports, you lose, you get beat up. What do you have to do? You got to find a way to stand tall. I talked to my boys about it right away. Obviously, very tough conversation. But when I was with those kids, I was positive. I was upbeat. Then when I'd be on my own, I was having a hard time. But I had to find a way. And then I did go to these tournaments. So they kind of kept me going, U18, U20. And every chance I had, I stuck around for 2 years. I was with Mike Taylor as much as I could, took him to practice, picked them at school. They come over. We played ball hockey, basketball, all the stuff Mike had mentioned every second I could. There was no schedule for when Christine would have them or when I would have them. It was open. I could get them when I wanted. There was no problem there. So that was all great. But I'm also going to tell you, I'm very thankful for the job Christine did when the kids were very young, and how she worked with them with the schooling, how she cooked, and how we traveled. So I have to really think now, after the fact, I try to think of the good times that we had, and my kids are okay now. I know we were all upset at the time. I wish Christine all the best to this day. You know, I see her every now and then. It was the darkest, hardest time in my life. But what do you do with it? You got to stand up. You look it in the eye. You don't have a choice. So it's just like in hockey. When you're losing, you're going to get beat up. They're going to fire you. What do you do? You crawl under the table, or do you stand up and you fight? So I had to find a way. But you asked me the question, the most difficult and darkest time in my life. But I survived it, and my kids survived it. And we're doing good. We're doing real good.
Heartache is such an interesting and such a strong word, and begs the question, how many people at that time, when the split kind of happened or was finalized, did know about what was going on? How many people did you kind of let in on things? How many people were close to you emotionally at that time?
Nobody. People knew, I think, we were having a little bit of trouble. There was always, on my side, hope that somehow we could work this out. But I know the writing was on the wall. My parents did not know. My in-laws knew because I went up and told them right away. They had no idea. They were freaking shocked. But my parents, I didn't tell my parents, I think, for 4 months. But I told my boys right away. We sat down. We were all very upset. And I looked Mike and Taylor in the eye and those poor little, great little guys. It was really, really hard. But let's be honest, guys. Let's get the cards on the table. We got to be positive. We got to stick together. Got to help Mom. Got to do this. I was real positive about it. I know when I took off on my own, it was tough. I walk out of there. I was at the 75th anniversary of the New York Rangers with Satch and his oncology company in New York in 2000. And I came back and then next thing you know is, a few days later, I'm in this situation and in the courtroom and I'm going, okay, A, B, C, D. They're looking at me and you have options. I said, Christine, what do you think? And I walk out of there single. I didn't know what to freaking do. It was like freaking, not that it was a total shock. I knew it was coming. I think when the stamp is put on it, it becomes official, right? But, it was no big, long, drawn-out thing. Everything was organized. The big thing was the biggest concern was my kids, obviously, right? But tough time. You find a way. But now, I was married 15 years. Now I'm walking out and I'm going, what do I do now? There was rumors, Martin, people. I had girlfriends here, girlfriend there. People talking about everything. And it just wasn't true. I know we're off the hockey part, but you asked me because I think it toughened me up even more because what happens in coaching can be pretty cruel. The people, the press, the stuff, the winning, the losing. And it's a different type of pain, but you got to stand up and fight for yourself, right? And we found a way, but we're all doing good now.
See, I'm really glad that you're opening up on that side of things too, because I'm a firm believer in what kind of shapes you off the ice, shapes you to a certain degree in terms of all the on ice stuff too, and so many difficult things are happening to so many different people, and might just be one of the life lessons people are taking away from this podcast and this series, especially that the life obviously goes on even after dark hours and dark times, as you labeled it. So I want to get to the bright side, or back to the bright side of things again, and something that I always wanted to talk to you about, and that I don't even know because I think we never talked about it. But you were, as a coach, part of 2 Olympics. You coached at the 1998 Nagano Olympics, and you coached at the 2002 Salt Lake City Olympics for the Austrian national team. What's your favorite memory? And there's only one possibility and one thing that you're allowed to mention right now. But what's your favorite memory of those 2 Olympic experiences?
Okay. Before I talk about that, can I just add something to the story we just talked about, which I think is important for anybody listening?
You're allowed to. This is your series. You're allowed to add anything on everything that we talk about.
When I look back now at my marriage or my relationships with girls or after the fact, you look back and you go, there's so many things you could have maybe done a little bit differently, right? I know coaching in hockey too, but in your personal life. And when something doesn't work out, it doesn't matter about the percentage, 50, 50, 60, 40. It takes 2 people to make something work, and it takes 2 people to make something not work. It's never 100% to 0. It might be 70-30, it might be 60-40, 50-50. If I could communication, man. Really being mature. It's not flight and run and hide. And it's looking problems in the eye, communicating, being mature. That's how we learn. I see it so different now years later because it's experience. So it takes two to make something work. It takes two to make something not work. And communication, boy, so valuable to anybody out there that's listening. Sit down, talk it out, find a way. And now we go to the bright side of talking about the Olympics, right? Because I survived this. And now I've already been to one Olympics, and now I'm going to another one. I would say, don't forget, Martin, in 1984, I walked into the stadium with Ron Kennedy and the Austrian team in the Sarajevo Olympics. Walking in there, this is freaking amazing. Me and Ron then walked right up to the flame. That was in 84. But now we're kind of more in the modern times, getting to Japan, Nagano, Japan, Olympics. How freaking exciting is this?
Tell me all about it. How exciting is it being at the Olympics? And Sarajevo, if you look at those Olympics right now, and if you are in Sarajevo, most of the arenas and most of the places where events took place are kind of ruins right now, like literally. But how was it to be a coach at, I hate that term, but quote unquote, proper Olympics in Japan, in the US?
Well, I'll tell you something is amazing. You walk, like I said, 96, 97, I'm in coaching that in second league, doing the U18 or following up the U18 next year. And now 1998, I'm at the Olympics. Walking into the village is so exciting. And me and Ron spent a lot of time together. Obviously, I was assistant coach, but we went to events. We went to have a beer. We did a whole bunch of stuff together. So what an experience. And you walk into the village, right? So now you go to have breakfast or lunch or supper in the village, in the big cafeteria. Well, there's Gretzky and the boys. I could go sit right over there where they are. There's the top skiers. Where's Herman Meyer?
And Gretzky goes like, hey, this is Greg Holst, isn't it?
Well, you know, it's funny. You walk into the Olympics, right? And you walk in and they have fish and they have steaks. And who do you think is standing right there when you walk in? Big, tall man. Ronald McDonald. McDonald's right there. Because all the athletes, when they're done, they like to have a burger and fries. But just seeing all the athletes and getting some autographs. I got a really funny autograph for Taylor. It was from Eric Lindros. He was great. He's a big dude, eh? And Eric Lindros was Taylor's favorite player. So I had a couple pictures of Eric, and I said, Eric, I'm with the Austrian team. But, oh, how you doing, Greg? Would you mind signing this for my son, Taylor? You're his favorite player. It's his birthday coming up. Oh, no problem. So he signed one normal, and then he signed one. Happy birthday, Taylor. Yeah, best wishes, Eric Lindros. So I went back, and for Taylor's birthday, I gave him that. His freaking eyes lit up. And you know what he said to me? He said, Dad, where did you buy that? So it was so cute. And Taylor was just a little fella, right? So a great story. And that was his favorite player. The guys were really so nice, though. I go to work out, too, with Ron. We go in the little gym. We work out. And who's standing over there beside me? Eiserman. He's talking to this guy. There's top players. There's Joe Sakic. He's going to have a workout. They're all good guys. That's something you just notice. Like, they're just great hockey players.
This is indeed great. And everybody who spent time at the Olympics, who was lucky enough to get there as player, coach, observer, spectator, broadcaster, it is truly a once-in-a-lifetime experience. So with the Olympics taking place in 2024, this year in Paris, maybe a person or two listen to this will be lucky enough to get to the Olympics too. But as we kind of try to round out this conversation in part 5 of 70 in 7. What I was always wondering about is how it all came about that you coached for the national team in Austria exclusively and then turned out to be the Villach head coach. How did that all come about?
Okay, so it came to the point, it was 2002, 2003 season. That was my first year. It came up, Selamse was in last place. They had called me if I was interested in coaching Selamse. Villach called me. I understand Ron put a bug in Joe's ear to give Greg a chance because this could work out. He's done a good job with the U18 to U20. Don't forget, U8 to U20. That's junior, right? And assistant coach with the national team is assistant coach. So they offered me, the contract was the same. It wasn't a huge contract. But both teams, finances were tough. Villach and Sell back then. So I have to make a choice. I chose Villach. Nothing against Selamse. I said, okay, they had won the championship. I'm going to go into Villach. I played there, had a really good year there. I know Joe. I know the national team guys. That's where I'm going. I played with Raffle and national team myself, and I played there. I got a little bit of connections, so I'm going to go. So I sat down with the contract. But what I did with the contract, you know me in contracts, because they had an evergreen abo, so a season ticket, because they were having trouble and money was trouble. So they gave these really good season tickets to forever. They were whatever, like the forever tickets. So they wanted fans because the attendance was down. So I sat down and talked to them and I said, okay, look, the fixing's okay, but it's not as high as a lot of other guys. So I still have to prove myself. I understand that. But if I remember exactly correctly, I said, how many fans did you have last year? Okay. If you have that many, but everything you go above that, I just get a little piece of the action. And, so not much, but stuff. And then we had playoff bonuses and making the playoffs, the semifinals, finals, stuff. So I just had little incentives all the way because I said, if we do well and you guys do well, you're going to make more money with the fans. So maybe I get a little piece of the action. So they said, okay. And off I went. But boy, was it a rocky start. And I know you're going to ask me about the rocky start.
First of all, I think it's interesting that your kind of contracts always came down to having a piece of the gate, having a piece of the spectator numbers. It's just interesting. But you brought in people, so I guess it's fair that you kind of requested that. But you know what? Let's talk about the rocky start. Why was it so rocky?
Okay, first of all, we brought Foster in. I think Foster came in that year from Selamse. He was a top scorer. But anyway, okay, we start off. These guys are champs. They're a little bit cocky, right? The team's cocky. They were champions. I don't think they accepted me, even though they knew I was a good player. I feel they looked at me and people looked at me as a junior coach, even though I coached in the second division and I coached assistant with the man national team. I feel they thought I was a junior coach. Oh, I never coached pro. He's a junior. But anyway, I knew a bunch of guys and we practiced pretty hard. So we had a tough start. We were, I think, 2-7. A lot of close games. You lose in overtime. You lose a late one. It is irrelevant how you lose. The fans are freaking now on my ass. Freak, I'm not 9 games in, 10 games in. So what happens is, I mean, I couldn't go for a beer, Mark. That's how tough it was. And that's factual. They call me in, management calls me in, Joe, Beyond, and Aesop, and they very well should, because they're under pressure. They just said to me, look, Greg, we're under pressure. Here's the situation. We got to do something. We're going to give you 3 games. And I said, how many do I have to win of those 3? They said, 3, or you're done. And that was in the paper. I got articles that's factual. So we're going to bring Peter Raffel on board, not to be here by O-Boctor. We're going to bring him on because I was doing, Seki was did everything, the benches, cheering guys on. Keshi was my backup goalie. But I ran the D, the forwards, the power play, the PK, change of lines. So we're going to be Peter Raffel on board, and he's going to help you out. I said, great. I know Peter. I played with him, national team. Good. We went down to Steindorf the next practice. I remember this. It was snowing a little bit. And Foster, who we had moved because there was the circumstances. I hate getting rid of players. We had to make a move. There was a list of 10 things. I said, Fozzie, we got to make a move. He understood, came injured. There was stuff. He's a good guy. I hate doing this. We brought in Sean Selmser. So we went down, had practice. Foster even came, said, Greg, is it okay if I practice with the team? I said, of course it is. We had a really tough practice. But if I remember correctly, I was on the ice, but Peter had to talk to the players. And I don't want to put any words in his mouth, but I think this is how it went. He went in and told the players this. I'm just letting you go. So I'm here to help Greg. If he gets fired, I am not taking over this team. Just letting you guys know. Right? Because Ralph is the guy, and now they're all going, oh, Ralph, you're the guy, whatever. So we had Martin, one of the tougher practices I've ever had. We had a tough freaking practice. So we go back, and the 3 games, I'd love for you're the stat man, to find them. But if I remember correctly, was overtime, penalty shots, overtime, something like that. It was that fine a line. So now, we're starting to roll. We're practicing tough with my whatever. Like I told you, I'm not this great X and O guy, but we're going to practice pretty hard. I got good players. Keep them in freaking shape. That's the key, right? Ralph's helping out. This is working good. Then we brought in Tom Surley. I think Tom Surley came back, and he was a tough defenseman. And he really solidified, gave us some bite. And he must have come back in around Christmas. I can't remember when. But anyway, I went to the U20 at Christmas, came back. Raffel also learned at that point a little bit about being a kind of a head coach when I was gone. He didn't love it. I said, that's the way it is. You know, how the guys are. I mean, it's egos. It's the way it is. It's okay. And as you know, we won the B pool down in Slovenia to go to the A pool in the U20. That was fantastic. So that kind of gave me a little boost too with the guys. But don't forget the players I had. Oh, Panic, Setzinger, Koch, Velzer. I mean, whoa, what a team we had.
Yeah, truly the last golden generation Austria really had.
No, these guys, I just had to make sure I kept Setzi and Van. I can keep all the guys happy with ice time, because there was why is he on the 5-on-3? Why? You know, there's egos and there's guys want stuff. So I had my silk gloves out a few times. Great bunch of guys. What a team. Koch and these guys, Velzer. And we went to the airport. But I went back, and Ralph kind of had a good meeting with me. He said, oh boy, these guys, now that you weren't here, it is a little bit different. But that's another story, and that's all good, because that's the way it is, Martin. But then, as you know, we started winning. And we started winning. And we won a lot. And the fans came back, which was nice.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, you rubbing your hands and knowing, oh boy, this is really good for my purse. But speaking of stories, we already heard from one of your very good friends in Markus Peintner. I want to use this opportunity to hear from another one, because I, of course, asked Markus Kerschbaumer how those early weeks and months under Greg Holst were for players. He's a former goaltender. He's now he's the best goalie coach that Austria has seen. He's working for Red Bull Salzburg. And he's looking back on those first couple of weeks, months you coached Villach. He was mostly a backup goaltender behind the four-time Austrian champion Gerd Prohaska. I just want to listen into Markus Kerschbaumer's observations when he looks back on that time, and then we're going to talk about it, and then we're going to round out this conversation.
Unser Start war vielleicht nicht der beste, wenn ich ganz ehrlich bin, weil als der Greg in der Saison 2002, 2003 als Headcoach bestätigt worden ist, war seine erste Aussage, er will ein offensives, attraktives Eishockey spielen und ihm ist lieber, wenn wir das Spiel 7-6 gewinnen als 2-1. Da haben natürlich beim Gerd Prohaska und bei mir sofort die Alarmglocken geläutet, weil wir gesagt haben, wir waren voriges Jahr die defensiv beste Mannschaft in der Liga, wir haben wenig Chancen zugelassen und jetzt kommt jemand und will das komplett umdrehen, mit dem waren wir gar nicht einverstanden. Des Weiteren waren dann seine ersten Trainings sehr fordernd, sehr offensiv orientiert. Wir haben sehr viele Schüsse gehabt. Wir haben uns zeitweise auf den Nachschuss nicht einmal vorbereiten können. Was wir aber Jahre zuvor immer so gemacht haben und gelernt haben von François Allaire, weil seine Camps haben wir ja immer besucht und er hat uns beigebracht, die wichtigste Arbeit ist nicht beim Schuss, sondern die passiert vor dem Schuss. Und das haben wir natürlich nicht machen können. Und da waren wir sehr, sehr, sehr verwirrt am Anfang und nicht unbedingt immer glücklich mit dem Craig. Eines Tages hat der Craig dann beschlossen, dass wir am Ende des Trainings einen Backskate machen. Die ganze Mannschaft ist in die Ecken gefahren und der Gerd und ich sind im Tor geblieben, weil wir auch von François Allaire gelehrt bekommen haben, dass wir unseren Torraum flüssig und dynamisch bewegen müssen und vor allem auch kontrolliert. Und wir beginnen da mit unseren Crease-Movements und plötzlich schießt der Greg her und hat gefragt, was wir da tun. Also Eislaufen. Nein, das ist kein Eislaufen. Wir müssen runter zur Mannschaft, dann müssen wir alle gemeinsam mit der Mannschaft Eislaufen und mit dem waren wir überhaupt nicht einverstanden, weil auf der einen Seite sagt uns der François Allaire, wir müssen den Tor Eislaufen und da müssen wir unsere Bewegungen kontrollieren. Auf der anderen Seite kommt dann der Headcoach daher, der das offensive Spiel forciert und sagt, wir müssen da mit Eislaufen. Und ich weiß, die Story sieht der Greg ein bisschen anders, weil er sagt immer, wir wollten nicht Eislaufen, das stimmt so nicht ganz, sondern wir wollten schon Eislaufen, aber eigentlich unsere Dormen-spezifischen Sachen.
This is great because it covers so many different aspects, and Markus Kerschbaumer took us back to around the time where you became a head coach and how different practices were, and that you apparently said right around becoming a head coach that you'd rather win a game 7-6 than be in a low-scoring affair, and all the alarms went off with the goaltenders and the team that had the best defense the year prior. And then he talked a little bit about practice and how you made him participate in all the drills and really skate hard and work hard, whereas they had learned from the great François Allaire, whose goalie camps they had visited, how to properly have a goalie practice. How much and he said you might differ on some things that he just mentioned. How much of that what Markus Kerschbaumer said was accurate? How much would you like to differ?
Well, I had forgotten about that offensive part because that is very true. But you know what happened today? And I'm pretty honest. Let me have it from Kerschbaumer. I talked to him today and I said, Markus, you know what? You're one of the top 5 goalie coaches in Austria. He took a second and he kind of laughed. So, Mark, I think I got to stick with that after that freaking. No, he is the best. He's the best goalie coach that Austria's ever had. Fantastic. Hey, and he put the truth down how he saw this. And now that he mentions that, I remember saying that. Hey, the fans, they'd love 7-6, not 2-1. So right away, my ideas was the wrong way of thinking. right? Even though U18, U20 were wrong, we're defensive and all that. But I said, hey, let's just go after this and score. We need fans. We have no fans. The fans are way down. Offense will probably get the end. I don't know if I thought like that, but the skating part is true because you know what? When in the NHL, I watched Hasek and I watched Patrick Wall, and I have videos of it. They used to love skating with the guys at the end when they did the lines because they wanted to be first. How go? Of course, you have to do your goalie stuff. That I believed in that the goalies, I still do it with the kids. I don't know if they all love it, but the goalies like it because they get used to it, but they still do all their stuff. I understand his point. We did headbutt. I headbutt with Paraska, as you know, because I believed him. But I thought it was important for maybe not the whole skate, but a part of that skate. It's not a bag skate. It's like 8 or 10 minutes of skating. The goalie's up and down. I think it's part of the team. And I remember watching Hasek. He hated when he lost. But he's right. I was thinking too offensive. Did I change my way of thinking after those 3 games? You're freaking right, I did. And you know my thoughts on now, how I am. Scoring 3 goals, getting 2 against. So you see how my whole mindset. But what he said is very accurate.
I want to round this indeed out with not a real spoiler alert. The first season you coached an adult pro hockey team in 02-03 eventually came to an end with a finals loss. You had a rocky start to the year. You eventually came to grips with the job and what it took to be successful. You string together wins. You got into the playoffs. You won 2 series in the quarters and the semis. You even won the first game in the finals. Back then, best of 5, lost the next 3 to an up-and-coming Linz team. And we're going to talk about that rivalry for a little bit on the next episode of 17-7. But how do you look back as a whole on that first year as a head coach in the Austrian League and on that finals loss?
Well, a total learning experience, right? But winning the U20 to go to the 8 pool, that was a highlight. Surviving, almost getting fired. Not being able to go for 2 months for a freaking beer. And you know what, Martin? After that practice in Steindorf, remember when we had our first practice when they gave me the 3 games? We came out after practice. We're driving back to Fielak from Steindorf. It's snowing a little bit. And I'm driving with Raffle. And the windshield wipers, he goes, Greg, what's on your window? I said, I don't know. It's a big square thing, a pretty good size. I pull over the car. I bring it in. It's plastic laminated. I have this. And on this plastic laminated, one side is Ryan Foster. Top scorer, great guy, other side, Holst, coach, 2-7. He's a flop. He's a bum. These were on all the cars. So then you go back and squeak 3 games out. And they weren't high-scoring games, just letting you know, because I remember. And now all of a sudden you find your way. You make the playoffs. You win the first. I think the second round was best of 5. If I remember correctly, Kurt Haaron was coach of Vienna. We won game 5. Nothing with a late goal from Sean Sumser, the guy that we brought in when we made a move. And then went to the finals. Yeah, we lost in 6. I think we lost in 6. Yeah, we lost at home in game 6. Really close to the end. We kind of had a bad change, a turnover, something jumping. That's why this change, you tell the kids nowadays the importance of coming off hard something did happen there, not on purpose, but player was coming off. It was a tight game. I think it was tied. Player's coming off outside. I want to say a name, but he's coming off slowly. So our next player couldn't jump on. There was a quick turnover in the neutral zone. They attacked. Herbie didn't have time to get set because it happened so fast because we couldn't get that extra player on. And I think Eunice walked in, made a move, scored, and that became the winning goal. But what an experience. Okay. Do I have a contract for the next year? No. I always did 1-year contracts. I had a 1-year contract. So now we make the finals. And now lots of fans. And now I have to, am I coming back or not? And let's try it all again.
And you know what? We'll be getting to that stage of your career, to that phase after the year. As it stands, in 2003, there was a finals loss against Linz. There would eventually be some kind of redemption, but there would also be a lot of heartbreak. And this time around, this is going to be our cliffhanger. I do know that we didn't necessarily hit the year 2004 yet, the year where you turned 50, but there's no better way to round this conversation out but just saying thank you for taking, again, almost 2 hours out of your valued time and talking about the 5th decade of your being. We've got 2 more episodes to go. I'm so much looking forward to it. Thank you so much for doing this, Coach. Already looking forward to hearing you next week right here on win2day Hockey O'Clock.
Martin, my pleasure, and I can't wait to beat Karasbomber on the golf course. And we will talk next week. The next one is pretty exciting too. And if I may add, just before we walk out of here, you said, what did you really learn? And you learn every year, defense wins. It's not offense.
Win2day Hockey O'Clock. Kurz durchatmen bei diesem Wahnsinn und das ging rasend schnell. Der Traum vom Finale ist erfüllt. Mittendrin stand nur der Ball. Fans stimmungsvoll und hoffnungsfroh. Nice move, another nice move. Oh, it's goal! Oh, what a goal! It doesn't get any better than this.
70 in 7. A Win2day Hockey O'Clock Original.
Win2day Hockey O'Clock. In diesem Augenblick wird es jetzt richtig hitzig. Und die Scheibe kullert über die Linie. Mittendrin stand nur der Ball. Das ist unglaublich, was die hier zelebrieren. Nice move, another nice move. Oh, it's goal! Oh, what a goal! It doesn't get any better than this.
It's 70 in 7. It is the great Hockey O'Clock original series about life and especially the hockey life of player legend, coaching legend that is Greg Holst. It's already part 6 of 7, so only 2 more parts to go. Where has time gone, Coach? Incredibly.
Well, you tell me about that, Martin, because my 70th is coming up. And boy, that's hard to believe.
We're 2 weeks away from your 70th birthday. We already had 5 parts that came out in weeks past. We talked about your upbringing. We talked about you aspiring to become a hockey professional. We talked about your years in Austria becoming a player legend. We talked about the transition from you and your playing career to becoming a coach. And I don't think it's an understatement to say that this will be the longest episode. I think this will be the juiciest, the meatiest of them all because of all the things that went down in the early 2000s. Basically, we're talking about you being aged 50 to 60. Also, because of the fact, or it's going to be the juiciest, meatiest because of the fact that you had your, by far, biggest success in your career recording a championship with Villach. We'll get to that and so much more. But when we basically had a last chance to talk to each other here on 70-7, we were talking about the 03-04 year, the last final against Linz. And our big cliffhanger was, well, there'll be another final lost the year after against Klagenfurt. But before we get to that, when you look at 03-04 and 04-05, how did you, in between those 2 years, develop as a coach?
Well, my first year was 02-03, right? And we talked about that. And I almost got fired at the beginning. And I went in there with this mindset of playing attractive hockey, which normally translates to offense. So my way of thinking was 6-5, 7-6 win is way more exciting for the fans than winning 2-1 or 3-2. So was it the right way to think? Absolutely not. And I learned that pretty quick, and we did change. I changed quickly. And I know I had really good players too. So my job was really to keep the guys in shape, try to challenge players. That's what I kind of felt was one of my strong points. I could look somebody in the eye. I could find ways to treat each guy a little bit different, push the right buttons, or hopefully push the right buttons to make them a little bit better. That's what I really learned how to do. So we lost in the finals to Linz. So I had also won with the U20 to go from the B pool to the A pool. So after a close call of getting fired, as you know, I somehow survived. I learned a lot. We lost in the finals, which was a pretty good success, still disappointing. So now I don't have a contract. How do I move forward? The season's over. What do I do now? Then I have to talk to management about the next year, which was 03-04.
Fill me in on those contract negotiations. How did they usually go? Was there a blueprint for it? You going like, okay, this is what I want. This is what I'm looking for. How did it work?
Well, as you know, my first year, and I've done different types of contracts over the year, as you remember. So
I still love the one where you had to cut all the gates money and the attendance. Did that happen as a coach too?
Well, that's a funny one too, but I kind of like the one where I went and had 2 beers and I made an extra 10 grand. Now, those were 2 good beers, I tell you. But anyway, so what happened in the first year, my fixum was 30,000. Okay, I'm not going to talk about money past that. So that was not a very big contract for the time for coaching. So I did negotiate some bonuses because attendance was way down. And I did get a fan bonus up and above what they had for attendance the year before. I said, okay, if we get up above that number and then above this number, you guys are going to do well. I should be able to get a little percentage of that. So if you're successful, we're successful, you're successful, I should be a little bit more successful. And they agreed. So now we had a good year. The fans were good. So now that 30,000 turned into something more substantial. So now I go in to negotiate the next year. And here's my first conversation. I believe it was with Goodener. I did the first one with Goodener too. Okay, we were successful. Here's what I made last year with my contract and my bonuses. Should I be paid less in my second year than my first year? He said, or they said, no, you shouldn't. I said, okay. So now I based my fixum, so my salary, on my first year's total contract, which was a lot more attractive now. And then I think my bonuses were now not with fans. They became for positioning and for making the playoffs, making the semis, or maybe making the finals. So that's how I structured the second year of my contract. And as I told you, Martin, I always did 1-year contracts. Reason being, if I'm not good enough, I'm not going to resign. I'm not going to sue the team for if I have a 3-year. That's how I wanted to work. So I got my deal, signed my deal, and off we went.
The last time we had the chance and opportunity to talk to each other, we ended with what happened in spring of 2004. Your second year as a Villach head coach, a finals loss against an up-and-coming Black Wings team that was loaded indeed. Even though you won the first game, you lost the next 3, so gut punch right there. But it took some time for Austrian fans to be able to see you again on a bench coaching. What happened in between the finals loss in 2004 and you not having a job at the beginning of the year?
Okay, can I just touch on before the playoffs in 2003-04? I said to the team, we were in the weight room. That's where we have our meetings. It was quiet. And I said, guys, I was pretty tough as a coach, I think, and I challenged guys. And, some guys used to maybe bitch and complain or go to Joe Meon or whatever it was. So I said, okay, I don't want to stand in anybody's way or having an excuse that they're going to use me as an excuse if they don't play well. So I told the team this, guys, after this year, after this playoffs, after this year's over, I am leaving Villach. I do not want to come back because I do not want to stand in one player's way. Do not use me as an excuse if things don't go well. I told them that. So now, boom, done. So we roll on, we get to the finals. What a finals it was. I know Tirol, I know a lot of people were following this closely, really pulling for Villach too, because Klankfurt, the record Meister, whatever. So in game, we were down in the series too, and we came back. And I remember Pavel getting a couple of big goals. But we get to game 5, best of 5 in Klankfurt. We score. Lansinger scores with 9 minutes to go. We're up 2-1. This is exciting. I put 5 of my best players on, most responsible, the next shift, because the next shift after a goal is so important. One of my top guys made a kind of a funny drop pass normally that he wouldn't do. Koch Velzer somehow got the puck, bang, bang. It's in the freaking net. It's 2-2. Anyway, now we're going to overtime, back and forth. I think in the 17th, 18th minute, David Schuler scored a really beautiful goal. Klankfurt wins. Disappointing. Season's over. Another great run. But we came up just a little bit short. So
and that's
now
where,
the season...
Coach, sorry, that's where I have to correct myself because I asked the wrong question. You lost the finals against Linz in 2002 and 2003. That was the loaded Linz team. And the year after, 2003, 2004, of course, was against Klagenfurt. And oh, by the way, hate to correct you, but I know it seems like an eternity on the bench, but Dave Schuller's game-winning or championship-winning goal was scored in minute 66. So what appeared to be 18, indeed were only 6 minutes. But I guess heartbreak, leading the decisive or deciding game until 9 minutes before regulation ends, and then losing out in overtime on that coveted championship had to be a gut punch.
Well, of course it's a gut punch, but that's how close it is. Like, I mean, Klankfurt was a very good team too, so it was just that close. And every little mistake you make is so close. It could be a coaching change. It could be a player, a turnover. It's such a fine line. But they won fair and square. It was a really good year, exciting year. The fans had a great time. Relatively successful, the Verein. We had lots of fans. So now the season's over. And we have a meeting. I have no contract. Nobody has talked to me. But I also remember what I said to the team. And that was also the management knew what I had said about not coming back. So we had a meeting, but now I think it was Peter Raffel and Seki were kind of behind me to come back, regardless of what I said. And I don't want to say the wrong thing here, but they said, they got to bring you back because you've been in the finals twice, regardless. Okay, we got to run with this again. So we had a meeting in the VIP room, all of the press, the management. I was standing with Peter Raffel and Seki. And one of the head guys started speaking, and they thanked me for the 2 years I had put in, and we wish you all the best in the future. I remember Seki just shaking his head. He walked out. Peter Raffel, I'm not sure if he left, but he was kind of shaking his head too. So I left. That was it. Goodbye. So I packed up my car, went back to Tyrol to see my kids.
Wow. I mean, how did that feel? How long did it really take you to understand what had gone on there?
Was I surprised? Yes and no. Martin, you get used to stuff that happens as a player, fans spitting on your stuff. One time they were going to send me home because I had some bad games in Innsbruck. They're going to send me home by boat. They weren't even going to fly me home. Innsbruck, after all those great years, they don't even say goodbye, retire my number, and basically see you later. Yeah, you get used to the stuff. Nah, I said, okay, let's go. I'll go home, see my boys. That's good. That's one positive thing. And I'll see what comes next. You shake your head a little bit. You get over it.
Because the funny thing is, the team that just let you go was a team that brought you back on. It took some time, up until January of 2005, but eventually you made your way back to Villach. Just help me and the listeners fill the gap here. What happened in between?
Okay, so now, excuse me, I'm going to stay in Innsbruck. I'm going to coach Mike, my son. He was like playing bantam shooter. So I'm going to coach Mike and stick around for the kids, which is fine. Watch Taylor practice, maybe help out there a little bit. So I think they paid me 800 or 1,000 euros a month, which that's what it was back then to help kids. So Blair McDonald, BJ McDonald, had coached in the American Hockey League. He was a great player. I had played with him also. So I had a good connection to him. And he had won in the AHL with his way of coaching. So they bring him in. And Paraska was the goalie there in Villach. And they were struggling. And BJ had a different way of doing things than I did, as every coach does. I actually talked to BJ 2 or 3 times in the first couple of months of the year to try to help him out. You know, just, hey, play the young guys. Don't be afraid to throw them on there. I tried to help him basically save his job. This is factual. But it finally got to the point where they were going to make a move, which I didn't know about. It was around Christmas time, I guess it was. And I got a phone call. I think it was probably from Joe Beyond. Greg, would you be interested in coming back? And I said, okay, well, what are the details? The contract was, not that big, but it was second half of the year. But it gives me a chance to get back in because I do have to make more money. Because 1,000 a month is not cutting it. So I agreed. And I didn't have time, really. I had to make a decision. So I didn't talk to Innsbruck. They found out after and they were pissed off at me. Can you imagine? They were pissed off because I didn't ask them if I could go. Like, I'm not going to swear here, but let me just leave it. So anyway, and I know BJ, so we got to look for a goalie. We got to, Praska's not good enough, A, B, C, D, whatever. So I went back with the understanding, like it was a 6-team league, I believe, and we were in 5th or 6th. with the understanding in my contract, if we make the playoffs, I get another 1-year contract that will be negotiated. They said, okay, now I'm back in Filac. And it was the lockout year, don't forget. NHL lockout year.
And we'll get to that, and we'll get to so many other things in more detail. But as we're probably starting to jump around a little bit right here, I probably want to take listeners back a little bit to maybe your earlier coaching days at Villach, because I think we concluded episode or part 5 of 17-7 with, or by hearing from Markus Kerschbaumer, and he, at that time being one of your goaltenders, said you came in proclaiming you wanted to win games 7-6 rather than 2-1, and obviously that set off all the alarms with goalies. And it's just interesting to talk about development and obviously talk about the evolution that you as a coach undertook too. And there's something interesting that reached me from another one of your goaltenders, the 4-time Austrian champion Gerd Prohaska. He reminisced about the practices that you had and how wild they could be. For all the English-speaking listeners, again, bear with us. This is going to be in German, but I'll translate the gist of what you're about to hear. We'll quickly listen to what Gerd Prohaska had to say.
Ja, Greg Holst war natürlich ein Eishockey-Besessener, ein Eishockey-Verrückter. Und er hat sich, glaube ich, damals wahrscheinlich auch genauso wie heute 24 Stunden am Tag mit Eishockey beschäftigt. Und er hat auch immer sehr viel in die Trainingsplanung investiert. Und ich kann mich erinnern, ich habe eigentlich als Spieler nicht sehr viel mit meinen Trainern geredet. Das war auch bei Greg Holst so. Ich bin da einmal vorm Training, es wird 1,5 Stunden vorm Training gewesen sein, bei ihm vorbeigegangen, bei seinem Kammerle. Er hat mich gesehen, hat gesagt, Pro, komm mal rein. Und dann ist er mit mir das Training durchgegangen. Der hat gesagt, schau, erster Drill machen wir so und so, zweiter, dritter, vierter Drill, so. Er hat mir das alles ganz genau erklärt. Für mich war das eigentlich viel zu viel, weil mir war das immer ziemlich egal. Ich bin ja nur im Tor gestanden. Aber ich habe gesagt, passt, ich weiß jetzt, wie das Training ist, habe mich umgezogen, wir sind aufs Eis gegangen. Und als ich aufs Eis gegangen bin, und bei seinem Kammerl wieder vorbeigegangen bin, habe ich gesehen, wie er seine ganzen Trainingszettel wieder zerreißt. Wir haben dann das Training begonnen und es war jeder Drill komplett anders. Das ganze Training war ein anderes und auch das war Greg Holst impulsiv und bei seinen Trainingsvorbereitungen oder auch beim Training am Eis sehr, sehr impulsiv und sprunghaft. Und an diese Seite erinnere ich mich auch immer ganz gerne.
Well, first of all,
I gotta laugh. It's so true.
I'll get to the nitty gritty of this message that Gerd passed along in a bit, but I'll quickly want to let people know what was in there, especially our non-German speaking listeners. He started off by saying you're one of the hockey people who has hockey on its mind 24/7, or on his mind. And he says it's probably still true to this day. I can agree on that. That's still true to this day. And he said you were always trying to come up with good practices and good drills. And one time you let him know, even though he was a goaltender and couldn't care less, this is going to be the first drill that we're going to run, the second one, the third one, the fourth one. And after he passed your coach's room again, he saw you tearing up the practice plan, and he called you kind of impulsive and just interesting to see how you were diverting from a plan that you originally had in a matter of maybe minutes and maybe even a few hours. How do you look back on that aspect of your coaching?
You know, it's funny. This is so true too. Because even when I work with the kids after, or even now, I will have 2 drills in my mind. But just like with the pro team, if I felt the passing drills that I was going to do with the mood of the players, I said, no, I feel this is not going to work. So I would go to more battle drills. I would change. Sometimes I'd have a third plan in my freaking mind because I could get the feel of the players coming in, how they felt, were they out the night before or whatever it was. Were they a little beat up from a trip or something? So I would have a plan in my mind. But if I felt in the atmosphere something wasn't right, I change it. And if I started a practice with my original and I saw the passing was off, we were sloppy, there was no talking, then what I would do, I change on the fly. But if I remember correctly, as I went along over the years, now Proskett and Kershey, Davis, and the guys, the goalies that I coached, Mockreich, Starkbaum, I believe as I went along, you talk about developing, I would have a couple shooting drills always to start. I'd put them on the board. But I would sometimes ask the goalies, okay, here's the two drills. Which one do you like better for you to warm up? I believe I did that because I wanted, I like that one, coach, because maybe it gives me a screen or whatever it was. So, but what Proskett said is very true. I could change on the fly. If it's not going well, or you got a bad vibe in the dressing room, change it. That's what I did.
Take us back to you taking over that Villach team in 04-05. You started negotiating around Christmas. You took over for BJ McDonald in early January. What kind of Villach team was it that you took over?
Well, Davis was there now too with Paraska. We had Jason Krog came in or was there. Ethan Morrow, captain of the Oilers. After the fact, Eric Weinrich came in. I think what happened was I'd always go to the rink early, a couple hours before practice, and I'd be looking at video or stuff. And a lot of players like to go early. But I know BJ McDonald wasn't there that early. He'd get in maybe half hour before practice, have his practice ready or organize it when he got there. Didn't give the guys much time to kind of get organized. Like I said, every coach is different. So, well, we had a pretty good team, but we had to win a bunch of games to be able to move up to make the playoffs. And that's a hell of a story, that one. So I just got there early, had practices. The guys were great. And I do have a story about after Eric Weinrich came, about the NHL players. It's really interesting for young listeners and actually for all listeners about their respect for the game and their manners. So whatever you want to hear that part, just let me know.
Shoot, this is your series. This is...
Okay, so we bring
whatever
Eric...
you want to do, whenever you want to do it.
Okay, so we got Ethan Moore there, big captain, really good player. Jason Krog, NHL. Davis coming in from St. Louis. We bring in Eric Weinrich. I think he's 37 years old, wealthy, great NHL career. I'm on the ice at the end of practice with the young guys playing a cross-ice game. He comes into the rink right from the airport, jet-lagged, whatever. Knocks on the window. I open it up. Hey, Greg, I'm Eric Weinrich. Well, pleasure to meet you. Do you mind if I come out and skate with the kids? It's called the love of the game. So he came out and we started going, this guy was a great player. So here we are. In the mornings, I'd be in my office and the home guys or the other imports will come in and I'd say, hey, morning. They say, yeah, put the Morgan, morning, whatever. The NHL guys, this is so interesting. Nothing against the other guys. But Krog would walk in, or Morrow, or Eric Weinrich. They'd walk by my room, and I could say, good morning, Eric. Oh, good morning, Coach. How are you today? The same with Krog. The same with Morrow. Good morning, Coach. How are you today? Just their respect for the whole situation and their manners was at just a higher level. Was that because they're in the NHL and they had to work that hard to get there? I don't know. But I never forgot that. And that's a story I tell a lot of young players. As we talked about in one of the previous episodes we did. You know, peer pressure when you're young, having good manners is not that high on the list. It is high on the list. Having good manners is a strength. And boy, when I saw those guys, how they acted and how they were, it was really refreshing. I'll never forget that.
What you probably also never forget is how the season unfolded, the 04-05 campaign, with a finish in the regular season for the ages. But before we get to that, I'd like to bring someone on who talks about the impact that you had on his career. And I'm sure you've impacted dozens, if not hundreds of careers and trajectories. But this one, at this particular time, to me, seemed very interesting. It is, of course, Markus Kerschbaumer, now one of the best goaltending coach in Austria. He's working for Red Bull Salzburg. He came up with hockey school for goalies in Villach, a program that brought out so many great goaltenders. But he was a player in 04-05 in a crowded goaltending room. He reminisces a little bit about the situation, about the team, and the impact that you had on his hockey career. We're listening to Markus Kerschbaumer.
In der Saison 2004-2005 war zu Beginn der Saison der Blair McDonald unser Head Coach und wir haben da sehr alte Mannschaft gehabt mit arrivierte Spieler, um nicht zu sagen eigentlich schon Spieler, die weit über ihren Zenit hinaus waren. Wir haben einen sehr schlechten Start gehabt, wir haben sehr viele Spiele verloren. Die Leistungen von Gerd und von mir waren auch nicht unbedingt die besten. Da hat es dann in der Saison dieses berühmte 8-11 gegeben in Villach gegen Salzburg, wo der große VSV gegen Liga-Neuling komplett von der Rolle war. Daraufhin hat der Club reagiert und hat den Reinhard Divis verpflichtet. Mit dem Reinhard ist es ein bisschen besser geworden, aber auch nicht wirklich sehr viel besser. Und ich glaube, 2 Monate später hat der Verein entschieden, dass es notwendig ist, einen Trainerwechsel zu machen. Und der Greg war back. Dadurch der Reini und jetzt bei uns war, ich war natürlich zu dem Zeitpunkt dann die nominelle Nummer 3 im Verein, war eigentlich sehr, sehr wenig mit der Mannschaft mit auf Reisen. Das heißt, ich habe die Zeit schon nutzen können, dass ich mit Nachwuchs aufs Eis gehe und mit seinen Damentraining gemacht habe. Das war eigentlich immer schon meine geplante zweite Karriere. Und eines Tages holt mir der Craig ins Büro und fragt mich oder sagt zu mir, ich soll mal überlegen, was ich in Zukunft in dem Verein machen will. Und meine Antwort kam natürlich sofort wie aus der Pistole geschossen, ja, ich will Damentrainer werden. Und er hat gesagt, ja, er wird mich da unterstützen und er wird das dem Vorstand vorbringen. Und es hat funktioniert. Und plötzlich war der Craig nicht mehr mein Trainer, sondern mein Kollege und Mentor. In dieser Zeit hat er mir sehr, sehr viel beigebracht, sehr viel Werte näher gebracht, die er im Leben lebt und auch als Coach. Und für das bin ich unendlich dankbar.
He basically talked about the start of the year that wasn't good. The club had to react to the bad start, brought in, due to the lockouts, Rainy Davis. Things became a little bit better, but he was a clear number 3. And because of the fact that he didn't travel to a lot of away games, because of that, he already wrapped his head around starting to coach and become a goaltender coach. And one day you called him into his office and you asked him, hey, what do you want to do? And he said, well, I want to coach goalies. And you said, well, I'll do everything I can to help you succeed in that. And because of all the things that he learned from you, all the things that he did for him, he said is going to be eternally thankful. Did you ever think about the impact that you had on other people's careers? How many people you mentored?
No, not really. But I remember I was never afraid to play young players, 16, 17, 18 years old. Raffles, Nico Toff, Yanis even. I was never afraid to play young guys because I always felt good young players that were talented and had something brought a great element to the dressing room and a great element to the fans. These home guys, these young kids, they were so exciting. They helped our dressing room and they helped the fans. But let me tell you a little bit about Kershey, because now he's the third goalie, right? And as we talked about in the podcast with Paraska, I think last year in Phelak, BJ McDonald, great hockey player, very successful coach in the American Hockey League, didn't feel Paraska was good enough. He didn't like Paraska, from what I gathered. And that's why they brought Davis in. They wanted stronger goaltending, which I thought Paraska was freaking great, even though he headbutted. But Kershey came in, and I know, you know what he did? He used to get up at 6 a.m, go do his job at the insurance, whatever you call it. Then he'd come work with the pro team after, and then he'd work with the kids. So if anybody deserves where he is now in his coaching career, it's this guy. And yes, he took it over. So now he became our goalie coach. The organization agreed. So now he's working with Davis and with Paraska. He's learning on the fly, even though and he's getting better. And boy, he helped us an awful lot. So talk about, you asked me the question, do you feel I helped some guys' careers? Yeah, I remember I helped Thomas Rafa quite a bit when he came back from that experiment over in junior hockey. I know I helped guys. I was patient with certain guys. But Kershey helped some goalies big time. And number one on the list is Starkbaum. When we brought him in as a backup, he had no job. And Kershbaumer made him a goalie. And that's why after that, the storied career that Starkbaum had. That is the work of Marcus Kershbaum. Bomber.
An interesting tidbit that he mentioned during his story is that the team was probably too old. A couple of players who had already had the best years or had them in the rearview mirror. How much would you agree with that? With that, what Marcus Kershbaumer said?
Well, we weren't the youngest team, but I can't remember exactly. But, we had pretty good freaking players with Morrow there too, and Weinrich, and these fitting in, and Krog. But we did turn it around. And I remember Davis got hurt too down the stretch and missed quite a few games, and Paraska took over. And he played freaking really good because I believed in Paraska. And Paraska did tell me a story one time. I think he said it at the podcast that we did. The first thing when I came back that early January, I walked into the room, and who was sitting on the bike in the weight room was Paraska. And do you remember what he told us? So I said, Pro, hey, how you doing? You could be one of the best goalies in this freaking league. And I walked away, or something in that form. So I felt I could do that. And I believed that. I wasn't making this up. This wasn't a motivational speech. That's how I felt. But anyway, we weren't the youngest, but we were a competitive team, and we were working our way up now to getting into playoffs. So 4 teams made the playoffs. And now we're getting close. We're coming down to the last couple of games.
Before we talk about the last couple of games, let me ask you about managing the goaltending situation. now all of a sudden, you had three goaltenders. Divis, first and to this day, only Austrian goaltender to play in the National Hockey League. You had Gerd Prohaska, one of the all-time greats in Austria, four-time Austrian champion. And you had Markus Kerschbaumer, a solid backup. How did you manage the situation knowing that there are, of course, egos involved when you deal with great players?
Well, there's egos involved, big time egos too, right? But I can't remember exactly. I think Kershi probably practiced with him, but he became the goalie coach for the first team. So if I remember correctly, I guess you'd have to ask him. But this was his future. He was not going to be a future in the pro team. That seemed to be the direction. So him with his private job and going to be coaching kids and becoming the goalie coach. So my goalie coach, that took up all his time. And he was learning and getting better as we went along. But I remember one time, Davis has an ego, as I do, as we all do. And I remember one time, Davis was injured. And I remember we had a long conversation in my room. I think it was an hour. And I'm not going to say anything bad at all. It was an NHL goalie, and I'm talking to him. And I think it came down to him. Maybe he was almost ready to go. That Paras is going to start, but I'd like you to back up. And he didn't like that because he would want to start because that's his driven. We had a really hefty conversation about this whole thing. I didn't respect this. I respected his career big time, but I also respected Prohaska, what he had done for us. But anyway, we got it resolved. And I think a couple years later, when I talked to Davis, when I saw him somewhere, I think he saw the meeting a little different. And maybe I saw the meeting a little different. And you kind of shake hands and you learn by all these situations, right? And as a coach, boy, it's tough making calls sometimes. And, players and goalies, they want to play. So we all have egos, but we all try to work together to do the right thing for the team.
I want to take you back to that year and to the end of the regular season, just to give people some perspective on how the league had changed to that point. It was a 7-team league. There was the new Red Bulls out of Salzburg who finished dead last in the standings. Spoiler alert, that would change over the next couple of years. And then it all came down to the last round of the regular season. And the league had to figure out, or basically the teams had to figure out whether Villach would earn the 4th place in the standings or if it would be Graz and them going to the semis. What unfolded in the last round of the regular season in 04-05?
This story is freaking unbelievable. So we're playing at home. I believe it was Linz. Karlsruhe is playing in Graz. We win, thinking back, excuse me, 5-3-ish. We didn't play great. It was close, but we got it done. Now, we have to wait. I've got NHL players in the dressing room and all the great players that we have in the team. Karlsruhe has to win in Graz for us to make the playoffs. Now, do you think I'm thinking about, if we make the playoffs, I have another contract? That was the last thing on my mind. We are now sitting in the dressing room a good 20 minutes, maybe 30. There's 2,000-3,000 fans still in the rink listening to the game on the radio, Klagenfurt in Graz. Graz is up by a goal, minute to go. We're standing in there. This is freaking amazing. The fans are sitting there. Karlsruhe pulls the goalie. In the last minute, Manny Viviro scores. It's going to freaking overtime. Cartier still has to win. So now we're still waiting. It's back and forth. Now we're into penalty shots. It came down to the fourth, fifth, whatever number it was. Heimo Linder is shooting for Klagenfurt. If he scores, we are in the playoffs. It is so quiet in the room. And I know in the rink, you could hear a pin drop. Heimo goes down. I get the freaking goosebumps thinking of this. Heimo freaking scores. They win. Cartier helped us get in the playoffs. Our players went bananas. The fans went crazy. And I remember one of the NHL guys, Morrow or Weinreich, said, this is not freaking normal. Talk about an exciting moment.
I just wanted to say, das ist fucking nicht normal.
This is nicht normal.
We might be touching on that a tad later. You made the playoffs, and just as you made the playoffs, they were already over in 3, as you lost the best of 5 series against Vienna, the eventual champion, 3-0. What do you remember about those playoffs?
Well, here is my way of thinking. And if I could turn it back, I would have done something differently. And don't get this wrong. This is no disrespect to anybody. Davis was hurt for quite a while, but he was now healthy. But Prohaska ran down a bunch of games towards the end. He was playing really good. So now Davis is healthy, Prohaska's healthy, but Prohaska's had more games, a lot more games. So I have to decide it's best of 5. We're playing Vienna. First game's in Vienna. Oh, who do I start with? My gut says Prohaska, but I got Davis, NHL goalie, experience. Oh, this is a tough call. I really beat myself up on this call. Okay, I'm going to start Davis. We lose the first game. Davis had an average game. I can say that, and I'm sure he would say that too. Okay, so now we're coming home. And here's my way of thinking. Okay, I would say Davis is going to bounce back big time because I've seen him do it in the national team. After losing to Sweden 11-0, coming back, shutting out USA. I had that in my mind. So I knew Davis could come back and be really strong. So I'm going to start Davis. Okay, so we came back. We lost the game, close game. Davis was okay. It's not his fault we lost. But was he on the tip top of his game where maybe he could have been if he would have not got injured? I can't answer that. Okay, so now it's game 3. That's where I should have gone with Prohaska. But I was still thinking Davis, with his mentality and his NHL experience, was going to find his way back. I think we lost a close game. And don't get me wrong, I'm not blaming Davis or anybody. It's all of us. If I could turn it back, I at least would have got Prohaska in game 3. If not, maybe started him and see how it went. Easy to turn it back. Tough decisions to make. No disrespect at all to anybody. But those are the tough calls you have to make. We lost in 3. Vienna went on. They were a pretty good team. And that's the way it is.
When you talked about the finish to the regular season and the incredible events that unfolded, you hadn't had a chance then or didn't want to even think about that automatic 1-year extension to your contract. If you'd reached the playoffs, you eventually got to the playoffs. So I guess during games 1, 2, and 3, you might have shed a thought or two on next year. At what point did it hit you? Hey, okay, I'm going to be here in Fila for another year.
No, it will never really cross my mind. You're trying to, like Prohaska and these guys say, you're in it 24/7. I was not thinking about a contract. Maybe in the back of my mind, I knew I was going to come back, but I wasn't thinking about that. So the season ends now, and now I'm going to go in for a contract. So what I did, if I remember, I have to think about this. I believe what I did after my second year, I had my salary and my bonuses. So there's the total that I made. So now coming back with less money in the shortened season, my half year, now in 05-06, I'm negotiating. I said, okay, guys, in my second year here, this is what my total was. Do you think I should make less than that? They said, no, that's fair. I said, okay, so that's how I based my salary on. And then I added my bonuses for making the playoffs, semis, winning, whatever. That's how I formulated my contracts.
Did you ever have personal say during the off season? Were you ever consulted when it came to players the club is looking at to bring in?
If I remember, no, not really. You know, Joe Meehan and those guys, they all did a pretty good job. They brought in pretty good players. Yeah, I did have a little bit to say when Daniel Gocia, he was playing, I think, in another country and it wasn't working out. He was quite a hockey player. There's some other stories on him, but that's irrelevant. He was a very good hockey player. So I think Joe had asked me, you think we should bring in Goach? You know, he's had a great career in Falcons too. He's a real good player. Maybe he needs a bit of a jump start, what I could probably help him with. I said, yeah, I think, yeah, he's a good player. Let's bring him in. So we brought in Goach, but I think when the season ended, they had a pretty good idea of what kind of players we wanted. And I don't think I was involved, or if I was involved at all, it was very little.
I'm asking because there was indeed an infusion of talent. The lockout players obviously all gone because the National Hockey League continued their play. In came a lot of new imports, new fresh faces. How did that summer, how did that fall feel? How was the vibe within the team?
Let me just get back to recruiting players. I remember when I came into my first year, I was behind getting Ryan Foster because he was a really good scorer in Salamsey. I was behind that to bring him in to, you know, be an offensive guy. So, but in general, I was not involved with most of the picks. Well, I just think you come back to work, you go to training camp. I got another crack at this on a 1-year contract. So here we go. What are our expectations? You know, we brought, but you know what? I did have a say in Bousquet, who came in that year. I had called, his name came up somewhere. I think probably talking to Joe. I called 2 or 3 or 4 coaches about Danny Bousquet. And a couple of them said, don't touch him. A couple, or one was borderline. But I talked to the French coach, I think he was in Germany, Benoit, can't remember his name. And he said, Greg, I tell you what, I had no problem with Danny. Take him. That conversation with that coach convinced me to take Danny Bousquet. I went with my gut on that one conversation on Bousquet. And you know the rest of that story, which is coming up.
We'll definitely get to that, but from one scorer to another, or if one scorer talks about one another, I've heard so many great stories about Danny Bousquet, about his effort in practice and sometimes even during the game, and that it maybe wasn't up to where an import player's efforts should be, but he had just that feel for the game. And I think Markus Pfanner once deemed him a Schleicher, someone who's, I wouldn't know a good English translation, but someone who's just kind of elusive and you don't really see and feel during the game, but when it matters, he's in the exact right spot and the puck's in the net. How would you describe Danny Bousquet?
Well, it's funny. I come back from Canada, and the guys were there, and they're scrimmaging out on the ice, and I wasn't on the ice for a couple practices. Your guys were just scrimmaging. And I was sitting with a couple of the guys, and I go, "Where's Bousquet?" "Oh, he's out there." "He is? That's him?" I said, "Oh my God. He's freaking slow." I don't know. And we were talking. So then we had a couple of practices. I said, he might not make it. He might not make this freaking team. Anyway, we go along. You could see he was elusive. Maybe that's the word you're looking for, right? But he had a knack of scoring. He knew where to be. He wasn't flying all around the ice. He didn't have to. So anyway, we all had question marks in our mind. And of course I do, because I put the stamp on getting this guy. Well, I'm sure Kershi or Pints or the other guys are going to tell you. The season starts, and I think he got 2 goals his first game. And he had a really long stick. He didn't have to shoot hard. He just had the feel. And me as a goal scorer, I could appreciate it. And he could pass the puck. And he was even sometimes, if I remember, a dangerous penalty killer with that long stick and his anticipation. So I can't remember if I threw him at the penalty kill right away, but the fans loved him because we get into penalty shots a lot, and here he comes. You know what he's going to do? He just comes down and kind of floats the puck in the net. Puck goes in like a butterfly. Absolutely an interesting player. And if you want to ask me about his conditioning and working out in the gym, ask me about that. Because he had freaking no idea what the gym meant.
I guess I want to leave it at that because you just had the wonderful opportunity of running into each other due to the 100-year anniversary of Philly a couple of months ago. And I don't want to put some strain on your relationship. I'm wondering about the start to the year, and it was a really good one. And just to let listeners in on what happened that year too, it was still a 7-team league, but a wholly different one because Red Bull Salzburg finally put the Red Bull money to really good use, became a powerhouse to be reckoned with. That was basically the year Red Bull, the start to Red Bull always competing. And they've been competitive ever since. They've never been out of the playoffs. They've always been in contention. They always had great players. And eventually, they'd lead the standings up until the end of the regular season. But you, 2 teams, Salzburg and Villach, you got off to great starts. At what point, and I'm always asking championship-winning coaches and championship-winning players the same question because I just want to get a feel for it when it starts to mix and mash. At what point did you have the feeling that something special is happening in the locker room right now, or could be eventually happening at year's end?
You don't. I didn't have that feeling. You go day-to-day business. We know we have a good team. You don't think too far ahead. We probably talked about our goals. Hey, guys, we're going to make the freaking playoffs. You know what the big goal is. And you roll with it. I didn't think, oh, this is a special team. We had good players like Herbie Holmberg and Stewie and Goche. A lot of really good guys. Lancey, Kroppi, Kaspitz, Pfanner, Paraski, and that's like Malkright backup. I don't want to forget anybody here. Hey, we just go about our business. We knew we were a pretty good team. We were tough, kind of rugged at home. We were just rolling along. Salzburg was the big favorite. They were freaking a really good team and great speed. So we plugged our way along, and I remember never really thinking too much about it. Because, Martin, when you make the playoffs, anything can happen. So we didn't look too far ahead. Let's get to the playoffs. Let's go from there.
You know who thought a lot about you? One of the people who regularly delivers great stories about you, and one of the new players on that Villach team, who, of course, has become a great friend of yours, is Marcus Pfanner. He brought along a story. I hope it's from this year. It could also be from the year after, but let's just pretend it might have happened over the course of New Year's Day, New Year's Eve of 05 and 06. That's the little spoiler alert that I'll put on this. We'll listen in together what went down, obviously over the change of the year of one of those years Marcus played for Philip, because it's very telling about you as a coach. This is what he had to tell. I'll translate for all the international listeners at the very end of it.
Eine weitere Geschichte vom Holste, und zwar zu der Zeit noch, als ich unter ihm Spieler war. Wir haben am 31. Dezember ein Training gehabt. Wir haben gewusst, dass wir am 2. Jänner wieder das nächste Spiel haben. Der Holste hat gesagt, das ist kein Problem, wenn ihr daheim seid und vielleicht mal ein Bier trinkt. Aber alle bereiten sich höchst professionell vor. Keiner geht vor, der will keinen in der Stadt sehen. Und das hat er sehr überzeugend vorgetragen in der Mannschaft. Ja, ich war dort noch in der Sturm- und Drangphase, würde ich sagen. Und zu später Stunde in der Stadt natürlich bin ich in eine Bar gegangen und leicht gestolpert, mein Getränk verschüttet. Und ja, haben wir noch nicht allzu viel dabei gedacht. Als der Herr vor mir sich umgedreht hat, bin ich draufgekommen, dass das der Holste war. Das war natürlich eine ganz interessante Geschichte, weil 2 Tage später haben wir gespielt und er hat sein Motivationsgespräch, Vortrag gehalten vor der Partie und hat uns gesagt, dass wir in Jesenice waren noch damals, dass wir richtig Gas geben müssen, weil Jesenice ist gut und schnell und physisch stark und so weiter und so fort. Also eine ganz wichtige Partie und war da schon sehr energiegeladen und schon ein bisschen grumpy, würde ich sagen. Und dann ist er ausgegangen und ich habe mir gedacht, okay, jetzt habe ich Glück gehabt, er hat nichts zu mir gesagt. Und dann habe ich richtig gemerkt, dass er der Holste im Anzug mit seinen Cowboy-Stiefeln umgedreht hat, zurückgekommen ist und gesagt hat, und fucking Pfanner, dir ist eh klar, du laufst ein bisschen mehr wie alle anderen. Das ist, glaube ich, das Wichtigste für die. Lauf mehr wie alle anderen. Und ist wieder gegangen. Dort habe ich natürlich gewusst, dass ich wirklich sehr viel Druck habe in der Partie und zum Glück, wirklich mit sehr viel Glück ist es gut ausgegangen. Ich habe in dem Spiel sogar noch gepunktet und wir haben gewonnen und der Holste war noch happy und hat mich sein lassen.
Okay, because of the fact that he mentioned Jesenice, it had to have happened the year thereafter because Jesenice joined the league in 07 and 08. But do you remember that situation?
No, but it happened probably a few times, not with him. And I'm going to tell you what's happened to me in my career. So I know how to handle it. Like, I'm a player's coach, right? And if you think Pints was the only guy out, we had a pretty freaking wild team, but they showed up. But he's the guy that I ran into. So it's called playing guilty. And I've been through it as a player too. You're out at the wrong time, at the wrong place, and the coach knows. All he's got to do is look at you, and you just better show up. He's the guy that got caught, I guarantee. And he's not going to rat at anybody because most of the guys were probably out in other places. I don't remember that exactly, but it happens. And it's part of life and part of the game. And you just challenge a player. It's called playing guilty. And boy, sometimes you can play great games when you play guilty. And he went out and had a great game. So, hey, you leave it, you move on to the next story. Because the next stories are coming from somebody.
My bad, I didn't translate for the international listeners. Basically, Marcus Pfanner got a speech from you on New Year's Eve. Don't go out, don't be seen, don't drink. And of course, he went out and he stumbled into you in a bar, and next day or next game, you took him to the side.
At 2 in the morning.
At 2 in the morning.
What was I doing out?
That's maybe for another discussion. But when he went out for the next game, you took him to the side and you told him, you are going to skate extra hard tonight. You're going to have to bring that extra effort for what happened. And you, of course, scored, and the rest is history. But you being a player's coach and you being able to understand all the things also from a player's side, because you played so long and you were so successful. How long did it really take you to find that fine line with players, when to be coming down hard on them and when trying to be the coach who tries to understand? Because every player is different. And we had Mike Stewart, who is now the very successful head coach of the Grizzlies Wolfsburg, on his program before, and he said when talking to a player that wasn't performing, he tried to get through to him, and he found out that his dog had died, and that's what made him so sad, and what eventually translated to Deonna's performance. So there could be so many things that go on with players and whatnot. But how did you try to find that fine line when to be the understanding kind of coach, and then the coach who comes down hard on players?
Well, I think I kind of had that from day one. It was just a feeling, right? Because remember one thing, just Mike Stewart, when he coached in Phelak, he was a player right before. That's completely different than my situation, right? Because I only played 1 year in Phelak. And so I knew these guys from nationally, but I was okay with it my first year. The hardest part is which players can handle an aggressive conversation. Which players do you handle delicately? Which players can you push, look them right in the freaking eye? Like Mike Stewart, he could handle it. Certain guys can handle it. You try to find the right buttons to push for each guy. I could not have had intense conversations with Bousquet like I did with Mike Stewart, for example. That is the feeling of what I could push buttons with Herbie Holmberger. He was tough as nails. He was a great player, right? And Herbie could take it, right? Not that there was that much of it, but he was fine. So which players can you push hard? Which players do you handle with care? That's the delicate part of coaching, and a very important part of coaching.
Maybe the most essential one, if you really look at everything that goes into it. But the funny thing about the 05 or 06 season, apart from what happened at the tail end of it, is how the regular season finish unfolded. The year prior, Klagenfurt helped you guys get into the playoffs and get you another year and a contract extension in Villach. And in 05-06, Vienna and Klagenfurt were locked into a battle for the last playoff spot. And everything had to go right, obviously, for the two teams. Every point was incredibly important. And then 2 days before the end, or 2 rounds before the end of the regular season happens, you and Vienna face off in Vienna. Without getting to what happened at the end, but what do you remember about that day, about getting to the rink and the game that unfolded up until the penalty shootout?
No, it was like every other game. I think I played Mokrek, gave Praska a rest because he was playing a lot, and we had playoffs coming up. And we went into the game, and, I think 10 minutes to go, we're up in the game. So we're winning the game. So we're trying to win the game. We're not saying let's play for Klagenfurt or against them. No, we want to win the game. And then, of course, a couple late penalties. They score a goal. They ended up tying it up. Some questionable calls, if I remember correctly. We were trying to win that game. And of course, it goes to overtime, eventually to penalty shots, and you know that story.
We'll get to that story in a bit. I want to bring up Marcus Kerschbaumer because, of course, he has got a lot to say about the events that day and that week too. And he's providing the backstory to one of the legendary TV moments one's had here in terms of hockey broadcasts. But let's just listen in to Marcus Kerschbaumer. Again, I'll translate for all the non-German speaking listeners at the tail end of this, and then we'll talk about it.
In unserem Meisterjahr in der Saison 2005-2006 hat es ja das skandalöse Penaltyschießen in Wien gegeben. Da gibt es eine kleine Vorgeschichte. Eine Runde zuvor haben wir gegen Innsbruck zu Hause gespielt und wir haben beschlossen, unseren Backup, den Patrick Marreich, zu spielen lassen, um den Gerd vor den Playoffs noch eine Pause zu gönnen. Wir haben das Spiel dann, ich glaube, 2-4 verloren. Tag drauf hat es in den Zeitungen Statements gegeben von Klagenfurt, dass wir das Spiel absichtlich verloren haben, nur dass der KC nicht in die Playoffs kommt. Der Greg hat das gelesen und war fuchsteufelswild. Er hat sich eigentlich den ganzen Tag nicht beruhigen können, weil wenn man den Greg kennt, der will jedes Spiel gewinnen und das macht für ihn keinen Unterschied, ob jetzt der Starting-Goalie spielt oder der Backup. Er hat das einfach nicht verstanden, wie man sowas von sich geben konnte. Im Spiel selbst dann war es dann auch sehr turbulent. Wir waren 4-2 vorne und plötzlich haben wir eine Strafe nach der anderen bekommen. Daraufhin hat Wien das Spiel ausgeglichen und es ging ins Penaltyschießen. Dann hat es diesen Skandal gegeben mit den extra Schützen. Ich war neben Greg, ich habe gesehen, welche Nummer er eingetragen hat und für mich war das die 54 und nicht die 24. Ja, und daraufhin ist es dann nach dem Spiel eskaliert.
So, to get the backstory straight, and obviously for Marcus Kerschbaumer, who's a little younger and who probably remembers a little bit more about everything that unfolded there. You played Patrick Markreich one game before going to Vienna instead of Gerd Prohaska. You wanted to give him a breather, and apparently a couple of days later in the newspaper, Klagenfurt was complaining that you intentionally lost the game or played your backup to lose, so that Klagenfurt wouldn't be getting closer to place number 4 in the standings, and that Marcus remembers you being pissed the entire day because Klagenfurt assuming that you wouldn't want to play to win. How do you look back on, or after having heard this, how do you look back on the situation now?
Well, I kind of forgot about that, like you said. But yeah, that was in my mind, obviously. And Marcus also said in the conversation, I wanted to win every freaking game. There was absolutely no truth to us losing on purpose. Zero. That did go into the next game. You know, it's maybe deep down inside me, but I'm trying to win the game. And we were up 4-2. And I think that's the game that Vienna had. If Vienna lost, as I think ex-champions, they wouldn't have been in the playoffs. And somebody else would have got bumped out. That's why this had even way more repercussions to not just the game. Other teams were watching, if I remember correctly.
Now the game in Vienna, vitally important for Vienna, important for Klagenfurt. You and Salzburg being the cream of the crop in the league, not too important for Villach as it goes towards the standings or as regards to standings. The game in Vienna goes to a shootout. And what's the procedure for coaches before a shootout?
Well, they come over. It's 5 guys, right? So you come over. There's no official doc. You have a piece of it. You write down your 5 guys. So I write 5. They come over and say, but we need a 6th player. Why do you need a 6th player? Never heard of this. In case somebody gets hurt. Well, first of all, we didn't follow that. So I put down the first 5, and then I draw a line, and a 6th, it's 24 Lansinger. Okay, whatever. So we go through the first 5. So it comes down to ball back and forth. Setzinger is their top player, one of the best players in the league, great goal scorer. Bousquet is the top scorer in the league, great goal scorer. So we get through, Bousquet does score, Setzinger scores. Okay, so now it's sudden death. You could pick anybody you want. We come over, we write down the numbers again. Kersey's right beside me. I write 54. Now, do we know Setzinger's going to shoot? Of course we do. Does anybody in the world, nothing against Lancey, my buddy, I'm going to put Lancey ahead of Bousquet? If I don't let Bousquet shoot, you may as well fire me on the spot. So Bousquet goes out, Lancey Setzy scored, Bousquet goes down, scores. All of a sudden, I think Jim Boney hands up, called the ref over. There's a verbal, what's going on? The wrong guy shot. You said 24. I said, what are you guys, sick in the freaking coconut or what? Probably some other words. The ref came over. I showed him the list. He took the list, which I never saw again. And they huddled up and the game was over. So now I walk off the ice. First of all, Mike Stewart, we're chasing I'm in my shoes. We're chasing the referee. I think it was a Czech referee. We're chasing him. No, go away. Boom, it's over. So anyway, the team's going off, fuming. I go off the ice. Herbie Holmberg is up ahead of me. I go off the ice and I am freaking fuming for my players. A fan kind of jumped over and was kind of coming at me. So I go, well, I'm going to have to protect myself. So I booted him. I kicked him kind of up there in the chest, just knocked him back with a kick, right? Cops are standing over there. Another guy had the flag. I think Herbie swung his stick, broke the guy's flag. There was a lot of stuff going on. Emotions were high. I walk now. We get that little episode out of the way. I walk around the corner 5 meters and I see a microphone standing out. And he said, Greg, are you ready for an interview? And I said, you're fucking right, I am. There it was. Nothing planned. No speeches written. Emotion pure. And then the interview happened.
You know what? Let's just listen in to a small part out of the interview. It can be seen on YouTube. I'm sure everybody listening to this program has seen it many, many times. But just to refreshen people's minds, this is how it sounded.
Nur ein Punkt letzten Endes für die Villacher Adler heute Abend. Greg Holst, wen haben Sie denn nominiert zu diesem 6. Penalty? Bousquet oder nicht?
Scorer in the fucking league. There's the top scorer in the league. Bousquet. He had Lancey about a 6th fucking man. Und wollte mir die Liste anzeigen. Das ist kein Sieg. Erstens 4-2 vorne, 5 gegen 3 gespielt für 5 Minuten. Es ist eine Schande für österreichisches Eishockey.
Sie haben den Zettel dem Schiedsrichter gezeigt. Was hat der Schiedsrichter gesagt?
Nichts, keine Ahnung. Er hat es gesagt, 54, der 6. war 24. Heute ist das erste Mal ein 6. Blocken. Es ist eine Schande für fucking österreichisches Eishockey. Eine Schande.
Also aus Ihrer Sicht ein Skandal, eine Skandalentscheidung?
Es ist ein fucking komplett Skandal. Erste fucking 5 gegen 3 für 5 Minuten und dann das ist fucking nicht normal.
Wird man da Protest einlegen von Villacher Seite?
Fucking absolut. Und erstens, das ist fucking Kleinfurt. Ich bin froh, dass KC heute verloren haben, weil sie haben nur fucking gejammert, über das wir absichtlich verloren haben. Okay? Du siehst das Niveau, was die Kleinfurter haben. Danke.
Okay, danke, Greg Holst.
Was this the maddest you've ever been after a game as a coach?
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. And for lots of reasons, right? And right at the end of that, you could hear a bang. That was me kicking the referee's door. I just threw that in there at the end, right? But in the background, you could hear Mike Stewart. He was freaking fuming too. Yeah, I'd say my heart was going about 200, maybe 210. But you do it to protect your players because at that moment, we won the game or it was still tied. So it happened. I did get a game suspension and a €500 fine. If that happened now, I'd probably get a little bit more than that. But you know what's funny? This went around pretty quick, right? I mean, this is not planned. I got a call from Todd Ellick. The great Todd Ellick freaking phoned me. He probably had a couple of beers or something. I don't know. He phoned me and said, Holsty, it's Todd. I said, yeah, Todd, what do you want? He said, unbelievable interview. If you get a fine, I'm going to pay it for you. I said, thanks, Todd. See you later. That is so true. He didn't pay the fine, but he was thinking about me. And we played them in the semis, as you know. But the team actually picked up the fine, $500. I did get a game suspension. And you know what's funny, Martin? I played 19 years pro or whatever I did, coached for a long time. And you're remembered for one interview. How crazy is that?
You see, this is why we're doing this series, that you'll be remembered for a lot more than just this interview. But I want to talk about the aftermath of the interview in just a bit. This is 70 in 7 part 6, the series about the great hockey life of Greg Holst. This is a quick break. We'll be back after this.
win2day hockey.
If you have listened to all parts of 70 in 7 so far, you will have spent more than 11 hours with Greg Holst and myself. If you want to ensure that long-format hockey talks or other hockey specials will continue to air on win2day Hockey O'Clock, please donate to this cause. Please have a look at the show notes of this podcast, where you'll find a link on how to help making the next special episodes and special series happen. However much you're able to donate, all the proceeds go into research, production, and promotion of this podcast. Thank you so much in advance. But now, on with the show.
win2day hockey.
Back on 70 in 7, back with part 6, the penultimate episode of the great hockey series of the great hockey life of Greg Holst. It's the years from 50 to 60. We're talking about 2004 to 2014. We're just coming off of an emotional roller coaster ride, an emotional outburst during a TV interview and everything that unfolded thereafter. You talked about the suspension, but you also talked about players, like the interview going around fast. The great Todd Ellick calling you. I understand there were T-shirts created too after the interviews, and your mom still has one. Is that correct?
Yes, it does. It says fucking absolute. Sorry, the sweater, but that's what it says.
How did that come all about?
The kids had it on their phone tone. Oh boy!
Tell me, how did that come about? Who came up with the idea? You know what? Put this on a T-shirt.
I have absolutely no idea. It was completely out of my hands. We're getting ready to go into playoffs. It was the first. It was history for me. But do you know what? Do you know how it all ended? Do you know how this all ended?
That's what I wanted to get to. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so what happened was the league gets involved. So, okay, we're going to replay the penalty shot. So 5 or 6 guys, Kershi knows the story exactly. 5 or 6 guys and the goalie. Painter was in nets for Vienna. He showed me a picture. Wait till you hear this story. And Mark Wright, I think it was Mark Wright or Paraska. I think it was Mark Wright. Anyway, they have to drive back on a Tuesday to Vienna. No me, I'm not allowed to go. It'll be freaking a mess. And they have to get dressed. They're going to go on, and Lansing is going to take one shot. Not even Busquets. And we're going, well, what are you going to do? So They're on the way there, 2-3 hours into the trip. I get a phone call. We have to come back. They turned around and came back because Vienna had gone to court legally to stop this. I guess that's how it works, something like that, legally. So, what a mess this is. So we're at a stalemate because it's now in the legal system that this shouldn't have to happen. They won the game. Okay. If I remember right, the league gets involved and they say, here's what we're going to do. The whole team from Pfänner drives down because we're playing in Graz on Friday, I think it was. Time suspended from that, but I'm going with the team. The whole team drives down. The league is going to pay for our hotel. There was like freaking 2,000 fans. So we get there. Both teams have to dress, skate around a bit, warm up. Lance is going to shoot, which is not correct, but I said, guys, we got to roll with this. And they were on me. Fans, some of their players yapping at me. Like, really? If we would have won that game, there wouldn't have been enough police, seriously, in that arena to protect me. I would have been in trouble. I'm deadly serious. So anyway, they score. The Lance is going down. Well, you know who shot. I'm setting it, right? No, sorry. No, it was only Lance to shoot. Setzi had already scored. This is for one shooter. Lancey goes down, fires, boom, misses the net. Did it hit Pinker? Not sure. It's over. They win. They're all excited. I'm going, thank God. Pinker, last year when we did a game, he called me in. He said, Greg, you remember that penalty shot? He showed me a picture. He was the goalie. He had lost his glove, his catching glove. And when Lancey shot, he had no freaking glove. And somehow, this is unbelievable. It didn't go in. Anyway, Vienna wins. They're in the playoffs. We go to Linz. I sat out my game. Now the playoffs start. Now the fun begins. This is an incredible story, this story.
Also because of the fact that Vienna made the playoffs, Klagenfurt didn't. Did you, after everything that had gone on the weeks prior, feel some kind of satisfaction for Klagenfurt not to make it?
Absolutely 100% not. Never crossed my freaking mind. It never crossed my mind. Remember one thing. If Kartse doesn't win that game 2 years prior, I'm not even having a coaching job. Not that I thought about that either. No, of course not. No. You play to win the game. And Martin, we've talked. My favorite place to play as a player was always in Klagenfurt. When they came to Innsbruck, we had a full house every time. Okay, we headbutted stuff in the coaching. Hey, I had a lot of respect for the organization. 24 cups or more or whatever. A lot of great players. No, this was a hot rivalry. But no, you don't wish somebody bad. Absolutely not.
You get into the playoffs and you play a great back and forth series against an Innsbruck team with some great players, with Todd Alec, who played out of his mind in that series and in the 7-game series that it eventually became. How do you look back on that series?
Wow, what a series. You know what happened in that series? And it was close. And they did have a good team, and Alec was the leader. Pfänner ended up moving from the new rink over into the big old Olympia Stadium. Because now they're going to get 6,000, which they did. So I remember, boy, it was heated though. Hayworth was their coach, and it was heated. We won, they won. It's now, and we're playing in Innsbruck, and my son is on the bench. He's maybe not playing much, but he's dressed. And in game 4 or 6, we were getting some bad calls against us. And of course, I got to keep my team fired up. So I have a few words for Hayworth on the bench, right? Back and forth. Yeah, screw you. Whatever. The period ends at the end of the second. And we're both walking off our benches, and we are now face to face. And I'm pointing, and he's pointing. We almost came to blows. Now the players are all piling up right in between the benches. And I remember Mike, he's a big, tall guy. He kind of was already ahead. He started coming back in, trying to look up over the crowd. And he told me after, he said, Dad, I knew, I couldn't see you, but I knew you were right in the middle of that massacre. Anyway, that was tension. It was big time. It was a great series. So now we go home to Game 7. This is going to be close because they're good. We're no guarantee to win. And I remember before the game, we're not going to have the same meeting because there's nothing else to talk about. We know their power play. We know their PK. We know everything that's going on. We know their key guys. I said, so what do I do? What do we do for a meeting? So I said, all the guys in the room, they all sat on the floor. I said, dim the lights. I played that football. The inches are all around us. The famous football speech. I just played that. You know, it gives you goosebumps.
It's Al Pacino from Any Given Sunday, isn't it?
Yes. And the guys, you could feel the energy in the room. Didn't have to say a word. Guys were fired up. We outshot them 50-20-ish, maybe 50-23. But it was closer than that because at 4-2, I remember in the second, Alec almost scored to make it 4-3. Then it would have been tight. We won the game. The place went freaking bananas. Now we're going clear underdogs going to the finals against Red Bull.
The mighty Red Bulls that had home ice advantage. You coming off on that 7-game series, Salzburg winning a series or their series in 5, you being on a roll, having quote unquote momentum, Salzburg a couple of days of rest. What do you remember about the finals?
Well, I remember about the finals, like Gauthier had got hurt. I think he broke his hand or something. And we had brought a guy in a little earlier named Roy. I'm trying to remember all this correctly. And he was a funny skater, but he was an and he was an effective player. Odd-looking skater, but he could get it done. So, of course, Gauthier is a big, talented guy, but he broke his hand. I remember the playoff start. I think we were a little bit older than Salzburg, and they're young and fast. They're rested. We're beat up 7-game series. Consensus was papers, boom, through the league, because the league's watching this close. I know my buddies and people in Tyrol. We've got no chance because they're rested and we're beat up. Okay, so we go in, walk into the first game, play really good. We win. Then we come home. Boy, it's fired up. We win game 2. Now the papers and the consensus has all changed. I feel like it's going to win. Salzburg's not going to win this. So, game 3, they win. We come home. If we win, we're up 3-1. We lose the game. It's 2-2. So what do you think happened with the perception of all the people, the papers, everybody around? What was the buzz now? Now it's back. Now it's finally caught up to us. We've run out of juice. Salzburg won the last 2. They're arrested. We're in trouble. We walk into Salzburg and we win 6-2. What a game. I remember Lancey scoring a 4th or 5th goal, like an unbelievable goal. Guys were freaking warriors. We're killing penalties now down the stretch, 5-on-3, 5-on-3, whatever. Herbie Homer blocks a shot, breaks his freaking ankle. Anyway, we survive it. We lose Herbie, which was a mega loss. Now we're going back. It's 3-2 for us. Do you think there was a buzz in the city? I feel like, oh my God. Game 6 to win the championship at home as underdogs against Red Bull.
How often did you try to pull that often used by coaches motivational plug, us against the world, nobody believes in you, we're the only ones that believe in ourselves kind of thing?
You don't broadcast it, but you make it known. And sometimes when there's an article in the paper that has us down and out, we would put it on the board, underline it. Guys, just take a look at that. Circle that sentence, will you? You look for little things to motivate certain guys. You use the underdog because we were underdog. And we've gone 7 games. Now we've gone 13 games. They've gone 2 or 3 less. They're heavily favored, which they were. But we're at home, guys. This is our house. We know it's going to be close. But do you remember, Martin, how many times we talked about scoring 3 goals and giving up less than 3? Like over the last 4 or 5 years since we've met, how many times we talk about this? Because we were a rugged, tough team with the freaking best goalie in the league in Paraska. So here we are in Game 6. They score. I think Ulrich scored pretty early.
Yeah, 59 seconds into the game.
They score. Okay, so, here they come. But I remember, I think it was in the first period. It wasn't the second. Great pass out of the corner. I remember it. Kropi's high in the slot. He got the puck. He one-timed it. He beat NHL goalie Arthur Urbe. What a shot. Kropi scores. It's 1-1. The place is freaking going nuts. Not a couple shifts later, not long after, Pfanner, one of the most underrated Austrian players in the game, offensively and defensively, just his persona, he was one of the most underrated players. He came down, made the cut inside, the Plekanec push to the outside to his forehand, shot back across, far side top shelf. Perfect move, perfect shot. I can visualize it. We're up 2-1. Now the place it's pandemonium.
13 seconds after scoring the equalizer, Fila is up 2-1.
It was that close. Wow.
Game goes back and forth. Salzburg scores the equalizer via Frank Benham in the second period. And of course, the game goes to overtime. What I'm especially interested in, how do you look back on that overtime intermission, especially knowing that as a player, you came close to a championship. But that championship, that coveted one, and every player, doesn't matter in which league and at what time, every player, every coach is looking forward to, of course, winning a championship, because that's why we're playing the games. How do you look back on that overtime intermission? What do you remember about it?
Well, Martin, it wasn't one time I was close. It's probably 5 or 6 times in the finals, including the American Hockey League. So is it on your mind? At this moment, of course not. You're going into overtime at home against a really good hockey club, but it's 2-2. I can't remember what I said. But guys, let's go out there, have courage, and let's try to win the freaking game. But, you don't open up. I don't know what we talked about, but you don't open up. You still play a structured game. We've got a really good goalie, as they do at Arthur Urbe. I can't remember what I said. Boys, shift for shift. Let's go out there, give it all we got. May the best team win.
So not nervous at all? Anything like that?
No, you can't. You're in the moment. You can't go, oh guys, got to be careful. No, it's exciting. You coach and play for moments like this, and they happen almost never. And remember, a couple years before, we're in the same situation. Up 2-1 game at 5. That's how close it is. We went to overtime in that game. So this is exciting for coaches, for players, for fans. And not 2 years later, we're right back at it. I mean, what an exciting run. So we go out there, The fans are singing and screaming as they always do. And there's tension in that rink. And talk about exciting.
17 minutes and 31 seconds played in overtime. Bousquet scores the championship winning goal. Place goes bananas. And your first reaction wasn't heading towards the scrum of players. You ran towards Gerd Prohaska. What made you decide to do that instead of go to all the other players?
Well, can you let me talk about the goal first? Because I could give you play-by-play.
Do it.
So before I put my running shoes on and ran to Prohaska, I'm going to tell you how this happened. Because I could see it right now. And how many years ago is it? 17? You believe that? Tried to come flying around the net. This guy's a hell of a player. He was flying up, and the puck got turned over in the neutral zone. So now the puck's in the neutral zone. It pops up to Mickey Ellick's stick. Ellick was a great player. Mickey Ellick flies down the right side as a left-handed shot. Stefan was kind of driving towards the net because we have to get to Urban. He gets inside the circle, a little lower, and takes a backhand into the crease. Stefan was in there banging around, and the puck and snuck out to the right side. And who is cruising in from the left with that long stick? Mr. Danny Bousquet. And he slipped it in there, and oh my God, we just won the freaking championship. Are you kidding me? I'm on the bench. Hugged Herbie there with a cast on. Gauthier was there. What a freaking moment for the fans, the city, the players. Wow, something I will never forget. Okay, so now to your question. What made me go that way? Because I remember back what Prohaska had done for it and the headbutting we had and how great he played. Without him, we don't win. And of course, they're mobbing Bousquet in the group. So I go down to Prohaska. Kershi was with him. And Kershi was down low talking to him. I said, Kersh, just give me a sec with Pro, will you? Kershi stepped off. I went down. And he said something to me. Because I gave him a hug. I said, freaking unbelievable, Pro. He said to me, hey, coach, thanks for believing in me. I had a freaking tear in my eye. I'll never forget that. What a moment for me. What a moment for the city. What a moment for the players. Wow. Talk about sports being exciting.
How did it feel to finally raise a championship trophy?
It didn't really hit me till the next day, because that night we partied, we went out, we had a great time. The city was on fire. I had a girlfriend at the time. She was from Innsbruck. She came down. We went out, had a great time. The next day, I was going for a walk by myself. All of a sudden, I felt this emotion, like I started having tears in my eyes because it was like an elephant off my back. The questions. You know what's brutal? No, it was like an elephant off my back because you make the finals 5-6 times. You make the finals 3 times in hockey or 4 times. You're second. You finish second and people think you're a loser. That's how brutal sports can be. There are 30 teams sitting at home and they think you're a loser. I didn't and don't consider myself a loser, but that's the perception of sports, right? So for me to win this, it was such a satisfactory feeling and really emotional. By myself, walking around at my age, tears in my eyes. But that's the emotion of the game. Everything the coaches, we all put into it. It's over. The beer tastes fantastic, and quite a lot of them. A great, great memory.
I was lucky enough to conduct so many series with players on that team, Hockey O'Clock Original series. that might be, with Gerd Prohaska, with Markus Pfanner, and they told stories from almost every angle about the championship in 05-06. It's incredible that it's been 18 years to this day that Villach had to wait for another championship. Hopefully the great hockey town of Villach eventually gets to another final and gets another championship. But you being the coach and by default one of the faces of the team, with that interview, with you being that highly successful player, did you ever think that you were popular?
Did I think I was popular? I never really thought about that. Don't forget, they love you, they hate you, right? Sometimes your own fans too, they love you, they hate you. On the road, they love you, they hate you. So I never thought about my popularity at all. But I remember going out with Joe Meon after. And we went out after the fact, a few days later. We went up into Italy, up in Lusciari, I think it was. It's a little city up in the mountain. And we went up there and we had a couple beers. There was lots of people there that knew who we were and were waving and shaking their heads. And you become just that win and being successful in the finals 3 times now of 4 years, playing young guys, not afraid to play young guys. I would say, my popularity might have been growing a little bit, a lot more than the first year. So I never really thought about that, though. I just thought about what a great moment and what satisfaction it finally was.
The reason why I'm asking is because the year after, in 06-07, Lawrence Satcherak, and we heard from him in earlier parts of 17-7, joined the coaching ranks for a year and a half in Austria. So he spent time in Innsbruck. He spent some time with the Graz 99ers. And it might have happened a little bit later, but I thought it might be fitting right here, hearing him talk about how he discovered your incredible popularity. Pardon me. We'll listen in to what he had to say, and then we'll talk about it.
Greg was so popular. One time after a game when I was coaching in Innsbruck, my wife and I, Shelley, went to a cafe to have a beer and sort of celebrate the win. The waiter came over and gave a book for Shelley to sign because she recognized that she was Greg Holst's sister. It was a book by Ernest Hemingway. I asked the guy, the waiter, "Hey buddy, maybe I could sign that too." He said, "No, just Greg Holst's sister, please."
Holy cow. That is popularity, if you ask me.
Well, I tell you why, because she's a hell of a lot better looking than I was. I tell you that. Yeah, whatever. It's kind of a neat story. Thank you for sharing it. I didn't know that story. It's the first time I ever heard that story.
There you go. Bringing people together and coming up with stories that you, in your storied career, haven't heard yet. The transition from the 05-06 championship winning year to the 06-07, and I'll put them together, 07-08 years. How was it finally being a championship winning head coach, finally having that coveted bullseye on your back?
Well, I still had no contract, right? So I have to sign another 1 year. And I did the same thing. My salary and my bonus. Do you think I should make less as my salary? And they said no. So that's how I based my salary. That's how I worked my way up. If we're successful, my salary got better. So I worked my way up to a good contract. Okay, we'll run through it pretty quick. We got a pretty good team, Salzburg, of course, the big team. And we're rolling along pretty freaking good. And we make the finals again. So I don't know who we played. I can't remember. But we swept or won in 5 in the semis. So we had like 5 or 6 days off. I'll make this pretty quick. Salzburg also, I'm sure, was rested. But we had a lot of time off. So I told the guys this. I said, look, we sat all the guys down in the room. We had a meeting the next day or whatever it was. And I went to every guy. I asked him, how old are you, Crumpy? How old are you, Lancey? How old are you, Goche? How old are you, Scobie? I went to Caspi. I went to every player. I said, how old are you? They all told me their age. I said, look, we have 5 or 6 days off. Take care of yourself because you never know when the next time we're going to be in the finals because it's hard to get here. When was the last time we were in the finals? That year. So I said, go out tonight, a party, have a good time, boom. And the last 4 days, take care of yourself because we got to crack at this. I felt we could win. I really did. Anyway, game 1 starts. We practiced during the week. I wasn't observant to a couple of things I should have been, and I usually am. I have a good feel for guys, whatever. We're down 1-0 late in the game. We have a 5-on-3. I said, guys, you need a timeout? Go see all the guys. No, we're good, coach. We're good. 5-on-3. Something's not right. It's just not clicking. It's the passing. Something's off. Empty net goal. Pave all scorers. We lose 2-0. I get home. The phone's ringing off Joe Millon's hook. I said, Joe, what's going on? He said, a couple of the guys were out every night till 5 a.m. No names. I'm just saying. And whatever. And I said, okay, well, let's try to win game 2 and let's address it and move on. I should have been more observant because I'm the coach. I have to know what's going on. I can't babysit guys, but I have to. It's my job to get the feel of the vibe in the room or practice or whatever. Okay, so it didn't happen. So anyway, we're out in game 2 going on, and Gauthier cross-checked the guy, and then he ended up getting another cross-check. He ended up getting suspended, and then he was out. So we're rolling along, and we couldn't get our mojo back. I think we lost in 6, maybe. We were all disappointed. If I could turn it back, I, as a coach, would have been paying more attention to some off-ice stuff and some things because it's my job. But we were very disappointed. I honestly felt that we could win that year, but we didn't. But anyway, so here we are. The meeting that I did have with the guys, it could be your last time in the final, so take care of it. They have never been back since. That's how hard it is to make the freaking finals.
Just to get a couple of things out of our way, Salzburg won the series in 5, and the series is remembered for, well, its physicality and a lot of, maybe people would label it dirty stuff that was going on. Did you deliberately wanted to have your team kind of on the edge? Because Salzburg that year had, of course, reloaded like no other team in the league could. They desperately wanted to win that championship. So it was kind of, not that it was a David against Goliath story, but it's not too far away from that. Did you tell the guys, listen, the only way we can stop this Salzburg team is if we're making them think about us constantly in terms of physicality?
100% not. I thought we could win. Hey, we were a tough team. But the one incident that happened, the 2 incidents that happened with one player was nothing to do with me. He was on his own. He got suspended, and that was not good. That was not appreciated by anybody. and we lost a good player. And no, 100% not. We played our normal. You're going to go to the net. Stewie, Herbie, guys are tough. No, 100% not. We thought we could win on our skill, our speed, our grittiness, our toughness. Never would I intentionally have somebody go out to hurt another player, ever. That was completely what happened, was completely out of my hands, and it was not good. And I'm just going to leave it at that. Let's move on to the next story. Because I was sick to my stomach for a month, I swear to God. After that season, I looked at some of the guys that gave it everything. I felt sick to my stomach for a month.
I'll get to that feeling in a bit, but as you said, let's move on to the next story. Brings me to Markus Kerschbaumer, because you brought along another story from all those run-ins that you and Salzburg had. We're talking about finals in 05-06. We're talking about the finals in 06-07. We're talking about the quarters in 07 and 08. So a lot of opportunities to bang heads, a lot of known faces, a lot of battles that have been going on. This is a story from one of those altercations in the playoffs that Markus Kerschbaumer brought along. Let's listen in together and then let's talk about it.
In der Saison 2006, 2007 waren wir wieder im Finale gegen Salzburg. Und wir waren dann nicht mehr so hungrig, um die Meisterschaft zu gewinnen. Und wir haben zeitweise mit sehr, sehr unfairen Mitteln versucht, die Salzburger zu stoppen, beziehungsweise ein bisschen einzuschüchtern. Und damals war es auch so, dass wenn ein Spieler wirklich am Eis gelegen ist, war er eigentlich kein richtiger Eishockeyspieler, sondern eher ein Weichling. Und die hochtalentierten Spieler der Salzburger haben von unseren Spielern schon einiges abbekommen. Und das hat den Greg nicht wirklich so gepasst. Und in der Drittelpause kam dann der Greg zu mir und sagt, bring mir bitte ein Deo. Und ich frage den Greg, für was brauchst du ein Deo? Und der Greg war damals schon so aufgewühlt und krantig und sagt, bring mir das fucking Deo. Und dann habe ich den in das Deo gebracht. Der Greg steckt in seine Jacke rein und wir gehen wieder aufs Eis. Und nach diesem Drittel, plötzlich geht er von der Bank raus und vielleicht muss man übers Eis in die Kabine gehen, stellt sich vor die Salzburger Bank, zieht das Deo aus seiner Jackentasche und versprüht das Deo vor der Salzburger Bank und schreit auf die Bank, ihr seid nur Fußballer, ihr seid gleich wie die Fußballer. Und ging dann in die Kabine.
Apparently you remember that story.
Oh, God. Yes, I do, because they were diving a little bit, right? They're going down way too easy. I said, this is not right. Yeah, I don't remember. We were just playing tough. I mean, hard, a little dirty. Feel like I always had an edge to them. But I remember I was in front of I got down on one knee, I pulled out the spray, and I was spraying the ice as if it was a player. And I said that. And the fan club right behind their bench, they didn't know what the hell I was doing. But then I think they caught on. They started freaking cheering. I got up and I went off. Just another moment in my coaching life. Came out of nowhere. It wasn't planned. It just happens.
Just to get non-German speaking listeners up to speed, what Markus Kerschbaumer said, a lot of people on Salzburg apparently or presumably dive in, you hating it and asking him for a deodorant during
the spray bottle,
yes. A spray deodorant right before intermission. He gave you one in the locker, and you approached the Salzburg bench and just sprayed the deodorant all around, labeling or telling them you're just as bad as all the soccer players who flop. You're just as bad as all the soccer players who flop all the time. This is incredible. Well, I didn't know that one.
It's the magic spray, right? You never see the footballer, he goes down, they spray his ankle, he pops up, the broken ankle's better, and off he goes. So I had the magic spray out.
Fill me in on how it feels to go into one off season with that championship elation and heading into another off season where you came so close in the finals. How brutal is it to have those two very different emotional settings within just 1 year.
Well, the things that happened, in the finals, and me as a coach, I'm in charge of the ship. So I just felt a little bit sick to my stomach for about a month because, a lot of the guys put everything into this. And I think we were hungry. Stuff just happened. But of course, not as exciting, but also another exciting for a year for Philac hockey. And we came close again. We lost against a very good team. So you regroup, have to re-sign another 1-year contract, which I did, my same progression. And now it's which became my last year, the next year, 07, 08.
Why was that your last year?
It was my 6th year. So 2 full, half is my 6th year. The team called me in and they said, Greg, before the season was over, we want to re-sign you. I said, guys, contract would have been fine. Everything. Now you work with young guys. We like how you do it. I said, guys, I got to go home and see Taylor play hockey in junior. It's been 6 years. I think it's time. I think they need a new voice. And I remember, too, a couple years before, there was tension in the dressing room. And some of the guys, man, we were headbutting big time. And some of the attitudes I didn't like. I called Raffle and a couple of the guys. I said, meet me at the pizzeria. I'm leaving the team. I'm going to quit. I don't need the bullshit from some of these guys. I called Raff down, a few of the guys. We had a bunch of beers. I said, guys, it's mid-season. I'm going to get out of here because of the attitude of some of the guys. We talked about it. Greg, are you sure? You got a good contract. Why don't you milk this out? So I ended up staying. I said, yeah, I'm not going to quit. I'm going to battle this out. And we were successful again. Probably the finals or whatever it was. Okay, now I'm in this. I said to the team, it's time to go. The players knew. I told the players it was going to be my last year. And here it was. So the players knew, management knew, the fans knew. So in my last game, just moving ahead, my last game we lost to Salzburg in the playoffs. On February the 21st, 2008, I'm walking across the ice. This is my birthday. What are the chances of this? I kind of get stopped in the middle and the whole arena sang happy birthday. Are you freaking kidding me? Here we go again. Tears in my eyes again. This is freaking emotional stuff. So I left off the ice. What a run I had in Philac. What a way to end it. The appreciation from the fans. Was I popular at that moment? Yes, I was. And this is coming after a loss. So thank you to the fans, big time.
54 years old at that time, trying to recalibrate priorities, wanted to see your son play hockey, but there are 2 more coaching stints in the decade that we're talking about. 2 very interesting ones, 2 a couple years apart. The one in Innsbruck that brought you back for half a year during really difficult times for a very good friend of yours, and the one in Ritten. But first, how was it to not be doing training camp in August? How was it not to be on the bench come September? How was it to be with your family, to do different stuff?
No, it was good. It was really time. It was hard to turn down a good contract and stuff. It just felt right. Let me run ahead. 09, I'm working with the kids and doing my hockey school that also ended right about this time. My hockey school in Summerland, which I ran for 20 years, we put an end to it. It stopped. It was time. 08, 09, I was working with a bunch of kids, having some time off, golfing, working out. I got a call. I had coached before, too, in Penticton, helped coach Robert Dirk. With the Bantam team, Curtis Lazar, still an NHL player, was on that team. So I had a good contact to from a couple years before. I can't remember what year it was. And they owned Port Alberni in the BC JHL. So around November, they called me and they said, Greg, would you be interested to go down to Port Alberni to help Bryant coach the team and kind of be assistant GM, oversee things? Here's a little contract, go down for 6 weeks. I said, okay, sure. So I went to Vancouver Island. I was doing this and I came back before maybe a week, 8 days before Christmas, because I wanted to spend Christmas with Taylor and I think Mike in Kelowna. I get a call from Hamburg when I was in Port Alberni, and they were interested in signing me in Hamburg. So the GM flew to Vancouver, and I went over from the island and met him. And he said, I had all my 10 pages of systems and everything organized. He said, no, Greg, I don't have to see it. You have the job in the DEL, Hamburg. But you have to be there right away before Christmas. And I said, well, I can't get there till after Christmas. So he went with somebody else because I could not get there. So I meet Andy Oakes at the Tim Horton on the west side in Kelowna. Now we're going to talk about, he said, would you like to finish the year in Port Alberni? I said, okay, let's talk about contract. Yeah, that works. Okay, can you let me think about this overnight. Martin, I went home, and not 5 hours later, or maybe next day, but within a bunch of hours, I got a phone call. So now I've turned down Hamburg. Ricky Kennedy phoned me, and Ron was not doing good, which was very, very sad. He would have liked me to go into Coach Innsbruck to take over. I was very reluctant. I thought about it. I said, okay, Ron, Ricky, let me talk to Innsbruck, see if I can come up with a contract. I called Port Alberni. I got the deal done in Innsbruck a day or two later. Pretty quick. We got it done with some headbutting. Or if you don't give me this, I'm not coming. I did tell Andy Oakes, I said, Andy, I can't take the job. I got a call from Innsbruck. I'm going back. He said, Greg, thank you very much. Stay in touch. That's how I got to Innsbruck. I went in basic because of Ron Kennedy. Otherwise, I would not have gone in.
That would have been my question. And speaking about Ron Kennedy, we did a special episode about the life and career and untimely death of Ron Kennedy a couple of months ago. I think it happened in May 2023. If you want to listen to the English episode of that, you were on. A lot of friends and family from Ron was on there too. So I hope it's a worthwhile 2 hours listening to one of the great coaches, if not the greatest coach Austria has ever seen. And maybe just quickly touching on it, you taking over for him in Innsbruck, and a little more than half a year later, he passes away. How emotionally straining was that time for you, knowing how good a friend of yours he was?
Well, it was really hard, but here I am trying to coach a team. You know, you're right. Ron was one of the greatest coaches the national team's had or Austria's had, and if not the greatest. So, but I saw Ron a few times a week. I'd go over and see him and Ricky at their condominium. So, and he came to some of the team functions, but you could see he was going downhill. It was very difficult, but you got to stay positive. You got to stay upbeat. You're trying to coach a team. We're trying to make the playoffs. And that was tough. So when I did my contract with Innsbruck, we sat down when I got there. I signed my first year. I said, look, a 2-year. No problem. We're going to sign a 2-year. And my second year was a really good contract. But I'm pretty sure they had in the back of their mind they were going to go to the second league. That's why I signed that good one. Irrelevant. We'll move on. We came down to the last 5 games. We have to win, I think we have to win 4 of the last 6 or 4 of the last 5 to make the playoffs. So we are playing in Pfanner. And after the Pfanner, I think we had 4 games left. We lost 12-0. Murray's the captain. Murray, we had a few good Canadian players, really good guys. So Rem Murray's the leader. And we went after that game. No timeouts, nothing. I said, I don't care if we lose 50-0. Let's just run with this. This was a mess. We were playing in Graz 2 days later. We went upstate in the mountains somewhere, and we had a practice on an outdoor rink. We went on the ice. I didn't say nothing. I did 1 or 2 quick shooting drills just that the goalies got a couple shots. Pick up the pucks. Called the guys in. I said, guys, it doesn't get more embarrassing than that. Let's get on the goal line. We skated, I think, for 50 minutes, stop and starts. And Rem Murray said to your boys, we've earned this. Let's get this done. So a day before the game, we had a freaking real tough bag skate. Really hard. 50 minutes. We go into Graz. We play really good. Gilligan's coach, we lose in overtime on a bad call, which Gilligan even said after Holst, it was a bad call. Irrelevant. We played really good. Won the next 3 games, got into playoffs to play Clankford.
Again, a series that went back and forth, but you'd be losing out on the eventual champion. Did you always kind of try to follow championships? And was it kind of like a consolation prize to at the very least tell yourself, hey, see, we lost to the eventual champion?
No, we lost in 6 games. Our rink was packed. Theirs was packed. It was emotional, headbutting on the bench. But it was like freaking, because I got to show a lot of emotion because that's how I am. And it's got to keep us afloat. We just came up a bit short. They were a very good team. Now, you don't think about we lost to the champs. You want to win. But we took a great team, winning 4 of the last 5 or getting a tie and winning the last 3 to get in the playoffs. You've packed this rink. I said, you guys have earned a lot of high marks for what you achieved this year. And what happened was they went to the second league, which I'm sure was planned. That's the only reason I had that juicy looking contract. But they did offer me a contract the next year in the second league for $26,000, which I said no.
How was your reaction when you found out that they'd moved to the second league?
Didn't bother me at all. The only reason I was going to go back to Innsbruck, where I really did not want to coach, was if I had a good contract. That's all. Business. It's called business. And I can go in there. I got a lot of fans behind me in Innsbruck. I think even to this day, so when I visit now, I visit my kids, a lot of the older guys, a little bit younger than me. We're all went to the games. I still see them around. We still talk about it. So they haven't forgotten the past of the great times we had in Innsbruck. Could I go back into a situation if the contract is right in Innsbruck? Sure I could. That's the business part of it. You suck up some of your bad feelings and you get the job done. But it didn't happen, and that was okay. I took 2 years off after that, went back to Kelowna, worked with the school board, with the kids on the ice, really enjoyed myself.
As we're rounding out this conversation, as we've already hit the 2-hour mark again in this incredible part number 5 of 70-7, what did it take for Ritten, which is the only coaching stint after leaving Innsbruck and up until you hitting your 60th birthday that we haven't talked about it yet? What did it take for Ritten to kind of not coax you out of retirement, but get you to Italy?
Well, it kind of coaxed me out a bit. I did have the job in Bozeman one year. It was after Ron Kennedy. And I had talked to Ron about it. He said, yeah, it's Greg, it's a good deal, but they got some tricky players and some stuff. So I turned down Bozeman. So now it's another opportunity to coach in Italy, which wasn't planned. I had 2 years off. Get back in, the finances are getting a little bit tight. So maybe I can get back into coaching for a year, try something new. There was a connection, but I said, Thomas Rottensteiner, who was a really good guy, he was the head guy. I said, Thomas, if you want me to come there, I'm going to fly me in. I want to meet all you guys. We have to sit face to face to see if we are the right the right mix. So they flew me in. I flew in like for a week, sat down with them eye to eye. We talked about everything. The contract was pretty good, not like what was before, but it was very good for written for their situation. So I signed. I took a couple of days off after signing. I drove up to Vienna to see Taylor. I hadn't seen him in a while. I actually hadn't seen Taylor in 2 years. And that was freaking crazy, which I would never do again. But it worked out. I signed and written. I went there to coach up in a beautiful little city up in the mountains. It was a different experience, but I'm really happy that I did it. We didn't have the success that we wanted. We did stay in the league, but I was so impressed with the home guys. Martin, these home guys had jobs. They spoke, almost every guy spoke 3 languages. Talk about intelligent, and they worked their butts off and had jobs, and we pushed them hard. But it was a real good experience. It lasted 1 year, and then 2 more years off in Kelowna, and that's the story up to 2014, 15, 16.
We talked about the 6th decade of your being. There's only one left until you're turning 70. That episode will see the day of light this next or upcoming week. As with this episode, which comes out on Wednesday, of course, the next one, the last one, will come out on Wednesday too. If you're trying to digest what happened from age 50 to 60 in your life, what does stand out?
Definitely Bousquet's goal. And let me tell you a little story about Bousquet. When we had, after we won in Filac, we're down at the Rathaus downtown. It is 10,000 pads. It's the party's on. And all the players are up on the stage and talking one after the other. And I had to speak to the fans. And Danny Bousquet took the microphone. And do you know what he said? He said, I finally won. They're not going to call me a loser anymore. What do you think was going through my mind when he said that? I thought exactly the same thing. You think me and Danny Bousquet have a little connection? You're freaking right we do. That is an absolutely so true a story. All of a sudden, the elephant's off our backs. So, is it tough winning? You're freaking right it is. But just thinking back, I'm in my pro coaching career, and to make the finals 4 times out of 5 years in Filac is really incredible. And hats off to the players and the fans. They were our 6th man. I'm so thankful. And I'm so thankful that we won for them. Absolutely. Because remember back in Innsbruck, 84-85, we lost in the finals. I felt so bad for the fans. That was my biggest regret. But now being able to deliver with Bousquet's goal in a fantastic season, our 3rd times in the finals in 4 years, to win it at home, what a gift to me, to the players and the fans and the city of Filac. That's what I remember. I remember a great experience of coaching in Written, a lot of excitement. Never forget my last home game at Filac on my birthday in this decade, February 21st, them singing happy birthday. This stuff just doesn't happen every day. So I'm very appreciative and thankful. Yes, I put time in 24/7, tough times, headbutting with players, almost got fired. Fans love you, fans hate you. But at the end of the day, I think I'm appreciated from the fans because I was never afraid to play the young guys. And I believe that to this day.
Couldn't wish for a better way to round this out. Part number 6 is in the books. One more to go, and then it's the big 70 finally happening, you turning 70 years old. Coach, thank you so much for doing this. Looking forward to having you one last time here on Win2day Hockey O'Clock to do one part one more part of 17-7 next week.
Martin, thank you very much. I tell you what a great 10 years that was.
Win2day Hockey O'Clock. Kurz durchatmen bei diesem Wahnsinn und das ging rasend schnell. Der Traum vom Finale ist erfüllt. Mittendrin statt nur dabei. Die Fans stimmungsvoll und hoffnungsfroh. Nice move, another nice move. Oh, he scored! Oh, what a goal! It doesn't get any better than this.
in 7. A Win2day Hockey O'Clock Original.
Win2day Hockey O'Clock. In diesem Augenblick wird jetzt richtig hitzig. Und die Scheibe kullert über die Linie. Mittendrin statt nur dabei. Das ist unglaublich, was die hier zelebrieren. Nice move, another nice move. Oh, he scored! Oh, what a goal! It doesn't get any better than this.
It is indeed incredible for a 7th consecutive week. This is 70 in 7, a Hockey O'Clock original series dedicated to the hockey life or the legendary career of not only hockey lifer, hockey player, hockey coach, hockey do-it-all, Greg Holst. For the 7th and final time, Coach, we'll have the pleasure of talking about your life. This time around, it's the 7th and definitely not last decade of your being. Today, we're going to talk about the years 2014 to 2024. 1 week away from your 70th birthday. Up to this point, we've talked for 10 hours, 6 minutes, and 35 seconds. This series will be record-breaking in many ways, not only because of the listeners that have tuned in, but also because of the total duration that we've put up so far. We're going to break the record that was set in previous years, or last year actually, with Marcus Pfanner. We'll be talking extensively today about so many different things and also about things that we might have missed out on. So this is going to be a 3-part episode. First part is going to be about the first half decades of your 60s and your late 60s. Then we're going to talk about the stories that we've missed, and then we're going to talk about the back half of your 60s. But without further ado, Coach, always great to hearing from you. Looking forward to do this one last time.
Well, Martin, just like parts of my hockey career came to an end, this is our last podcast. It's coming to an end, and much appreciated. And it sure brought back lots of really great and interesting memories.
How have the reactions been so far? Because this has been one of the most listened to series ever. It's about to become the most listened to ever. Friends of yours have reached out. I've got so many great reactions either via social media or in person. How's the feedback been for you?
Well, family and friends have listened to it in Canada and over here too. It's really interesting because me being gone for so long, a lot of the stories, even my family, including my parents, they didn't know that. Oh, I didn't know that story. I didn't know that happened to you. I didn't know that injury happened to you. So it's really interesting for them because I know my friendships aren't built on me being a hockey player, but when they see the things that happened through my career, they were somewhat surprised. So that's why I think the podcast has been really good, really interesting. And as I said, it sure puts me back a lot of years.
You know what? Contrary to other episodes, don't want to start like chronologically, but I want to start with an observation from a longtime player and now friend of yours that's got more to do with everyday business right now than with anything else. A 4-time Austrian champion, we all know him, Gerd Prohaska, sent along this voice message. As always, for English-speaking listeners, I'll translate after we've heard from Gerd. And it's got to do with your passion for the sport and what you're still doing to help along kids, especially Villach kids. I suggest we just listen into Gerd Prohaska and then we'll discuss his voice message.
Man kennt Greg Holst als VSV-Trainer, als Trainerlegende, als Meistermacher des VSV. Man muss ihn aber auch kennen als Trainer, der nach wie vor mit seinen über 60 Jahren mit dem Nachwuchs trainiert. Ja. Und ich bin ja jetzt seit einiger Zeit wieder als VSV-Co-Kommentator tätig bei den Livestreams. Und da sind wir natürlich immer wieder mal früher in der Halle. Und wenn man aufs Eis runterschaut, sieht man immer wieder einen Greg Holst, der mit unfassbarer Energie und Leidenschaft die U13, die U15, die U12 beim VSV trainiert. Und man merkt richtig, wie er vor Leidenschaft sprüht und diese Energie nicht nur aufs Eis bringt, sondern auch auf die Kinder übertragt. Und auch das ist Greg Holst, der nach wie vor seine Leidenschaft lebt und mit jungen Eishockeyspielern in Österreich aufs Eis geht und seine große Erfahrung weitergibt.
That was a 4-time Austrian champion, Gerd Prohaska, who basically marveled at your energy and passion that you still have up to this day, because you're going on the ice regularly with junior hockey players from all ages, 12 to 15 to 17 to sometimes 18. And he just said you're relentless. And when preparing for this episode, I started wondering, where does that energy, that passion still come from? Why is hockey still probably the biggest part of your life?
Well, as my son Mike said once, I was the biggest kid when they grew up and we were playing all the sports. And it hasn't really changed. You know what's funny, Martin? I'll tell you a quick story. I watched the Super Bowl all night, and yesterday I went on the ice with the kids with the U13. Almost no sleep. So I get out there, and the passion, the drive was there. If I can't bring the passion and the excitement of the game on the ice to the kids, I can't teach them. Because all the skill, all the systems, all that stuff, without passion and hard work and desire is useless. So I love going on with the kids. I get them into my world. They look at me a little bit strange sometimes, but they love it. And when they love it, that means I love it. It's just the way I am.
The last time we heard from you here on 70-7 on episode number 6, you had just coached Written, but there's a gap in your hockey coach CV in between Written in 11 and 12 and returning to Villach in 15 and 16. Naturally, a lot of fans and followers of yours are wondering what happened in between.
Well, I went back to Kelowna, and my hockey school after 20 years had long ended, or a couple years earlier, so that wasn't doing that. I worked with the school board. So they now have like an academy in the schools. And they have ice times where the kids, instead of doing gym, they would have hockey practices. So I did that with the school board from September right to the end of school with Kim Gellard, with lots of guys, friends of mine, all ex-players. I did that for 3 years. And it gave me also lots of time to do my workouts, to golf, to enjoy myself, but I stayed in the game.
Did you ever think at that point in time that you'd get back to Austria?
No, 100% not, especially at the coaching pro, or I was pretty set on, staying in Canada until I got a phone call.
Tell me about that phone call.
In 2015, I guess it must have been early summer, or probably early summer. Peter Raffel had coached the U20 team and worked with the kids in Filac for 25, 30 years after his career. And he decided to hang up the skates. He didn't want to do it anymore. So he spoke to Joe Meon. He told him. So Joe had an idea to call me. And he said, Greg, would you be interested in coming in and kind of taking over Raffel's spot? And I said, excuse me. Well, I have to think about it. But I didn't want to coach a team. I just wanted to work with different groups. Crumpy, Lansinger, all those guys were all involved. I spoke to Crumpy a couple times, and I decided, I spoke to my girlfriend at the time. I said, what do you think? This could be kind of an interesting little venture. So I said, okay. So I took the job on in late August or early September in 2015. Now I'm back in Filac.
How was it returning to the site of your biggest success as a coach so many years later, with the organization that had undergone so many changes, where so many different things had happened to that point? How was it for you returning back to that site?
It was actually very strange, because even when I coached the pro team for 6 years, I still went on at times with Raffle with the U20, sometimes with the U17. I was still connected, watching young players, helping young players. But now that I'm there, not coaching the pro team, just working with kids, was really different, because you're missing that 24/7, that drive, that push to win under pressure, fans screaming. I miss that part of it. So I had to get accustomed to just working with the kids. It was a really interesting and not that simple transition. Even though I was working with kids in Canada, now I'm back in Filac, where we had so much excitement for those 6 years when I coached.
Let us elaborate on that a little bit, maybe for first-time listeners. And yes, this is part 7 of 7. So in case you missed out on the first 6, please do listen to them too. But just to put things in perspective for people, again, who might be listening to this for the first time, what's the biggest difference, at the very least for you, when it comes to coaching pro hockey or adult hockey players and kids?
Well, don't forget, now I'm working with kids. I'm not coaching a team. But when you're coaching a pro team, it's 24/7. There's always excitement. There's tension in the air. You have headbutting with your players. You have big wins, tough losses. Pressure is on. Fans love you. They hate you. It never stops. So that excitement is exhilarating. So you don't have that when you're just working with the kids. You create your own passion on the ice and excitement for the game, which then translate into the players, how you run practice, how you talk to the kids. Talking to the kids and looking them in the eye and telling them the truth is one of the biggest keys to working with young players.
You get back to Villach. You work with the kids. A couple of months later, you're the head coach. How come?
Well, my girlfriend at the time had come over, and I was very grateful that Cindy was her name. And she had come over to support me and enjoy European life because I'm not under pressure of coaching a pro team. So we really enjoyed ourselves. Monday to Friday, I would work. On the weekends, we'd have time to go to Italy to do different things. Plus, maybe I would watch a kids' game. We were at a game, and I knew Hanno, the Finn coach, had done a really good job for 3 or 4 years in Villach. But now there was pressure on. Time runs out. People get tough. The fans were on him. Now, they had this fan club that was really vicious, and they were getting on him. So I was sitting in the rink watching a game one night with Cindy. And down maybe 8 or 10 minutes to go, this fan club started taking off their blue jerseys and they put on their black outfits. This was awful because they were now attacking verbally, heavily, the coach. And I said, we have to get out of here. I cannot watch this. So we got up. This is amazing. I couldn't watch this. I've been through it too, my first year where fans can be on you. But this was excessive. This fan club was horrible. We left the rink. I couldn't accept watching them attack this coach. So it seemed inevitable. Pressure is on management to make a move. So it was not in my thoughts to take over this team. This was not my plan. But they called me and asked me to come in and have a talk.
Please let us know or fill us in how the talk went.
Well, they said, Greg, there's 2 people behind this for me to even get this interview and talk. They were pushing for this, and that is Marcus Kersbaumer and Pfanner. These guys were now involved in the team, assistant coach and goalie coach. They pushed for me to get the job. So I spoke to management. We sat down. What are you guys thinking? If I take this, I'm really not sure. What are the finances? How does it change by working with the kids' contract? These are all the things you talk about. And we got to a point where financially it wasn't fantastic, but it would work. And I said, guys, I need a few days to think about this because this is a mega step. So Cindy and I got in the car. We drove to Tyrol to see my boys. And I remember we went up to Hunskopf, way up in the mountain. I talked to them before. We're sitting there. And I said, I think Taylor was there with his wife. Do you think I should take this job? I mean, it's a different life. I'm back in the grind. Both my kids kind of said, hey, Dad, maybe give it one more shot. So I thought about it, talked to Cindy about it. Life's got to change. I didn't realize, or did she, how drastically I agreed to take the job and just finish that season.
It was an interesting time when you returned to coaching, because one might say that this was indeed the 15-16 season, the last time that Villach had a real Corinthian core. On one hand, aging stars like Gerhard Unterlogauer, on the other hand, established league players with Betty Patrick and Daniel Nageler, and then young and up and coming players like Alagic, Mühlstein, Brunner, Bacher. We all know their names. But you've been away from the game for 4 years. What was maybe the biggest change stepping into a locker room again and doing the daily business?
Well, very good question, Martin. And I'll tell you about our first meeting I had when I took it on as coach. And yeah, we had all those home guys. Luigi was a great player, Bacher, all these young guys. We had Hunter, Joner, Vihag, a real good Swedish defenseman, McKiernan, come out of college, McGill. This was his first year over here. Boy, what a career he went on to have and still has. We had also, let's not forget, the duo of Schofield and Pansy. So we had a pretty good team, but there was a problem. So the first meeting, we're all in the weight room, everybody's sitting on the floor. JP Lamoureux was sitting to my right. I'll never forget this. And I started talking about, okay, I asked JP a question. Why do you play in Filac? And JP is the kind of guy who speaks his mind, speaks very articulately, took his time. He doesn't say much, but when he speaks, people listen. And he went on to talk, if I remember, I can't remember exactly, but how he loves, playing here. It's a great city, the ABCs of living and playing in Filac, which I understand. So then I addressed the team. Because JP Lamoureux, for the last year and a half, was saving this team's bacon. 40, 45 shots every freaking game. So I asked the players, don't you think it's maybe time for you guys to start playing for your goalie? That was the first conversation we had, which means playing better defense, blocking shots, cleaning up a lot. Now, if you remember my first year in Filac when I talked about let's win 7-6, not 3-2, well, my whole view on that is completely different. I said, guys, if you play for him, whether it's turnovers, sloppy pinches, blocking shots, all that stuff, if we score 3 goals, for the other team to score 4 is going to be real tough. That became our mindset. Plus, we have to go to 4 lines to play high speed. Those were the 2 things we talked about.
And the great thing, it would eventually come to full fruition in the playoffs in one of the more memorable playoff series in recent past against the Vienna Capitals in the quarterfinals. I'll get to that in a bit, but I've got one great observation. I got one great story about you returning to the coaching business and something that happened on the bus. I know it's a bus league. I know it's a league where there are thousands upon thousands of kilometers that happen on the bus after the games, to the games, and your assistant coach at that time, Markus Pfanner, he chipped in a story about something that happened quite regularly on bus rides. We'll listen into this and then we'll talk about it.
Die zweite Geschichte beim Holst, da geht es um unsere Busfahrten, gemeinsamen Busfahrten mit dem VSV damals noch. Unser Busfahrer hat mir immer erzählt, dass während alle eigentlich schlafen, dass es ganz eigenartige Geräusche gibt und die machen ihn eigentlich komplett verrückt beim Busfahren, aber er weiß nicht, woher die kommen. Es ist so ein Kratzen, so ein ganz eigenes Geräusch. Und irgendwann einmal sind wir draufgekommen, dass der Holste energiegeladen, wie wir ihn kennen, auch im Schlaf energiegeladen ist. Und was er dort eigentlich immer gemacht hat, er hat sich ein bisschen Musik gehört, dann hat er sich hingelegt und auch wenn er geschlafen hat, hat er mit seiner Luftgitarre mitgespielt und damit eigentlich am Reißverschluss und am Jogger gekratzt und das war so eigentlich für den Busfahrer ein unangenehmes, lautes Geräusch, dass er ewig lang nicht gewusst hat, was es ist, aber passend zum Holste natürlich auch im Schlaf full of energy.
Has to be one of my favorite stories because Marcus Pfanner starts off by saying during those long bus rides, there was a noise that kind of drove the bus driver crazy because he couldn't really pinpoint where the noise was coming from. And eventually they found out that after you kind of put in your headphones and started listening to music and doze off or maybe did fall asleep, you kind of started, because you were full of energy and still are to this day full of energy, maybe started playing the air guitar or whatnot, but you used to kind of scratch your zipper by doing so. And that after the bus driver finally knew where that noise was coming from, he was able to to focus on probably driving again. But yeah, just Marcus Pfanner saying, even after you've fallen asleep, you're full of energy. It's incredible, and I can attest to that, because just a couple of weeks ago we shared an apartment, and you are full of energy, and there's not a lot of sleep anymore. So, what goes through your head when you listen to stories like these?
Well, I kind of forgot about that story, but when we talk about it's 24/7, even though you're in sleep, there's things on your mind. So it was probably a kind of a nervous twitch. Something was on my mind. And some of my friends say, Greg, even when you sleep, you lose weight. So that's the way it is. I'm not a deep sleeper. I could sure use one right now. But so many fun stories. And, now that I'm coaching this team with Pfanner, not as a player, as an assistant coach, and Kersbaumer as my goalie coach, these stories bring back really fun memories. And what a ride it was one more time.
That 15-16 year especially is an interesting one. Bad start, coaching change, you taking over, regular season doesn't really go the way a lot of Fila fans anticipated, and then it's a really close race, just like we're having this year in win2day Ice Hockey League for the top 6 and the bottom 6. Back then, the table or the standings were kind of separated. The top 6 played a round robin. After 44 games, the bottom 6 played a round robin to come up with the last 2 playoff participants. You narrowly missed out by 1 point on making the top 6. How was your mindset? How was the team's mindset after knowing you'd have to fight your way through the bottom 6, where also Klagenfurt was involved to get to the quarterfinals?
Well, let me just backtrack just a bit. Okay, so I told you, when you coach kids or you coach a pro team, it's totally different. So Cindy, my girlfriend, I said, it's going to change. But she didn't realize how much. I became a totally different human being. And I don't think a really good one. Because now it's 24/7. It's pressure, winning, losing, players on your mind. She would watch the difference in my personality when I took over the first team. It was like night and day. So it's the pressures of, I think if I could go back and do it all again, you try to change it. But at this particular moment, it was tough for her because I became so focused on the job. Okay, so anyway, we come close to making the top 6, correct? I mean, you're telling me stuff I can't quite remember. We're standing, a bunch of the guys in the weight room.
Even worse, I'll fill you in. Vienna, 4th in the standings, or after 44 games in the regular season, Salzburg led the way, far and away the best team, 91 points. It's Linz in 2nd with 85 points. Sneumo in 3rd with 77 points, and then it's starting to get really close. Vienna in 4, 74 points. Bolzano in 5th, 73 points. Dornbirn in 6th, 73 points. And Villach in 7th, 72 points. So we're talking about 3 teams being separated by 1 point and 4 teams being separated by 2 points.
Wow, so close. But we did make a good run. The team did start playing for JP Lamoureux. They did. Some players had trouble buying into the 4 lines. One import in particular. And we had to address it because if you double shift and Schofield sits, it doesn't work, guys. We have to keep the speed up. So for the most part, we did finally buy in. It helped us immensely. I remember we had 2 games against Linz at home. We played some of the fastest hockey I've ever seen. It was so exciting. We lost 1 game in overtime and won the other one close, but the guys really bought in. Okay, so now it's a pick round. So we're in the VIP round, in the VIP room, a bunch of the guys, most of the team. It's on TV. Who's picking who? Excuse me. We know and are hoping that Fehevar does not take us. The travel's tough. They have our number. They're a tough team to beat. But we were also coming on pretty good, so we weren't a bad team now. Fehevar comes up to their pick. They don't take us. Wow. Shocking. So now, if I remember right, you might correct me, Vienna's pick, they have to take us or Linz. They picked Villach. And I believe that's how it went. Am I right on?
I have to correct you on a small tidbit. It wasn't Fehevar who picked second. It was Olis Neumann, the Czech participant back in the day.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. It's Neumann. That's the team. Sorry.
Right. But Vienna, indeed, in 3, had a choice between Villach and Linz and selected to play or elected to play Villach. And what I'm always wondering about and I'm always curious about is how much that feeds into players and coaches being motivated even more. Did you actively tell them, see, they picked you because they think that they've got a better shot at beating you than other teams? Did you use that as additional motivation?
What do you think?
Probably yes.
What do you think? Well, how about mega capital letters? CHIP, chip on your shoulder. Thank you for correcting me on Znomo, because it was a hard place to play. We had trouble beating them. They were a really good team. So thank you for that part. Yes, extra motivation, of course. And their favorite to win. And what a series it was.
I'll give you the scores, the final scores of the 5 games that happened in the series. Just by the way, the one quarterfinal series that was over fastest was yours. All the other series went over 6 games. Yours was finished in 5. Villach won 4-1. The scores in the games. Game 1, Villach wins 3-2 in Vienna. Game 2, Villach wins 4-1 at home. Game 3, Villach loses 2-1 after overtime. Game 4, at home, Villach wins 3-2 in overtime. Game 5, Villach wins in Vienna 3-2 in overtime. There's that mantra again. Not trying to win by 7-6, but rather being satisfied with a 3-2 win. 3 3-2 wins. Can't be a coincidence.
Wow. What an exciting. Do you know that the games were fantastic, right? Game 4 or game 5. The overtime win we had at home, that would have been game 4.
Correct.
Do you know how we won that game?
Schofield.
A penalty shot like in the first minute or two, or first minute of overtime. I remember my son Mike was there, had his whole team from Verbeek. So Scobie is now taking a penalty shot. This will put us up in the series 3-1. Vienna obviously did not like the call, which is obvious. Schofield goes down and freaking scores. I'm pretty sure he made the move backhand, went to the forehand. I remember it. The place went absolutely freaking nuts. Wow. What a night of hockey. What another. A couple months earlier, I'm coaching the kids. I'm picking up little guys, 5, 6 years old, and putting them on their skates. And now we're going to pandemonium in the freaking arena. Talk about exciting.
And all that after the bad start to the year, you taking over, you leading Villach to the semis. I want to get to everything that happened in the semis and thereafter in a bit. But just as I put it earlier during the intro of this episode, sadly enough, the last one is 70-7. I want to take a quick break. And then we're going to talk about some stories that still worthwhile to be told that we might have missed on so far. And then we're going to talk about the back end of your last decade so far, coaching hockey and spreading the word of the game. If you want to jump directly to that section, just look into the show notes of this podcast or look at the show notes of this podcast. There's going to be a time code that tells you where to jump to. But we'll take a quick break and then we'll talk about some of the stories that have gone, not missing, but some of the stories that we'll dig up from the previous 60 years. Back in a bit.
Win today, hockey, o'clock.
Do you enjoy listening to Win Today, Hockey O'Clock? If that is the case, then please rate the podcast. A 5-star rating or a review over at the podcast dealer of your choice would go a long way in helping to spread the good word of hockey. Win Today, Hockey O'Clock, the hockey podcast with real and open-ended hockey conversations.
Win today, hockey, o'clock.
Back on Win Today, Hockey O'Clock, back on 70-7, part 7. This is the part where we talk about some of the stories that might have got lost with or telling so many other stories. And Coach, I want to start off with someone we haven't heard from yet. A dear friend of yours, someone who's delivered some great stories, two of which we're about to hear on this episode. He's your, of course, golf coach. It's Simon Hodham. He wanted to chip in with a couple of stories, and this one's a story I think we haven't touched on, but you have to tell how this all came and went. I suggest we listen into Simon Hodham, and then we'll talk about it.
We used to go down to or we still do, go down to the Drow, sit in the sun Sunday afternoon, couple of beers and chill, just chew the fat over this and that. And we'd always plan to go for one, at the most two, but Greg and his stories and all the rest of it, we'd end up being there longer than planned, and he'd phone me later the next day and say, you killed me yesterday, we're not doing that again. And there's one time he told me he played NHL in the US, went straight to the bar, they had shed loads of beers, and he met a girl, and they went back to his parents. And it says, I think 6 in the morning this was, and you're going to take us to the airport, we're off on holiday for a month. He's crazy.
Crazy, I'd still say, in a positive way, but that story that Simon related to or was referencing to you meeting a girl, having her stay overnight, and then making her drive you to the airport because you went on vacation. What happened there?
Oh, there's all kinds of stories like this, but this is a classic because I'm 29 years old. First of all, Simon's a great guy. He's an Englishman. So when the Englishman and the Canuck, that's me, get together, it's usually trouble. And we do have stories. We drink beers. You know, the Austrian mentality and, you know, personalities are different from the Englishmen and Canadians. Everybody's a little different. When we get together, boy, do we have some fun. And this story here, I'm still playing pro, I'm 29, playing in an intermediate tournament with all my buddies. And we're playing, I think it was in town of Mount Royal. And I'm getting hacked and chopped, and I don't really need this stuff. It's a Wednesday night. I said, we had a beer after the game. I said, boys, anybody going downtown? Most of the guys can't. They have to work. So I hop in my Trans Am. I head downtown. I go to Sweeney's Pub. That's where the sports bar, that's where the Montreal Canadiens, all the athletes hung out. So I walk in there, and there's a girl working there named Joanne Young. I know her sister. Anyway, Joanne, good-looking girl. She's working behind the bar. So I start pounding a few beers, and I had a couple other drinks, and some more crazy stuff we're doing. Anyway, the bar closes like 2 or 3. We're still there, like at 5, me and her in the back. And I said, hey, Joanne, I got leather freaking pants on, leather jacket, leather pants. That was the European look, right? I said, let's take off. She goes, what are you talking about? Let's go to Florida. I said, she goes, really? Why not? I phoned my freaking mother at 6 a.m. We're still going. My mother booked me 2 flights. I get back to the house, grab a suitcase, nothing in it. My mom drove us to the airport like at 7:30 a.m. for a 9 o'clock flight. We're driving along. God bless her soul. She goes, you smell like booze. Yeah, no kidding, man. It's 7 a.m. I'm still going. Get on the plane, and who's working on the plane is young sister, Rosalind. So now we're in first class. So the party continues. I get to Florida. We get there. We are a mess. I get out. I got leather pants. It's freaking hot out. I got leather pants on, leather freaking jacket. The guy at the taxi looked at me like I was freaking nuts. She had probably a nice big coat on. Anyway, we spent the night. We went over to Sanibel. We spent 2 weeks on Sanibel. We decided, well, let's call this a day. I gave her some money. Joanne, it's been fantastic. She went over to Fort Lauderdale. I hung around a bit. I went over to Lauderdale, ran into her again, an old girlfriend of mine, all the guys from the hockey, from the Micron, the skate company. I turned that one night into 6 weeks. I got home 6 weeks later. Hey, I was single. What an experience, something you don't do every day. But you know what's funny? On Friday, we were in the semifinals. I don't show up to the hockey game. And the guys go, where's Holsty? Nobody's seen him. Nobody knows where he is. And somehow it came out, well, where's Joanne Young? She's gone. She's not even at her job. They started putting 2 and 2 together, and they all said, oh my God, don't tell me those 2 crazy people are together. Yes, we were. And we had a great time.
When we talked amongst ourselves about stories that we still haven't hit, or stories that still need to be told, you said, there's a referee story from your American Hockey League days that needs to be told. What referee story?
Well, can I just mention one thing before I talk about that? the connection with referees, how it used to be, and how it should be. Remember when I talked about all my buddies in Point Claire? We all lived around the same area in Montreal. I forgot a couple of guys, so I don't want to leave anybody out. Because Gordy Armstrong, one of my very, very close friends, played for 5 years with Dave Henderson in France, and then I think he coached for 5 years and became a really good coach in the academies in Montreal. And Blair Stewart, who played with George, who lives in Norway, and Hendy in France, we all played on that junior B team. And Blair Stewart went on to play in the NHL for several years. So if you look at our little group of guys and where we all lived and ended up in the world of hockey, and we're still close friends to this day, it's incredible the connection you have through sport. But don't forget, we're not close friends because and defined by hockey. We're good friends because we're all good people. We all relate. We have something in common. Incredible how this group of guys stayed together, got involved in hockey. Almost every guy played in Europe, and some still live there. A fascinating story.
Incredibly so. But the referee part, you left that out.
Okay. You know, back in the day, the referees, it's important to have a communication. And even if you watch the NHL now, Dave Jackson, a guy I played baseball with, became a really good NHL. We were friends. A real good NHL ref. It was always communication, right? They knew us guys pretty good. So one night, me and Satch, my brother-in-law, we're out in New Haven, and we're out partying. This is getting really late. Like we're talking 4 a.m., 4:30. We're flying to Nova Scotia, Montreal Canadiens farm team, the best team, at 10 a.m. Holy lovin'. And we're going to play that night. This is freaking not good. We show up looking like, oh boy, what the hell happened to you two guys? Anyway, we get on the plane, try to grab an hour's sleep, get down. We get to the game, and we have to play because talk about guilty. But I said, I don't know how we're going to get through this. Anyway, the game starts. I think Satch had one shift too. He got benched. So I remember him sitting up on the bench. The happiest guy I ever saw get benched. So anyway, I'm thinking, I got to get out of the game. I got to get out of the game. So I'm going to fight Buziak. I fought him twice. He's a big guy, but I can survive. So I go after Buzzy to fight. Gloves came off. Guys all pile up. Wasn't much of a scrap, but the linesman and ref, they come in to break it up. Martin, I swear to God, I called that ref and those linesmen every brutal freaking name in the world I could call them. You know what they said to me? Holsty, you could say anything you want. We're not going to throw you out of the game. So get your ass in the box and spend your 5 minutes. Hey, the good old days, boy.
The good old days, indeed. I got a story from you being a head coach during maybe the good old days of the league that we're still covering, the league that will celebrate its 25th anniversary in a couple of months, basically starting next year. And one of the good old stories was delivered from, of course, your very good friend, Markus Kerschbaumer. It's so interesting because a very similar story was told by Herbert Hohenberger a couple of months ago here on win2day Hockey O'Clock regarding Ron Kennedy. And it's fascinating that the same thing that happened to Ron Kennedy eventually happened to you too. It happened in Feldkirch. We'll listen in to what happened as told by Markus Kerschbaumer.
Dann gibt es natürlich auch eine lustige Geschichte vom Greg. Ich glaube, es war in der Saison 2003, 2004. Wir haben in Feldkirch gespielt. Der Greg steht hinter der Bande und vor unserer Bande steht der Gerhard Buschnick. Und der Winnie Ratz hat den Gerhard Buschnick vor unserer Bank anvisiert, wollte den Gerhard checken. Der Gerhard war natürlich ein sehr, sehr schlauer und ein beweglicher Spieler, hat natürlich den Winnie Ratz kommen sehen und im letzten Moment weicht er aus. Dadurch hat der Winnie Ratz den Check nicht machen können und ist dann fast mit seinem ganzen Oberkörper über die Bande gekippt und hat dann im Zuge dieses Checks oder diesen missglückten Checkversuch mit seinem Schläger den Greg Holst im Gesicht getroffen. Daraufhin fiel der Greg von der Bank. Wir haben nur kurz hintergeschaut und gedacht, nein, ist ja nichts passiert, vielleicht wollte er nur ausweichen. Der Greg steht wieder auf und coacht weiter. Das war knapp vor Drittelende. Und dann ging es in die Kabine zur Drittelpause. Wir sitzen alle in der Kabine und plötzlich kommt der Greg rein und macht seine Pausenansprache. Und er hat dann so begonnen, Jungs, wir müssen mehr fortdrücken. Und schaut in dem Moment den Stefan Herzog an. Und der Stefan Herzog beginnt voll zum Lachen. Was wir alle nicht gewusst haben, bei dem missglückten Checkversuch, hat der Greg 2 Zähne verloren. Das hat aber keiner gewusst. Und plötzlich hat er halt gehölzelt. Und alle haben gelacht. Der Herzog hat, der Stefan hat vor lauter Lachen nicht mehr können. Wir haben das Spiel noch gewonnen und nach dem Spiel dann ist der Stefan zum Greg gegangen und hat sich beim Greg entschuldigt, gesagt, Coach, sorry, ich habe nicht gewusst, dass du 2 Zähne verloren hast. Und ja, danach haben wir natürlich einen guten Lacher über die ganze Story gehabt.
As it happened with Ron Kennedy, who kind of lost his teeth, or the thing that was holding together some of his fake teeth, you received the check while being on the bench because Gerhard Puschnick ducked away, and you lost indeed 2 or a couple of real teeth. And the players didn't know, and when you had a locker room speech during intermission, you started doing this, and everybody kept laughing without knowing why you started to talk that way. How vividly you still remember that scene that happened at Falke a couple of years ago?
I remember it like it was yesterday. I thought those times were over. Not going to get teeth lost, broken nose. And I went down like a freaking ton of bricks. Bounced right back up. Knocked my bridge out and another tooth or whatever it was. And I'm looking down on my knees after for my teeth. Anyway, but when I did say that in the room, and I looked, talking with a lip like this, and I said, boy, we have to. And I looked at Herzog, and he just, Kersey's right, he started cracking up. But I remember saying to him, I said, Herzog, what is so lustig? Well, in the room is on fire. But I guess we did go out, won the game. It's all part of the game. And I remember that vividly.
How big of a coincidence is it indeed that the same thing happened to your very good friend, mentor, one of the greatest coaches of all time, Ron Kennedy?
Well, is a script somehow written? How often things that we talked about, well, why would that happen? Why did this happen? Is it a script written from above? I mean, who knows? But Martin, before we move on, can I just touch on after we beat Vienna in overtime in Game 5, going back to that 15-16 year? I want to just talk about how great the fans are in Filac. We lost Santorelli. He was a really good player. He got hurt. He was such a great passer. We lost him, and McBride had a bad knee, and he couldn't play. We knew if we took Salzburg, the best team by far, if we could score 3 goals, we could beat them. Anyway, we lost in 6. And do you know the 4 games we lost? You know what the scores were? 2-1. Every game was 2-1. After our last game at home, we lost 2-1. I want to talk about the Filac fans, how they honored what this team and what these players did.
You know what?
They had to go. Yep.
Save that for the next part of this podcast, because right now, we're still in the midst of stories that we haven't told so far, haven't been able to tell so far. And one last story that reached me that I want people to hear again comes from the 4-time Austrian champion Gerd Prohaska. We've heard a lot about the highs and lows of you coaching, but Gert's really wrapped his head around on one of the very low points. At the very least, that's what I think it had to be. Let's listen into this. Promise you this will be the last story on the second part of the last episode of 17-7. Gert, about presumably one of the bigger lows of your coaching career.
Ja, man kennt Greg Holst sicherlich als Eishockey-Fanatiker, als jemand, der sich enorm viel mit Eishockey beschäftigt. Seine Sprüche sind legendär im Fernsehen. Sein legendäres Interview vor laufender Kamera ist legendär, ist weit über die Grenzen Österreichs hin bekannt. Was man vielleicht nicht so weiß, ist, dass er auch Phasen durchgemacht hat, die nicht alle Leute wissen, und zwar, dass es nicht nur am Spieler manchmal schlecht geht, sondern vielleicht auch am Trainer nicht alles gelingt, und das war in seiner ersten VSV-Saison der Fall. Ich kann mich erinnern, wir haben sehr schlecht gestartet mit, wahrscheinlich waren es glaube ich 10 Misserfolge in Serie, und der Trainer war irrsinnig in Kritik, und ich glaube, die Fans haben bereits gefordert, dass er entlassen wird. Die Zeitungen haben geschrieben, was das soll. Und ich erinnere mich auch, dass es Flugblätter gegeben hat, die auf allen Autos, wir sind einmal von einer Auswärtsfahrt heimgekommen, die sind auf allen Autos gewesen, rund um die Eishalle, wo sie eben gefordert haben, dass der Trainer rauskaut wird. Und ich glaube, das ist eine Phase, die man nicht so kennt von einem Trainer und die ihn aber sehr mitnehmen, und das ist eine schwierige Phase. Ich habe das selber als Spieler erlebt, wenn es einmal nicht gut läuft, und ich glaube, das war die Phase, über die Greg vielleicht erzählen kann. Da ist es ihm wahrscheinlich nicht so gut gegangen.
Gert took us back to your first year coaching Villach, and it was an interesting period of time because you followed the legendary Ron Kennedy as head coach at Villach, didn't have a good start. And Gert remembers that one time or one day after returning from an away trip, there were leaflets, flyers around the arena that fans had put onto windscreens and basically everywhere that said oust or fire the coach. How do you remember those kind of days, and how low of a low was that indeed?
Well, we talked about this in one of the previous podcasts, how that came about. Because we had moved Foster as the top scorer the year before. Just a lot of stuff happened, and he's one of the almost only player I ever moved, or we moved. But Rafa was with me, and we talked. We were having practice in Steindorf. And we had a real tough practice. We came out, we're driving home. I think we were 2-9. We had a lot of close games, but we were losing. So, of course, I'm in trouble. They think I'm a junior coach coming in. Anyway, I'm driving with Peter Raffel, and it was snowing a bit. And Raff goes, "What's on the windshield?" It was plastic laminated. Well done, professionally done. On one side, it's all about Foster, how great he is. On the other side, it's all about me. I'm a bum. I'm a flop. And I presume when we came home from a road trip, probably shortly after that, it was on the cars too. So, Martin, I couldn't go out for a beer like for 2 months. And because people looking at me, and you just go home and you try to survive. But that's when the team called me in and gave me 3 games, if you remember the story. And they said, they're under pressure too, so they have to do something. So they said, "Greg, we're going to give you 3 games. I said, "Well, how many do I have to win?" They said, "All 3, or you're fired." It was in the paper. I've got the articles. And I think we won 2 in overtime, 1 in penalty shots. We brought Sean Summers in, a tough kid. So if you don't stand up and fight, if you crawl under the table and give up, I would probably not be on this podcast. I probably never would have coached. It's a fine line. You stand up, you look it in the eye. Somehow I survived. We survived. We won the U20 that year. And that year, we made the finals. It was brutally a tough time. And I remember once, Mark, I was living at Herbie Holmberger's parents' place, a nice apartment up above them. I had this cough for 1 month at least. I coughed all night, every day. Then I go to the rink, push the guys, try to survive. It was freaking so hard, but you got to look it in the eye. You got to find a way. Otherwise, it's over.
You told a story about the ultimatum that kind of was set from management. I didn't necessarily remember the leaflet, the flyer story as vividly as Gertz told it and you just reminisced about. But as we're rounding out this segment of things that we didn't tell, this could probably go on for hours and hours and hours. But is there anything left that you're dying to tell people out there? Because if not, we'll be moving on to the last part of the series.
Well, Martin, there's so many stories. You know, I could talk for hours. But let me just kind of, is it okay if I finish with that story about the Phelak fans after all of this?
We could have done that on the other part of a break too. Go ahead.
So when we lost, so I'm back now after 6 years, surviving the first year, coaching 6 years, 4 times in the finals in 5 years, including a win. These fans singing my last home game in my 6th year on February 21st. They sang happy birthday to me, like 5,000 fans. I had a contract extension, but I didn't take. I never thought I would be back in this position again. So now 2016, Game 6 at home, Salzburg. We upset Vienna. The fans are freaking going crazy. We lose 2-1. Salzburg, heavily favorite, wins. Our players had to go on the ice 3 times for standing ovations. And I remember I was up looking through the plexiglass where the players go off. And I think it was Schofield or one of the guys waved me on because all the players now are standing facing the fans. And Martin, I didn't want to go on because it's the players. This was the 3rd time on the ice after a loss, but they appreciated what the guys did. So the guys, a couple guys waved me on. Martin, I went onto the ice and got close to the players. I could hear the fans cheering, went up even louder. Talk about a great feeling of never giving up, looking at that first year, pushing the players hard, the players doing a fantastic job because it is the players, them accepting the push. Is this freaking unbelievable? So you wonder why I have a connection to Phelak. You wonder why I live in this town. It's, boy, unbelievable.
That story probably would have belonged to or should have gone to the 3rd part of this podcast. We'll take a quick break and then we'll make people aware of the fact that they should probably rewind 30 seconds, a minute or two to listen to this too in case they skipped it. Quick last break here on win2day Hockey O'Clock here on 70 in 7. And if you've skipped all the other breaks, this is the one you might want to listen to. This is about how you can support projects like these. Hear you on the other side.
Win2day hockey.
If you have listened to all parts of 70 in 7 so far, you will have spent more than 11 hours with Greg Holst and myself. If you want to ensure that long-format hockey talks or other hockey specials will continue to air on Win2day Hockey O'Clock, please donate to this cause. Please have a look at the show notes of this podcast, where you'll find a link on how to help making the next special episodes and special series happen. However much you're able to donate, all the proceeds go into research, production, and promotion of this podcast. Thank you so much in advance. But now, on with the show.
Win2day hockey.
Back on 70 in 7, part 7. We're talking about the years 2014 to 2024, the great hockey life that Greg Holst has already lived. These are the stories about the first 70 years. Coach, hopefully they're going to be 70 more. On the last part, on the last segment of this podcast, you just told a great story about the Villach fans from the season 15 and 16, the great series that you played against Red Bull Salzburg in the semifinals. Interestingly enough, Villach had just one other semifinal appearance in all those years, happened 2 years ago. So you brought some success to the Villach program again, but success that wouldn't continue to be there all the time. You stayed 1.5 more years in Villach, but what happened there? Why was it so hard to get back to that level of success that you had enjoyed during your comeback year?
Wow. Do you remember all the stories when I coached in Villach? How many years was my contract?
Always 1 year.
Always 1 year. If I'm not good enough, don't bring me back. Now we have success. The city's buzzing. The fans enjoyed it immensely what the players did on the ice. So here I am thinking to myself at 61, 62 maybe, 61 and a half. This is my chance. I'm going to go for a 3-year. First time. So we sit down, money I come back a little bit. That's okay. But if I can get a decent deal, gives me a little security. I signed 2 years with the first team and a 3rd year to go back with the kids program. I said, this is perfect. This gets me to 65, basically. This is good. Not planning on getting fired, but it sure as hell didn't hurt me because I had a contract. So the next year, they made a huge mistake, and I went in earlier. We talked about this before in the podcast. Sign Schofield and Pansy. Get those two guys. I don't have a coaching job. I said, guys, whether I'm coach or not is regardless. Sign them. Anyway, they didn't sign them. Those guys moved on. But we did get, I think it was Urbis, we had some really good players. Oliver Wall was the Nets, and he was really good. I think he was in Ljubljana the year before. So we get into the playoffs, and now you have that round robin where I think 2 teams move up. There was 10 games, and we had the most points. Our first game against Ljubljana, we won 8-2. We are looking fantastic to make the top group. So we're going to be back in, and we're rolling pretty good now. Then Law got hurt in that game in the third period, and the season was over. So it was a huge loss, not blaming anybody, but it just affected our team. And we had so many close games. We couldn't squeak it out. And we didn't make the playoffs. The next year, we go into it. I met a couple of the management in the summer. They tried to push me out. I sat in the VIP room. They said, Greg, go back to the kids. I said, well, guys, I have a contract. Yeah, but if you go to the kids, this, that, whatever. I said, guys, if you want to fire, this is after the season. If you want to fire me, fire me. But I have a contract. But they didn't fire me because maybe they didn't want to pay me. So I start the season and we're rolling along. We're not the best team in the league, but we're competitive with other teams. And you know what happened eventually. And you know who was against and how it happened. So if you have a question for me right now, just throw it at me.
I know the story. We talked about it many times. Other people know the story because you talked to them about it many times. Others, again, were part of the process and were there during the days when it happened. And that's why I want to bring in Marcus Pfanner, who provided so many great stories here on 17-7 one last time, because he reminisces about the days where the decision was made, the day when it actually happened, and his thoughts on it. For the very last time here on 17-7, I'm going to, of course, translate German, Marcus Pfanner's German, into English, so bear with us. Here's Marcus Pfanner about the days of Greg Holst's ousting as a Villach head coach.
Die Geschichte vom Holsti bzw. Holsti-Rauschmiss habe ich schon ein paar Mal erzählt. Ein paar Leute haben es wahrscheinlich schon gehört und da wird es nicht mehr so interessant sein. Aber es ist trotzdem etwas, was ich lange Zeit nicht vergessen werde. Nach einer Niederlage in Villach ist der damalige Präsident reingekommen und hat dem Holsti mitgeteilt, dass er nicht mehr gewollt wird, beziehungsweise dass er rausgeschmissen wird. Und gleichzeitig hat man auf mich gezeigt und gesagt, dass ich das Head-Coaching-Job übernehmen werde. Für beide sehr, sehr überraschend gekommen. Vor allem auch, weil ich die Position eigentlich nie annehmen wollte zu Beginn, weil das eigentlich nicht mein Ziel war. Ich war sehr gerne Assistant Coach unter Hanno Jemepe und dann über den Holsti. Schlussendlich ist noch der Präsident rausgegangen und wir beide sind durchgesessen und haben in eine weiße Wand geschaut und ich war mir eigentlich nicht sicher, was der Holsti von der Geschichte jetzt denken soll, ob er vielleicht denkt, ich habe das davor schon gewusst, habe ihm nichts gesagt. Ich habe nicht gewusst, ob er mir in dem Zeitpunkt vertrauen kann, ob er vielleicht andere Sachen reininterpretiert. Ich habe natürlich von dem Ganzen gar nichts gewusst. Trotzdem ist man sich nicht sicher, wie der Holsti reagieren wird. Und da sind wir wirklich 4-5 Minuten durchgesessen und ich habe nicht gewusst, was jetzt als nächstes passiert. Und irgendwann einmal habe ich gemerkt, dass er sich umdreht, den Kopf dreht. Ich habe seinen Blick gespürt und ich habe schon gedacht, here we go. Wenn der Holsti jetzt heiß ist und vielleicht die Situation falsch einschätzt, meine Situation falsch einschätzt, dann weiß ich nicht, ob ich da heil aus diesem Coaching Office rauskomme. Das Einzige aber, was er gesagt hat, ist, Pints, I told you, now I need 2 beers. See you later. Und das war sehr interessant, dass er auch in so einer Situation den Humor nicht verloren hat, vor allem auch die Realität nicht verloren hat. Er hat mir davor schon gesagt, es wird brenzlig, es wird schwierig werden über die ganze Saison, weil die Diskussionen um seinen Coaching-Job schon früher begonnen haben. Ich wollte es eigentlich nie so richtig wahrhaben, aber die Situation war wirklich trotzdem interessant und ich bin froh, dass ich heil rausgekommen bin. Schlussendlich haben wir noch ein, zwei Bier getrunken, haben über alles geredet. Und das war, glaube ich, auch sehr wertvoll für ihn und für mich natürlich auch, weil der Holsti nicht nur jetzt beim VSV, sondern in meinem Leben mir sehr viel Erfahrung, sehr viel positive Energie weitergegeben hat. Und dafür bin ich sehr dankbar.
Marcus was telling the story about the awkward situation where after a game, a loss in Villa, the president comes in, says, Holst, you're fired. Marcus, you're the new head coach, something he never wanted, and he didn't know how to behave. So he was just staring at the wall. He didn't know how you'd react. And you're like, Pitsy, let's have a beer. And you told about the relief that he felt in this moment. And I think you also referenced the sleep that you were having the days and the weeks after, that it immediately got better, because as a head coach, you had to worry about so many things, couldn't really sleep. It's all about wins and losses. How do you look back on those couple of days?
Let me just add a little bit of something. So when I had the meeting, before I comment on Marcus's little talk, when I had the meeting before the season, and I said, if you don't want me, fire me. But they didn't. So do you think the writing wasn't on the wall? It was just a matter of time. And because we weren't playing that bad. We were in a lot of close games. We're playing Innsbruck at home. It's 3-2, I think it was. Oh, they scored an empty net goal. Everybody's buzzing. So I come into the room, and I think Dr. Charpel, a good buddy of mine, he was in there. I'm not sure if Kershi was in there. Pines is sitting there. I'm not going to say any names. He walks in, says, hey, Doc, Vite, I'll say, Greg, sorry, you're done. Marcus, your coach. See you later. Before I left the rink, both teams knew I was fired. That's not how you freaking do business. This should have been kept quiet. We talk about it next day. Okay, Greg, we're going to make a move. Let me talk to the team. Wish them luck going ahead. How they handle it, I can take it. But that's now not how you handle somebody or anybody who's put their heart and soul into this organization forever. So what happened was Marcus is sitting there. It was maybe a minute or two. I'm just sitting there thinking, okay. And I said to Marcus, hey, Marcus, can you crack me open a freaking beer? So we had a couple of beers. And if I remember right, I said, Marcus, if we would have won tonight, it was going to be the next game. They're just waiting for me to lose a game. This is your chance to test it out to see if you want to be a head coach. You may as well take it and run with it. But anyway, that's what happened. So I phoned Cindy, who left early. She was at home in her pajamas. The doc came back in, Dr. Charpel, sat down. I phoned Cindy. I said, get dressed. I got fired. We're going to go down to the restaurant close to us, have a beer. Dr. Charpel's coming with us. So Dr. Charpel, me and Cindy, we went down. I walked in. A lot of people recognized me. They didn't say anything. It was kind of a very strange vibe in the air. And there it was. I got fired. At 63 years old, I finally got fired.
Now, you had another coaching job that you took. A very short stint, but it kind of is fitting because it happened in Zell am See, a place where you also had one of your first, if not the very first, pro offers. How much of a kind of bracket to your career? How much of a, not closure, but how do you look back on that stint, just knowing it all ended where it also could have begun?
It's funny you say that because yesterday I'm thinking back, okay, what did we talk about? And, if you look in elite prospects or you look into my career, I thought exactly what you're saying. It's like me and Ron losing our teeth. My first pro offer before Filak was Salamse. And 20 years later, or whatever the number was, my last coaching gig for 3 months is Salamse. It took me a long time to get there, but I took the job on. I'm happy I did. I met a lot of really fun people, good people there. We did a podcast this year. Even though we weren't as successful as we wanted to be, it's still remembered. You were there. What a coincidence how it all came about.
And this is why Telemse has been doing so well the past couple of years, because all these good people that you mentioned, and we'd probably have to mention Patrick Schwarz here and Peter Dilsky and a lot more. They've been doing a fantastic job. And just the way you were let go in Villach probably also speaks for the management that was in place back then. A lot of things inside the organization have changed in Villach. I'd say for the better, but that's from the outside looking in. A lot of very good, smart people now on the job in Villach. But after your coaching career or pro hockey coaching career had come to a temporary end in Telemse, did you ever think on getting back? Did you receive a lot of offers these past couple of years?
I went back to Canada as planned, with no plans of coaching again. I can't remember. I probably did have a call or two somewhere along the way, or when I did get back to Austria, there was some interest from a couple teams, possibly. I could feel that. I had no attention. It was time. I went back to Canada and spent some time there working with the kids again, enjoying myself, enjoying my house. Unfortunately, Cindy and me didn't make it all the way, but I can honestly say, because you can't hold grudges and stuff, but my second gig in Villach, she really supported me and helped me get through it. So I have to thank her for that. Like I said, we didn't make it all the way. That's life. But I have to thank her for that.
But you see, without knowing her, I got a great story on Cindy. And that's what kind of leads to the last part of your being so far, the last part of things that you've done so far. I think it happened in 2018 and 19. You and Telemse didn't work out, and we had Innsbruck in the playoffs. We, meaning the previous rights holder, the previous free TV station or free-to-air station that broadcast hockey games in Austria. And I, as a show producer, thought, hey, it might be neat to have Greg Holst on his old stomping grounds back in Innsbruck. And I tried to get in touch with you to get you to the show, provided you with some tickets. You gave an interview during one of the intermissions, and then it was about your expenses, because obviously you had to take a train to get to Innsbruck and whatnot. And Cindy, I think, sent me an email. Hey, these are Greg's expenses. Could you help me get his money? And I, of course, did. And then COVID hit, and the rights deal from the previous win2day Ice Hockey League rights holder ran out, and I didn't know what to do, and things like that. And Pulse 24 comes along, and for whatever reason, they wanted me to be on the shows and do commentary, and they tasked me to put together a team of experts, a team of pundits. And my kind of vision always had been, I want to have a former player, I want to have a former goaltender, and I want to have a former coach. So having like the three most vital roles on a team, three different perspectives on the game, three different levels of insights. And by far the hardest was to get a coach, because in our league, not a lot of German-speaking coaches have made it all the way. And then I'm thinking, well, maybe Kotarand. Then I thought, well, who knows? And then I'm like, well, who's out there? And then I'm like, oh, of course, Greg Holst. But in the summer of 2020, I didn't know at all how to get in touch with you. In comes Cindy. I'm like, well, there was this woman. She sent me an email. She got she tried to get the expenses for you, so I'm trying to get in touch with her. What I didn't know at that time is that you'd been separated for an extended period of time, and as you said, didn't make it. But Cindy was kind enough to connect me with you. And then one summer day in the summer of 2020, we talk. You in Canada, I'm here in Austria. And I'm like, well, let's put it another way. What do you remember from that phone call?
Well, of course I remember it. I had sold my house and I was staying at a friend's place now. He had a room and a nice little TV room for me. And you phoned. So here I'm in between houses. What am I going to do? Buy a condo? Am I going to stay? What am I going to do? Maybe I'll go back to see my kids. I'm not sure. So you phoned and said, would you be possibly interested in doing this Pulse gig? And I said, well, what does it consist of? Okay, yeah. I had done a little bit with Premier years ago, but not to this extent. And I said, well, yeah, I think I'm interested. And we talked about a few other things. And if I decide yes, how do we go about it? And you said, okay, well, we have to do like a rehearsal, like do a part
kind
of the
an
game,
audition, yeah.
An audition. And I said, okay, organize it. Let's try it. You know, if you like me, we'll talk about it. And let's just say it's possible. And that's how it started. And you could go from there probably if you want. Because I have a good story too on our first, when we did our first little gig on the TV. I think it was Game 6 of the playoffs, Vienna against Klagenfurt, whatever it was. Do you remember that?
Shoot.
Well, we had to do it. I said, well, what are we going to do? Okay, it was Game 6, I believe it was, so one of the games in the finals the year before. Let's say, Vienna. So we're going to do the second.
Yeah, had to be. You're talking about the audition,
yes.
Of course. Yeah.
Yes, I'm talking about the audition. So we're going to do the first period of.
Yeah, let me just elaborate on that. Each and every kind of candidate, each and every expert or each and every person who was aspiring to become an expert on Pulse had to go through the same quote unquote drill. So doing commentary on one period and then doing an interview afterwards and all the stuff that came together. And it was an incredibly difficult period to do commentary on because there were no goals. So what we wanted to see and wanted to hear from aspiring pundits is, how well do you cover a game when nothing quite literally is happening? So that was the difficulty of doing like test commentary on that period. But you being in Canada and British Columbia, me being in Austria, we had technical issues to say the very least.
Yes. Okay. So you know how I did all my contracts, right? There was a method of madness behind some of them, correct? So I said, okay, so Martin, in a couple of days at this time, we're going to do this Zoom call. I had never done a Zoom call in my freaking life. I'm not that high with the tech stuff, right? So we're going to do the first period, for example. Well, I'm going to scout this game out. I'm going to watch the first period myself. So I'm going to have some ideas of what I see, little things like the cross-check, not the numbers to the pants, little things that might be interesting to the audience that they might not notice. So I pre-scouted the period. So when we started, I was prepared. You don't know that. It's out now.
You cheated.
No. That's just called smart.
Okay, because everybody else saw that period for the very first time indeed, and you cheated your way into an expert job.
No.
You know what?
That's doing my homework.
You know what I remember about the audition, the test commentary that we did, that you had to jump in and out and get some help from another house over, someone who helped you with the Zoom call, with your tablet, with the video file, with everything else. And I'm like, Jesus, what have I got myself into? But then when we started doing commentary and you doing it in German, I'm like, okay, he's the man. And higher ups at the station, who of course had a look at it too, said, yep, he's the man. And the rest is history. We've been doing this for 4 years now. We were lucky enough to even do commentary on the National Hockey League for 1.5 years. The contract, as it stands right now, with Pulse and the league will run out after the playoffs. So if anyone's looking for an experienced TV duo, you're free. I'm free. I'd love to continue. I know you'd love to share your opinions on air for the foreseeable future, if your time and whatever you'll be doing after this permits. But just the other day, I talked to a franchise player in this league, and he said, every time Holsty is on TV and I'm watching, I'm learning something. And I guess that's a very essence of it. Entertain and educate, something that you've really got down. And I do think this has to be one of the bigger compliments a broadcaster can get. And it speaks to your nature, speaks to the way you're conducting TV business. And who knows where it's going to lead to. Maybe you're just staying as a pundit here on the podcast. Like, every podcast you're on is really, really good numbers. This series will be record breaking. And yeah, who knows where things will head to. But we've got one great playoff run ahead of ourselves. But just looking back on those 4 years, you doing TV in different roles, being a studio expert or being in a booth or doing interviews, how do you look back on those 4 years?
Well, first of all, I appreciate the player, making those comments, because I know sometimes with fans who watch, they love you, they hate you. What you talking about? Boom. But when a established player notices things you might say, one of the biggest things I think I see is the change of speed and how you sell the game. That stuff I really have a feel for, because I was a good player and I felt that was a key. But I thank the player or players for making those nice comments. Martin, was the script for me written from up above? Here I'm going to be 70 years old, which is hard to believe. Happy I got there after a few of those crazy nights back when I was 29. Was the script written? Kid growing up in Montreal, getting to junior, playing pro hockey, becoming a coach with junior players in the national team, coaching pro, getting into television, turning 70, the contract after 4 years ends. Was the script written? talk about an exciting journey, which I'm very appreciative of. It's quite something. But I remember your phone call like it was yesterday. And it's 4 years have gone by. What I really enjoyed with you and a few of the other guys, we were a tight team, a lot of laughs. We had a great time doing the NHL for the year and a few months that we did in Vienna every freaking weekend, having beers after work at 6 a.m. It's all part of the team that we had that made this exciting. So it's not only in hockey or coaching about team, it's also in business, like our TV team with you leading the way, obviously, as the kingpin, was really, really enjoyable. I'm happy I did it, and we're going to finish strong.
I'm no kingpin. I'm just tiny little wheel in this kind of grand operation. Just happy.
Well, hang on. I'm going to interrupt you. You always call me this legenda, which I laugh at. So you are the kingpin. That's the way it is. So you don't have to say anymore.
I'll leave it at that. But what we still have to do is have one last story. It's about, you could break down each and every story that we've heard so far on the pod and really break it down and ask, what's the moral of the story? And there's a great moral to this story. And of course, I like the way how it eventually ends. It's one last time that we're going to hear from your golf coach, from Simon Hottam. It's a story about your drive, your competitiveness, and so many other things. I suggest we're going to listen in to one last story here on 17-7, and then we're going to discuss it.
Hi, Martin. A story from Greg on the golf course last year. Basically, Greg and Kershey have these golf matches against each other, little bets that they've done for the last 15 plus years. And the winner more or less gets bragging rights more than financial ones. Anyway, so I'm on the range with Kershey and doing a few things, and Kershey asked me, hey, has Greg called you about his putting because he can't hold those short putts from a couple of feet? So I said, no, I've heard nothing from him at all. But anyway, conversation goes on. And later that afternoon, Greg's on the putting green, so I wander over and had a little chat. And I mentioned that Kershey said to me that he's struggling with those little putts. And he goes, yeah, can you take a look at it for me? So take a look, thinking, wow, looks like watching a horror movie. And give him a couple of pointers to work on. And after 5 minutes or so, Greg goes, great, perfect, got it. Got to go now, I'll call you later. So next morning on the range, Kershey's warming up and before the game against Greg. And I tell Kershey that Greg was there yesterday afternoon and we gave him a few little pointers to sort the putting out. So after the game, sort of see them as they come off the course. And I think Kershey beat him and sort of asked how the putting went. And Kershey goes, well, it was all right for the first 2 or 3 holes and then back to being rubbish. And Greg came out with a comment or whatever. And Kershey says, well, you didn't practice what Simon told you to do. And what Kershey always says, he said, you were a great player, great coach, you worked hard to get somewhere, get results, and you basically tried 5 minutes and practiced 5 minutes after what Simon told you, laughing away. So the moral of the story, Greg, as you always say to me, you've got to work hard, put some time in, and earn those beers. Have a great 70th, mate, and see you soon. Cheers.
Couldn't wish for a better way to round this out. Your thoughts on this?
Oh, so true. So true. That putter of mine. And me and Kershey, we are competitive. I tell you what. I have 2 quick stories, and I want to end with something that I want to say on this podcast. One time I'm playing with Kershey, and he's a really good golfer. And that little human being hits the ball 70 meters past me. And he looks over and he just smiles at me, right? So one time we're going down one of the holes and he's doing push-ups on the freaking, on the ground. I said, what the hell are you doing? No, just something to bug me, right? So another time we're in the playoffs and we go to play at 9 holes and we're on hole number 12. I remember this. We're walking to number 12. And he said, Greg, I shouldn't tell you this, but I have to because you're the coach. I said, what, Kershi? He said, the players were out drinking last night. I said, are you freaking kidding me? I got so pissed off. And then I started to think. I looked at him. I said, you little bugger. You're just trying to put me off my golf game. True stories. But we have a lot of fun. And you know what? I'm going to mention the Feel Like fans one more time because, you know, I live in Feel Like now. I still work with the kids. Even after I got fired, Martin, the fans never, ever turned on me. They always appreciated the great times that we had. And for that, I'm eternally thankful. And you're right, management now, they're organized, finances are organized, so they're on a good path. I could never have moved here to live here, to enjoy this city and some friends, be closer to my kids, if I wasn't accepted by the fans. That is just the way it is. So that's the last part of the hockey thing I'm going to say, but I would like to finish with something, if I may. Unless you have another question for me.
No more questions, promise.
Okay, so for me to score 1,000 points, over 500 goals, be in the finals so many times, so many highlights of my playing career, it wasn't just me. It was always the guys I played with. It was the teams I was on, some of the good coaches I had. I'm very thankful for all that. And the success I had in coaching, also, it's about the players, the goaltending. Very thankful that I was able to coach some of these teams and some of these players. So I want to make that understood, that I'm very thankful because you can't get to where you are if you don't have all these good people around you, players, assistant coaches, etc. And also for the DV, yourself leading the way, a good team made our little 4-year gig relatively successful and enjoyable. So now in my final words, I just like to say a couple things because I know family, friends at home are listening to this. I don't want to be defined as a human being, as a person, because of hockey. I'm very thankful what the game has given me. It's taken me around the world, but I also feel and know I gave back a lot to the game. A lot of excitement for the fans, how I played, a lot of great moments, my passion as a coach. I received a lot and I gave a lot. So now I'd like to thank mom and dad for letting me chase my dreams. And at this point, being 70 years old almost, I hope I was a good son. And to my friends, all my friends in my life, different countries, especially the guys I grew up with, I'm not defined by hockey. We're good friends because we're all really good people. We have a connection because of sports, yes. We still have a great connection. I've met so many good friends. I'm very thankful for that. And last, Martin, the greatest gift hockey ever gave me was getting me to Austria and having my boys, Michael and Taylor. And I thank everybody very much. Now that puts a tear in my eye. And thank you, Martin, for doing this.
Couldn't be a better way to end this. Thank you so much for doing this. You've endured 12 hours of questioning, of looking back on your life so far. I sincerely hope there are so many more years that you'll have on Planet Hockey. I'm wishing you a very happy 70th birthday. It's in a week's time when all our 12 hours will come out in one episode. There'll be a couple of surprises attached to that. Promise to all the listeners out there. Thanks so much for doing this. Thanks so much to all the people who provided stories on your great life. Thank you so much to all the listeners who listened to this. Hope you enjoyed this. And Coach, looking forward to all the things that we'll be able to do in the foreseeable future. Happy 70th. Again, enjoy your big day on February 21st.
Martin, thank you very much. This was very special.
Win2day Hockey O'Clock. Kurz durchatmen bei diesem Wahnsinn und das ging rasend schnell. Der Traum vom Finale ist erfüllt. Mittendrin statt nur der Ball. Die Fans stimmungsvoll und hoffnungsfroh. Nice move, another nice move.